Naruto, Get Stronger by Hanging Up, Chapter 81. Sakura had been listening to the conversation between Yu and Kakashi. When the moonlight shone into the room from the window, it was bright in the room even though it was dark. Watching Yu and Kakashi talking, Sakura remembered the battle between Yu and Kuroki Raiga today, and the scene of suppressing the runaway Naruto. She couldn't believe that Yu, who was like a god, was so calm at this moment. When she saw the hundreds of meters-long water dragon flying across the sky, Yu standing on the sea was small but looked extremely tall. But when the battle was over, Yu returned to his usual appearance. I couldn't believe that two faces would appear on one person. The gap between them and Yu was too big. Or rather, the gap between her and Yu was too big. The tailed beast in Naruto's body made him very powerful, but not as powerful as Yu. Sasuke was also very strong, and she was the weakest in the entire team. Maybe I should really listen to Yu and learn medical ninjutsu. I'm not good at fighting, but I can be a medical ninja. At this moment, Sakura is more determined to become a medical ninja. On the other side, in a forest in the land of waves, Zabuza and Bai, who ran back from the bridge, were very grateful. Thinking of the ninjutsu released by Yu, Zabuza couldn't help but say, what kind of monster is that kid? He actually released such a terrifying water dragon bullet technique. It's much larger than the first time I fought with him. It's only been a dozen days. How could his strength increase so quickly? Zabuza couldn't understand why Yu's strength increased so quickly. Yu is just a genin. If we hadn't evacuated in time, we would have been killed by that guy. Zabuza said with lingering fear. When he fought with Yu before, he thought Yu was just an ordinary jonin. But the strength shown by Yu today is much stronger than him. Even Zabuza felt as if he was facing the Mizukage. Especially the water dragon bullet technique released by Yu, which was stronger than the Mizukage. The Mizukage had no way to release a water dragon bullet of more than 300 meters. The most terrifying thing was that the water dragon bullet technique released by Yu did not dissipate for a long time, and it seemed like a living water dragon. This was the most terrifying thing. When Zabuza thought of the overwhelming and turbulent scene when Yu activated the water dragon bullet to attack, he didn't think he could survive such an attack. For the first time, Zabuza felt fear for a person. Yu was definitely someone who could easily kill him. The other party was just a genin, too terrifying. Konoha is so scary. Not only does it have that little golden-haired kid, it should be the tailed beast Jinchuriki. There is also a ninjutsu that can suppress the runaway Jinchuriki kid. That kid actually killed Kuroki Raiga, so scary. With him here, how could we kill the old man who built the bridge? We can't complete this mission. Although Zabuza didn't want to admit it, he knew very well that this mission could not be completed. As long as Yu was there, completing this mission would be like going to die. Bai, who was standing aside, didn't speak. Although Yu's strength shocked him, he was more curious about why Yu blocked Naruto when he wanted to kill him. It stands to reason that he is Yu's enemy. Although Naruto is out of control, the target of the attack is him, and Yu doesn't need to block it for him. But he didn't tell Zabuza about this. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. He just remembered this favor in his heart. No matter what Yu thought, Yu saved his life anyway. If Yu hadn't stopped the runaway Naruto, he would have died. At that time, his whole body was suppressed by the Nine Tails chakra and he couldn't move. In addition, the runaway Naruto attacked very fast, and he couldn't dodge. After a long time, Zabuza looked at Bai and asked, "Didn't that kid attack you?" Zabuza came to his senses, and Bai was fighting with Naruto and the others at that time. How could Bai come back safely? Bai thought for a while and said, "Not long after the blonde boy ran away, that person came. While they were fighting, I withdrew." Zabuza didn't investigate further. After all, he ran back like this at that time. The strength shown by Yu was really scary. Although Kado gave a lot, This task was impossible to complete, and it was basically a task of giving up his life. Zabuza was a traitor, so it was naturally impossible for him to fully abide by the contract with Kobo. This task is not worth it. Give up, let's leave here. Bai nodded. Where Zabuza went, he followed. But he remembered Yu in his heart. Yu was the first person who took the initiative to block danger for him. Back then, Zabuza saved him hoping that he would be a tool. And Yu didn't ask for anything from him, he just saved him. This feeling made Bai, who was originally very kind, have a great liking for Yu. This feeling was completely different from when Zabuza saved him back then. If it weren't for Zabuza, Bai would have followed Yu like Kimimaro did to Orochimaru. Of course, this was impossible. Yu stopped Naruto at that time just because he knew what Bai was like, so he didn't want Naruto to kill people indiscriminately. Just when the two were packing up and preparing to leave, the door was kicked open again. Zabuza, why did you fail again? The bridge will be built in a few days, and you can't even kill an old man, what are you doing? Kobo brought dozens of samurai this time. He was scared by Zabuza last time. It's just that Kobo doesn't know much about ninjas. There are many masters among samurai, but it is obvious that the samurai recruited by Kobo are all wandering samurai. These wandering samurai don't have much strength, let alone compared with ninjas. And Kobo thinks that with the protection of dozens of samurai, he can suppress Zabuza. But Zabuza just glanced at those samurai, and the samurai who were originally gathered around Zabuza were all frightened by his eyes and trembled all over, and ran away. Only 2 samurai who were trembling all over but gritted their teeth and didn't leave were left. These 2 were bodyguards hired by Kobo at a high price, and they still had some professional ethics. It's just their shaking legs showed that they were useless. Zabuza just had no place to vent his anger, and Kobo came to him. Zabuza walked towards Kobo with a beheading sword in his hand. He released a terrifying murderous aura. His murderous aura had no effect on Yu and Kakashi. But it was simply overwhelming for an ordinary person like Kobo. Zabuza only took a few steps, and Kobo knelt down under his murderous aura. He trembled all over and his eyes were dull. Only then did Kobo feel the horror of the Jonin. I give up this mission. You can find someone else. But I kindly remind you not to go against Kakashi and the others. With your ability, you can't hire a ninja who can deal with them. Even if you hire a few more elite Jonin, you still can't be their opponent. Zabuza walked in front of Kobo and said coldly from a high position. Chapter 82. Zabuza is an elite Jonin who has killed countless people. His murderous aura is not something that an ordinary person like Kobo can bear. Although Kobo is very unhappy with Zabuza, he doesn't dare to provoke him at this time. He is afraid that the beheading sword in Zabuza's hand will cut him in half. After a long time, Zabuza took Bai away from here, and Kobo came back to his senses. As soon as he came back to his senses, he was angry. Seeing that Zabuza was no longer around, he immediately cursed, "Damn, what a broken Jonin, pretending to be here with me, if you don't do it, there are people who will do it." As soon as Kobo finished cursing, Zabuza appeared in front of him. He looked at him coldly. Kobo knelt down again. I'm not talking about you, spare my life." Zabuza put the beheading sword on Kodo's neck. The 2 warriors wanted to take action, but just as they drew their swords, Bai suddenly appeared and held down their hands. If you don't want to die, don't act rashly. Although the 2 samurai wanted to save Kobo, they were completely controlled by Bai. The 2 were wandering samurai with low strength. They couldn't even beat the genin, let alone Bai, who had reached the level of Jonin. You have to give me 50% of the reward this time, otherwise I will take it myself. I can't guarantee that you will still be alive at that time. Zabuza's cold voice scared Kobo so much that he kowtowed and begged for mercy. I'll give it to you right away, please don't kill me. Of the dozens of samurai he brought, only 2 were left. These 2 were useless. Kobo realized how big the gap between the strength of samurai and ninja was. Only then did he realize how terrible Zabuza was. That's right. In the ninja world, many samurai were forced to become ninjas by ninjas. Not wanting to pay attention to Kobo, Zabuza and Bai left after threatening Kobo. After a long time, Kobo saw that there was really no one around, and then he lay limp on the ground. Damn, I really lost a lot. After all, Kobo is a businessman. Even at this time, he still cares about his money. After that, Kobo did not send anyone to harass the construction of the bridge. Because the construction team has always been protected by Kakashi and others. Kobo hired 2 elite Jonins but failed to kill Dazna. He knew that the ninjas hired by Dazna were very powerful, and it would be a waste of money to find ninjas to assassinate Dazna. After the bridge is built, his shipping business will definitely plummet. But what can Kobo do? He can only watch the bridge being built. These days, Yu has been learning the sealing technique with Kakashi. The difficulty of the sealing technique is indeed much higher than other ninjutsu. Kakashi talked to Yu for several days just on the theoretical principles. Yu also studied for several days, and for several days Yu did not formally learn the sealing technique. In the forest. After a few days of theoretical study, Kakashi finally began to formally teach Yu to learn the sealing technique. The first sealing technique is the sealing technique that can seal the tailed beast. The 4 symbols seal. The sealing technique that the 4th Hokage used to seal the 9 tails in Naruto's body is the 8 diagrams seal, which is a combination of 2 4 symbols seals, and is a redevelopment of the 4 symbols seal. The 4 symbols seal is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The 4 symbols seal has a very high sealing strength, which is much stronger than the sealing techniques used by other ninja villages to seal the tailed beasts. This is what Killer Bee said. As long as he has learned the 4 symbols seal and can suppress the tailed beast, Yu can use this sealing technique to seal in anyone's body, including his own body. Of course, Yu will naturally not do this. Kakashi first talked to Yu about the principle for more than an hour, and then asked with expectation, Yu, did you understand? Do you have any clues? The reason why Kakashi was so expectant was because he himself didn't understand it very well. Not to mention practicing. Yu was silent for a while. Just when Kakashi was a little disappointed, Yu nodded. I'll try it. Kakashi was confused. You understand, can you do it? Yu didn't answer, but walked to the side and began to make seals with both hands. 4 symbols seal. Bang. Yu finished making seals and slapped the big tree next to him with one hand. Instantly, under Yu's palm, a seal of the 4 symbols seal appeared on the tree. The mysterious runes formed a complex rune. Kacha. With a kacha sound, the place covered by the seal suddenly disappeared, and a gap appeared in the trunk of the big tree. After the spell was completed, Yu's mouth corners slightly raised. It worked. He didn't expect to succeed the first time. Oh my god, the chakra consumption is so huge. Just sealing a piece of wood consumed the chakra of AC level ninjutsu. This is too outrageous. Even though Yu's chakra was surging at this time, he still couldn't believe that the chakra consumption of this sealing technique was so huge. It's like this to seal wood. If you want to seal the 9 tails, how much chakra will it consume? No wonder the Whirlpool clan has a huge amount of chakra. Without a huge amount of chakra, it can't support such a huge consumption of chakra. Although the sealing technique is powerful, Yu has only now truly experienced the consumption of chakra. Too scary. Finally, I know why not many people learn the sealing technique. In addition to being difficult to learn, I'm afraid the requirement for chakra is also extremely high. Yu thought about this in his heart. But there was no expression on his face. But Kakashi standing aside was stunned. It succeeded the first time. He couldn't believe it was true. He knew that Yu had a great talent for learning ninjutsu, but when he explained the principles of sealing techniques to Yu these days, he could see that Yu also found it difficult. Originally, he didn't have much hope. He thought that sealing techniques were indeed difficult ninjutsu. No wonder there were not many ninjas who specialized in sealing techniques in the ninja world. But Yu actually mastered it, and succeeded in performing the technique for the first time. You should know that the difficulty of the 4 symbols seal is very high. Even in Konoha, only a few people had mastered it before. That is, the first generation, the second generation, Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Even the third generation, which is called ninjutsu, the professor's people don't know how to do it. If he knew how to do it, Naruto wouldn't have gone berserk. Naruto went berserk once when he was a child, and that time he had to mobilize the entire Konoha sealing class to suppress Naruto. And at that time, Naruto was just berserk, and the tail of the tailed beast didn't appear. If the 4th generation knew the 4 symbols seal, it would be enough to directly reinforce the 8th diagram seal left by Minato Namikaze. Unfortunately, he doesn't know how to do it. Of course, the 3rd generation and Danzo are very similar in one thing. Both of them have mastered a sealing technique that can only be used once. The 3rd generation mastered the Shiki Fujin, and Danzo mastered the 4 symbols seal. Kakashi came over and interrupted Yu's thoughts. You succeeded, Yu. Yu came back to his senses, not knowing what he was thinking. It's considered a success, but this sealing technique consumes a lot of chakra. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Oh, does it consume a lot of chakra? Yu nodded. I just sealed a piece of wood, but it has consumed the chakra of AC level ninjutsu. Kakashi smiled and said, it's normal for the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique to consume chakra. The most important thing is that you have mastered this sealing technique. And it's such a difficult sealing technique, it's a good start. Since you have learned the 4 symbols seal, there should be no problem with the 8 trigram seal. Originally, the 8 trigram seal was just a modification of the 4 symbols seal. Chapter 83. After that, Kakashi explained the principles of the 8 trigram seal to Yu, and this time it took much less time than when he explained the 4 symbols seal. And after mastering the 4 symbols seal, Yu felt that the 8 trigram seal was basically not difficult. It was not until the evening that Yu mastered the 8 trigram seal. Yu was not very satisfied with only learning 2 sealing techniques in one day. But Kakashi was already very surprised. For so many years, he has been practicing the 4 symbols seal and the 8 trigram seal, but for so many years, he has never mastered it. Unexpectedly, Yu mastered it in just one day. His learning ability has surpassed Kakashi's imagination. Or, Yu's learning ability is no longer comparable to that of the ninjas in this world. But he did not realize this problem. He only knew that Uchiha Itachi also learned the fire style, Great Fireball technique by looking at his father. The difficulty of the 4 symbols seal and the 8 trigram seal is not comparable to the Great Fireball technique. The 4 symbols seal and the 8 diagram seal are both S-level ninjutsu, which are absolutely forbidden. The Great Fireball technique is only AC level ninjutsu. The difficulty of learning the two is very different, and the difficulty of regular ninjutsu and sealing ninjutsu is not at the same level. Kakashi can skillfully use Reikiri, who can use S-level ninjutsu, but can't learn the 4 symbols seal and the 8 diagram seal. At night, on the way back from the back mountain, Sasuke and Naruto blocked the 3 people. Kakashi, Yu and Sakura, who followed the 2 up the mountain, looked at Sasuke and Naruto who were blocking in front. Did you finish work so early today? Seeing that the 2 had no expression on their faces, Yu asked in confusion. Sasuke walked towards Yu and said, Yu, teach me to become stronger. Yu was stunned for a moment. Naruto also came over. Yu, I also want you to help me become stronger. Kakashi frowned. What's wrong with you two? Although it was expected before, neither of them mentioned it in the past few days. Kakashi thought that the 2 had no such idea. It turned out that they waited until now to bring it up. Yu was also helpless. He thought that the two would not bring up this request again. Sasuke and Naruto ignored Kakashi and looked at Yu with bright eyes. Before, under Yu's flattery, both of them thought that Kakashi could make them stronger. But after the battle that day, both of them knew that Yu's strength was not inferior to Kakashi, and even surpassed Kakashi. Kakashi held his forehead and was very helpless. It still appeared. Sakura on the side was a little embarrassed. Because Sakura told Sasuke and Naruto about Yu's performance that day. Under Sasuke and Naruto's questioning, Sakura told them all about Yu's performance that day. No matter how Yu denied it, they believed that Sakura would not lie to them. No matter how much Yu defended himself, it was an unchangeable fact that he killed the elite Jonin, Kuroki Raiga, and suppressed the runaway Naruto with one ninjutsu. Now the grave of Kuroki Raiga is still in the forest. The place where the two fought has become a ruin. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, all the trees and rocks were smashed into powder. The charred land can prove how fierce the battle was that day. What made Sasuke and Naruto even more unbelievable was that in such a fierce battle, Yu could actually kill Kuroki Raiga, an elite Jonin who was no less than Zabuza in their eyes. The most important thing was that Yu's ninjutsu could actually suppress Kuroki Raiga. According to Sakura's description, when Yu released his ninjutsu, he was as powerful as a living god. Yu looked at the serious eyes of Sasuke and Naruto and had a headache. I've already said that I don't know how to help you become stronger. I also learned from Kakashi-sensei. How is that possible? Kakashi-sensei can't be that strong. Naruto retorted. Kakashi was full of black lines. Although this is true, Naruto's direct statement still hurts his self-esteem. Sasuke frowned and looked at Yu. What do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Yu rolled his eyes at him. I want you to stop bothering me, okay? Although Yu didn't mind teaching the two his own ninjutsu, the key point is that his ninjutsu was taught by Kakashi. If you want to learn, just go to Kakashi. Moreover, the ninjutsu that Yu improved himself can only be used by him. After all, it's not because of how powerful those ninjutsu are, but because they are so powerful under the blessing of Yu's chakra. This is something Yu can't teach. Sasuke still thinks Yu is unwilling to teach them. Yu, I can worship you as my teacher. Sasuke said with gritted teeth. Everyone was stunned when these words were spoken. Especially Yu. Looking at Sasuke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I thought to myself, you want me to die, your teacher is right next to you. Have you ever thought about his feelings? Have you ever thought about my situation? As soon as Sasuke said this, both Yu and Kakashi were very embarrassed. Sakura and Naruto were shocked that Sasuke could be so humble. They are classmates of the same grade, and Yu is not older than them. Sasuke is actually willing to worship Yu as his master. The relationship between worshipping a master in the ninja world is different from the master-disciple relationship between ordinary Jonin and Genin. Becoming a master means that Sasuke voluntarily lowers his generation, and once a teacher, he is a father for life. Sasuke's behavior made Yu embarrassed and his face looked very ugly. He doesn't have the hobby of being an elder to his peers. And Kakashi is Sasuke's teacher. If he does this, wouldn't Kakashi be of the same generation as him? It's uncomfortable to think about it. Sasuke's behavior will only embarrass Yu and make him embarrassed. Seeing that Sasuke was about to kneel down, Yu instantly burst out his chakra. The terrifying chakra made Sasuke's knees unable to bend down. Sasuke was stunned. He looked up at Yu. Yu said coldly, if you do this, we can't even be classmates. Don't embarrass me. Sasuke was stunned. Then he understood what Yu meant. He clenched his fist and said, but I want to become stronger. I know you can make me stronger. I am willing to do anything to become stronger. As long as I can become stronger and kill that man, I am willing to sacrifice my life. Sasuke shouted at Yu. But Yu didn't mean to give in at all. You mean you don't have any confidence that you can surpass the man you mentioned by your own efforts? Yu said very seriously. Sasuke was silent. Really? Yu asked again. Sasuke still didn't speak. Yu deliberately mocked. Sasuke, I really overestimated you. I used to think you were a proud person and would definitely become my strongest opponent in the future. It seems that you are not qualified at all. Yu, who had always been peaceful in his dealings with others, suddenly said this, which made Sasuke very uncomfortable. Didn't he know that it was shameful and ugly to do so? He knew it, but he also knew that Uchiha Itachi was too strong, a strong man who could kill an entire clan. When Sasuke thought of that night, he was very desperate. Especially as the people around him became stronger and stronger, Uchiha Itachi's strength constantly hit his confidence. Because Yuyu's strength reminded him of Uchiha Itachi back then. The gap between him and Yuyu was so big that he could no longer see his back, so the gap between him and Uchiha Itachi would be so big. At this time, he could no longer remain calm. Chapter 84. Yuyu's words hit Sasuke's heart. He was very angry, but helpless. Yes, before, he thought he was also a genius, and he could catch up with Uchiha Itachi. One day, he would be strong enough to kill Uchiha Itachi, avenge the Uchiha clan, and avenge his parents. But the appearance of Yuyu hit his confidence, which was not much. Uchiha Itachi was too powerful in his heart. The more Yuyu showed his terrible strength, the more he felt the huge gap between himself and Uchiha Itachi. He even doubted whether he could really catch up with Uchiha Itachi and kill him by himself. Did he have the strength? Could it be that he would never be able to avenge his family and his parents in this life? After a long time, Sasuke lowered his head and said solemnly, I want to, but the stronger you are, the more I think of his strength. The gap between us is too big. I really have no hope of killing him. For the first time, Sasuke said such a dejected word. Even Yuyu did not expect it. His words just now were just to arouse Sasuke's competitive spirit. Unexpectedly, his hope was extinguished in an instant. Yuyu felt very embarrassed for a moment. Don't forget, you are that man's younger brother, you have the same father and mother, and your blood is the same. Why is your blood not as good as his? Maybe, you are stronger than him. What you need most is not to learn any powerful ninjutsu, but to develop your Sharingan. This is the most fundamental weapon of your Uchiha clan. It is the most stupid thing for you to learn ninjutsu from me. I learned ninjutsu because I don't have a Sharingan, because I have no other means of fighting besides ninjutsu. Can you be the same as me? If I had a Sharingan, I would definitely focus on developing the Sharingan. You and I am learning ninjutsu and missing the point. It is so stupid. Sasuke, I never thought you would be weaker than your brother. Remember, you and he are of the same blood. You can be stronger than him. And it is with the eyes of your Uchiha clan, with the famous Sharingan. Your Sharingan has been opened. If you continue to develop it, you will surpass him. You are from the Uchiha clan, not some unknown ninja. Don't get the direction of your efforts wrong. Just as the most important thing for Naruto is to master the power of the 9 tails, your eyes are your foundation. Ninjutsu is just an aid to these eyes. Yuyu patted Sasuke's shoulder and said seriously. Of course, the main thing for Yuyu to say these words is not to let Sasuke really worship him as a teacher. That would be too embarrassing. And with Sasuke's personality, even if Yuyu refuses, he must be willing to accept it. If Sasuke is unwilling to accept it. If Yuyu refuses unilaterally, Sasuke will keep pestering him. He doesn't want to get involved in these troubles. After listening to Yuyu's words, Sasuke raised his head, looked at Yuyu, and asked seriously, do I really have hope? Sasuke rarely said such unconfident words. Yuyu smiled and said, believe me, you will be much stronger than your brother, but you are too eager for quick success. Practice slowly. How can you become fat in one bite? Eyes also need to be developed slowly. You are only 12 years old now. Why are you so anxious? Remember, The peak of ninja's combat power is after the age of 20. Do you think you are weak now? Asked Kakashi teacher. You are now stronger than many Chunins. As long as you and Kakashi learn more about the development of Sharingan and stimulate the power of your Uchiha clan bloodline, let alone defeating your brother, it is not impossible to defeat Naruto. Don't forget that the reason why Sharingan makes the ninja world tremble is because Sharingan really has a powerful power that is so powerful that it makes people despair. Originally, Sasuke was hit and had no hope during this period of time. Hearing what Yu said, he regained his composure. His confidence was rekindled. But soon Sasuke found something wrong, looked at Yu and asked in confusion, but you are the same age as me, why are you so strong? You are now stronger than the Jonin, even the elite Jonin was killed by you. Yu hesitated for a moment, and quickly said, this is because I have reached the outbreak period, and you haven't yet. Let me give you an example. If Naruto suddenly mastered the power of the Nine Tails, his strength would instantly rise to the level of Hokage. I have accumulated it for many years before. You only see that I seem to be very strong now, but you don't see that I have been training hard in the past few years and have paid a lot of blood and sweat to have today's strength. And your explosive period is when your Sharingan opens the 3 Magatama Sharingan. At that time, I will look up to you. Kakashi teacher is so powerful with only one Sharingan. Think about it, you have a pair of Sharingans. If you open the 3 Magatama Sharingan, do you think you will be weaker than Kakashi teacher? Your brother seems to have only 3 Magatama Sharingan, right? By the way, how old was your brother when he left the village? Sasuke frowned and replied, 13 years old. Sasuke remembered it very clearly. That's it. Your brother left the village at the age of 13, which means that for so many years, he didn't even have a teacher to teach him, and he had to avoid Konoha's pursuit. Do you think he would have time to practice in his spare time? Maybe his current strength has degenerated to the point where it is not as good as when he left Konoha. And you, quote, you are surrounded by the peaceful and stable environment of Konoha, systematic education, and excellent teachers. We have many Jonin in Konoha, including Kakashi, who is proficient in ninjutsu and has great experience in developing the Sharingan, and many elite Jonin who are proficient in taijutsu and genjutsu. Those people are all classmates and friends of Kakashi. Quote, what is your relationship with Kakashi? Of course you can ask them for relevant ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu. I don't believe that your brother has such good conditions to wander in the ninja world. The most important thing is that you have more time to practice, and you often perform tasks, so you can also transform the ninjutsu you practice into practical experience. That's why I think you will be stronger than your brother. Of course, these words were made up by Yu. Yu's purpose was just to prevent Sasuke from getting entangled with him. Of course, what Yu said was not without reason. So Sasuke couldn't refute it. And he believed it. Not only Sasuke, but even Naruto and Sakura were thinking about it. Yu secretly wiped his sweat. Kakashi looked at Yu with a confused face. I wondered what this kid's mouth was made of, how could he be so talkative? The most outrageous thing is that Kakashi knew very well, Yu said so much, with only one purpose, don't bother me, go find Kakashi, if Kakashi can't do it, go find the ninjas of Konoha. This is clearly shirking the trouble. But Kakashi really couldn't say anything. He couldn't refute what Yu said. After all, he is indeed Sasuke's guiding Jonin, and it is his responsibility to teach Sasuke. If Sasuke really asks Kakashi to introduce Gai, Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai to Sasuke, Kakashi really has no reason to refuse. Chapter 85. Sasuke was persuaded by Yu, and his originally impatient heart calmed down. Naruto on the side was also persuaded by what Yu said just now, that as long as he mastered the power of the Nine Tails, his strength would skyrocket. After Naruto and Sasuke stopped pestering Yu to learn ninjutsu, Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to be pestered by these two people, it was very troublesome. Kakashi and Sakura, who didn't say much on the side, were stunned when they saw Yu. They didn't expect Yu to be able to persuade Naruto and Sasuke. Although they didn't spend much time together, Kakashi and Sakura knew that Naruto and Sasuke were two stubborn people. It was very difficult to persuade them. Yu actually did it. This mission was actually almost completed, and the time after that was always calm. Cardo didn't hire ninjas to cause trouble afterwards. However, just in case, Kakashi decided to wait until the bridge was completely repaired before leaving. It's just that during this period, in addition to going with Sakura to protect Dasna, when he stayed at Dasna's house, he would follow Kakashi to learn the sealing technique. Whether it was day or night, he was very busy. During the day, he either went to protect Dasna or practice the sealing technique, and at night he had to deal with Inari. Because Yu saved him last time, and Inari saw with his own eyes that Yu killed the ninja hired by Kobo. So Inari admired Yu very much, and kept pestering Yu to let Yu play with him. Inari's heart, Yu was a real hero. If he was not from Konoha, he would have become Yu's apprentice long ago. Although Yu didn't want to pay attention to him. But Yu didn't feel embarrassed to refuse. So at night, he would take some time to play with him. Tsunami was also very good to Yu, and often cooked dishes that Yu liked. In Dasna's house, Yu was respected as much as Kakashi. Even the Dasna family treated Yu better than Kakashi. The strength Yu showed that day was too strong. In their opinion, Yu was stronger than Kakashi. In the next few days, Yu learned the contract seal, the evil seal, the fire seal and other sealing techniques. He learned all the sealing techniques that Kakashi knew. And at this time, Yu's chakra amount also doubled compared to before. During this period, his chakra increase rate was indeed getting slower and slower. In more than 10 days, it only doubled compared to before. At the beginning, his chakra almost doubled every day. But Yu didn't care. Even if it was only doubled, his chakra amount was definitely at the level of Kage at this time, and it was a very high level among the Kage level. In addition, the chakra used by Yu was different from that of ordinary ninjas, and in fact, his chakra amount might have surpassed the Kage level. What Yu lacks at present is probably practical experience and physical skills. There is no rush for practical experience. Yu himself knows that practical experience takes a long time and a lot of practical combat to accumulate. As for physical skills, it takes a lot of time to practice. Yu does not require to practice to Kai's level. That level is the top in the ninja world. It is enough to not drag him down. Now Yu's chakra is definitely many times more than Naruto's, of course it can't be compared with the Nine Tails. However, there are not many ninjas in the ninja world who can compare chakra with the Nine Tails. It is estimated that only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama can compare. Yu's chakra amount is far from these two. Not to mention that Naruto only has half of the Nine Tails in his body. But Yu's chakra amount is not even as good as half of the Nine Tails in Naruto's body. Not to mention Senju Hashirama, whose chakra amount is more than the entire Nine Tails. However, even if it is not as much as half a Nine Tails, it is still very outrageous. At this time, in the entire ninja world, except for the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts, there are few people with more chakra than Yu. Of course, Yu does not know these. He does not know how much chakra other people in the ninja world have. But he knows that he has a lot of chakra now, at least much more than Kakashi. It's just that his strength has increased a lot, but Yu's mentality has not changed as he imagined before. Now he is still the same character as before. His mentality is calm and his personality has not changed at all. He still doesn't want to care about many things, he still finds many things troublesome, and he still doesn't want to use force for many things. He doesn't want to do it if he can avoid it. So when Naruto and Sasuke are entangled, and even when Inari pesters him and asks him to play with him, Yu just talks about it. If he can't say it, he can only deal with it. This is why Inari admires Yu so much. Yu is obviously very powerful, but he is willing to play with him. In fact, Yu is just helpless. At night, in a room with several people, Kakashi sat cross-legged in front of Yu. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura also sat cross-legged beside them. Several people formed a circle. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura all looked at Yu. Yu was a little speechless. Does it have to be now? I think we should go back to the village first. Kakashi reached out and patted Yu's shoulder. If we go back to the village, it will easily cause a big commotion. So let's do it now. After Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto also bowed to Yu seriously. Yu, please. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Yu with curiosity. Yu was a little helpless. But he was actually a little looking forward to it, wanting to see the results of his training these days. Let me give it a try. The reason why they did this was because after Yu had learned the sealing technique, Kakashi hoped that Yu would strengthen the sealing technique in Naruto's body, to prevent Naruto from going berserk again in the future. However, Kakashi obviously trusted Yu too much. He dared to let Yu use the sealing technique on Naruto not long after learning it. You know, if there is an accident and the Nine Tails breaks the seal, no one here can suppress it. But Naruto asked, and Yu also wanted to try it. Soon, Naruto sat cross-legged in front of Yu, revealing the sealing technique on his abdomen. Only then did Sakura and Sasuke see the sealing technique on Naruto's abdomen. Yu began to make seals with both hands. Because it was the first time to use it on a real person, Yu was also a little nervous. I'll go into the sealed space first to see the situation. Just as Yu was preparing the sealing technique, his consciousness also entered the space where the Nine Tails was sealed. In an instant, Yu entered Naruto's sealed space. The ticking sound brought Yu back to his senses. He had already entered Naruto's sealed space. It was a dark environment with water under his feet. A huge iron door in front of him made Yu raise his head. Yu frowned. Is this where the Nine Tails is sealed? This environment is really not very good. No wonder the Nine Tails is so irritable. The environment where the Nine Tails is sealed is really not very good, like an underground sewer. In other words, Yu forgot what it was like when the Nine Tails was sealed in Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito. If he knew, he would know that the Nine Tails is treated well enough now. Chapter 86. When the Nine Tails was in the bodies of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, it was nailed to the hot magma boulder. Now it is good enough to just be locked in a cage. No wonder the Nine Tails did not go crazy when it was in the bodies of Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. Not to mention how strong the sealing technique that sealed the Nine Tails is. The diamond seal of the two alone can suppress the Nine Tails to death. At that time, Uzumaki Kushina was almost dead, and the diamond seal released made the Nine Tails unable to move. If the Nine Tails had not been pulled out of her body and she was sure to die, the Nine Tails would have had no chance to come out of her body. In fact, the diamond seal is a sealing technique that Yu really wants to learn, but unfortunately this ninjutsu is bound to the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi doesn't know it either. Came to the space where the Nine Tails is sealed. Pushing open the giant iron door in front of him, the Nine Tails, who was originally lying in the cage, noticed that the iron door was opened. Raised his eyelids. A pair of blood-red pupils appeared in the dark cage. Kyuubi thought Naruto had come in. When Yu walked in slowly, Kyuubi frowned. It's not that kid. Kyuubi was very angry when he saw that it was not Naruto. He even stood up and roared at Yu. Even Yu was shocked by the terrifying power. The roar alone had terrifying power. If it were in the outside world, this roar alone would be enough to match the power of an A-level ninjutsu. And it was the power of a large-scale A-level ninjutsu. Yu saw Kyuubi for the first time, and finally had an initial understanding of Kyuubi's power. It was indeed very powerful. But Yu also knew that Kyuubi was now sealed tightly by the 8th diagram seal and could not come out at all. If it really broke the seal, Yu really couldn't beat it. As expected of a nine-tailed demon fox, it is as powerful as the legend says. Yu muttered to himself. Seeing that Yu was not frightened by it, Juwei was surprised. Juwei stared at Yu with his big eyes and said in a cold tone, "Little ghost, who are you and why are you here?" Yu was silent for a while before he raised his head and said, "You are the nine-tailed fox." Juwei looked gloomy and did not speak. Yu said to himself, "It is indeed very powerful, but you are so powerful that I can't let you out. If you let you out, no one can really seal you." Hearing Yu's words, Juwei was furious and roared, "Little ghost, you are looking for death." Another roar. The terrifying chakra pushed Yu away several steps. Just the residual power leaked by the nine-tailed fox has such a terrifying power. It is conceivable how terrible it would be if the nine-tailed fox came out. Yu has no confidence in sealing this thing again. It would be lucky if it didn't kill him. If the nine-tails breaks the seal, no one in Konoha can seal it at this time. Even the third Hokage can't do it. Even if he uses the Shikigami seal, he has to control the nine-tails first. Who can do this? The reason why Minato Namikaze could use the Shikigami Fujin on the nine-tails before was because Uzumaki Kushina first used the diamond seal to seal the nine-tails. But now no one in Konoha can seal the nine-tails. Not to mention that the Shikigami Fujin is a one-time sealing technique. The third Hokage would definitely not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. It is precisely because of this that Yu is under great pressure at this time. If he makes a mistake, even if he doesn't die when the nine-tails breaks the seal, Naruto will not survive. If the tailed beast leaves the body of the Jinchuriki will not survive. Even as strong as Uzumaki Kushina back then, she only relied on the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan to hold on for a while. An ordinary Jinchuriki would die immediately if the tailed beast was extracted. The nine tails kept roaring at Yu, releasing chakra recklessly. The iron door that sealed it was also shaking, as if the nine tails would break the seal in the next second. But Yu knew that the seal was still relatively strong at this time, and the nine tails could not break the seal yet. However, if Naruto continued to use the power of the nine tails, the seal would become weaker and weaker. But it was impossible for Naruto not to use the nine tails chakra. When he was angry and lost his mind, he had to use the nine tails chakra even if he didn't want to. So the seal in Naruto's body would only become weaker and weaker. The nine tails roared for a long time, and the movement was very loud, but Yu was shocked at the beginning, and then there was no emotional change at all. After all, the nine tails was sealed, and the chakra it could leak out was limited. And the chakra it leaked out was obviously not as much as Yu's. Even though those chakras are much compared to ordinary Jonin, they are nothing to Yu at this moment. After a long while, Yu said calmly, "Okay, stop being so naughty. You should know that your actions will not hurt me." The nine-tailed fox, which was still roaring, stopped when it heard Yu's words. Its eyes were cold, and it said in a cold voice, "Boy, who are you and why did you come here?" Yu put his hands in his pockets and looked at the nine-tailed fox in front of him. "I am Naruto's friend. I came here today to see what the legendary nine-tailed fox looks like. Now that I have seen it, it is indeed very powerful. I really don't know how terrible the person who captured and sealed you was. You have been tempting Naruto to borrow your chakra, and you want to constantly attack the sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage. That won't work. If you come out now, no one in our Konoha can control you. I came in to reinforce the sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage." The nine-tailed fox almost laughed when he heard Yu's words. "Little ghost, you are quite good at bragging. Quote, you little brat, do you know what a sealing technique is? You want to strengthen the sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage. Who do you think you are?" Kyuubi doesn't believe that Yu knows the sealing technique. The sealing technique is extremely difficult. Ordinary sealing techniques are very difficult, not to mention the 8th diagram seal left by the 4th Hokage. That is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. How could the Nine Tails, who has lived for thousands of years, not know how powerful the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is? It has been sealed in the body of 3 people from the Uzumaki clan for decades. No one knows how powerful the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is better than it. Yu doesn't care about the Nine Tails' ridicule. It has always been like this. Believe it or not, but you should stay in Naruto's body honestly for the rest of your life and don't think about coming out. I'm going to do it now, don't bother me. Yu didn't want to waste time talking to Nine Tails. Hands quickly formed seals. In an instant, golden chakra burst out from Yu's body. Nine Tails, who had a mocking look on his face just now, was stunned when he saw the golden chakra on Yu's body. Why is this chakra so familiar? Kid, who are you? Nine Tails roared. But Yu ignored it, and Yu didn't strengthen the seal immediately. He had to understand the situation of Minato Namikaze's Bagua seal before he knew how to strengthen it. But Nine Tails was very nervous when he saw the chakra burst out from Yu. Because Yu's chakra reminded it of Hashirama Senju. And Yu was so young, but he actually had such a huge amount of chakra, although not as much as himself. But Nine Tails knew very well that it was definitely not the amount of chakra that Yu should have at his age. Obviously, Yu was not simple. Just his burst the chakra that came out has made the Nine Tails very nervous. Yu himself didn't know that his chakra had shocked the Nine Tails. It was not even sure that it could suppress Yu. Because Yu's chakra was not ordinary chakra, but fairy chakra. The Nine Tails knew how powerful this kind of chakra was. The chakra of Senju Hashirama was the same as Yu's. And it was not just pure fairy chakra, but also had a strong vitality, which was very similar to Senju Hashirama. The Nine Tails even felt that Yu was the descendant of Senju Hashirama. Chapter 87. After the rapid seal was completed, mysterious runes appeared under Yu's feet. These runes turned into black chains and flew towards the door lock that locked the Nine Tails. Buzz tilde. The moment Yu's chakra poured in, mysterious runes immediately appeared on the door lock. Yu, who was casting the spell, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned. It's so complicated. The 8th diagram seal of the 4th Hokage is not that simple. But it just consumes a little more chakra. Yu increased the output of chakra. Boom boom. The chakra on Yu's body rushed into the seal lock crazily. Even the Nine Tails was shocked by the terrifying amount of chakra. What kind of monster is this kid? How can he have such a terrible amount of chakra at his age? As Yu continued to output chakra, the Nine Tails also felt that the originally loose seal became stronger and stronger. Stop. Bang tilde. After feeling the seal strengthen, the nine-tailed fox got angry and slapped the iron door with one claw. It caused a violent vibration, but it did not affect Yu's spell at all. I told you to stop, you bastard, do you want to lock me up in this place forever? Evil human, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Roar tilde. Bang, bang, bang. After realizing that Yu could really strengthen the seal, how could the nine-tailed fox let Yu finish it? It had been waiting for more than 10 years. It had discovered that as long as Naruto continued to accept its chakra, the seal would become weaker and weaker. It would not take long for it to get out of this dark sealed space. But the appearance of Yu interrupted this possibility. Let it stay in Naruto's body forever, what a joke. Roar. Seeing that Yu did not stop and even ignored it, the nine-tailed fox got angry and began to condense chakra. Soon a dark red-tailed beast ball appeared in its mouth. Go to hell, brat. Feeling the terrifying power of the tailed beast ball in the nine-tails' mouth, Yu frowned. But Yu did not stop. He did not know if the nine-tails could hurt him in this place. At this time, in the outside world, the tailed beast coat began to spread out of Naruto's body. The color of the tailed beast coat became darker and darker. Naruto's consciousness became weaker and weaker. Kakashi was shocked. He wanted to stop Naruto, but the moment his hand touched the tailed beast coat, he was burned. Kakashi was stunned. Is this the Nine Tails chakra? It is so corrosive. Sasuke and Sakura on the side were also stunned. Such a terrible power is sealed in Naruto's body. Yu's consciousness was still in Naruto's sealed space, so his body did not move at this time. Kakashi wanted to interrupt Yu, but he was worried that interrupting Yu would threaten his safety. There was no way. Kakashi could only say to Sasuke and Sakura, Sasuke, Sakura, go take Mr. Dasna and the others away from here. If Naruto goes berserk, he will hurt them. Kakashi regretted it a little. Looking at Yu, who was expressionless at this time, he was very worried about Yu's safety, but he was helpless at this time and had no way out. Although Sasuke and Sakura were very worried about Yu and Naruto, they could only listen to Kakashi and move the Dasna family away. Fortunately, the Dasna family lived far away from the town, otherwise if Naruto went berserk, it would definitely cause a lot of casualties. After Sasuke and Sakura left, Kakashi stood beside Yu, looking at him and Naruto nervously. Yu had no expression. Naruto's face was in pain. The color of the tailed beast coat on his body was getting darker and darker. Even if he didn't touch him directly, Kakashi felt the terrifying deterrent power of the Nine Tails chakra, which made his soul tremble. Moreover, the furnishings in the room were constantly impacted by the Nine Tails chakra, and cracks had appeared. Naruto was surrounded by blood-red chakra, which made Kakashi feel a huge pressure. And Yu in Naruto's body was also under great pressure at this time. The tailed beast jade in the Nine Tails' mouth was ready to go, and he didn't know whether the Nine Tails' tailed beast jade would endanger his life if it hit him in this space. Yu didn't stop, and continued to output chakra. The mysterious rune under his feet was still expanding, and the chain formed by the rune rushed into the seal lock frantically. The chakra consumed by the sealing technique is very huge. Fortunately, Yu's chakra is even larger, otherwise it can't support the current consumption at all. The Nine Tails saw that Yu didn't stop under its threat. Really angry. Go to hell, kid. Boom. The nine-tailed fox put the tail in its mouth. The beast jade blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. The tailed beast jade instantly blasted on the iron door that sealed it. The terrifying power illuminated the entire space. The terrifying chakra instantly blasted on Yu's body. Yu did not expect that even in this space, the chakra of the Nine Tails could actually hurt him. Puff tilde. Under the terrifying chakra bombardment, Yu did not take precautions in advance, so most of the chakra of the tailed beast jade hit his body. Yu was blown away by the power of the tailed beast jade and hit the wall heavily. And Yu outside also vomited blood, and his blood sprayed on Naruto who was sitting in front of him. But Naruto's tailed beast coat blocked it, and the blood was corroded as soon as it touched Naruto's tailed beast coat. Kakashi, who was standing next to Yu, was nervous and wanted to interrupt Yu's spell. Yu's face was pale at this time. After so many years in this world, this was the first time Yu vomited blood and the first time he was injured so badly. Just when Kakashi was about to wake Yu up, Yu finally spoke. Although it was painful, Yu still said coldly, "Teacher Kakashi, I'm fine, don't be nervous." Kakashi stopped and Yu's consciousness finally came back. Forget it, it's too dangerous. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Tongi? Kakashi looked solemn. He actually wanted to say that he didn't want Yu to take risks. After seeing Yu vomiting blood, he couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, he realized that Yu's safety was more important. The nine-tailed fox in Naruto's body was not even 1/10,000th of Yu's. But Yu shook his head and said solemnly, "I'm fine. I was just testing whether the nine-tailed fox in my body could hurt me. I was not prepared just now and let it succeed. I won't make this mistake again. Teacher Kakashi, you go out first, stay away from me, I might hurt you next." Kakashi frowned. How can I let you face this danger alone? Teacher Kakashi, listen to me, I will take care of the things later. You staying here will make it difficult for me to operate. This is the first time that Yu spoke to Kakashi in such a serious tone. Kakashi looked at Yu's serious expression. He knew that staying here would distract Yu. Even if he was worried about Yu, it was impossible for Yu to stop at this time. Kakashi had no choice but to nod his head, glanced at Yu and Naruto, and disappeared in the room. Chapter 88. After persuading Kakashi to leave, Yu sank his consciousness into Naruto's sealed space again. In the sealed space, Yu watched the nine-tailed fox releasing the tailed beast ball to attack the sealed iron door. The iron door began to shake. Yu stood up from the ground, dragging his body that was almost broken by the fall, and slowly walked towards the nine-tailed fox. Nine-tailed fox, you don't think you can get out, do you? No matter how much you do, it's just in vain. Nine-tailed fox looked at Yu with a serious expression. Little ghost, you are really not simple. You didn't die. Yu stood up straight, raised his head and smiled. Yeah, I didn't expect that I could still get hurt in this space. This is the first time I've been hurt so badly in so many years. Hee, but I will still strengthen the seal. Don't think about getting out in your life. As he said, Yu formed a seal again and planned to cast the spell again. Soon, mysterious runes appeared under Yu's feet. The nine-tailed fox looked at Yu, very angry, but more solemn. Yu himself did not notice it, but it had noticed it just now. The moment its tailed beast ball hit Yu, the chakra in his body instantly formed a golden shield to protect him inside. Otherwise, Yu would not have just vomited blood. Even if he did not die, he would have become demented. And that power, the nine-tailed fox had never seen before. It was very similar to the Senjutsu chakra, but it was stronger than the Senjutsu chakra. Because even if it was the Senjutsu chakra, it would not be able to resist the tailed beast ball it just released. Yu gave it a threat from the soul. What is the power in this kid's body? Why does it feel more threatening to me than that old man Ludao? Seeing that Yu was still reinforcing the seal, the nine-tailed fox was angry, but did not launch another attack. Just keep provoking Yu with words, kid, what you do is in vain. As long as Naruto can't help using my chakra, the seal will become weaker and weaker. You can't always stay by Naruto's side, right? Yu ignored the nine tails. Bang, kid, are you deaf? Yu raised his head at this time and said lightly, I don't need to be by his side all the time, and this seal can't always seal you, but when this seal is broken, it must be after Naruto completely tames you and completely controls your power. Ha ha ha, are you crazy? Can Naruto tame me? What a joke. If you are my Jinchuriki, then I believe that you have the ability to control my power, because you are better than the two Jinchuriki before me. The power will be stronger. I also believe in your future potential. But, Naruto. This kid doesn't even have the pure blood of the Whirlpool clan, and he doesn't even know the Whirlpool clan's sealing technique. How can he control my power? Is it because he can't control his emotions every time and asks me to borrow chakra? Yu sneered, so you are locked up here and you are stupid. You can't see Naruto's potential. You are the joke. Kyuubi slapped the iron door with one claw. The iron door had loosened just now. As Yu continued to repair it, the attack of the nine-tailed fox could not shake the iron door at all. However, Yu continued to output chakra to repair it. The nine-tailed fox looked surprised. Little kid, you actually know the Whirlpool clan's sealing technique. Who taught you? Yu ignored it. But the nine-tailed fox didn't care. Just now it wanted to destroy Yu's consciousness. After seeing the hidden power in Yu's body, the nine-tailed fox gave up. That power was too strong. Although Yu's chakra was not as much as its, if it was outside, Yu would probably not be its opponent. But in this sealed space, with the protection of that power, Yu's consciousness could not be erased at all. The nine-tailed fox just wanted to know more about Yu. It had already regarded Yu as the biggest obstacle to escape from Naruto's body. Boy, don't waste your energy. I can see that Naruto will only borrow more and more of my power in the future, and the borrowed chakra will only increase. The seal you reinforced will not last long. Naruto can't resist the temptation of my power. Yu frowned. That's true, but Yu knew very well that it would not take a few years for Naruto to control the nine-tailed fox. It would be enough to hold on until then. Seeing Yu's expression change, Jue smiled and said, "What do you think? Give up. What you did is just in vain." Yu raised his head and smiled at Jue. "If what I did was in vain, why were you so excited just now? Do you know that what I did upset your plan? The reason why you keep giving Naruto chakra, you are tempting him to use your power so that he can't get rid of your power. I believe that Naruto will not be able to not use your power in the future, but I will keep reinforcing the seal until he completely controls your power. I bet he can completely control your power within a few years. I bet you will never be able to get rid of his control in the future." It's called a bet, but Yu is just talking about the future. In the future, even the nine-tailed fox will not be willing to leave Naruto's body. Although Yu doesn't remember the plot of Naruto very clearly, he still has some memories of the Fourth Ninja World War. If Naruto hadn't controlled the power of the nine-tailed fox in the Fourth Ninja World War, it would have been really difficult to fight. But the nine-tailed fox didn't believe it. Ha ha ha. Boy, do you know? When you say these words, I think it's particularly ridiculous. Even Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, who have the pure blood of the Uzumaki clan and are proficient in the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, dare not say that they can completely control my power. You actually said that Naruto, a kid who only has half of the Uzumaki clan bloodline and doesn't even know the sealing technique, can completely control my power. If he can, would you still be here? Do you still need to reinforce his seal? Kyuubi looked at Yu sarcastically. But Yu looked at Kyuubi and said calmly, "Because I bet my future that I can help him control your power." For a moment, the whole space was quiet. The nine-tailed fox frowned and looked at Yu. Yu's words just now made it feel ridiculous. But Yu's words made it unable to refute. It didn't believe that Naruto could control it in the future, but it believed that Yu could suppress it in the future. Just like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back then. The nine-tailed fox didn't know that this was the first time that Yu said such words so confidently. He had never been very confident about his future before. But at this moment, he was very calm in his heart, but he said something that seemed very arrogant. He shouldn't have said such words. But at this moment, he said it, and he was very calm, without any emotion, as if he was just saying a fact. The whole space was quiet for a long time. The nine-tailed fox didn't refute. Looking at Yu, it seemed to see Senju Hashirama who suppressed it back then. And in its eyes, Yu just told the truth. Although this was the truth it was most reluctant to hear. Chapter 89. The space was quiet for a long time, and the anger of the nine-tailed fox was suppressed by it. For the first time, it was not as irritable as before. It didn't say anything and lay in the cage with a huge fox head on its two paws. It seemed to have given up resistance. Yes, it could look down on Naruto, and it could not believe that Naruto would definitely find a chance to break the seal in the future. But so what? As long as there is this kid in front of it, what's the point of breaking the seal? If it is caught and sealed again like before, it will really lose face. The nine-tailed fox sighed. Old Six Paths, after you left, this ninja world has become very uncomfortable for me. It's not easy to meet the weakest generation of Jinchuriki, but I didn't expect this kid to appear. Are you, old man, cursing me in the underworld? The nine-tailed fox sighed. It has given up resistance. Originally, it thought that Naruto was the weakest of the three generations of Jinchuriki, and it could take advantage of Naruto's continuous use of its chakra to escape the seal. But the appearance of Yu let it know that even if it broke the seal, it would be useless, and Yu had the ability to catch it and reseal it. Now Yu does not have this ability, and the current Yu is not its opponent. But the Ninetail is very sensitive to Yu's strength. It knows very well that it will not take long for Yu's strength to grow enough to suppress it, and may even reach the level of Senju Hashirama in the past. The Ninetail is very unhappy when he thinks of the memory of being suppressed by Senju Hashirama. But there is no way. It sees the shadow of Senju Hashirama in Yu, and it may even have greater potential than Senju Hashirama. Because it estimates that Senju Hashirama at that time was definitely not as strong as Yu at his age. Only Yu himself cannot recognize his current strength. The Ninetail is very sensitive to strength. In the Ninetail's perception, Yu's current strength is definitely at the level of Hokage. Whether it surpasses the level of Hokage, the nine-tailed fox has not seen Yu fight, so it is not clear. But just from the mysterious power in Yu's body, the nine-tailed fox can see how much potential Yu will have in the future. Yu was a little surprised. He murmured to himself, "This fox didn't resist anymore, it's a bit weird." Yu thought that the nine-tailed fox was holding back a big move. He didn't expect that the nine-tailed fox just gave up resistance. The existence of Yu made the nine-tailed fox have no desire to break the seal. Anyway, after going out, it will be caught by Yu and resealed, so why did it bother to run out? The nine-tailed fox didn't know that Yu was very wary of him at this time, and he was staring at him while reinforcing the seal. It lasted for about an hour, and Yu finally reinforced the seal in Naruto's body. The nine-tailed fox also sensed it. The 8th diagram seal released by Yu was much stronger than that of Minato Namikaze because of Yu's chakra. The nine-tailed fox could sense it clearly. This made the nine-tailed fox even more suspicious of Yu. There was a very powerful force hidden in Yu's body. Because it found that after Yu reinforced the seal of Minato Namikaze, the seal was many times stronger than the original one. Before, it could corrode the seal left by Minato Namikaze by constantly leaking chakra, but now it found that its chakra could not corrode the new seal left by Yu. That's right, Yu was worried that just reinforcing Minato Namikaze's seal was not reliable, so he added another Bagua seal. Among them, the Bagua seal of Minato Namikaze reinforced by Yu could still be corroded, but it was much stronger than before. As long as it continued to leak chakra to corrode, it could still be corroded. But the Bagua seal added by Yu, its chakra could not corrode anyway. In other words, it could not break the Bagua seal left by Yu at all. At least it could not break it with its own power. Unless Yu opens it himself, or Naruto opens it himself. Kyuubi frowned. A pair of fox eyes stared at Yu. "Boy, you actually added another seal. Aren't you afraid that your chakra will be sucked dry?" At this time, Yu's face was a little pale. "You're right, my chakra was almost sucked dry, and the sealing technique really consumes a lot of chakra. It seems that my chakra is still too little." Kyuubi's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Yu's serious look, it almost cursed. Yu actually risked running out of chakra and added another sealing technique to it. And this sealing technique was obviously also a Bagua seal, but it was more than 10 times stronger than the one left by Minato Namikaze. With its ability, it is impossible to break the seal. The Bagua seal left by Yu is stronger than Minato Namikaze, and the chakra naturally consumed it is also several times his. Yu's chakra is much higher than Minato Namikaze's. Although Minato Namikaze also has a lot of chakra, it can't be compared with Yu. Not to mention that Yu's chakra is different from ordinary chakra. But Yu did so much to seal it well, so it naturally wouldn't feel happy. But soon, what shocked Jue was that in just 10 minutes, Yu's chakra was fully restored. It was just 10 minutes. Jue was stunned. Your chakra has recovered." Yu's complexion also recovered, and he stood up with a relaxed look. "It's really uncomfortable to run out of chakra. Okay, I should go too. See you again if there is a chance, Jue." After saying that, Yu turned around and prepared to leave here. Wait a minute. Jue hurriedly called Yu. Yu frowned, but he did not leave. He turned around and looked at Jue. Anything else? Jue held it in for a long time before asking, who is Naruto to you? Why would you do this for him? Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I just do what I think is right. Naruto is my friend, and he is a very important person in Konoha. There must be no mistakes. All I did was to hope that he could control your power in the future. I also believe that he can do it, but before that, I don't want you to cause him trouble. After all, if you break the seal, I will be in trouble. I am not your opponent now. If you go out at this time, I guess no one in Konoha can seal you again. Yu said calmly. If someone else said it, Jue would definitely blast him with a few tailed beast balls. But the person who said this was Yu, and he just didn't have a temper. The people who are qualified to say those words of Yu, in the ninja world, the Nine Tails only recognize the Six Paths Sage brothers, Indra and Asura, as well as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It does not even recognize Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, the two people who have sealed it for the longest time. But when Yu said this, the Nine Tails did not doubt that Yu could do it. It was just curious why Yu could do this. It remembered very clearly that Naruto and Yu did not have such a good relationship. Before, Naruto even regarded Yu as an opponent. Although it did not know who Yu was before, nor what he looked like, it knew with a little speculation that the person Naruto was talking about was Yu. Chapter 90. Jue looked at Yu and said coldly, you have done so much for Naruto, but you don't know that guy regards you as a rival, and your image is not very good in his heart. Jue's words were not to sow discord, but he was just curious why Naruto was not so good to Yu, why Yu did this. Yu knew what Jue said very well, but he didn't care. I know, children will always be jealous, not to mention that guy's personality is like this. I know that he regards me as an opponent, but I believe that when I am in danger, he will save me regardless of the danger. It's good to regard me as an opponent, at least it can motivate me to keep getting stronger, and it can also give him a goal to catch up. As long as I keep getting stronger, he needs to keep improving his strength, which is a good thing for both of us. Yu didn't care about Naruto's thoughts. Naruto at this time was originally a childish mind, and he was only 12 years old now, and he was indeed a child. And Yu knew very well that Naruto would not be like this when he grows up. Not to mention that Yu and Naruto were not originally in the same team. He didn't really care about Naruto. What he said to Kyuubi just now was also just to fool Kyuubi. He knew very well what Naruto would be like in the future, and knew that Naruto would not really regard him as an enemy. The most important thing is, even if Naruto really regarded him as an enemy, so what? Yu is now absolutely confident that his future will definitely not be inferior to Naruto, and he may even be stronger than him. Why should he care about these trivial matters? Of course, it may be that he often fooled Sasuke and Naruto before, and now facing Kyuubi, Yu just made up things as soon as he opened his mouth. As for whether it is true or not, or how true it is, he doesn't care. Anyway, he will forget it after a while. But Kyuubi believed it, because Yu said it very seriously, and there was no change in his emotions, and it could not feel any malice from Yu. It means that what Yu said is true. It was very surprised. Boy, you are also a little brat, right? Why do you exclude yourself from the children? Kyuubi was speechless. Yu said as if Naruto was a child and he was not. Yu said lightly, I am indeed young, but that doesn't mean I am a child. Kyuubi thought Yu was a tsundere and said that. In fact, what Yu said was not wrong. His soul was not a child. Kyuubi sneered, although you are very powerful, you are just a child after all. You have the same thinking as a child. Yu didn't want to pay attention to Kyuubi. He turned around and prepared to leave. He stopped after just a few steps. With his back to the Nine Tails, he said, actually, I suggest you accept Naruto. Do you want to be locked up in the body of the Jinchuriki with hatred for your whole life? If you accept Naruto, you can at least be a little free. And Naruto has great potential, what do you think? The Ninetales snorted coldly, don't even think about it. Dream on about me succumbing to that brat. Yu shook his head, turned around and looked at the Ninetales. I'm curious, why do you have such a big grudge? You should also know that as long as the Jinchuriki system is not abolished, you-tailed beasts can only stay in the Jinchuriki. Is it the wife of the first generation of Naruto, or the wife of the 4 generations of Naruto, or the current Naruto? Even if you do not accept Naruto, there will be other people in the future. You can get limited freedom. You don't have to stay in this dark cell all day. And maybe you can get Naruto's friends. Roar tilde, roar, this is the attitude of Ninetales. Yu shook his head and shook his head. This is the only chance you can get freedom. Huh, stinky ghost, let me succumb to that little ghost. Is he 1,000 hands? 6 paths sage. Kyuubi looked at Yu's confused face and smiled. Don't you know the 6 paths sage? Of course I know. According to legend, he is the ancestor of ninjas. The legend of the 6 paths sage is indeed well known in the ninja world, but because it has been so long, people only listen to the 6 paths sage as a myth. Many ninjas don't believe in the existence of the 6 paths sage. And Yu's answer is the same as what they taught in the ninja school. He naturally knew who the 6 paths sage was, but he couldn't reveal it in front of the Ninetales. And after so many years, Yu has almost forgotten many stories about the 6 paths sage. He only knows that the 6 paths sage gave Naruto and Sasuke the power of the 6 paths. He is the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki and also sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yu's reaction is not completely fake. The Ninetales smiled and said, he is indeed the ancestor of ninjas, but people only spread his legends, but don't know how powerful he is. Speaking of the 6 paths sage, the Ninetales' thoughts went back thousands of years ago. Its memory is actually a little fuzzy. Seeing the Ninetales fall into memories, Yu turned around and was about to leave. Kyuubi was speechless. Why are you so impatient? Don't you want to listen to me? Yu was indeed impatient, because he could probably guess what Kyuubi was talking about. It was just that he couldn't remember the details, but that didn't matter. Yu didn't want to remember it clearly. As long as he had the strength, even if he couldn't be the savior in the 4th Ninja World War, he would definitely have no problem saving his life. Yu still had this confidence. Naturally, he had no interest in the story of the 6 paths sage. But for some reason, Kyuubi felt that Yu was different from others. In the past, whether it was Indra or Ashura, or Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, or Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, they didn't communicate with it normally. They all treated it as a natural disaster monster. Although Yu had strengthened the seal before, which made it want to kill Yu, after communicating with Yu for so long, it could feel that Yu, like the 6 paths sage, really treated it as a person of the same position. This is why the 9-tailed fox has never had a good impression of humans for so many years. Because almost everyone, including strong men like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, only treats it as a weapon and a monster. But Yu really treats it as an equal. And Yu's strength and character are also recognized by it. Of course, the 9-tailed fox will definitely not admit it. The 9-tailed fox is not wrong about this. There is not much difference between intelligent creatures in Yu's eyes. Whether it is humans, tailed beasts, or intelligent summoning beasts, they are all the same to Yu, and they will communicate with them on an equal footing. This is actually very normal, just like monsters and unintelligent animals are definitely not the same species. At least that's what Yu thinks. Yu turned around impatiently and looked at Jue. Then hurry up and speak. I hate people who hesitate the most. Jue glared at Yu. If you were my Jinchuriki, I would have to fight with you from childhood to adulthood. You are too impatient. Can't you listen to others finish their words? Of course, Jue didn't know that it had never said such words to anyone other than the 6 paths sage. Don't think that this sentence seems to complain about Yu. In fact, it has recognized Yu. Even if people with a little brain think about this sentence carefully, Jue subconsciously wants Yu to be its Jinchuriki. Of course, although Yu has a little brain, he won't think about these things. There is no need. He will become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails if he is crazy. From the source of his strength, the Nine Tails has no benefit to him. In fact, if Yu wants to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, as long as he is strong enough in the future, he can completely seal the Nine Tails in Minato Namikaze's body in his body. Anyway, Minato Namikaze is dead, so no one will suffer any loss if the Yin Nine Tails is sealed in his body. Of course, Yu would not do that, and he has never thought about it. Chapter 91. Yu ignored what Jue said and looked at Jue calmly. Jue was afraid that Yu would leave directly. It didn't know that it treated Yu completely differently from others. Maybe it was because Yu was the only one who was willing to communicate with it on an equal footing in thousands of years. The Six Paths Sage was a figure thousands of years ago. He was the one who created the ninja sect, which is the predecessor of ninjas. Yu nodded. This is no different from the legend of the ninja world. Seeing that Yu was a little impatient, Jue continued, the Six Paths Sage had two sons, named Indra and Asura. Indra is the elder brother and Asura is the younger brother. They inherited the eyes and body of the Six Paths Sage respectively. Yu looked at Jue and asked, what does this have to do with the Six Paths Sage? Don't be so anxious. Let me talk slowly, Jue complained. It was really convinced. It took so long to find someone it was willing to communicate with, but this guy was still so impatient. Yu did not say anything else, and motioned Jue to continue. Jue rolled his eyes at Yu, and then continued, do you know what powers the Six Paths Sage has? The Six Paths Sage. Legend has it that he has the power to create the world and the power to destroy the world. Yu replied. Jue thought about it and nodded, yes, the Six Paths Sage does have this power. This surprised Yu a little, partly because he was pretending, and partly because he thought that only Kagaya Otsutsuki had such power. Jue saw Yu's reaction and smiled, why, you don't believe it? I don't really believe it. It sounds like a myth. Yu said bluntly. Jue smiled, indeed, ninjas nowadays should not believe the story of the Six Paths Sage, but I just want to say that the power of the Six Paths Sage will not be weaker than the legend, but will only be stronger. Oh. Yu said puzzledly. Jue seemed to have rarely seen someone willing to communicate with it, so he wanted to tell Yu about what happened that year. You know, even after the Nine Tails recognized Naruto, it still didn't tell him what happened back then. But for Yu gave it the same feeling as the Six Paths Sage gave it back then. The Nine Tails nodded, yes, very powerful. Do you know how many tailed beasts there are in the ninja world? Yu nodded, I've seen the information about this, 9. The Nine Tails was a little surprised, and looked at Yu. You know much more than I thought. Many ninjas don't even seem to know how many tailed beasts there are in the ninja world. Yu didn't say anything. He also felt it was outrageous. Naruto and the others were fine, and even Kakashi's understanding of the tailed beasts was extremely limited, and there were records in the library of Konoha. A lot of basic knowledge can be found by just looking it up. But Kakashi didn't seem to know. In recent years, because he didn't want to stand out too much, Yu just tried his best in training, and he was fine as long as he passed, and he didn't strive for perfection. Naturally, learning theoretical knowledge became his usual pastime. This good habit also allows Yu to get high scores in every theoretical exam. In fact, he can get full marks, but he deliberately controls it every time, resulting in high scores, but not the highest one. In the ninja school, Sakura always gets full marks in every theoretical knowledge test, which is why she can study in the ninja school as a civilian. Although Sasuke is always the first in the class, that is the first in comprehensive scores. In terms of theoretical knowledge exams alone, he is not as good as Sakura. In other words, except for EU, no one in the class can compare with Sakura in theoretical knowledge. And EU deliberately controls the score every time, so Sakura always gets the first place in theoretical exams. In the Konoha Public Library, there are many materials about the ninja world. There are also materials about the tailed beasts. Even if the memories of the previous life are not counted, Kakashi's understanding of the tailed beasts at this time is actually not as good as Yu. Yu was very speechless, and even Yu suspected that Kakashi graduated from the ninja school too early, only practicing combat skills, and forgetting to practice theoretical knowledge. Many ninjas in the ninja world are like Kakashi, and they don't have a detailed grasp of theoretical knowledge. But it's not surprising, after all, ninjas are still mainly based on combat skills. Except for some civilian ninjas, combat ninjas don't have a deep grasp of theoretical knowledge, and they only need to master the basics. There is no need to go too deep, and there is no need. The Nine Tails has been sealed for decades, and it will learn about these from time to time in the bodies of Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Mito, and Naruto. After knowing that Yu has a deeper understanding, the Nine Tails continued. In fact, the nine-tailed beasts in the world were separated from one-tailed beast at the beginning. Yu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Kyuubi looked at Yu and said seriously, it's what you think. In other words, it was the Six Paths Sage who separated one-tailed beast into nine-tailed beasts. Kyuubi smiled. You are very smart. Yes, we were separated from a tailed beast named Ten Tails, and the Six Paths Sage was the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails back then. The Six Paths Sage is the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast. Then how powerful must that tailed beast be? Yu sighed. Kyuubi smiled. It is very powerful. The 10 tails has the power to destroy the world, and a large part of the Six Paths Sage's power comes from the 10 tails. Before the Six Paths Sage passed away, he was afraid that the 10 tails would bring disaster to the world, so he divided the 10 tails chakra into 9 parts, which are the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world today. Yu was somewhat shocked. This was a real feeling, because he could not remember this memory clearly. Now that he heard it, he was still somewhat shocked. After a long time, Yu looked up at Juwei. According to what you said, the 10 tails is very powerful, so is it possible for it to appear in the world again? Juwei sighed. Well, in theory, it is possible. Juwei looked at Yu and smiled. Why, are you scared? Yu thought for a while and said, it's not that I'm scared. After all, I have no idea how powerful the 10 tails is. I'm just curious about how it will be resurrected. Juwei was a little surprised. You're not scared. Yu smiled. I want to be scared, but I really can't imagine how terrifying the power to destroy the world is. Is it the same as you, or countless times stronger? Juwei was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha, kid, you are very interesting, you actually think so. But soon, the 9 tails regained his seriousness and said solemnly, you don't know that the power of the 10 tails is countless times greater than mine. It can really destroy the world. The chakra I condensed with all my strength can only destroy tens of kilometers at most, but the 10 tails can destroy thousands of kilometers with just one tailed beast ball. Yu looked like you were kidding me, thousands of kilometers. This reaction was real. Yu only knew that the Fourth Ninja World War ended with a fight between gods, but he didn't know that a tailed beast ball could destroy thousands of kilometers. After all, no one would think about it in detail, just take a rough look. If it was thousands of kilometers, almost one tailed beast ball could destroy a big country. This power was beyond Yu's imagination. Chapter 92. Kyuubi nodded. Yes, it is that powerful. This is also a power that can destroy the world. Yu was silent for a long time, and agreed, indeed, if it is true, it is normal for the 10 tails to have the power to destroy the world, but is it true? One-tailed beast ball destroys everything within thousands of kilometers. This is too fantastic. Kyuubi sighed. It is true. The 10 tails is so powerful, how did the Six Paths Sage seal it in his body? Kyuubi thought for a while and said, the 10 tails was originally sealed in the 6 paths sage. The mother's big tube Muhuiyi's body. Big tube Muhuiyi. Nine-tailed nodded, yes, Datong Muhuiyi, she is a godlike person, and she has the power that is enough to suppress 10 tails. Datong Muhuiyi is the ancestor of chakra. It was she spread chakra throughout the ninja realm. Although Yiyu knew some, it was quite shocking to listen to Juwei. Legend has it that the big tube is from the sky. It is said that she is the god of gods in the gods. However, because Kagaya Otsutsuki was confused by the power, she planned to take back the chakra in the world, which caused many people to die. In order to stop Kagaya Otsutsuki, the 6 paths sage and his brother sealed their mother on the moon. Kyuubi continued. And Yiyu was surprised, is the 6 paths sage so strong? Kyuubi said, the 6 paths sage and his brother inherited the power of their mother, and finally used that power to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. After sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki, the 6 paths sage extracted the 10 tails from her body and sealed it in his own body, becoming the second Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Yiyu frowned. Kyuubi said, how about it, do you have some idea of the 6 paths sage's power now? Yiyu nodded, if what you said is true, then the 6 paths sage is really as legendary, with the power to destroy the world. But is this true? Yiyu looked at the 9 tails with suspicion. Ninetail laughed angrily, do I have to lie to you? Yiyu thought about it and said, there is really no need, but this information is beyond my imagination, and I can't digest it for a while. Ninetail lay on the ground and said lightly, so I only recognize strong people like the 6 paths sage, and I will never recognize this brat Naruto. He is not worthy of me to succumb to him. Yiyu had no plan to go out for the time being, and sat cross-legged opposite Ninetail, and asked, you seem to know a lot of things in the past. In addition to the 6 paths sage, you should also know about many strong people, right? Ninetail glanced at Yiyu, and it knew what Yiyu wanted to do. But Kyuubi closed his eyes proudly, I've told you enough, how much more do you want to know from me? But I'll give you a piece of advice, kid. Those people in Konoha are not easy to deal with. You don't have enough power to protect yourself now. It's best to keep a low profile. It won't do you any harm to hide your power. Yiyu smiled, you don't need to remind me of this. I know what to do. I'll also give you a piece of advice. You'd better help Naruto well. It will also be good for you. HMPH, forget it. Kyuubi glared at Yiyu with a cold face. Yiyu shrugged, you are really stubborn. No wonder you have lived such a miserable life for so many years. Okay, then I will take a step back. At least don't cause trouble for him in the future, okay? Just watch him grow up in his body. I believe that one day you will recognize him. After all, he has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and he is the son of the 4th Hokage. I am very optimistic about him. I think he will definitely surpass his parents in the future, and may even surpass the 1st Hokage. As soon as Yiyu finished speaking, Juwei laughed, ha ha ha. Boy, you are dreaming. It will be good if he can reach the strength of his mother in the future. How can he reach the strength of the 4th Hokage? This guy doesn't have the same high qualifications as the 4th Hokage. As for surpassing Senju Hashirama, it's even more ridiculous. Do you know how strong Senju Hashirama is? Although I don't like that bastard, I have to admit that he is definitely the most powerful ninja in the past few hundred years. The god of ninja, worthy of the name, absolutely no exaggeration. If you say that you can surpass that guy Senju Hashirama in the future, I can still believe it, and I think it is very likely. But Naruto, forget it, don't make fun of me. Yiyu murmured to himself, that's because you don't know the potential of that guy. When he thought of Naruto's performance in the 4th Ninja World War and when Sasuke sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki, Yiyu knew that the 9 tails underestimated Naruto. In the future, let alone Hashirama Senju, Naruto directly possesses the power of the 6 paths level, and even the super strong Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed by him and Sasuke. It can be said that after the 4th Ninja World War, Naruto's strength is one of the strongest ninjas in the ninja world, and he also has the power to destroy the world. Yu knows Naruto very well, and naturally he will not agree with the Nine Tails' judgment. Yu looked at the Nine Tails and said, "Anyway, I still hope you can not trouble him in the future. Even if you don't approve of him, at least don't let him go berserk." The Nine Tails said lightly, "That's not something I can control. That kid is a Jinchuriki, and he has the ability to mobilize part of my chakra. If he loses control of his emotions, there is a high probability that he will go berserk." Yu naturally knew this. Under the influence of the 8th diagram seal, the nine-tailed fox could only control itself from giving most of its chakra to Naruto. If Naruto went berserk, some of its chakra would be extracted by the 8th diagram seal and given to Naruto. Although this part of its chakra only accounted for a small part of its body's chakra, because its chakra was too large, it could still make Naruto lose consciousness. Then don't give him a lot of chakra casually. Frequent berserk will also consume his life. Then we have an agreement. Don't cause me trouble. When I learn a new sealing technique in the future, I can change you to a better environment. How about that? The nine-tailed fox looked at Yu, somewhat speechless. Except for the Six Paths Sage, only Yu would talk to it like this. Is this something that can be discussed? Well, if Yu said so, it was actually willing to consider it. You can consider it, the nine-tailed fox replied proudly. Yu waved his hand. What else is there to consider? Do you have any choice? The corners of Juwei's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, I really want to give this bastard a few claws. However, Juwei still said coldly, then what did you say to me? Why don't you just make a decision directly? After saying that, he snorted arrogantly. It was obvious that he had something against Yu. Yu also knew that Juwei had resentment, so he painted a pie for it and said, if you can help Naruto before he grows up, I may be able to let you out in the future if I have the ability. Juwei frowned, why should I believe you? With my confidence in my own strength, when Naruto grows up, even if he really can't reach the height I mentioned before, I believe my strength is enough to let you out of his body. Juwei looked at Yu for a long time. Don't believe you, huh? The nine-tailed fox rolled his eyes at Yu. It's not that it doesn't believe Yu will be very strong in the future, but it doesn't believe Yu will let it go, because if the tailed beast is extracted from the body of the Jinchuriki will die. The nine-tailed fox doesn't believe that Yu will give up Naruto's life. Yu knew what the nine-tailed fox was thinking, so he said, there are many ninjutsu in the ninja world. You should know that even if the tailed beast is extracted, there are ninjutsu that can revive it. You came from the era of the Six Paths Sage, so you should know that. The nine-tailed fox thought for a while and said, why do you think you have those powers? Of course, the nine-tailed fox knew that there were ninjutsu that could bring the dead back to life in the ninja world. But could Yu possess that kind of power? The nine-tailed fox doubted it. But when the nine-tailed fox asked this, it was actually a little moved. Of course, it was mainly because it recognized Yu, so it had expectations for Yu. After this period of communication, the nine-tailed fox even had an idea that it would be better if it had been sealed in Yu's body. But if Yu knew about this idea, it would definitely be very unhappy. He didn't want to be a Jinchuriki. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the life of a Jinchuriki, but he didn't want a second creature to live in his body and spy on his thoughts. It was annoying just to think about it. Chapter 93. Yu smiled and said, you don't have to believe it. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Kyuubi, who was originally a little moved, looked at Yu coldly. Yu felt uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't believe it yourself. Kyuubi lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and looked like he didn't want to talk to you anymore. Yu felt that he would definitely not be able to persuade Kyuubi, so he stood up and planned to leave. Since you don't want to, forget it. I just hope you will try not to use your chakra to seduce him in the future. After all, it is Kyuubi's chakra, and he can't resist this temptation. And I think that you have been tempting him to use your chakra, which is of no benefit to you or him. It hurts others and does not benefit yourself. Why did this? Yu looked at Kyubi. Kyubi still closed his eyes and didn't want to pay attention to Yu. Go away, I'm going to sleep. Yu was a little speechless. But he was not angry with Kyubi's attitude. Yu knew what kind of character Jue had. Then I'll leave. We'll see each other again if we have a chance, but it's better not to, haha. Yu disappeared into the sealed space after saying that. Jue opened his eyes only after Yu left the sealed space. Looking at the empty cell. For some reason, Jue suddenly felt a little empty. In all these years, Yu was the first person who was willing to talk to him on an equal footing, although sometimes he felt that Yu was quite annoying. But it was precisely because he regarded Yu as someone he could communicate with that he had such emotions. Otherwise, if it were someone else, he would not be annoying, but furious. Looking at the empty cell, Jue lay in the cage, muttering to himself, I don't know if that guy will come again. It's better not to come. That guy's words are really annoying, alas. Although he said so, Jue still felt a little lonely. I'm afraid that Naruto was able to gain the Nine Tails recognition in just a few months because the Nine Tails originally needed someone who could communicate with it and listen to its ideas. Originally, Naruto should have been the second person besides the Six Paths Sage, but who knew that Yu suddenly became the second. Looking at the cage that had turned black and gold, the Nine Tails smiled and said, the power of this kid is quite strong. The 8th diagram seal is much stronger than that of Minato Namikaze. However, the 8th diagram seal imposed by Yu is different from that of Minato Namikaze. The cell where it is imprisoned is several times larger than before, and it is also much brighter. Compared with the seal imposed by Minato Namikaze before, Yu improved its living conditions. This is Yu's plan. He thinks there is no need to make the Nine Tails live so painfully, otherwise it will only hate humans more and more. Moreover, a better environment for imprisoning the Nine Tails will also allow Naruto to communicate with the Nine Tails better in the future. Otherwise, the Nine Tails will pour out its resentment towards humans on Naruto. Yu did all this not because of how good his relationship with Naruto was. He just didn't want Naruto to go berserk and bother him in the future. After all, Yu was the only person in Konoha who had mastered the sealing technique that could seal the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails broke the seal in the future, Kakashi would definitely ask him to do it, and he probably couldn't refuse. After all, he was from Konoha village, and he had to do this kind of thing. Yu still recognized Konoha, and as for the political struggle at the top, it had nothing to do with him. Compared with other major countries, the atmosphere in Konoha was the most suitable, and it was also the place where Yu was most willing to stay. Naturally, when something happened in the village and he needed him, he would naturally not refuse what he could do. And Naruto was the future savior, so there was no harm in having a good relationship with him in advance. Compared with enemies, Yu would rather have one more friend, and more friends meant more ways. Even if he had any requirements for Naruto, it was obviously more comfortable to have more friends than more enemies. The nine-tailed fox looked at the cage, which was more spacious and brighter than before. Although it was still a cage, it was much better than before. You know, when it was in Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina, its body was nailed to a huge magma stone by nails. Even if it was a chakra condensate, it would still hurt. And it has lived like this for decades, which is why Yu can understand that the nine-tailed fox has a grudge against humans. After living like this for decades, no one would have any good feelings for the people who did these things. Not wanting to kill the other party is a kind of Stockholm syndrome. After that, the nine-tailed fox was sealed in Naruto's body by Minato Namikaze. Although the environment is better than before, it is still very bad. The whole cage is a dark and damp cell. And now Yu remodeled the cell. Although it was still a cell, Nine-tailed fox could be much freer in it and the environment was much better. Of course, Yu also maintained more chakra output. Otherwise, just an 8-diagram seal would not drain Yu's chakra. Nine-tailed fox naturally knew that. Yu did not say it just now, so it did not mention it. But in fact, it knew that it knew what Yu did. In addition, Yu was the first person willing to communicate with it on an equal footing in thousands of years. For Nine-tailed fox, even if it was just the first meeting and they only talked for a few hours. In Nine-tailed fox's heart, Yu was a different person from other humans. Even Yu had the same status as the Six Paths sage in its heart. Of course, when facing Yu, it would never express such emotions. In the cage, Kyuubi sighed, "The ninja world is so dark, I don't know if that guy will capsize in the gutter." Hee, with that guy's personality, how could it be possible? If he capsizes, it will be someone else. That guy's personality is so bad, I guess other people in the ninja world will feel uncomfortable, ha ha ha. Kyuubi didn't want Yu to die young from the bottom of his heart. Although Yu's talent is extremely high, there is still an extremely powerful force hidden in his body. But a genius who has not grown up is not a genius. Although Yu's strength is much stronger than his peers now. But it is still not strong enough. At least in Kyuubi's opinion, Yu's strength is at the level of Kage at this time, which is very strong among the Kage level. However, he has definitely not reached the level of masters like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Of course, Yu is only 12 years old this year. It is too harsh to ask him to reach the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at this time. Yu himself thinks that it is rare for him to have the strength of Kage now. Even before, Yu thought that it would be amazing if he could reach the elite Jonin within half a year. His current strength was something he had never thought of before, nor dared to think of. This speed of strength improvement was probably only comparable to that of Naruto during the Fourth Ninja World War, when the Six Paths sage directly gave him the Six Paths level power. The Nine Tails, which had nothing good to say about Yu just now showed a little more concern for Yu. It really didn't want Yu to fail in the ninja world. The Nine Tails had seen too many such things over the past thousands of years. It's not that there haven't been amazing ninjas in the ninja world over the past thousands of years, but most of them didn't grow up to be masters of the level of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, but died young in the ninja world battles. Chapter 94. Yu, who came out of Naruto's sealed space, naturally didn't know what the Nine Tails said afterwards. After his consciousness returned to his body, Yu put away his hands. The tailed beast coat on Naruto also disappeared. But Naruto also fainted. On Naruto's abdomen, the seal pattern at the original seal has changed. It has been replaced by the black and gold Bagua seal technique. After Yu's chakra was drained just now, his face was bloodless, but now it has recovered. Other ninjas may need a whole day to restore chakra, need to sleep, and eat a lot of food. But Yu only needs 10 minutes at most. And he doesn't need food to replenish his physical strength. He absorbs natural energy directly from the outside world, and some of this natural energy will be converted into Yu's own chakra. Some of it will nourish Yu's body and repair Yu's physical injuries. It's not unreasonable for the Nine Tails to think that Yu and Senju Hashirama are somewhat similar. Yu himself didn't know, because except for the attack from the Nine Tails just now, Yu had not suffered any injuries. In fact, Yu's body recovery ability is very strong, even catching up with Senju Hashirama. And Senju Hashirama needs to consume his own chakra to repair. Yu directly absorbs natural energy from the outside world to repair. In theory, as long as Yu is not killed, he will recover quickly no matter how serious his injuries are. Of course, it is not too exaggerated. If the injury is too serious, it will take a long time to recover. So Yu, who had his chakra drained and pale just now, has now recovered his normal complexion and his chakra is also very abundant. After settling Naruto, Yu came to the balcony and stretched his body. looking at Kakashi and others standing hundreds of meters away from the house. Yu smiled and waved at them. "Teacher Kakashi, it's all right, come back." Under the moonlight, Kakashi and others looked at Yu on the balcony. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew he would be fine. He is indeed worthy of being my disciple." Originally, Sakura and Sasuke, who were quite happy, immediately turned pale when they heard Kakashi's words. Sasuke remembered that when he and his brother competed for his father's recognition, it was for such words. At this time, even though he had no barriers to Yu, he still felt uncomfortable when he heard Kakashi say that. Sakura said it bluntly, Hey, Teacher Kakashi, we are also your disciples, and your attention is always on Yu. At least pay attention to us." Sakura was a little jealous. Of course, she had no opinion on Yu. In fact, because Yu had saved her several times, Yu's position in her heart could even be compared with Sasuke. It's just that children always get jealous when they hear their elders, especially their teachers, praising their classmates. Kakashi scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha, Sakura, don't say that. I'm also very concerned about you." Sakura turned her head away. HMPH, your eyes are only on Yu all day long, how can you care about us? Kakashi also felt a little helpless. However, Yu's position in his heart is indeed higher. After all, Yu was pulled over by him from Mumoto Doji, and he regarded Yu as his own disciple. Although he also valued Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, they were mostly tasks arranged by the third generation. Even before he had contact with these three people, Kakashi had never thought of taking over. Even after taking over, he only regarded himself as their leader and the three as his subordinates. When Kakashi just came out of the Anbu, he really cared about the hierarchy. At the beginning, he treated Sasuke and the other two as his subordinates, which was not a problem. Originally, the relationship between the leader of the Genin and the Jonin was basically like this. After Sasuke and the other two passed the test of snatching the bell, he really regarded them as his students. But there is still a little difference with Yu. Of course, after getting along with each other for this period of time, he does feel that it is easier to get along with Yu. Sasuke and the other two have different personalities, and Kakashi is not easy to get along with them. There were several times before that if Yu hadn't rescued him, he didn't know how to deal with it. I guess he can only use his teacher's identity to put pressure on him, but the effect is obviously not good. At this time, after being said by Sakura, Kakashi also felt that he paid too much attention to Yu. Now Yu's strength no longer needs his attention, or in other words, he doesn't need to keep watching to prevent accidents. Now, apart from his experience in dealing with people and his experience as a ninja, he has nothing to teach Yu. Kakashi now wants thinking about it. It feels like a dream. It's only been more than a month, and the child has grown to this point. He is really like the fourth generation, and the teacher doesn't need to worry about him at all. Jiraiya had told Kakashi some things about Minato Namikaze before. When Jiraiya led Minato Namikaze, he basically let him roam freely. If Minato Namikaze was not very talented and studious, he would probably be as mediocre as his two teammates. Kakashi thought helplessly, Master Jiraiya can teach the fourth generation of Myoboku Mountains ninjutsu and give the fourth generation many very useful ninjutsu. It seems that I have nothing to teach Yu except a Chidori. He doesn't like my summoning beast either. It's really a bit distressing. It seems that I have to pay attention to the information of the three holy places in the future. With Yu's current strength, only the summoning beasts of the three holy places can help him. If Sakura and Sasuke knew what Kakashi was thinking at this time, they would probably want to die. Sakura just said Kakashi was partial, but Kakashi could still think about these things. He actually wanted to find the three holy places for Yu. If Yu and Kakashi didn't look alike, Sakura and Sasuke would have to guess whether Yu and Kakashi were father and son. It is estimated that even the father-son relationship would not be so good. In any case, Kakashi wanted to find the news of the 3 holy places at this time, and wait for Yuyu's next birthday as his birthday gift. Of course, Kakashi thought so, in addition to Yuyu being his recognized disciple, and Yuyu was strong enough, and there was no threat to Konoha. In Kakashi's view, Yuyu would definitely grow into a Konoha hero like Minato Namikaze in the future. Of course, he didn't hope that Yuyu would die after sealing the 9 tails like the 4th generation. He hoped that Yuyu could become the guardian of Konoha and the pillar of Konoha. From the beginning, Kakashi had high expectations for Yuyu. In just a moment, Kakashi thought of many things. Looking at Yuyu waving at them from a distance, Kakashi smiled and said, "Let's go and see how Yuyu is doing." After that, he ignored the helpless expressions of Sakura and Sasuke and disappeared in front of everyone. He was indeed anxious to see how Yuyu repaired Naruto's seal. Sakura looked at the empty place and could only sigh. Teacher Kakashi is really, he only pays attention to Yuyu. We are his students, and Yuyu and we are not in the same team. Sasuke didn't say anything, but he was a little unhappy with Kakashi's move. Of course, it was just unhappy. Sasuke actually had a good impression of Yuyu. After all, for so many years, only Yuyu would patiently tell him so many things he didn't know before. It's just that no matter how good he is to Yuyu, he is still a teenager after all, and he will always be unhappy. Chapter 95. When Kakashi came to the room, he saw Naruto lying unconscious. Yuyu, who was originally pale, now looked as pale as before, not as sickly as before. What's wrong? Are you okay? Kakashi was still more worried about Yuyu's safety. Yuyu looked at Naruto and smiled. It's okay, it was successful. By the way, I think it's not enough to repair the seal of the 4th Hokage, so I put another Bagua seal on Naruto. In the future, unless Naruto takes the initiative to ask, the Nine-Tail will not have a chance to make him run away. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Then you were so miserable just now because of the seal. Yuyu shook his head. No, I was attacked by the Nine-Tail in Naruto's sealed space. Fortunately, it can still communicate and didn't attack again. Kakashi was stunned. You communicated with the Nine-Tail. In Kakashi's mind, the Nine-Tail is a natural disaster, a monster. How can it communicate with humans? The reason why Kakashi thought so was because he didn't know much about the tailed beasts and regarded them as weapons. Yuyu nodded. Well, the 9-tailed beast is a tailed beast. The tailed beasts are intelligent, and their intelligence is not worse than that of humans, so they can communicate naturally. I originally planned to discuss with it so that it could recognize Naruto and help Naruto grow in the future, but it refused. Yuyu felt a little sorry. Kakashi looked at Yuyu with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. After living for so long, this was the first time he saw someone discuss such things with the tailed beasts. Kakashi didn't know the existence of Killer Bee, nor did he know about the perfect Jinchuriki. Naturally, he didn't know that the Jinchuriki could coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts. So when he heard Yuyu's words, it was like listening to a myth. Of course, he would definitely not doubt Yuyu. But he couldn't imagine how Yuyu dared to communicate with the 9-tailed beast. He actually wanted the 9-tailed beast to assist Naruto. Isn't this a foolish dream? Not to mention that the 9-tail refused. The 9-tail didn't kill Yuyu, which was considered to be able to communicate. Kakashi still felt a little scared when he thought about it now. You are too risky. That's the 9-tail. It's very difficult to seal it. You actually asked it for this. You are lucky. Yuyu smiled and said, don't be so nervous, Teacher Kakashi. It was just that the 9-tail was difficult to communicate with at the beginning. After that, we communicated for a long time. In fact, the reason why the 9-tail hated humans so much and behaved so fiercely was entirely because it was sealed in the body of the Jinchuriki for a long time, so it had resentment towards humans. If you communicate well, it can still accept some opinions. Although it refused to assist Naruto, it also agreed not to tempt Naruto to use its chakra in the future. At least it can reduce the chance of Naruto going berserk in the future. Although my newly added sealing technique can completely seal the Nine Tails, if Naruto actively seeks power from the Nine Tails, the seal will not stop him. You can also imagine that if Naruto is defeated in the battle in the future, he will definitely seek power from the Nine Tails. It's just that before you completely master the Nine Tails chakra, using a large amount of its chakra will cause great damage to the body. Don't think that Naruto can recover every time because of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine Tails ability, but that will shorten his life. So my suggestion is that before you completely master the Nine Tails chakra, don't use its chakra if you can. Kakashi was stunned when Yu said this. He didn't expect Yu to communicate with the Nine Tails about this, and the key point was that the Nine Tails actually agreed. Looking at Yu, Kakashi didn't know what to say for a while. Should he be happy that his disciple is so powerful, or should he worry that Yu is too bold? He saw when Yu's face turned pale just now. He even vomited blood. That was the first time he saw Yu in such a miserable state. When Yu was practicing Chidori, his chakra was drained, but he was not so miserable. He just fainted. But Yu almost died just now. Kakashi was silent for a long time, and just said, "Don't do such risky things in the future. Your own safety is the most important." Yu looked at Kakashi's serious look. He knew what Kakashi was worried about. He did not refute, but nodded. After talking to Yu, Kakashi came to Naruto. Looking at the sealing technique that had already changed, Kakashi could feel the strong chakra fluctuations from the sealing technique. It is indeed different from the sealing technique of the fourth Hokage. It is obviously the same sealing technique, how can it be different? Kakashi looked at Yu and asked. Yu explained, because my chakra is different from ordinary chakra, it is different from that of the fourth Hokage. But I enhanced the sealing effect of this technique. The previous 8 diagrams seal of the fourth Hokage actually left a large gap. I know the fourth Hokage's purpose. He wanted to use that gap to continuously convert part of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's own chakra. That's why Naruto's chakra is so huge. In fact, if there was no sealing technique left by the fourth Hokage to convert part of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's chakra would not be so huge. It is even impossible to have more than Kakashi, at least not now. But with the part of the Nine Tails chakra converted, Naruto's chakra is now more than twice that of Kakashi. After a few years, it will be 4 times that of Kakashi. Of course, Kakashi's chakra is also very huge, if it is not continuously consumed by the Sharingan that cannot be closed. Kakashi nodded. He had observed that there was something wrong with the amount of chakra in Naruto before. And it is obvious that the chakra of the Nine Tails probably occupies the vast majority of Naruto's chakra. If Naruto relied on his own chakra alone, just like during the Chunin exam, he would not be able to summon Gamabunta. In the end, he needed the chakra provided by the Nine Tails to summon Gamabunta. The summoning technique is only AC level ninjutsu, but the summoning technique is very powerful. The more powerful the summoned beast is, the more chakra is needed. Sakura and Tsunade both use the 100 healings technique, and they could only summon 1/10 of the living slug of the wet bone forest. It can be seen that the larger the summoned beast is, the stronger it is, and the more chakra it needs. During the Chunin exam, Naruto could not summon Gamabunta without using the Nine Tails chakra. It can be seen that Naruto's chakra at this time is not huge. He is stronger than ninjas of the same age, but definitely not as much as Kakashi, an elite Jonin. Of course, if the Nine Tails chakra converted through the 8th diagram seal is added in these years, Naruto's chakra can reach about twice that of Kakashi. Kakashi had always been puzzled before, why Naruto had so much chakra at such a young age. Even if he had the blood of the Uzumaki clan, it would not be so outrageous. And Naruto only has half the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Now after Yu explained, he understood. Chapter 96. Yu continued, now Naruto has 2 Bagua seals in his body. The main function of the 4th generation's Bagua seal has become to convert part of the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto's chakra. The seal is not very stable. Although I have reinforced it, as long as Naruto continues to use the Nine Tails chakra, it will become looser and looser. In this case, I need to continuously reinforce it, which is very troublesome. So I simply added a Bagua seal. The main function of the Bagua seal I added is to prohibit the Nine Tails from actively outputting chakra to Naruto. And the sealing technique does not leave any gaps. The seal strength is also much higher. As long as Naruto does not actively unlock the seal, the Nine Tails cannot break through the seal by itself. And the 4 generations of gossip seals also continue to play a role, mainly responsible for transforming the nine-tailed chakra. My gossip seal is mainly responsible for sealing Nine Tails. The degree was very high. This appeared when Kakashi hit Pain later. Kakashi was a little angry at this time. Yu was really taking a risk. Yu smiled awkwardly. My recovery ability is still good, isn't it okay now? Yu, I have to teach you the experience of ninjas. You must not use chakra unlimitedly in combat. As a qualified ninja, you must always calculate your chakra amount. When the chakra amount is too little, you should consider giving up the mission. Of course, Kakashi's experience is obviously completely different from the ninja code. The ninja code is to complete the mission first, and if necessary, sacrifice your life to complete the mission. Yu naturally learned the ninja code. But he did not refute Kakashi. Just nodded, I know, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder. You have done a lot for Naruto, but I don't want you to have an accident due to negligence in the future. Neither I nor Tongi want this to happen. You must remember that a genius who grows up is a real genius, and a genius who does not grow up can only be a name that is forgotten at any time. If it were someone else, Kakashi would definitely say this. Because these words are obviously not in line with the code of ninjas. But Kakashi doesn't want Yu to have an accident before he grows up. This kind of thing is too common in the ninja world. There are many geniuses, but many geniuses die before they grow up. Yu nodded. After a while, Sakura and Sasuke also arrived. Looking at Naruto lying on the bed, Sakura asked with some concern, Yu, Kakashi-sensei, how is Naruto? He's fine, he just fainted due to the massive outflow of the Nine Tails chakra, he's fine now. Yu explained. Sasuke frowned at Yu, have you finished? Yu nodded, yes, it's done. It seems that your sealing technique is already practical, at least this guy will be able to go berserk in the future. Sasuke said coldly, of course, this is his speaking style. Yu looked at Sasuke and smiled, I hope you can develop your Sharingan well, even if the Nine Tails breaks the seal in the future, you can use your Sharingan to control it. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Then he said coldly, who knows if it will be that strong. Although the tone was very cold, the words were not confident. After all, Yu was by his side, and he had seen Yu show too much strength during this period, so he was a little unconfident about his own strength. Yu is the same age as him, but he is much stronger than him. He even thinks that Yu is stronger than Uchiha Itachi at this time. Of course, this is just Sasuke's own guess. If Yu were to challenge Uchiha Itachi at this time, Yu would definitely not dare. It's not that he is afraid of his ninjutsu, but he is not confident in his Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu knows that Uchiha Itachi can kill it in 1 second with just 1 month of reading. Kakashi at this time. Even Orochimaru had no power to resist him. Although he was in poor health, his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan was too powerful. When Yu fought with him, the first thing Yu thought about was definitely not how to defeat him, but how to escape and escape. It was not that he was cowardly, but he knew the strength of Uchiha Itachi, and there was no need to fight meaninglessly. Of course, no one knew whether Yu could beat Uchiha Itachi, but he had no confidence. He had never thought about fighting Uchiha Itachi now. In fact, with Yu's current strength, it would not be too dangerous to deal with Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi could threaten Yu with illusions, just illusions. And this was when Yu was not very familiar with illusions. During this period, Yu had learned many ninjutsu, but only a few basic illusions. For Yu, Uchiha Itachi's strongest ability is not his Susanoo, not Amaterasu, nor the sealing ability of several Mangekyo Sharingan. Before there is a way to deal with illusions, even if Yu meets Uchiha Itachi, he will probably run away. Yu heard Sasuke's lack of confidence and smiled. Why, you don't have confidence? Sasuke rolled his eyes at Yu and said, I will definitely surpass you. Then I'll wait for you to surpass, but you have to develop your Sharingan to the extreme, at least to the level of Kakashi teacher. Sasuke looked at Kakashi. His eyes were full of expectations. It gave Kakashi a headache. Sasuke might pester him later. Who made him Sasuke's teacher, and he did have some experience in developing Sharingan. If Sasuke came to him, he would definitely teach. Otherwise, Sasuke would blame him for being partial. But it's good this way. He originally wanted to teach Yu well. Who knew that Yu had learned his ninjutsu thoroughly in less than 2 months? Apart from the Sharingan, he had nothing to teach Yu. Now he can teach Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura well. It's time for him to do his job. So Kakashi nodded and promised, I will teach you how to control the Sharingan, and your Sharingan should be open to the state of 2 Magatama, right? Sasuke nodded. One eye is 2 Magatama, and the other eye is still 1 Magatama. Yes, it's good to be able to reach this level at this age. Kakashi remembered that Obito seemed to have opened the 2 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 13. Of course, what Kakashi didn't know was that Obito also opened the Mangekyo Sharingan in the same year. However, the earlier you open your Sharingan, the stronger it is. After all, Uchiha Madara opened his 1 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 15, and Sasuke opened his 1 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 6 because of a tragic experience. And because of his age, his physical condition at the time was already the limit of opening 1 Magatama. Now Sasuke has 2 Magatama in one eye, and 1 Magatama in the other because he saw Naruto fall in front of him. Chapter 97. After getting Kakashi's promise, Sasuke said nothing more. A week later, the bridge in Wave Country was finally completed. Originally, Dasna wanted to name the bridge, Yu Bridge. But Yu refused. Later, Dasna named the bridge, Bridge of Hope. Yu naturally didn't want his reputation to be too loud at this time. If it didn't benefit him, Yu would naturally not do it. After more than a month in Wave Country, they finally completed the task. Originally it was just AC level task, who knew it would be upgraded to AB level task. Of course, for Yu, this task was of great benefit to him. It allowed his strength to soar from genin to cage level in just over a month. Now Yu's strength is stronger than Kakashi. This is Kakashi's judgment. Yu himself feels that his current strength is at the level of Jonin. Because he feels that his actual combat experience is still far from Jonin. Only by relying on his own huge amount of chakra and mastering many practical ninjutsu did he barely raise his strength to the level of a Jonin. But he himself did not believe that anyone who barely reached the level of a Jonin could kill an elite Jonin in a short time, and an elite Jonin of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He also released a ninjutsu of hundreds of meters to suppress Naruto in the two-tail state. Yu has always been conservative in his evaluation of himself. Maybe it was because he knew the fate of Kagaya Otsutsuki during the 4th Ninja World War, so he always calculated his strength with an extremely conservative estimate. The lesson Kagaya Otsutsuki taught him was too great, making him extremely cautious. After the group returned to Konoha, they came to the Hokage building to submit the task. Because Yu participated in this task, he also needed to come in person. Hokage office. The 3rd Hokage looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Especially Yu, this was the first time Yu and the third Hokage officially met. The third Hokage had not noticed Yu before, and even after knowing Yu, the third Hokage had not had time to meet Yu. After Kakashi reported the general situation of the mission in the Land of Waves, the third Hokage nodded. This mission is considered a B-level mission, and it is well done. Missions above A level need to be issued by the country, so even if there are elite jonin participating in this mission, it can only be considered a B-level mission. Because it was Dasna who issued this mission, he issued the mission in his personal name. After chatting with everyone for a few words, the third Hokage said, "Kakashi, Yu, you two stay, and the others go back to rest first." Kakashi frowned. Yu didn't feel anything. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura thought that the third Hokage kept Kakashi and Yu to praise them. After all, in this mission, Kakashi and Yu performed the best, especially Yu. This fits the image of the third Hokage in their hearts. Even Sasuke, whose character was extremely cold and arrogant because of the extermination of the Uchiha clan, had a great liking for the third Hokage. Because the third Hokage really took good care of him, whether it was because he valued Sasuke or because of Uchiha Itachi's instructions. The third Hokage's concern for Sasuke really made Sasuke have no opinion on him. It was even more impossible for Naruto and Sakura to think that there was anything wrong with the third Hokage. So when he left, Naruto looked at Yu with envy, thinking in his heart, "I will definitely surpass Yu." Although Naruto usually likes to play pranks on the third Hokage, in his heart, he really regards the third Hokage as his grandfather. So he really hopes to get praise from the third Hokage. After Naruto, Sasuke and the others left, only the third Hokage, Yu and Kakashi were left in the Hokage's office. After a long time, the third generation said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, tell me the details of this mission." Kakashi sighed in his heart. The reason why he only roughly talked about the mission in the Land of Waves was that he didn't want the third generation to think about it in detail. But because Naruto and others were there, Kakashi couldn't make up many things, so he said them very briefly. This is the biggest problem. The third generation is an old fox, and he can naturally hear what he is covering up. Yu also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Fortunately, he knew the third generation and was not worried about anything happening. But he certainly couldn't hide what happened in the Land of Waves. Of course, Yu didn't want to hide it. After all, he was a ninja of Konoha, and there was no family behind him that was making trouble all day long, so the third generation didn't have any ill will towards him. But Yu really didn't want the third generation to know his current strength. After all, the greater the responsibility, the greater the burden. Who knows if the third generation will he is like a cow and a horse. You have to know that he is now a genin, and he can't get much money by accepting more difficult tasks. Kakashi thought about it, and of course he didn't want to tell Yu about it. But the task of Wave Country is not only for Kakashi and Yu, but also for Sasuke and the other three. If Kakashi said something different from Sasuke and the others, it would not be good for Yu. Kakashi looked at Yu and had no choice but to tell the details of Wave Country. The third generation was very calm at first, but he became more and more frightened after listening to the back. Yu was able to kill an elite jonin at this time, and he was also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kuroki Raiga. And he was able to suppress the runaway Naruto. The third generation Hokage naturally knew the 7 ninja swordsmen very well. After all, the 7 ninja swordsmen were an extremely powerful force in the Hidden Mist Village. They were extremely famous in the Third Ninja World War, although they were kicked into 3 musketeers by Might Day. But the third generation knew their strength very well. Everyone is an elite jonin, and with the help of ninja swords, some can even reach the level of Kage. Although Might Guy killed the 4 of them, he fought with his life. If he really used normal means, even Kakashi would not dare to say that he could kill them. What does it mean? At this time, Yu's strength may have reached the strength of an elite jonin. It's only been a short time. After Kakashi finished speaking, the third generation looked at Yu. Yu, it seems that being a genin is no longer suitable for you. Yu was stunned for a moment. I don't know what the third generation means. Is he going to promote him? But he has just carried out a few missions, and they are all D-level and C-level missions. Seeing Yu's appearance, the third generation smiled and said, with your strength and ability, you should be promoted to a chunin. Kakashi on the side was very happy. It's not because Yu has been upgraded, but because after Yu has been upgraded, it will be legitimate for him to take Yu out of the village to perform tasks. After becoming a chunin, he is no longer a ninja trainee. He is a real ninja, and he does not need to follow the guidance of the jonin. He is a completely independent individual and can be transferred by the jonin at any time. And with Kakashi's identity, it is not so strange to want to transfer Yu to perform tasks together. After all, Kakashi is not Yu's guiding jonin, and he often transfers him out to perform tasks, not to mention whether Motoki Ichi has any objection. It is also very strange in the eyes of other ninjas. But if Yu is a chunin, it will be completely different. Kakashi can transfer Yu at any time. Chapter 98. Before Yu responded, Kakashi smiled and said, I also think Yu should be promoted to chunin. Not all chunins need to go through the chunin exam. In fact, most chunins or jonins in each large ninja village do not go through the chunin exam. After all, according to the elimination mechanism of the chunin exam, it is impossible for each ninja village to produce so many ninjas during the Fourth Ninja World War. So many chunins and jonins can be promoted after the number of tasks they have completed and the corresponding strength meets the requirements. Of course, Yu has only performed a few tasks, and they are all low-level tasks. Even if the tasks of the wave country are counted, he has only performed one B-level task. The number of tasks performed does not meet the requirements at all. However, the Hokage originally has the power to directly promote a ninja to chunin or jonin. After all, the Hokage's strength is almost the strongest in Konoha. He knows the strength of a ninja best. Naturally, no one will doubt the strength and ability of the chunin and jonin he promoted. In other words, it is an honor to be promoted by the Hokage himself. This means that the Hokage thinks highly of you, and it also means that other forces in the village will realize who is behind you. This was the case with Minato Namikaze. A civilian ninja who could marry Uzumaki Kushina, become Jiraiya's disciple, and be chosen by the third Hokage as the fourth Hokage. In addition to his high talent, Minato Namikaze was originally from the third Hokage's faction. Of course, neither Yu nor Kakashi cared about this. Yu didn't care who regarded him as one of their own, and Kakashi didn't care whether the third Hokage regarded Yu as a member of his faction. Kakashi himself was from the third Hokage's faction. He was a disciple of Minato Namikaze, and had been from the third Hokage's faction from the beginning. The third Hokage naturally agreed with Yu's solicitation. The third Hokage originally intended to train Yu as the second Minato Namikaze. After all, Yu and Minato Namikaze are very similar. He has extremely high talent, a very clean background, and is also a disciple of Kakashi. But now Yu's growth has exceeded his imagination. He is a little distressed about how to arrange Yu. After thinking about it, he can only promote him to chunin first, so that it will be more convenient for him to participate in Konoha's affairs in the future. The third Hokage is now in his 60s. When Yu is 20 years old, he will be in his 70s. At that time, he doesn't want to retire, but his body won't allow it. After all, he doesn't have the physical fitness of the Senju clan. Even if he is strong when he is young, his strength will decline greatly when he is old. He actually planned to abdicate before. It's just that Konoha really can't find someone who can take over his position. Jiraiya is unwilling, and his personality is not suitable. Tsunade also has various problems. Originally, the most suitable candidate was Orochimaru, but after he chose Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru was completely abandoned. And Orochimaru also defected from the village. Could it be given to Danzo? Let alone Danzo's age, the third generation would never let him be the Hokage just because of his philosophy. As for two advisors, it is even more impossible. If these two people were not disciples of the second generation Hokage, they would not be qualified to be the Hokage advisors at all, and their strength was completely substandard. There is only one person left who may have a chance, and that is Kakashi. But after Kakashi's previous decline, his strength did not improve much. He was not experienced in the first place, and without the absolute strength as a backing, no one would obey him. This is also the dilemma of the third generation now. Even if he wants to abdicate, he can't find someone to take over. But now when he sees Yu, it's like seeing Minato Namikaze back then. But now Yu is indeed very inexperienced, far inferior to Kakashi. Since his qualifications cannot be improved in a short period of time, he can only make his strength to overwhelm everyone. First of all, he must be promoted to a higher level of ninja, so that he can participate in the affairs of the village. Yu did not know what the third generation was thinking, but thought that the third generation wanted him to be a slave as soon as possible. However, Yu was also very happy. He originally planned to improve his ninja level, so that he could take on some high-level tasks in the future, earn more money, and accumulate more practical experience. If the third generation knew Yuyu's thoughts, he would probably be mad to death. He thought for a long time before deciding to train Yu and let him take over his job. Yu just thought that he could make more money after being promoted to a chunin. Yu was stunned for a while, and saw the third generation looking at him. Yu asked, "Booty have only carried out a few missions, so I am not qualified to be promoted to chunin, right?" The third generation smiled and said, "Indeed, but you have the leadership and strength required to be a chunin. Of course you can be promoted to chunin." Yu no longer doubted and nodded, "Thank you, Hokage." Seeing that Yu accepted it, the third generation was very satisfied. "Why thank me? You should have been promoted to chunin. If you hadn't graduated from the ninja school less than a year ago, you should have been promoted to jonin." Yu waved his hand quickly, "That's not the case. It's rare to be promoted to chunin." The third generation looked at Kakashi and said, "Your teacher was a chunin at the age of 6. You should learn from him." Kakashi said quickly, "It was because of the war years and the situation was special. But you are the only one who can do it. Both of you, the master and the apprentice, have extremely high ninja talents. I feel relieved that Kakashi is teaching you, and the future of Konoha will depend on you." After the third Hokage said this, Yu felt speechless. This sentence was too heavy. Yu felt that the third Hokage was just being polite, but he felt that this politeness was too heavy. Yu said, "Lord Hokage, your words are too heavy. I can only do my part." Of course, Yuyu's words were sincere. After he was promoted to chunin, he only planned to do what he needed to do, earn the money he could earn, and live the life he could live. He didn't want to get involved in other things in Konoha. But Kakashi knew that the third generation would never let Yu stay out of it. Kakashi had heard the implication from the third generation's words. Although he was happy, he was also a little worried. Yu was too young, and it would not be good for him to get involved in the struggle among the top leaders. Even Kakashi himself didn't want to get involved. But he also knew that Yu was different now, and had completely entered the eyes of the third generation, and in Kakashi's opinion, Yuyu's strength had reached the level of Hokage. Even if he didn't want to get involved, he couldn't do it. Kakashi sighed inwardly, "It seems that I have to get involved." If it were before, Kakashi would naturally be unwilling to get involved in Konoha's power struggle, but now Yu was pulled in by the third generation, and Kakashi could only follow him in. Chapter 99. The third generation smiled and didn't intend to talk about these things anymore. Instead, he thought of something and said, "Kakashi taught you many ninjutsu. Have you mastered them all? Yu didn't know what the third generation meant. But he didn't hide the fact that he had mastered them all. It seems that he doesn't have many ninjutsu to teach you. Although Kakashi has mastered many ninjutsu, most of them are conventional ninjutsu. I'm afraid there won't be many that will be useful to you. If you want to learn any ninjutsu in the future, go to the database. There are all the ninjutsu information of Konoha, including some forbidden techniques. Kakashi was stunned. He didn't expect the third generation to be so generous. Yu might not know where the database is. The database is where all the information of Konoha is sealed, not only Konoha's ninjutsu, but also many historical archives of Konoha. Even some secret information, both black and white. Even he couldn't freely enter the database to query information. When he went to look up the relevant information about wood release, he also sneaked in and was discovered by the third generation. Later, the third generation gave him information about wood release, including some of Konoha's research on wood release. Only those who are very trusted by the Hokage and have a high position are qualified to enter and look up the information. Even the Book of Seals is in it. This means that the third generation has completely trusted Yu, but it also means that Yu can only be completely tied to the Hokage. Yu was quite happy. He was indeed very interested in many ninjutsu of Konoha. For example, the Flying Thunder God technique, such as wood release, such as some sealing techniques, especially the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan. So Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, Hokage." The third generation nodded, but Kakashi had a complicated expression. After chatting with the third generation for a few words, Kakashi took Yu out of the Hokage building. And Yu's file was also updated, and now he is already a chunin. All these changes were hard to believe even for Yu. Although he was confident in his own strength, he did not think he could become a chunin at this age. This meant that he could make more money and accumulate more practical experience in the future. But Kakashi did not smile. Yu also noticed it and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, are you not happy?" The two walked on the street. Kakashi glanced at Yu and said, "I am happy, but do you know why the Hokage promoted you?" Yu smiled, put his hands in his pockets, and said nonchalantly, "I may know, but I don't care." Kakashi paused. Looking at Yu's faint smile, he thought of something and laughed. "That's right, there is no need to care. No matter what, I will follow you into it." Yu actually did not know the real purpose of the third generation. He thought the third generation just wanted to squeeze him earlier. Little did he know that the third generation was planning to train him, and even planned to skip Kakashi and let him take over his position directly and become the fifth generation Hokage. Just like Minato Namikaze back then. If Yu had not shown the strength he had in the Land of Waves, the third generation would naturally train him slowly, and Kakashi would be more suitable for the position of the fifth generation Hokage. He would not need to worry about the sixth generation Hokage. That was a problem for Kakashi to consider. But now the strength shown by Yu forced the third generation to change his previous ideas. Just like when he first hoped that Orochimaru could take over his position, and he trained Orochimaru as his successor. But Minato Namikaze appeared, and the things that Orochimaru did reached his tolerance limit, so he handed over the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato Namikaze was from his line, and he was his disciple. Now the third generation is still planning to do so. He thinks that Yu's future potential must be higher than Minato Namikaze. Although Minato Namikaze's talent is also very high, it is definitely not as outrageous as Yu's. Yu's talent is not like Minato Namikaze's, but it is very similar to the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. The third generation has confirmed that Yu has a sage body. Kakashi's words made Yu speechless. He thought Kakashi was talking about taking him with him when he went out of the village to perform missions in the future. He said with some resentment, "Teacher Kakashi, there is no teacher who exploits his students like you." Kakashi was stunned for a moment. He suspected that Yu didn't understand what he said. So he said, "Do you know what the third generation said means?" "I know, isn't it just to promote me to Chunin so that I can fight for the village?" "I have already realized this." Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He was sure that Yu did not understand what the third generation said. The third generation did not understand what he meant. Helplessly, Kakashi could only explain to Yu, "The third generation promoted you to Chunin, how could he ask you to do these things? The third generation personally promoted you to Chunin, just to show his attitude to other forces in the village, and also to show your current faction. And he let you enter the database, which is a trust in you. Even if I want to enter the database, I need the permission of the third generation before I can enter." Yu frowned. Kakashi thought Yu was unwilling. After all, based on his understanding of Yu, he felt that Yu did not like this kind of power struggle. Just when Kakashi was about to explain to him the benefits of agreeing, Yu nodded, "Whatever, it doesn't matter whose faction it is. Just do my job well, I don't want to care about other things, and I can't care." Kakashi looked at Yu, and he didn't expect Yu to be so open-minded. "Don't you care about the third generation's self-willed decision?" Yu smiled and said, "What's so strange? He is the Hokage and has such power. And it doesn't hurt me if he does that, and there is no need to blame him." Kakashi also smiled and said, "It's good that you can think so. Now you are a Chunin. When I need your assistance in the future, I can do it justifiably, and even Iji can't stop me." If Teacher Iji knew you said that, he probably wouldn't be happy. Yu said lightly. "He won't. He will only be happy when he knows you have been promoted to Chunin." Kakashi smiled and said. The two walked on the street for a while. When they passed by Ichiraku Ramen, they met Naruto and his three friends who were about to go to Ichiraku Ramen to eat noodles. "Teacher Kakashi, you finally came out." Kakashi and Yu looked at Naruto who waved at them. Sasuke and Sakura stood behind Naruto. Yu looked at Kakashi and said with a smile, "Teacher Kakashi, it seems that you have to treat us today." Kakashi sighed. Ah. Kakashi was a little helpless. He had originally thought of buying a book by Jiraiya later. Fortunately, Naruto likes to eat ramen. If he likes to eat barbecue, his wallet will really be empty. The two came to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto smiled and said, "Teacher Kakashi, did you know that we were going to eat ramen here?" Kakashi didn't say anything. Yu said, "Well, Kakashi said he would treat us." Hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Long live Kakashi teacher." Kakashi looked at Yu and his mouth twitched slightly. When did he say that? Although he knew that this meal must be his treat. Sasuke looked at Yu. He wanted to know what the third generation and Yu were doing in the Hokage's office just now. The same is true for Sakura. Chapter 100. After they sat down, Naruto looked at Kakashi and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, why did the old man Sandai leave you here?" Sasuke and Sakura also looked over. They also wanted to know. Yu sat next to Kakashi and didn't say anything. Kakashi naturally couldn't tell what Sandai said to him. He just said lightly, he just asked about the details of this mission, and because Yu performed well, he was promoted to Chunin from today. Ayame, who was making ramen for everyone, was stunned for a moment. Turning his head to look at Yu, his face full of joy, "Really? You really became a Chunin?" Yu smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm lucky." Shoda on the side also said happily, "Sure enough, I said long ago that Yu is so good, he will definitely achieve great success in the future. To celebrate your becoming a Chunin, all of you will get a free meal today." Shoda said proudly. Yu quickly said, "Uncle Shuda, you don't have to do this." Shuda waved his hand, "That won't work. This is a good thing worth celebrating. Of course we have to celebrate." Seeing Shuda's happy face, Yu couldn't persuade him and could only agree. Because Yu often came here to eat ramen before, Shuda and Ayame were very familiar with Yu and had a good relationship with him. When Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura heard the news. They were stunned. They looked at Yu in surprise. Yu, have you really become a Chunin? Sakura asked in disbelief. Yu nodded. It should be, the third Hokage said so. Naruto looked unhappy. Why is it that only Yu can be promoted to Chunin? I have also performed very well. Why? The third Hokage is really confused. Although he was not jealous, he even felt that Yu could have become a Chunin a long time ago. But he was still envious. Sasuke also frowned. Although he was not so enthusiastic about becoming a Chunin, he was still a little jealous when he saw Yu become a Chunin. This was inevitable. After all, Yu and he were classmates, and they had just completed the same mission. Yu was actually promoted to Chunin by the third Hokage himself. This treatment still made him very envious, and even a little jealous. Kakashi said, Naruto, if you want to become a Chunin, you have to work harder, and even work harder to surpass Yu. Naruto stared at Yu, and he still didn't understand why Yu could become a Chunin. Although Yu was indeed very strong, didn't Chunin need to complete many tasks? Yu didn't even complete as many tasks as him. Yu had indeed only completed 2D level tasks and 1 C level task. Naruto completed 3D level tasks and 1 C level task. Although the third Hokage said that the Wave Country mission was a B level mission, it did not change in the file. So that mission was still a C level mission. Sasuke looked at Yu, although he was jealous, but he also knew that Yu's strength was enough. Idiot, don't forget who saved you when you were in trouble. Although he was jealous of Yu, Sasuke still helped Yu out. Because he recognized Yu's strength very much. Sakura also echoed, yes, don't you think Yu is not worthy of being a Chunin? Seeing Sasuke and Sakura arguing with him, Naruto pouted aggrievedly, when did I say he was unworthy? But, he really only completed a few tasks. Why did the old man of the third generation let him be a Chunin? Naruto was still not convinced. Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder and said earnestly, since you are envious, then go and surpass him, don't be lazy all day long. Do you think your talent is not as good as Yu? Although Kakashi felt that he was indeed not as good as him, he was encouraging Naruto, so he could only say that. Naruto was indeed fooled. He clenched his fist towards Yu and said, Yu, it won't be long before I will become a Chunin. Although you became a Chunin a few days earlier than me, I will definitely become a Jonin earlier than you. Don't slack off. I will soon surpass you. Yu naturally did not refute, and said with a smile, then I'll wait for this day. After Yu said this, Naruto felt that he would soon do it, and laughed, ha ha ha. This day will come soon. Only Sakura and Sasuke on the side looked at him speechlessly. They naturally saw that Kakashi and Yu were fooling Naruto. The two did not think that Naruto could surpass Yu. Even as arrogant as Sasuke, after seeing Yu's strength during this period, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could surpass Yu in the future. Sasuke felt that he could catch up with Yu. Even Sasuke felt that as long as he caught up with Yu, he would be lucky. After that, he will definitely be able to defeat Uchiha Itachi. In his opinion, Uchiha Itachi may not be stronger than Yu. No, after the previous battle, he felt that Yu might be stronger than Uchiha Itachi. However, seeing Naruto's confident look, both of them chose to remain silent and did not point it out. After a long time, after the few people finished eating, just as they were about to leave, Sasuke said, Yu, let's go to my house to practice together today. Yu, who was about to go home, was stunned for a moment. Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura were also stunned. Sasuke, who is usually aloof, would actually take the initiative to invite others to his house. Yu himself did not expect it. After Kakashi was absent-minded for a while, he smiled. He was naturally happy. He always hoped that several students in his team could get along well with Yu. Whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, their backgrounds were not simple. He hoped that Yu could become friends with them, which would be good for Yu in the future. One is the son of the fourth Hokage, and the other is the orphan of the Uchiha clan, who is now valued by the third Hokage. As long as they become friends with Yu will be more relaxed in Konoha in the future. In addition, with him, and now the third Hokage has made his attitude clear. As long as Yu doesn't commit suicide in the future, there will be basically no danger. Yu looked at Sasuke's somewhat uneasy look and wanted to laugh. I didn't expect Sasuke to be like this. But he didn't refuse. It's said that he went to Sasuke's house to practice, but in fact, Yu must be helping Sasuke practice. Now Sasuke has nothing to teach Yu, and there is nothing Yu needs. Of course, Yu is also more interested in the Uchiha clan. He didn't dare to go before, but now Sasuke took the initiative to invite him, which is justified. So Yu thought about it for a while and agreed. Sure. At this time, Naruto jumped out and said, I want to go too. Do you want to work hard secretly? I must go with you. But Sasuke didn't seem to want to take Naruto with him. But if Naruto was rejected, Yu might not go either. Sasuke had no choice but to say, whatever you want. Sakura also raised her hand tremblingly at this time, can you take me with you? Sasuke nodded. Naruto went, so it was impossible for him to reject Sakura. Kakashi was very happy to see this situation. But he would not go with them. Yuya said, alas, I should have gone with you, but I have to go buy books in a hurry, so I can't go with you. Yu smiled and said, Teacher Kakashi, take it easy, be careful not to be overwhelmed. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that Yu must have read his book. He said awkwardly, then you should practice well, I'll leave first. After that, he disappeared in front of the few people. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were all confused. They didn't know what Yu meant by what he said just now. Naruto, get stronger by hanging up, Chapter 101. Yu didn't want to explain anything. Several people walked slowly towards the Uchiha clan's land. After the Nine-Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan was moved to the edge of the village. Or in other words, after the Nine-Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan's situation in Konoha was very bad. Although the Uchiha clan could not enter the power core of the village before. But at least they also controlled the Konoha Guard, a powerful department. And they still enjoyed the treatment of a big Konoha family. Even though the Konoha Guard was the department used by the second-generation Hokage to monitor the Uchiha clan. But the final development did allow the Uchiha clan to control a lot of power. But after the Nine-Tails Rebellion, many powers of the Konoha Guard were taken back, and even the clan land was moved to the edge of the village. The Uchiha clan was very proud, and naturally they would not let such a thing happen and remain indifferent. But because of the character problems of the Uchiha clan, they have no good relationship with any family in the village. Even if they want to seize the power of Konoha by uniting with other families, they can't do it. The only way is to rely on a coup. But the embarrassing thing is that there are great differences within the Uchiha clan on whether to seize power by force. Not every member of the Uchiha clan is willing to seize power by force. The final result is that the Uchiha clan was massacred. Sasuke naturally didn't know these. Because he didn't know the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan, and after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the village treated him very well. There were people around him who praised, flattered and envied his family background. As a result, although Sasuke wanted to become stronger to kill Uchiha Itachi at this time, he had no dissatisfaction with the village. Without the influence of the family, many families in the village were actually very interested in Sasuke. As the heir of the Yamanaka clan, Ino can like Sasuke so freely, and no one in the family interferes. It is because they actually support Ino and Sasuke getting along. After all, Sasuke is the only one with Uchiha blood in Konoha village. And because there is no family, if Sasuke is with Ino, the third generation will not have any objection. After all, without the influence of the family, even if Sasuke wants to make trouble, how much impact can it cause? On the contrary, the Uchiha blood in him is coveted by many families. Not only Orochimaru covets him, but many families in the village are also envious. In addition, Sasuke's own talent is excellent enough, which makes him even more popular. So since the family was destroyed, Sasuke has not suffered any grievances in Konoha, but has lived much better than most children. Now Sasuke has a deep sense of identity with Konoha. Of course, all this is based on the premise that he doesn't know the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan. If he knew, he probably wouldn't think so. No matter how reasonable and forced the third generation's reasons were, the extermination of the Uchiha clan was still related to him. But the third generation probably wouldn't care. After all, he didn't know how powerful Sasuke would be in the future. Now that the Uchiha clan is gone, even if Sasuke wants to do something to Konoha, he doesn't have the ability. This is also the reason why he arranged Sasuke into Team 7. To put it bluntly, even if he becomes Hokage in the future and knows the truth of the year, what can he do? Itachi Uchiha killed the man, and the third generation at that time was at most hesitant. Without the influence of the Uchiha clan behind him, can Sasuke become Hokage without political wisdom? As a person in a high position, it is naturally impossible to be blinded by family feuds, not to mention that the third generation did not make any big mistakes anyway. He could even blame Danzo. After all, it was he who encouraged the extermination of the Uchiha clan. But these were the ideas of the previous 3 generations. Now the third generation has decided to train Yu, and even plans to wait until Yu is 20 years old and has the strength of the Hokage. Then he can abdicate and let him take over. After all, when Yu is 20 years old, the third generation will be over 70 years old. This age is very old for a ninja, and Onoki is not in good health at this age. If there was no strong enough successor, Onoki would have retired long ago. Of course, the third generation certainly doesn't know that Yu's strength has reached the level of Hokage at this time. It's just that he himself feels that his actual combat experience is too poor, and he is far from reaching the level of Kage, at most the level of Jonin. But which Jonin can easily kill the elite Jonin of Kuroki Raiga? Which Jonin can make the Nine Tails amazed? Perhaps among all those who know Yu's true strength, only Yu himself feels that he is far inferior to the level of Kage. What the third generation thinks now the solution is that if Yu is 20 years old, because he is too young and there are too many voices of opposition, let Kakashi be the 5th generation Hokage first, and wait until Yu is old enough and has enough prestige, then take over. This is perfect. Yu didn't know all this, and so did Kakashi. Yu thought that the third generation wanted to make him a cow and horse in advance, while Kakashi thought that the third generation was training Yu and winning over Yu. Neither of them thought that the third generation had decided to let Yu take over his position. When several people went to the Uchiha clan. After buying Jiraiya's latest novel, Kakashi came to Kimoto's home. Fortunately, Kimoto Tangi had no mission today. Kakashi sat down and Kimoto Tangi asked anxiously, "What's the matter with this mission? Why did you take him out of the village without notifying me?" After Yu left, Kimoto Tangi received the mission and wanted to call Yu. Who knew that the third generation told him that Yu was seconded to Kakashi's class to perform the mission outside the village. He was out for more than a month. Kimoto Tangi was worried for more than a month, fearing that this was the conspiracy of the third generation. What did he want to do to Yu? Kakashi looked at Kimoto Tangi so anxious and felt a little embarrassed. After all, Yu has become a Chunin now, and the third generation's purpose is obviously to hope that Yu can join the affairs of the village. It is definitely impossible to follow Kimoto Tangi to perform missions in the future. Kimoto Tangi is Yu's real teacher, but Yu graduated from him after only a few days of being a teacher. He didn't even have time to teach Yu many ninjutsu before Yu left. Kakashi felt a little guilty towards Kimoto. If he hadn't taken Yu away, and Yu hadn't attracted the attention of the third generation, Yu might still be following Kimoto to carry out missions. He could see that Kimoto attached great importance to Yu, and even regarded Yu as his own disciple, just like him. But Yu hadn't been with him for a few days. Kakashi was silent for a long time, and Kimoto was very nervous, thinking that something had happened to Yu. "Speak up, what's wrong with Yu? You said you would protect him." Because Kakashi looked too much like Yu was in trouble, Kimoto also shouted at Kakashi out of control. Seeing Kimoto so excited, Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that Kimoto would definitely be very angry about what he was going to say next. Chapter 102. Kakashi said awkwardly, "Don't be so excited. Now that I'm back safely, do you think anything will happen to Yu?" Kimoto Tangi said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense, tell me how Yu is doing. You took him out of the village without telling me. Have you forgotten what you promised me before? You said that you would take him out of the village to carry out the mission after he has the strength of a Jonin." Kimoto Tangi was very angry. Kakashi's self-willedness made him worried for more than a month. He even wanted to go out of the village to find someone. However, the third generation said that this mission was only a C-level mission, so he thought about waiting. Who knew that he would wait for more than a month? Kakashi no longer concealed the truth and said, "I was forced to take him out of the village this time. I was worried that leaving him in the village would be dangerous. If the higher-ups have any ideas about him, can you stop them by yourself? I can only take him with me." Besides, he performed very well in this mission and his strength grew very fast. If you knew his current strength, you would definitely thank me. Although Kakashi said so, Kimoto Tangi still couldn't be happy. His face was still as gloomy as before. He wouldn't feel relieved until he saw Yu. Seeing Kimoto Tangi's face, Kakashi was a little speechless. He could only continue. This mission was a bit unexpected. It was originally a C-level mission, but the client lied to us. It was actually a B-level mission with a ninja. Kimoto Tangi frowned. He was very worried. After all, although Yu was talented, he had no practical experience. "Is he injured?" Kimoto Tangi asked nervously. Kakashi smiled and said, "Injured? How could I possibly let him get hurt? What's more, with your apprentice's current strength, it's really hard for ordinary ninjas to hurt him." In Kakashi's opinion, Yu already has the strength of cage level at this time. There are very few ninjas with cage level strength in the 5 major ninja villages, let alone outside the 5 major ninja villages. Kakashi didn't know the existence of Akatsuki, and didn't know that almost everyone in it was a cage level master. But even in Akatsuki, there are actually not many people. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kimoto Tangi breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're not injured, it's good that you're not injured." Kimoto Tangi didn't care how strong Yu was at this time, but was more concerned about whether he was injured. After all, in his opinion, Yu's talent is extremely high, and it's natural for him to be strong. But if he gets injured, it will affect his future development, which is very bad. Kakashi also understands Kimoto Tangi's thoughts, because he has the same mentality towards Yu. After all, he treated Yu as his personal disciple, and after more than a month of getting along, he really treated Yu as a relative. Kakashi thought about it and said, "But Tilda." Hearing this, Kimoto Tangi's heart tightened again, and he looked at Kakashi nervously. He was afraid that Kakashi would say something bad about Yu. Kakashi sighed and said with some shame, "But I'm afraid he can't stay in your team anymore in the future." "Why?" Hearing this, Kimoto Tangi stood up excitedly. "Kakashi, I gave him to you to teach, but I didn't say I gave him to you completely. I am still his teacher. What do you want to do?" Kimoto Tangi thought that Kakashi wanted to snatch Yu away. It's not that he wanted Yu to be his disciple all the time, but he didn't want Yu to follow Kakashi completely. He knew very well what tasks Kakashi was carrying out. It was fine that Kakashi took Yu out of the village without notifying him before. He didn't want it to happen again. Kakashi looked up at Kimoto Ichi and said helplessly, "You are anxious again. After all, you were once a jonin in the Anbu. How can you be so uncalm?" Kimoto Ichi said coldly, "How can I be calm? If I calm down, I will lose my disciple." Seeing Kimoto Ichi so excited, Kakashi hurried to explain. "What I mean is that because Yu completed the task very well this time, and the third Hokage admired him very much, the third Hokage directly promoted him to Chunin. And I hope he will train with me." The latter sentence was added by Kakashi himself. The third Hokage never said this. But even if he knew, the third Hokage would not deny it. Team 11 was originally an accident, and the third Hokage did not expect any development of this team. Who knew that Yu appeared? This is why this team has existed until now. If there was no Yu, Team 11 would not exist, and the entire team would not pass the assessment and be sent back to the ninja school for retraining. Kakashi originally thought that Kimoto Tangi would be very angry when he heard the news. Who knew that he would be so happy, really? Kakashi was a little confused. "You are not angry." "Why would I be angry? My student has become a Chunin, this is a good thing," Mugen Tangi said with a smile. "But he can't stay in your team in the future, and he will practice with me in the future," Kakashi emphasized. Mugen Tangi waved his hand. "As long as he is fine, it's fine to practice with you. I don't have anything to teach him. He can become stronger by following you. And at least it proves that the third Hokage recognizes him, and I don't need to worry about his safety." Mugen Tangi thinks this is a good thing. As for whether Yu can practice with him in the future, he doesn't care. Originally, he just hoped that Yu could grow up safely, become the pillar of Konoha in the future, and become a hero who protects the village. Now he is getting closer to this goal step by step. How can Mugen Tangi be angry? Kakashi didn't expect Kimoto Ichi to have such an attitude, but he was relieved when he thought of his expectations for Yu. If it were him, he would definitely do the same as Kimoto Ichi. After thinking it through, Kakashi said, "During this mission, we encountered two rebellious ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, Momochi Zabuza and Kurokaho Raiga. Yu's talent exceeded my expectations. I thought I knew enough about Yu's talent before. But during the mission, his growth was just like a myth. Now his strength has surpassed mine. In this mission, he killed Kurokaho Raiga by himself, killed 4 Chunins, and suppressed the runaway Naruto. If Momochi Zabuza hadn't run fast at the time, I'm afraid he would have become one of his achievements." Kimoto Ichi looked dazed, staring at Kakashi blankly. If these words hadn't been said by Kakashi, he would have thought someone was telling a myth. As a former Anbu Jonin, he naturally knew what kind of ninjas Zabuza and Kuroki Raiga were. These two were both elite Jonins from the Hidden Mist Village, and had great reputations in the ninja world. And they were also members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, a name that would scare many ninjas in the ninja world. Yu actually killed one of them and scared one away. The most outrageous thing was that Yu actually suppressed the runaway Naruto. He had seen Naruto run away before. At that time, the third Hokage used the entire SEAL squad of Konoha to suppress Naruto. The extreme malice and terrifying chakra of the 9 tails were hard for him to forget even now. But Yu was not only not injured, but he actually suppressed the runaway Naruto. This sounded too fantastic. Chapter 103. Kimoto Tangi was silent for a long time, then he asked tremblingly, "Is what you said true?" Kakashi said calmly, "Do I have to lie to you?" Kimoto Tangi shook his head. "It's just too shocking, I can't believe it. Yu, this kid actually has the strength to kill an elite Jonin. It seems that he can easily defeat me now." "That's reassuring. I don't have to worry about him when he follows you out of the village to perform missions in the future." Although he said that, Kimoto Tangi was still a little lonely. After all, he is Yu's real teacher, but Yu's strength is not because of him. Kakashi saw what Kimoto Tangi was thinking. patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. You didn't tell the village about his strength at the beginning, but protected him. You are the best person for him. In the past month, he has mentioned you a lot. I know you are very important in his heart. Kakashi did not lie about this. Although Kimoto Tangi did not teach Yu many ninjutsu, he was his teacher for a very short time. But in Yu's heart, Kimoto Tangi has always been his teacher, and a very important teacher. Kakashi was willing to teach him, and he was able to show his strength and stay safe until now, all because of Kimoto Tangi. Yu could feel Kimoto Tangi's kindness to him. So when Kakashi said he wanted to take him as a disciple, he first thought of Kimoto Tangi's feelings. If Kimoto Tangi disagreed at that time, Yu would definitely reject Kakashi, even if he knew that it would be better to follow Kakashi. In fact, Kimoto Tangi finally chose the best decision for Yu. Kimoto Tangi nodded, and he sighed. It is precisely because of this child's personality that I am so worried and miss him. Although I haven't taught him anything, he will always be my proudest disciple. Kakashi understands Kimoto Tangi's feelings, because he has the same feelings for Yu. On the other side, Yu, Sakura and Naruto followed Sasuke to the clan land of the Uchiha clan. The quiet atmosphere around made Sakura and Naruto a little scared. In addition, it was getting dark, and there were only street lights on except for the occasional chirping of insects and birds. The houses around were all very beautiful. But there were no people on the street, and it was as quiet as a ghost town. It was the first time for Sakura and Naruto to come here, and they were not used to this atmosphere at all. Naruto was so nervous that he leaned against Yu tightly, fearing that something dirty would jump out of the roadside. Although Sakura was also scared, she didn't want to show it in front of Sasuke. She walked beside Sasuke and didn't say anything. Sasuke was already used to this atmosphere. Although Yu was here for the first time, he was not afraid at all. But he frowned and looked solemn at this time. It was not because of fear, but because he thought that Sasuke had lived in such an environment for 5 years. It was unbelievable to think about it. He actually lived here for 5 years, and Yu didn't know how he had survived these 5 years. And for a 7-year-old child, he had to pass such a gloomy place every day for 5 years. How strong must his mental quality be? You know, whether it's Yu, Naruto or Sakura, the place where they live is not so deserted. It will definitely not be as gloomy and terrifying as the Uchiha clan's clanland. After walking in silence for a long time, Yu asked, "Why do you live here all the time?" Yu doesn't believe that the village will let Sasuke live here all the time. There are basically no people here. If something happens, it will be too late to rescue. Even if the third generation doesn't care about Sasuke's safety, with Uchiha Itachi watching outside, the third generation will not let Sasuke get into trouble. But in fact, the third generation really cares about Sasuke's safety. We'll never take the initiative to let Sasuke live here. Sasuke looked around and seemed to have gotten used to it. He said lightly, "Living here, I will feel that they haven't left yet." Yu knew who Sasuke was talking about. For a moment, Yu didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine how Sasuke had been through all these years. Sakura looked at Sasuke's frowning face and felt a little distressed. But she didn't know how to comfort him. Now, Sakura could personally experience Sasuke's inner pain. The whole family was exterminated. Sakura couldn't imagine what it would be like if her parents were killed and she didn't have her parents nagging every time she returned home. She used to feel very relaxed and comfortable, but now she feels very lucky. Compared to Sasuke, at least her family is still there. Naruto was surprisingly silent. Because he could also understand Sasuke's situation. Sasuke was once very happiness, but suddenly it was all gone overnight. Naruto had never had it. But in fact, the two people felt completely different. None of them spoke anymore, and they crossed the original street of the Uchiha clan and finally came to Sasuke's house. It must be said that Sasuke's house does have the momentum of a wealthy family, and the area is very large. Among the few people, Sasuke's house must be the largest one. It's just that the huge house is empty. Living here every day is really a test of courage. Those who are less courageous will probably be scared to death. In the living room, several people sat together. This is the first time Sasuke invited a classmate home. If it was before, it must be his mother who came out to entertain the guests. But now, there is only Sasuke. Several people were silent for a long time, and no one spoke. Seeing that the atmosphere was so solemn, Yu could only speak first. Sasuke, doesn't your family have any training methods for Sharingan? Sasuke shook his head. It was probably looted by old guy Danzo. Yu thought to himself. I heard from teacher Kakashi about some characteristics of the Sharingan. Hearing what Yu said, Sasuke raised his head and looked at Yu expectantly. Yu thought for a while and said, the Sharingan can only be opened with strong emotional fluctuations. When you opened the Sharingan, did you have any intense emotional fluctuations? Sasuke was silent. He remembered the scene of the night of the genocide. Sasuke gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his emotions were a little out of control. Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke at this time and were a little worried. Sasuke, are you okay? Yu didn't say anything, and looked at Sasuke quietly. He knew what Sasuke remembered. It seems that the process of opening your Sharingan was not easy. Intense emotional fluctuations can be extreme hatred, extreme love, or extreme jealousy. I think these are all emotional changes that can open the Sharingan. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Yu. He knew something. Uchiha Itachi told him when he was a child. And Sasuke actually knew the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he didn't know what it was called. Uchiha Itachi showed it to him before he left. After thinking about it, Sasuke told Yu, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan is different from the ones I have seen. It is not a Magatama, but another complex pattern. Oh, will there be another Sharingan above the 3 Magatama Sharingan? Yu asked. Yu certainly knew the Mangekyo Sharingan, but Sasuke didn't know. He wanted to guide Sasuke to realize the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 104. Sasuke also fell into deep thought. However, Naruto and Sakura were confused by the conversation between Yu and Sasuke, and they didn't know what the two were talking about. The two didn't know much about the Uchiha clan. They just thought that the Uchiha clan was a very powerful family, but they were exterminated. Sasuke looked at Yu and said doubtfully, maybe, his Sharingan is very strong. Yu knew that Sasuke realized that there really was a Sharingan above the 3 Magatama Sharingan. So he said, maybe some books in your family have records. Judging from Sasuke's actions when he returned to Konoha during the 4th Ninja World War, Danzo didn't take away all the information about the Uchiha clan. For Danzo, the most important information is probably about the Sharingan. He probably wasn't interested in records such as the family history of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke thought of something. There should be records about this in our family's shrine. Yu asked, do you know where it is? Do you want to go and have a look? Sasuke, who was somewhat moved by Yu's encouragement, stood up. Let's go and have a look. Yu also stood up and said, then go and have a look, maybe there are records about your brother's Sharingan. Sasuke frowned, he is not my brother. Sasuke was very disgusted with Yu calling Uchiha Itachi his brother. That was the person who slaughtered his entire family. Even if he had a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi before, he could not forgive him at this time. Sorry, then let's go. In fact, I also want to know more about your family. Naruto, Sakura, are you going? Naruto, who had been confused since just now and had no idea what Yu and Sasuke were talking about, Sakura quickly said, go, of course we will go. But both of them regarded this action as an adventure game. In the past, the Uchiha clan's shrine would naturally not allow outsiders to enter. But now that the Uchiha clan is gone, Sasuke naturally doesn't care. Soon, Sasuke brought a few people to the Uchiha clan's shrine. Although it was a bit shabby, it can be seen that someone has been maintaining it. It should be someone from the village. After all, it was once the shrine of the Uchiha clan. Even if the village is just pretending, it is impossible to destroy such an important place as the shrine. Several people came to the entrance of the shrine. Sakura and Naruto were very scared. This place was more gloomy and terrifying than the deserted street just now. Sakura couldn't calm down either, and one hand kept grabbing Sasuke's clothes. Naruto grabbed Yuyu's arm and looked around, fearing that there would be something dirty running out. Yuyu was a little speechless. But he knew Naruto's character. In fact, Naruto was not very courageous. So Yuyu didn't care what Naruto did. Entering the shrine, there are many tablets of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the neatly arranged tablets, Sasuke was a little dazed for a while. He hasn't been here for a long time, and there is no change now compared to when he came before. Yuyu stood in front of the tablets and looked at the densely packed names on them. He could feel how powerful the Uchiha clan was in the past. Those who can have their own tablets in this shrine must be the strong men of the Uchiha clan. There are hundreds of tablets here, which means that hundreds of strong men of the Uchiha clan have fallen before. Standing in front of these tablets, Yuyu bowed to them solemnly. After all, to find the secrets of the Uchiha clan, not only to help Sasuke find the records of the Sharingan, Yuyu himself is also very interested in the history of the Uchiha clan. Although the Konoha Public Library has the history of the Uchiha clan, it is not detailed. After seeing Yuyu bowing to the tablet, although they didn't know what was going on. But Naruto and Sakura followed Yuyu and bowed to the tablet several times. Sasuke looked at the actions of the three people and was somewhat moved. He thought of the worship of these tablets by the clan members when they came to the shrine before. Unfortunately, no one does this now. After Yuyu and the others finished worshipping, Sasuke took the three to the back of the shrine. There is a huge flat stone tablet behind the shrine lobby. Sasuke pointed to the stone tablet and said, "I have seen the clan members enter the shrine through here before. There is a secret room below, which is where the information of the Uchiha clan is stored. But I don't know how to open this stone tablet. My father took me in that year." Naruto and Sakura didn't know what was going on, so they stood by and didn't say anything. Today, the worldviews of both of them were impacted. For the first time, the two felt the huge gap between the ninja family and the civilians. Yuyu looked at after looking at the stone tablet for a long time, he turned to look at Sasuke and said, "I think the way to open this stone tablet is written on it. These mysterious words on it should be the way to open it. You can use the Sharingan to look at the words on the stone tablet, and you should be able to understand it." Sasuke was stunned for a moment. He had come here several times before, but he couldn't find a way to open this stone tablet every time. Sasuke had never thought of using the Sharingan to look at the words on the stone tablet before. But since Yuyu said so, he thought he might really find a way to open the stone tablet. Sasuke stood in front of the stone tablet, his eyes slightly fixed. After his eyes condensed the chakra, Sharingan. In an instant, Sasuke opened the Sharingan. When he set his eyes on the stone tablet, he suddenly found that he could understand all the mysterious words on the stone tablet that he had never recognized before. Sasuke was delighted and said, "You were right. The method to open the stone tablet is written on it." Yuyu also smiled and said, "I guessed right. Uchiha clan will definitely use a method that only the Uchiha clan can interpret to set up a method to open the stone tablet." Sasuke was very happy and nodded, "I really didn't think of it before. So that's it." Looking at the words on the stone tablet, Sasuke knew how to open the stone tablet. After reading it, he looked at Yuyu and said, "Now I know how to open it." Yuyu knew what Sasuke wanted to do, and pulled Naruto and Sakura back a few steps. From the beginning, Sakura and Naruto have been in a state of confusion, and they have no idea what Yuyu and Sasuke are doing. What they thought in their hearts was, didn't they say they came here to practice? How did it become an adventure game? For the two of them, the actions of several people are an adventure game. The environment is also very suitable. Sasuke stood in front of the stone tablet and began to make seals with his hands. Seal release. After Sasuke completed the seal, he slapped one hand on the stone tablet. Just as Sasuke transferred the chakra from his hand to the stone tablet, the heavy stone tablet slowly moved forward. Boom, boom, boom. When the heavy stone tablet moved, there was a lot of noise. After all, it was a stone tablet weighing several tons. The surrounding area was filled with dust by the movement of the stone tablet. After the stone tablet moved, a passage appeared underneath. Sasuke was very happy. He was about to know the secret of the Sharingan. Yu was also very happy. He could know the history of the Uchiha clan. Yu was not interested in the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. He knew very well that many of the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan were related to the Sharingan. It would be useless for him to learn it. But Yu was very interested in the history of the Uchiha clan. After all, his understanding of the Uchiha clan has become a little incomplete as time goes by, and when he watched Naruto before, the history of the Uchiha clan was not introduced in such detail. Sakura and Naruto on the side felt like they had opened a treasure hiding place. The two have always regarded this action as an adventure game. Chapter 105. After the stone tablet was completely moved away, the passage to the underground secret room was revealed. A gust of cold wind blew out from inside. Naruto and Sakura shivered. The gloomy atmosphere scared them both. But seeing that Yu and Sasuke were not afraid, they were too embarrassed to say anything. Sasuke turned his head and looked at Yu. His father had brought him here before, and he didn't know if there was a mechanism in this secret room. He didn't dare to take Yu and Naruto down casually. Yu smiled and said, "Let's go down and take a look first." Sasuke nodded. He was also worried that there would be a mechanism in the secret room, which would hurt Sakura and Naruto. Although Sasuke seemed to look down on Sakura and Naruto, in fact, in his heart, Sakura and Naruto had long been good friends. Otherwise, he would never agree to the two of them coming to the Uchiha clan's shrine. But Sakura and Naruto looked around, and they found that staying up there was more terrifying than following Yu and Sasuke down. So the two of them said quickly, "Yu, Sasuke, we will go down together, we are not afraid." Yu looked at the two people, and the fear was written on their faces. After thinking about it, Yu said helplessly, "But there may be a mechanism in the secret room, it is very dangerous for you to go down together." Sasuke nodded and echoed Yu's statement. Sakura stepped forward and said, "Since Sasuke has been here before, there must be no danger." Seeing Sakura's fear, Yu shook his head, very helpless. "Sasuke, take them with you." Although he knew that the two were afraid, Yu did not point it out. Sasuke glanced at Yu and instantly knew what Yu meant. Although he was a little worried about the safety of the two, he agreed when he thought of Yu being there. After Yu and Sasuke agreed, Sakura and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. From just now, they were very sensitive to the atmosphere around them, it was too gloomy and terrifying. They didn't know how Sasuke lived in such an environment for so many years. The four of them came to the passage at the entrance of the secret room. There was a stone staircase leading to the secret room. The situation in the secret room could not be seen at the entrance because it was pitch black inside. Sasuke looked at Yu, who nodded, and the two entered the secret room first. Sakura and Naruto followed the two carefully into the secret room. In fact, even Sasuke was a little nervous. When he came with his father before, there were people in the secret room. Now I don't know if there will be any mechanism in the secret room. Tap tap tap. The four of them entered the secret room step by step. The passage around the secret room was made of stone. Fortunately, when they entered the passage, the lights on the walls of the passage lit up automatically. But the more this happened, the more dangerous Yu felt. After walking more than 10 meters, they still did not enter the secret room. The passage was very long, and the few people did not speak, but the atmosphere became more and more tense. Sakura walked behind Sasuke all the time, pulling his clothes. Naruto took out a kunai and held it in his hand, and the other hand also grabbed Yu's clothes. In the passage, there were only 4 footsteps, and the footsteps were very obvious. Wind, wind, wind. Just when they turned a corner, there was a sound of breaking through the air. The speed was too fast, and Naruto and Sakura didn't react at the corner. Sasuke noticed it because he had opened the Sharingan before. But when he saw the weapons shot at him with the Sharingan, he was scared. Countless kunai and shuriken shot at them. And the speed was extremely fast, much faster than the ninjas, and the force was also very heavy. There was even a sonic boom. Be careful. Although Sasuke saw it with the Sharingan, his body couldn't react. He could only warn a few people out loud. But it was too late. Countless kunai and shuriken appeared in front of them in an instant. Sasuke could only watch these ninja tools burst towards them. At this moment, Sasuke regretted it very much. I should have known not to let them in together. Sasuke felt guilty. He couldn't block this level of kunai and shuriken at all, too fast, too heavy, too many. Even his body couldn't react. The dense kunai and shuriken were less than 1 meter away from his body, and his body didn't move. Sasuke was like this, and Sakura and Naruto were even more so. They didn't even see the kunai and shuriken appear, they only heard Sasuke's words. Because they didn't see the kunai and shuriken so close, the two were still confused, not knowing why Sasuke told them to be careful. Seeing that the dense kunai and shuriken were about to hit him at the moment of their arrival, a golden light flashed. Sizzle tilde. Thunder release thunder net. Ding ding ding. In an instant, countless kunai and shuriken bombarded the golden shield. For a moment, golden iron intertwined, fire shone, iron filings flew, and the surrounding stone walls were hit by dense holes from the damaged kunai and shuriken. The kunai and shuriken lasted for a full 2 seconds, and it is estimated that hundreds of kunai and shuriken all bombarded the golden shield. After a long time, the sound of gold and iron colliding disappeared, and the sparks disappeared, and Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura reacted. Looking at the golden light that enveloped them. There were also golden arcs of electricity containing terrifying energy flashing on it. These golden arcs of electricity condensed into a golden shield, protecting them in the middle. Sasuke and Naruto had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. But Sakura had seen it. He turned his head and looked at Yu. Yu, if it weren't for you, we would have been dead. I was scared to death. Sakura had seen it before, so although she was still a little shocked, she didn't believe it. But Naruto and Sasuke had never seen Yu show such a terrifying power, so they were shocked by Yu's power for a long time. They had only seen Yu fight a few times before, but they had never seen Yu use lightning ninjutsu. When Yu fought with the runaway Naruto, although he used the same ninjutsu, Naruto had lost consciousness at that time and had no memory of this ninjutsu. The light condensed by Yu's lightning net was too dazzling. It was even bright and dazzling. But they couldn't care about these at this time. Both of them were shocked by Yu's power as if they had seen a miracle. Neither of them noticed that when Yu released the lightning net, he didn't make any seals at all. That's right, after a period of improvement, Yu's several lightning ninjutsu no longer need to make seals, and can be released by condensing chakra. Just now, Yu just sensed the attack and immediately released the lightning net. Almost just his consciousness can release it instantly. After a long time, Sasuke and Naruto came back to their senses and looked at Yu. Yu, is this your power? Yu said lightly, let's go in first, be careful, there are really mechanisms inside. Although Sasuke and Naruto were very curious about Yu's power, they could only suppress it in their hearts and ask again after entering. Yu has been maintaining the lightning net, which can not only illuminate, but also prevent possible attacks. Chapter 106. The four continued to walk towards the secret room. After walking for more than 10 meters, the four saw the end of the passage. With the lights on in the distance, they saw the Uchiha clan emblem in the middle of the secret room. We are finally here. But just as the four were about to enter the secret room, the surrounding walls suddenly spewed out terrifying flames. The fiery red flames rushed towards the few people. The passage before entering the secret room was filled with flames for 5 or 6 meters. At this time, the four were in the middle of the flames. However, the flames were blasted away the moment they touched the lightning net. A vacuum zone was formed between the flames and the lightning net. The flames that could melt steel could not shake the lightning net at all. Even the four people protected in it did not feel a trace of heat. It was still very shocking to be in the sea of fire and watch the fiery red flames burning around. They even saw that the originally smooth wall had cracked into several cracks at this time. That was cracked by the burning of the flames. It is enough to see how high the temperature of the flame is. But such a terrifying flame could not shake them at all, and they did not even feel the heat. And all this was because of the golden lightning that enveloped them. At this moment, the three were once again shocked by Yiyu's strength. Yiyu did not want to use it, but the mechanism set up by the Uchiha clan here, the temperature of the flame was too high, and the use of water escape ninjutsu would definitely not be able to block it. Moreover, in this closed environment, using water escape ninjutsu to bombard such a high temperature flame, the huge amount of water vapor can instantly blow the shrine into ruins. Yiyu was also very speechless. You Uchiha clan are too cruel. Even a Jonin can't handle these two mechanisms. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Yiyu. I didn't encounter these when I came in before. It's obvious that these mechanisms can be turned off. And you have the nerve to say that even a Jonin can't handle it. What are you doing now? You can handle the mechanisms that even a Jonin can't handle easily. I don't think you are struggling at all. Yiyu felt Sasuke's strong envy and jealousy. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The flames hadn't dissipated yet. Staying here for one more second would consume a lot of chakra. The temperature of this flame was very high, and the lightning net consumed a lot of chakra. Even if his chakra recovered quickly, he didn't want to stay here any longer. He didn't want to make Sasuke and Naruto jealous. Go in. If you stay here any longer, you'll be roasted. Although they didn't feel any heat, Sasuke and the others really thought that Yiyu had a hard time maintaining this ninjutsu. After all, they could all see that the temperature of the flame was very high. The flame was even bright red, and the light was dazzling, so the temperature could not be much lower. Especially Sasuke, who had mastered some fire escape ninjutsu, knew that the temperature of the flame of this mechanism was definitely much higher than what he released. After several people entered the secret room, the flames in the passage also dissipated. The originally smooth and bright walls have now become charred, extremely rough, and even have countless cracks. If they burn for a while longer, it is estimated that the stones of the wall will be burned to ashes. After several people entered the secret room, the surrounding oil lamps automatically lit up. The entire secret room was illuminated, and the situation of the entire secret room was visible at a glance. Yiyu looked at this quaint secret room and nodded. It is worthy of being a big family. Without some accumulation, there can't be such a quaint feeling. Just when Yiyu was admiring the layout of the secret room, Sasuke stood in front of Yiyu, staring at him closely. The same is true for Naruto. Sakura was frightened by the two and hid behind Yiyu. Soon, Yiyu also noticed the two people's fiery gazes. Yiyu took a step back, fearing that the two people had some special hobbies. What are you doing? Sasuke said coldly. Did Kakashi teach you the ninjutsu you used just now? Yes, it must be Kakashi who taught you, right? Yiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it was Kakashi who taught me. Is there any problem? Although this ninjutsu was developed by Yu himself, he naturally could not admit it. After all, if he said so, the person the two people were looking for must not be him, but Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi, who was reading a newly bought novel at home, suddenly sneezed a few times. He looked out the window and frowned. Who is thinking about me? It must be this guy Kai. He just said a sentence to himself and then read the book again, very focused. Obviously Jiraiya's new work is still quite exciting. And in the secret room, Sasuke and Naruto heard that it was Kakashi who taught. After that, he was a little angry. Kakashi is so good to you that he taught you such a powerful ninjutsu, Sasuke said with some jealousy. Naruto nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the fact that you and Kakashi don't look alike, I really think you are Kakashi's son. Yu was a little speechless. You don't have to be so indignant. As long as you want to learn and have the conditions to learn, Kakashi will definitely teach you. The reason why Kakashi doesn't teach you is not that he doesn't want to teach, but that you haven't learned many basics now. How can he teach? The ninjutsu I used just now is a forbidden technique. If you don't pay attention, you will be backfired by the ninjutsu and die without knowing how you died. So you should hone your basics first. Listening to Yu's words, Sasuke nodded. He agreed with this point. Because he had practiced with his father and Uchiha Itachi before, he knew the importance of the basics. Naruto didn't understand. He stood aside with his hands folded, curled his lips and said, I see you use it very easily, and you don't look dangerous at all. You are just lying. Although he knew that Yu was very strong, Naruto still thought that this ninjutsu was taught by Kakashi. As long as he could learn it, he would not be worse than Yu. If Naruto knew that he didn't have lightning chakra, it would be extremely difficult to learn this ninjutsu. I don't know what he would think. Sakura stood behind Yu and watched him talk nonsense. Although Sakura didn't know about Yu's ninjutsu, she had seen Kakashi fight several times. In the two battles between Kakashi and Zabuza, Zabuza almost forced Kakashi into a desperate situation, but he didn't use it. It is obvious that this ninjutsu was not taught by Kakashi to Yu at all. Otherwise, Kakashi would have used it in the battle. But she didn't expose it. She is now more and more sure that Yu is definitely much stronger than Kakashi. Because she was by Yu's side in several battles, Yu showed much more strength than Kakashi. And Yu's lightning release was golden lightning, while Kakashi's was blue. They were completely different colors. And Yu's lightning release was obviously much more powerful than Kakashi's. She definitely didn't believe that Kakashi taught Yu's lightning release. Standing behind Yu and looking at Yu, Sakura thought to herself, Yu, what kind of person are you? From the first day she met Yu, Sakura felt that Yu was very mysterious. He seemed like a black hole, and it was impossible to really understand him. Chapter 107. Yu did not answer Naruto's words. He changed the subject and said, let's find out if there are any records about the Sharingan here. Don't forget what our purpose is this time. After Yu reminded them, they remembered what they were doing here. They all started looking in the secret room. Yu did not participate in the search. His eyes were on a stone under the Uchiha clan emblem. There were mysterious words engraved on the stone. Is this the stone that records the history of the Uchiha clan? But it seems that it has been changed by Black Zetsu, causing Uchiha Madara, who has been planning for decades, to become a clown. Soon, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura placed the books they found in front of Yu. All the books in this secret room are here, there should be no omissions. Yu looked at the basic books in front of him. Sasuke, are you sure we can read these books? This involves the secrets of your Uchiha clan. Yu did not open it, but asked Sasuke if he was willing to let them see it. Naruto, who had stretched out his hand to open it, retracted his hand. Together with Sakura, they all looked at Sasuke. Sasuke said calmly, the Uchiha clan is gone, and there is no point in keeping these materials here. Why keep them if you don't read them? Look, maybe there are ninjutsu that will benefit you. For Sasuke, the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, and now he has only one goal, which is to become strong enough and then seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi. These materials are of no use to him. After getting Sasuke's permission, Yu said, "Okay, let's read it." Several people picked up a book each. Yu took the history of the Uchiha clan. Naruto took the book that recorded the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. Sakura took the book that recorded the Uchiha clan's illusions. Sasuke took the book about the Sharingan. For a moment, in the entire secret room, no one spoke, and all their attention was on the books in their hands. After a long time, Yu closed the book in his hand first. Now he roughly understands the history of the Uchiha clan. Many things that he didn't remember were written on it. Including the history before Uchiha Madara were recorded clearly. After reading it, Yu sighed. Uchiha Madara is worthy of being the best ninja of the Uchiha clan. He actually occupies 1/10 of the records of the Uchiha clan. You know, the history of the Uchiha clan is thousands of years old. But the records about Uchiha Madara account for 1/10. It can be seen how important Uchiha Madara is to the Uchiha clan. Yu looked at Sasuke, who was reading a book, and asked, "Do you know what Sharingan is after the 3 Magatama Sharingan now?" Sasuke raised his head with a puzzled look on his face. He focused all his attention on how to develop the Sharingan and didn't look at the back. Looking at Sasuke's confused look, Yu held his forehead. "Are you focusing on the wrong thing? Don't start by looking at how to develop the Sharingan. First, look at what the Sharingan has and what its characteristics are. These are the basics. Your father probably didn't teach you before, did he?" Yu remembered that Uchiha Fugaku only taught Sasuke a few fire escape ninjutsu. As for the use of the Sharingan or its characteristics, they were not taught at all, because Sasuke hadn't opened his eyes at that time. Sasuke only knew some basic properties of the Sharingan at most, and that knowledge was known even to people who were not from the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was a little embarrassed. This book records many methods of developing the Sharingan. I was too fascinated by it. Sakura and Naruto looked over, but they didn't see anything. Let alone Naruto, he couldn't understand what was written in the book at all. He knew all those words, but he couldn't understand them when they were combined. This was the limit of the ability of the last one in the ninja school. After entering the ninja school, the only thing he learned was literacy and some ninja tool throwing techniques, and his level of ninja tool throwing techniques was not very high. As for the theoretical knowledge of ninjas and ninjutsu, don't make it difficult for Naruto. Sakura understood it and gained a lot. She was very interested in several illusions recorded in the book. And she was shocked by the power of the illusions of the Uchiha clan. She even sighed in her heart, "It's worthy of the Uchiha clan, worthy of the former Konoha family." Although most of the illusions recorded in the book require the use of Sharingan, there are also several that can be used without Sharingan. And Sakura is interested in those illusions. Seeing the 3 people looking over, Yu said, "I have finished reading the history of the Uchiha clan. It says that after the 3 Magatama Sharingan, there is an eye called the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is an eye with strange power, and it also hides a powerful eye technique. I think Uchiha Itachi's eyes are the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he really has the Mangekyo Sharingan, it is indeed difficult to deal with him. Because in the thousands of years of history of your Uchiha clan, there are not many ninjas who can open the Mangekyo Sharingan. It can even be said that there are only a few. In historical records, before the establishment of Konoha, a ninja named Uchiha Madara of the Uchiha clan opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His power was so strong that the ninjas of the entire ninja world at that time did not dare to look directly into his eyes. And those eyes also have a power similar to that of a god, and even have the power to easily destroy a country and control the 9 tails. Sasuke was stunned when he heard what Yu said. He didn't know this. Let alone Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto were stunned after listening to Yu's story. Naruto asked solemnly, what kind of power can easily destroy a country? And, can that kind of eyes control the Nine Tails? Naruto knew very well how powerful the Nine Tails was. Although every time he went berserk, his memory was incomplete, and he even lost it completely. But looking at the destruction afterwards and Sakura's description, he knew how terrifying the Nine Tails' power was. But such a powerful Nine Tails could actually be controlled. And there was not only one pair of such eyes, Sasuke's brother had a pair. Although Naruto hated the Nine Tails, after all, it was sealed in his body, which meant that the Mangekyo Sharingan could easily control him. Naruto was very worried, and he believed that Yu would not lie to him. There really was a power in this world that could control the Nine Tails, and it was not difficult. Naruto's trembling words made the three of them look at him. Yu comforted him, don't worry, as long as you get the approval of the Nine Tails, the Mangekyo Sharingan will find it difficult to control you. The Mangekyo Sharingan can easily be cracked by the tailed beast in the body to control the Jinchuriki. The premise is that the tailed beast in the Jinchuriki's body must be willing to help the Jinchuriki crack it. Most Jinchuriki are actually unable to coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts, and it is impossible to be like Killer Bee. So once many Jinchuriki are controlled by the Sharingan, they are finished. Yu looked at Naruto's abdomen and then said, and even if you are really controlled by the Sharingan's illusion, the Nine Tails will definitely help you to get rid of it. After all, you are his Jinchuriki. If something happens to you, it will also suffer. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this explanation. He was really worried. After all, this record had a lot to do with him. Chapter 108. Sasuke was shocked by the powerful force of the Mangekyo Sharingan. In Yu's description, the Mangekyo Sharingan was too powerful. Especially when Yu talked about Uchiha Madara, the ninjas in the entire ninja world could not look him in the eye. Too strong, too handsome. That kind of power is what Sasuke needs. Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes slightly fixed. As long as I open the Mangekyo Sharingan, I can kill him, I can definitely do it. I'm afraid you have to work hard. After all, it is obvious that Uchiha Itachi also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. But I always believe that you will be stronger than him in the future, and much stronger. Yu said. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, looking at Yu, very confused. Why are you so sure? Yu smiled, because I can see that you have great potential, and most importantly, you have a goal that must be achieved, and you are also a person who can give up everything to achieve this goal. So I have great confidence in you. These words are naturally made up by Yu. But the result must be true. After all, Yu knew what would happen in the future. But Yu seemed to have forgotten that his appearance had changed many things. Hearing Yu's words, Sasuke's expression was very complicated. Yu was very confident in him, but this expectation was too heavy. I don't know when Yu became very important to him. The expectations of important people are a great burden for him. However, Sasuke still plucked up the courage and said coldly, of course, I can do it, and I will definitely defeat you in the future. Perhaps seeing Sasuke's imposing words, Naruto was unwilling to lag behind, stood up and clenched his fist towards Yu and said, and me, I will definitely defeat your Yu in the future. Sasuke, we are rarely united on this point. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said expectantly. But Sasuke ignored him. Although he did think about defeating Yu in the future, he himself had no confidence. In his heart, Yu has become more powerful and more difficult to surpass than Uchiha Itachi. But he is not hostile to Yu. Because he really regards Yu as his friend. A very important friend. The words Yu said to him several times before have made him gain a lot. He also understands that Yu is really good for him. Over the years, he feels that Yu is the one who really cares about him. Of course, all this is Sasuke's own feelings. The reason why Yu said those words to him is more to hope that he will not bother himself. It is too troublesome. Sasuke now feels that it is still possible to defeat Uchiha Itachi, and he even thinks that according to Iyu's method, there is a great possibility of doing it. But he doesn't think he can defeat Iyu in the future. Iyu's growth rate is too fast, and he can't even see Iyu's back now. Naturally, he will not chase Iyu again. If the gap is not big, jealousy may arise. But if you can't even see the other party's back, it is very likely that you will not regard the other party as an opponent. After all, you don't know where the opponent is. This is what Sasuke is thinking at this time. So he didn't agree with Naruto. He even thought he was a bit of an idiot. Even a fool could see the difference in strength between them, but Naruto had an inexplicable confidence that he could surpass Iyu tomorrow, which made it difficult for him to agree. Seeing that Sasuke ignored him, Naruto gritted his teeth angrily. Asshole, Sasuke, you don't think you can't surpass Iyu, right? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Iyu could only stand up and hold Naruto. Okay, Naruto, I'm here, I welcome your challenge, anytime, so just work hard, don't keep emphasizing it. Sasuke must think the same as you, but who wants to keep saying this? As a real strong man, you should have the posture of a strong man, and you will definitely not be as impetuous as you. Masters are often silent, just do it, the less you say, the better, the less handsome, isn't it? Naruto was stunned when he heard it. He even imagined himself becoming a master, stepping on Iyu, and Sakura throwing herself into his arms. Even this guy couldn't help laughing. Iyu was speechless. You can't hold back your delusions, right? Iyu shook his head. I feel a little tired. It's a miracle that Naruto can do what he did later with his personality. Sakura also saw what Naruto was thinking. She distanced herself from him. Naruto was immersed in Iyu's description for a long time. It seems that he was very interested in Iyu's words, and even deliberately put on a cold face similar to Sasuke afterwards. But with his personality, he couldn't hold on for long. Iyu didn't care about him anymore. Sasuke looked at Iyu and asked, who is the Uchiha Madara you just mentioned? Is he really strong? Sasuke was still interested in this kind of thing. Sakura was actually very curious. She knew that the Uchiha clan was a wealthy family, but she rarely heard of any masters in the Uchiha clan. Of course, that was because the Uchiha clan was exterminated when Sakura was very young. Where could she hear about it? And even the ninjas of Konoha village knew very little about Uchiha Madara. What's more outrageous is that even the Uchiha clan themselves knew very little about Uchiha Madara. Iyu didn't know why they sealed the history of the Uchiha clan in this place instead of teaching it to the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. In fact, it's not just the Uchiha clan. The ninjas of Konoha don't know much about the history of their ancestors. Obviously, the first Hokage, one of the founders of Konoha village, is so much of a topic. But no one discusses it, and even many ninjas don't know what the first Hokage's name is. It's really too outrageous. Even Hashirama Senju was treated like this, not to mention Uchiha Madara, who is even more difficult to mention. Sasuke's knowledge of Uchiha Madara is really completely blank, and he doesn't know anything about it. Iyu now knows it, so he introduced it. It is recorded above that Uchiha Madara was once the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, a powerful ninja with a Mangekyo Sharingan, and a legendary ninja who ended the ninja chaos with the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. And he is one of the founders of Konoha village who joined hands with the first Hokage. He has the power to destroy a country, and his ninjutsu is so powerful that it can change the terrain. But later he and the first Hokage had different ideas about the development of the village, so he finally chose to leave. After that, I don't know what happened. He returned to Konoha and wanted to forcibly change Konoha village. The first generation Hokage tried to stop them, and the two fought in the Valley of the End, and the Valley of the End was caused by their ninjutsu. It is enough to show that both Uchiha Madara and the first generation Hokage have power that surpasses this era. It can be said that Uchiha Madara's power was the strongest in the entire ninja world at that time, except for the first generation Hokage. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were stunned when they heard these stories. They couldn't imagine what kind of power Uchiha Madara had to be as powerful as what Yu said. After Yu finished speaking, he looked at Sasuke and said seriously, "Sasuke, I believe you will be as powerful as Uchiha Madara in the future, and even surpass him. By the way, open your book and see how the Mangekyo Sharingan is recorded." Yu's words directly pulled the three people who were still immersed in the previous words out. Seeing the three people looking at him with resentful eyes, Yu said speechlessly, "Why are you looking at me? It's more important to do business. There will be plenty of opportunities to tell these stories later." Sasuke himself didn't realize that his personality had changed during this period of time with Yu. Not as extreme as before, nor as desperate as before. Although he still wanted revenge, he believed in Yu's words and took it step by step. He looked at Naruto and Sakura sitting on both sides of him, and Yu standing in front of him. He found that he was not alone. He now has too many people who can't let go. Yu himself didn't know that he just didn't want Sasuke to pester him and trouble him, so he took his nonsense seriously. Even his mentality changed. Chapter 109. Sasuke opened the record at the back of the book. Yu, Naruto and Sakura came over and wanted to see what the Mangekyo Sharingan looked like. Seeing Yu and the other two coming over, if it was normal, Sasuke would definitely not like others to get close to him. But now he only felt warmth. A ray of sunshine shot into his heart that had been cold for many years. Yu and the others were completely shocked by the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan in the book. Even though Yu knew how powerful the Mangekyo Sharingan was, he was still shocked by the record after seeing it. "I said, the Mangekyo Sharingan is simply the eyes of God," Yu exclaimed. Sasuke was also shocked. He didn't expect the Mangekyo Sharingan to be so powerful. "Susanoo, it's simply the power of God," Sasuke exclaimed. Even Naruto and Sakura were shocked by the power of the Mangekyo described in the book. Naruto, who was full of confidence before, was stunned at this time. Does this kind of power really exist? Sakura did not speak. Yu answered Naruto's words, "It must exist. After all, these records are the secrets of the Uchiha clan. They don't need to brag to the outside world. Besides, even such a powerful creature as the Nine Tails exists, there must be a force to contend with it. And if you can build a village during the chaotic period of the ninja world, if there is no power to suppress others, other families will not join at all. Ninja families in other countries will not allow the establishment of villages. It can only be said that the power of the ancestors is far beyond our imagination, especially the legendary Uchiha Madara and the first generation of Hokage. How powerful are those two people? They can suppress an era and make it breathless." After a long time, closing the book in his hand, Sasuke stood up and said with a firm look, "I want to become stronger. Since the Sharingan has such a great development prospect, I believe that with my efforts, I will catch up with the legendary Uchiha Madara." Yu was also very happy to see that Sasuke finally stopped looking at himself. He quickly said, "In my opinion, you have the potential to surpass your ancestors." As long as Sasuke stopped staring at him, Yu could flatter him without limit, not to mention that he was not lying, and in the future Sasuke did surpass Uchiha Madara. Sasuke turned around and looked at Yu. "Yu, don't fall behind on my way to becoming stronger." Seemingly full of confidence, Sasuke's words became a little arrogant. Yu didn't care, as long as he didn't stare at him all the time. Yu smiled and said, "Of course." Naruto also clenched his fist and said, "I will also work hard to become as strong as the first generation Hokage." Sasuke, don't forget that Uchiha Madara finally lost to the first generation Hokage. But Sasuke was not interested in what Naruto said. Because Yu was there, Sasuke did not regard Naruto as his opponent. Instead, he regarded Yu as his target to catch up with. Yu also encouraged Naruto, saying, "Naruto, you have the potential. You have the same physique as the first Hokage, and you also have the power of the Nine Tails. As long as you get the Nine Tails recognition in the future, your chakra will immediately reach the level of the first Hokage. With your physique from the Uzumaki clan, I think it will be no problem to catch up with the first Hokage or even surpass him." Yu patted Naruto's shoulder and said seriously. Naruto was so excited that he wanted to rush out to practice right now. Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke, both teammates, who were so motivated and had such ambitious goals, but she was at a loss and a little dazed. Yu noticed Sakura's expression and said, "Sakura, your chakra control is very strong. You can practice illusion and medical ninjutsu. And you are very talented in physical skills. You can ask Kakashi teacher about physical skills. I think you will have great development in physical skills." Sakura was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Yu to notice her. And Yu's words also gave her a goal. That is to practice physical skills, medical ninjutsu and illusion. Yu didn't let Sakura find Kai to practice physical skills. Kai's physical skills are not suitable for Sakura. The physical skills that Sakura needs are the kind of Tsunade. It depends on the precise control of chakra to achieve it, which only Tsunade can teach. Now that Tsunade is not here, Kakashi is more suitable than Kai. Because Kakashi's control of chakra is also very good, and his physical skills are also exquisite physical skills. Sakura agreed with Yu's words and nodded solemnly, "Yes, I will definitely do it." Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that finally these three people didn't have to focus on me. Then the four of them read all the books they could find in the secret room. After that, they left the secret room. When they left, the mechanism of the secret room was gone. Originally, Sasuke wanted to take these books out, but Yu persuaded him to leave them here, which was more conducive to confidentiality. It would be bad if they were taken out and lost. Sasuke did not refuse. After coming out of the secret room, it was already early in the morning. Several people stayed in the secret room for several hours. After coming out, several people felt as if they were in another world. They knew many secrets of the Uchiha clan and many previous histories of Konoha. Even the history they knew at this time was more than that of many senior ninjas in the village. Watching Sasuke control the stone tablet to slowly close, Yu sighed, "This is the foundation of the big family. Sasuke, I think you have to do something very important and more important than revenge for your family now." After returning the stone tablet to its place, Sasuke turned to look at Yu and asked in confusion, "Is there anything more important than my revenge?" Yu patted Sasuke's shoulder and said very seriously, "You have to leave blood for your Uchiha clan. Now there are only you and Uchiha left in your Uchiha clan. Think about it, if your revenge is successful, will Uchiha Itachi die? If he dies, you will be the only one left in your Uchiha clan. If you don't leave blood, won't your Uchiha clan be completely exterminated?" Sasuke was stunned. He had never thought about this question. When Yu said this, Sakura blushed. Naruto was full of question marks. He didn't understand what Yu meant. "Yu, what do you mean?" Naruto was very straightforward and asked directly if he didn't understand. But his words made Sasuke blush. Sasuke had never thought about this question, but he knew what Yu meant. No matter how cool he was, he couldn't hold it back at this moment. He slapped Yu's hand away awkwardly. "Yu, what are you talking about?" Even the cool Sasuke would be shy when encountering these things. Not to mention that he is only 12 years old now. Chapter 110. Seeing Sasuke so embarrassed, Yu was very serious. "I'm serious, don't think I'm kidding you. I support you in revenge, but you also have to consider the continuation of your Uchiha clan. Do you want your Uchiha clan to be completely cut off from your generation?" Sasuke's face turned red with embarrassment, and he turned his head away and didn't dare to look into Yu's eyes. I'm not that age yet," so I don't need to think about it. Yu said, indeed, but since you don't have any offspring yet, I suggest you not to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi, because if you lose, your family will most likely be completely wiped out. Do you think that with Uchiha Itachi's character, he can even destroy the entire family, so will he care about the inheritance of the Uchiha clan? So before you challenge Uchiha Itachi, continue the family bloodline first, and then go find Uchiha Itachi. Regardless of whether you win or lose, the Uchiha clan will be passed down. Even if you lose, your children can inherit your will and continue to seek revenge on him in the future. Isn't this much better than you relying on yourself for revenge? Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect Yu to think so far. What nonsense are you talking about? What about passing on the family line? I'm not that old yet. And I must rely on my own hands to get revenge, not on others. Yu shook his head. Your thinking is wrong. You have to know that not everything can be done. When you have offspring, it means you have left a backup. Your offspring are your backup. And only with offspring can the Uchiha clan be passed on. If your Uchiha clan is completely extinct, what's the point of your revenge? Do you think your parents want this to happen? Your father is the head of the Uchiha clan, and you are his son. Now you are the head of the Uchiha clan. You should consider your clan, not just yourself. If you can't pass on the Uchiha clan, do you think your father will be willing to see this happen? And as the head of the clan, you are also seriously derelict in your duty. Yuyu's conversation made Sasuke's mind confused. No one had ever said these things to him before, and he himself had never thought about these questions. But he knew that Yu was right. His father was the head of the Uchiha clan. His brother slaughtered the entire family, leaving only him. Then didn't he automatically inherit the position of head? Shouldn't he consider the inheritance of the Uchiha clan? Compared with the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, it seems that revenge can be postponed, and its importance is not as important as continuing the bloodline of the clan. He was too stubborn before. He didn't even think about these questions. When he thought about his father bringing him to this shrine and seeing the respectful attitude of those clan members towards him, and the pride of his clan members for the Uchiha clan at the gathering, if he couldn't continue the inheritance of the Uchiha clan, would his parents be disappointed even if he took revenge? When he thought of his father's disappointed eyes, Sasuke was very entangled. Yu was also a little confused. He said this just because he hoped that Sasuke would not be so anxious to do things and not be so extreme in his thinking. The more anxious and extreme he is, the more trouble he will cause in the future. It is obvious that if something happens to Sasuke in the future, Kakashi will ask him to deal with it. In order to prevent such things from happening, Yu can only let Sasuke take revenge later and hone his strength. In this way, he will definitely be able to complete his revenge after he takes revenge, and he will not have to clean up the mess he left behind. If possible, he hopes that Sasuke will not defect, because Yu does not want to bring him back personally. Yu just wants his future life to be more peaceful and stable, without so many troubles. Just seeing Sasuke thinking seriously. He did not expect Sasuke to listen to him at all. He knew that Sasuke's thoughts were very extreme. All these years, his mind was full of revenge. He never thought about other things. I didn't expect Sasuke to actually think about what he said. It's really strange. Yu didn't even think about it. If there was no Yu, who would be around Sasuke according to the original plot line? How could those people say to Sasuke what Yu just said? What does the inheritance of the Uchiha family have to do with them? Even Kakashi would not say those words to Sasuke. After all, Kakashi does value Sasuke more, but the communication between the two not much, actually. It's just that Sasuke is more suitable to learn Kakashi's ninjutsu, so Kakashi taught him, and that's the only intersection. The two of them basically didn't have too deep a topic. Later, Naruto's stimulation made him go to extremes, and no one had a heart-to-heart talk with him. Although what Yu said just now was indeed nonsense. But it did make Sasuke realize that in addition to revenge, he had more important things to do. And most importantly, after this period of time, Yu is a person that Sasuke can trust and a friend who can make deep friends. He feels that although Yu is not a member of their team, Yu has always been sincere about him. In his heart, Yu is a different person from Kakashi, Naruto and Sakura. Naturally, what Yu said has a different weight for him than for others. If Yu knew what Sasuke was thinking, he would definitely be ashamed. He really just said nonsense to prevent Sasuke from bothering him. After a long time, Sasuke raised his head, looked at Yu and said seriously, "Yu, you were right. I was too irrational before. Revenge for my parents and my family is indeed very important, but as the only bloodline left in the Uchiha clan, I really have to ensure that the Uchiha clan can be passed on. Otherwise, even if I kill Uchiha Itachi, it will be meaningless." Yu did not speak for a long time, looking at Sasuke with a very surprised look. But Sasuke thought Yu was very pleased with him. It made him feel that his thoughts were more correct. In fact, Yu was just surprised that Sasuke agreed with him so easily. He wondered if he had Naruto's mouth-to-mouth trick. But these words were all made up on the spur of the moment, and he never thought that Sasuke would accept them. Seeing that Yu didn't speak, Sasuke patted his arm and said seriously, "Thank you, Yu. You let me know how extreme I was before. If it weren't for you, I would have done a lot of things wrong." Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he said awkwardly, No, I just think you have more important things to do." Sasuke didn't see Yu's embarrassment, and said seriously, "Well, I will definitely do it. Before I pass on the family and have the strength to absolutely defeat him, I will not rashly seek revenge on him." Yu didn't speak, but just smiled awkwardly. Sakura on the side looked at Sasuke's blushing face. She knew what Yu and Sasuke meant by the conversation. She felt that her chance had come. But Naruto still looked confused. He scratched his head anxiously. "What are you talking about? What inheritance or not inheritance? It's really annoying. Why don't you speak more clearly?" Chapter 111. Yu looked at Naruto and said calmly, "You will know it later. It doesn't matter if you don't know it now." Yu naturally wouldn't explain it to Naruto. With Sasuke's personality, he would not do it even more. Sakura was completely immersed in fantasy and didn't care about Naruto. Looking at the moon in the sky, Yu said, "It's late, let's stop here today." Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura all nodded. Just when Yu was about to leave, Sasuke called Yu. "Yu, Kakashi said that after tomorrow, we can rest for a long time. I wonder if you can accompany me to practice during this time." "Right here." Yu was a little embarrassed. Naruto was very interested. "Sasuke, I want to practice too, don't think of sneaking away." Now Sasuke no longer regards Naruto as his opponent, but Naruto still regards Sasuke as his competitor. Sasuke didn't refuse. Sasuke has changed a lot at this time. He had never called Kakashi teacher before, but now he has started to call him Kakashi teacher. He is not as cold as before, but he still speaks less. Naturally, he has no objection to Naruto coming together. He also wants to know how powerful the Nine Tails in Naruto's body is, to see if Naruto can master the power of the Nine Tails. Seeing Yu's embarrassment, Sasuke said, "Come again if you have time. If there is a mission, don't force it." Yu was a little speechless. If there was a mission, he certainly couldn't come. It's just that he did so much before just to hope that Sasuke and Naruto would not bother him. Don't bother him. Now look, why is Sasuke still bothering him? It turns out that all the efforts he made before were in vain. Sakura on the side also said, "Yes, Yu, if you are not here, we don't know how to practice at all. We believe in you. And with you here, even if Naruto goes berserk, we can control it." Sakura gave another reason. Although Naruto pouted and was unwilling to admit that he would go berserk during training. But he now knows more about the Nine Tails, and Yu has told him a lot. So he knows that if he subconsciously uses the Nine Tails chakra during training, there will be a risk of going berserk. Even if Yu adds a seal, he can't stop Naruto. After all, although Yu's seal is very strong, as long as Naruto takes the initiative to unlock the seal will be opened. Unlike the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze, Yu gave the key to the 8th diagram seal to Naruto. Naruto can choose whether to open it himself. Minato Namikaze gave the key to the seal to the toad of Mount Myoboku. So it is difficult for Naruto to open Minato Namikaze's seal now, but he can easily open the seal left by Yu. The reason why Yu gave the key to the seal to Naruto is to respect his wishes. If he wants the Nine Tails chakra, he can open it himself. Of course he will be responsible for the consequences. Yu looked at Sakura and said, "Don't worry about this. As long as Naruto doesn't take the initiative to open the seal, it's hard for him to go berserk. Unless he forcibly asks the Nine Tails for chakra. If Naruto forcibly asks the Nine Tails for chakra and the Nine Tails is willing to give it, he will still go berserk, because with his current strength, he can't control the Nine Tails chakra. There is another possibility, that is, after Naruto is furious, or uses chakra excessively and consumes his own chakra, his body will passively seize the Nine Tails chakra for self-protection. In this case, Naruto will still go berserk and can't even control the Nine Tails. After all, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto has the ability to use part of the Nine Tails chakra. The Nine Tails itself cannot control that part of the chakra. Before Naruto gets the Nine Tails recognition and becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, there will be a part of the chakra between him and the Nine Tails that is not controlled by both parties. When Naruto gets the Nine Tails approval and becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, he can completely control all of his and the Nine Tails chakras. Yu naturally doesn't want to be a sparring partner for several people. He doesn't think there will be any tasks during this period, so he plans to go to the database to look at the ninjutsu and some historical data inside. After hearing Yu's refusal, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto were a little disappointed. After this period of time, they have long regarded Yu as a very good friend. And getting along with Yu, they really have a different feeling, and feel very good. He is different from other people in the village. The most important thing is to get along with Yu, and you can really learn a lot from him. They naturally hope that Yu can accompany them to practice during this period. It's just Yu himself was unwilling, and they had no choice. Seeing the three people's lost looks, Yu thought for a while and said, "I'll come when I have time, I'm very interested in the Sharingan. I will also help Naruto master the power of the Nine Tails. Sakura, you don't have time to practice with them. You should use this vacation to learn physical skills and illusions with teacher Kakashi. You only master the 3 body skills now, right? Mastering only these ninjutsu doesn't have much lethality in battle." Sakura was stunned for a moment. She looked at Sasuke. Of course, she wanted to practice with Sasuke, but what Yu said was also right. Helplessly, she could only nod her head and say, "Okay, I will go to Kakashi to learn. And Sasuke, you should also go to Kakashi to learn how to develop the Sharingan. Although you know the method recorded by your family, in practice, you are still far behind Kakashi. And Kakashi has a ninjutsu that is very suitable for you." Sasuke was stunned for a moment. What ninjutsu? Yu did not speak, slowly raised his right hand, and did not even make a seal, just a thought. Countless golden arcs appeared on his right hand. Sizzle tilde la. In an instant, the dark night was illuminated by Yu's ninjutsu as bright as day. This ninjutsu is called Chidori, which is a very lethal ninjutsu developed by Kakashi. It belongs to A level, very difficult, but also very powerful. Yu's Chidori is different from Kakashi's in that he no longer needs to make a seal at this time, and his Chidori will only make the sound of lightning arcs at the moment of activation, and then it will be completely silent. This is very useful for assassination. If Kakashi knew, he would probably be shocked. He knew that Yuyu's Chidori was very quiet. But he didn't know that Yuyu didn't need to make a seal to activate Chidori now. Now Yuyu's Chidori, or all his lightning ninjutsu, or all unsealed ninjutsu. As long as he wants, he can activate it anytime and anywhere. The lightning net in the secret room just now is like this. It was activated with just a thought from Yuyu. The speed is extremely fast. When seeing the Chidori released by Yuyu, Sasuke and the other two were stunned. They had never seen Yuyu release Chidori. They could feel the strong danger from the shining golden arcs of Chidori. Although this ninjutsu is not as shocking as the lightning net, they can see that it is not the same ninjutsu as the lightning net. This ninjutsu seems to have a terrifying power that can penetrate everything. Sasuke looked at the Chidori in Yuyu's hand with more and more excitement. He liked this ninjutsu at first sight. Chapter 112. Naruto looked at the Chidori in Yuyu's hand and said excitedly, "Yuyu, this ninjutsu is so cool, teach me, teach me." Yuyu looked at Naruto, shook his head and said, "Naruto, this ninjutsu is not suitable for you." "What's not suitable? You obviously only want to teach Sasuke, not me." Naruto complained. Yuyu was a little helpless, but he could only patiently explain, "This ninjutsu needs to rush to the opponent's front and assassinate when attacking. So if the speed is not fast enough, the opponent will interrupt your attack before you attack, or even kill you. It is because the speed of attack is very fast, so if your eyes can't keep up, you can't even see where the opponent is, and the attack position is not accurate, which will cause extremely serious consequences. The reason why I say this ninjutsu is suitable for Sasuke is because Sasuke has Sharingan. In the process of rapid attack, Sasuke's Sharingan can help him determine the opponent's position, and can also quickly, movement, and see how the opponent counterattacks." After hearing Yuyu's explanation, Sasuke, who just thought Chidori was very handsome, nodded and said, "I see, so this ninjutsu is not easy to learn. In addition to my Sharingan, my body also needs to be able to react quickly." Yuyu smiled and said, "Yes, this is the key point of this technique. If these 2 points cannot be achieved, then this technique will not only have little lethality, but will even backfire on the person who casts the technique. This is an A-level ninjutsu. It is not only difficult to learn, but also very dangerous." Sasuke and Sakura both nodded. They naturally knew what the concept of A-level ninjutsu was. Sasuke learned ninjutsu when he was young, and he was very clear about the various levels of ninjutsu. Sakura learned it in ninja school. And Naruto on the side was confused. "What do you mean faster? Yuyu, you just don't want to teach me. Humph, you have a better relationship with Sasuke, right?" Naruto folded his hands, turned his head away, and didn't look at Yuyu. The corners of Yuyu's mouth twitched slightly. He said it so clearly, but Naruto didn't understand. Yuyu could only say, "I said so much, just to express one meaning, that is, this ninjutsu is not suitable for you. First, let's talk about whether you can learn it. Even if you learn it, you can't use it well without Sharingan. Do you understand now?" Naruto still insisted that Yuyu deliberately didn't teach him. Seeing that Naruto still had this attitude, he had a headache. After thinking about it, Yuyu could only smile bitterly and said, "How about this, you and Sasuke go to see teacher Kakashi together, and then he will let you know why this ninjutsu is not suitable for you." The only thing Yuyu could think of that Naruto could understand was that he didn't have lightning chakra. Cut off his idea of learning Chidori directly from the source, and don't bother him anymore. Kakashi will probably teach Naruto a few wind escape ninjutsu to comfort him. Yuyu thought to himself, "Teacher Kakashi, don't blame me. Anyway, you probably have nothing to do during this period. Instead of hiding at home reading a little book, you might as well be a good teacher seriously." At the same time, Kakashi, who had returned home, sneezed twice. Kakashi was very confused. He didn't seem to have a cold, so why did he sneeze? Now you can understand why Kakashi is unwilling to teach Naruto and let him go to Ebisu to learn. With Kakashi's personality, he will probably be annoyed by Naruto. Naruto's biggest problem is that he lacks basic knowledge, or in other words, he basically didn't learn it in the ninja school. After all, he always handed in a blank paper for every theoretical exam. So if you want to teach Naruto, you can only use a very stupid method that is only suitable for him. Now Naruto has not shown his advantage yet, and Kakashi will probably be mentally broken by Naruto's questions. Although Ebisu does not have a good impression of Naruto, he is indeed a very professional teacher. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not have handed Konohamaru to Ebisu to teach. And Yu became impatient after being asked 2 or 3 questions. If it were not for the peaceful heart he has cultivated over the years, he would have collapsed in his previous life. It feels like teaching a child to learn, and that mentality is really explosive. Naruto also agreed with Yu's words. Although he was a little unhappy that he could not learn directly from Yu, Kakashi also knew this ninjutsu, and it was the same to learn from Kakashi. Although he felt that Kakashi was definitely not as strong as Yu, Kakashi was also an elite Jonin. After the mission in the Land of Waves, whether it was Naruto, Sasuke, or Sakura, they all agreed that Yu's strength had surpassed Kakashi. Even Kakashi himself thought so. Only Yu still felt that Iwasade's strength can only be regarded as the level of a Jonin. In fact, in Kakashi's eyes, Yu's strength is already at the level of a Hokage. Although Yu seems to lack combat experience, in the battle, Kakashi did not see that Yu lacked combat experience at all. Yu handled every battle as well as a Jonin. In addition to hard power, Yu's comprehensive strength is definitely at the level of a kage, and he is still a strong one among the kages. Even Kakashi felt that Yu did not need much practical experience, his hard power was enough. After Naruto agreed, Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before, he was most afraid of being entangled by Sasuke, because Sasuke was very stubborn, and he rarely gave up once he set his eyes on someone. Who knew that Naruto was even more difficult to deal with? Fortunately, he tricked Naruto to Kakashi. If Kakashi knew what Yu was thinking, he would probably come to Yu to argue. Yu looked at the sky and said, "Okay, it's settled. I'm leaving first. I'm too tired." After saying that, he didn't wait for them to say anything. His figure had disappeared in front of them. He left very quickly, fearing that something unexpected would happen again. Because Naruto and Sakura were afraid to walk on the streets of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke sent them out of the clan land of the Uchiha clan before returning. Now Sasuke is not as cold as before. Although he still doesn't talk much, he knows how to care about other people's feelings. When Yu returned home, he washed up and rested. He plans to go to the data room to take a look at Konoha's ninjutsu tomorrow. Although he has mastered many powerful ninjutsu, Yu is still very much looking forward to it when he thinks that all the ninjutsu of Konoha is stored in the database. Whether it is Flying Thunder God, or various powerful sealing techniques, and various forbidden techniques, Yu wants to see them all. What Yu doesn't know is that the news that the third generation promoted him to Chunin has spread to all the major families and forces in Konoha village. What is hard for all the major families and forces to imagine is not that Yu became a Chunin at the age of 12. There are not many people who became Chunin at a younger age than Yu in the history of Konoha, but there are not few either. Kakashi is one of them. Kakashi even graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and became Chunin at the age of 6. Uchiha Itachi also graduated at the age of 9 and became Chunin at the age of 10. Such people are not very rare in the history of Konoha. But the strange thing is that Yu just graduated from the ninja school, and what is even more strange is that he has just completed 2D level tasks and 1C level task. With his task volume, he is not qualified to become a Chunin anyway. But the third generation actually promoted him to Chunin, and what they couldn't understand was that Yu's grades in the ninja school were very average and at a medium level. How could such a person be promoted to Chunin by the third generation himself? For a time, Yu became the topic of all the major families and forces in Konoha. Chapter 113. Konoha, the headquarters of the route. Danzo leaned on a cane and listened to his subordinates' reports. After listening, Danzo frowned. What on earth is Hiruzen doing? Why did he suddenly promote a child? There is nothing special about this child. Danzo, I find it strange that Kakashi took that child with him when he went out of the village to perform the mission this time. Hearing this, Danzo suddenly thought of something. Is Hiruzen trying to train a fourth generation? Danzo was very dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen passing the position of Hokage to Namikaze Minato. In Danzo's view, no one in Konoha is qualified to be Hokage except him. Danzo was immediately alert when he thought of the fourth generation Hokage. Who is that kid? From the information, there's nothing special about him. But why did he let Kakashi take that kid out on a mission? Hiruzen must know that kid is extraordinary, right? Danzo guessed. The third Hokage's move is very similar to the method used to train the fourth Hokage. Yohane's mentor, Jonin, is Kimoto Doji, but he actually went out on a mission with Kakashi, and he was promoted to Chunin as soon as he came back from the mission. He didn't even explain it to the top management. Although he does have the power, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality, he must have explained it. After all, Yohana's mission volume is far from enough to be promoted to Chunin. But until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen hasn't even said hello to them. If Yohana's mission volume has not been reached, then it must be that Yohana's strength is very outstanding, even beyond the strength of Chunin, so that the third Hokage will be so decisive to let him become Chunin. Only if he has enough strength can the third generation have the confidence to not fear any doubts. But Yu's previous performance in the ninja school was very average. It is an extremely ordinary level. Connecting these doubts, Danzo instantly thought of a terrible possibility. That is, the third generation deliberately let Yu not show his true strength during the ninja school period. In fact, Yu's strength is very strong, and it is even possible that his current strength is far beyond the level of Chunin. Because Yu's mission volume is not enough to be promoted to Chunin in any case. It is absolutely not enough to just reach Chunin in strength, so there is only one possibility, that is, Yu's strength may have reached the level of Jonin. Don't look at the fact that during the Fourth Ninja World War, Jonin could not intervene in the battle with Uchiha Madara. But in fact, even in the 5 major ninja villages, the number of Jonin is very small. It can be said that Jonin in the 5 major ninja villages is the top combat power. Yu is only 12 years old, and he has the strength of a Jonin at the age of 12. He is also innocent and has no family support behind him. Such a person reminds Danzo of Minato Namikaze. He does not believe that the third generation will promote Yu to Chunin for no reason, and he is so arbitrary. Moreover, the third generation's move has already shown that he has conveyed to the outside world that Yu is on his side. What is there about Yu that is worth him winning over? Only Yu's strong strength makes him do things that are completely inconsistent with his character. Thinking of this, Danzo's eyes revealed a dangerous look. Holding the cane in his hand, he said coldly, Hiruzen, forget about the fourth generation, I will never let you train another Minato Namikaze. Yamanaka Fung, go and bring that kid here, I want to see what that kid is capable of. Yamanaka Fung is one of Danzo's 2 guards. A member of the Yamanaka clan, his strength is that of a Jonin. Yamanaka Fung nodded without hesitation and disappeared into the roots. Meanwhile, in the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Inoichi, the head of the Yamanaka clan and Ino's father. He stood in his room, and behind him sat Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Choza. These 3 were the older generation of the pig, deer and butterfly combination. The 3 gathered here because of the actions of the third generation. Yu didn't take the promotion to Chunin seriously. But he didn't know what kind of waves his becoming a Chunin would cause in the various families of Konoha. Now is a peaceful time, and Yu is still a civilian ninja without any background, and the amount of tasks is far from enough to be promoted to Chunin. In this situation, the actions of the third generation are very intriguing. The weirdest thing is that the third generation did not explain to them. The pig, deer and butterfly combination is from the third generation, and they noticed the specialness of Yu. Especially after checking Yu's information, it was weird no matter how you look at it. What is the purpose of the third generation's action? Does he really want to train that kid? Yamanaka Hayi turned around looking at Nara Shikaku and Akamichi Choza. Nara Shikaku said seriously, "Today, Shikamaru and I asked about the information of that kid. I have to say that it is not surprising that the third generation wants to train that child." Yamanaka Inoichi was stunned for a moment and looked at Nara Shikaku. "Oh. What did Shikamaru say?" Nara Shikaku told him everything that Shikamaru told him today. Basically, it was Shikamaru's impression of Yu during his 6 years in the ninja school, and Yu's performance in the graduation examination. Yu had eaten with them before, and Yamada Muki and Benyi Tianzi revealed some information about Yu. Although it was incomplete, Nara Shikaku could sense that Yu was extraordinary. After listening to it, Akamichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi found it hard to believe. How could a disciple of Mumoto Yidung withstand the murderous suppression of that guy? It seems that the boy does have some ability, but he didn't show it in the ninja school. This mentality is a bit scary. Yamanaka Inoichi couldn't believe that Yu would be so scheming. In his opinion, Yu must have deliberately concealed his strength during the years in the ninja school. At such a young age, he was able to resist showing off. This kind of psychological quality shocked him. But he didn't know that it was actually because Yu's strength was average during the 6 years in the ninja school. In addition to mastering theoretical knowledge very well, he was only average in other assessments. Akamichi Choza frowned and said, "It seems that the child is stronger than we know, otherwise the third generation would never do that. It is impossible for the third generation to make such a decision with only the strength of a Chunin. I dare say that the child's strength has at least reached the strength of a Jonin. And his real teacher should be Kakashi, not Kimoto Doji. Kakashi is willing to take him, which means that Kakashi is also optimistic about him. Such a person reminds me of the fourth generation." Akamichi Choza had performed many missions with Namikaze Minato before. He knew the fourth generation very well. Yu's background and experience are too similar to the fourth generation. The attitude of the third generation also shows that the third generation wants to train Yu like he trained Minato Namikaze. Promoting Yu to Chunin and letting him participate in Konoha's affairs is the first step. Because it is a peaceful time now, there are not so many opportunities to make military achievements. The third generation wants to push Yu to the position of Hokage, only from the perspective of strength and mission. If you want to perform difficult tasks, you first need to improve the level of ninja. Chapter 114. Akamichi Choza's words made Yamanaka Kaiichi and Nara Shikaku agree. Yu's background is too similar to Namikaze Minato's. But what surprised them was that the third Hokage actually planned to train Yu. They originally thought that even if the third Hokage retired when he was old, Kakashi and others should take over. But now the third Hokage's attitude has shown that the person he wants to train is Yu. Let Kakashi be Yu's teacher, which has already given Yu a great help. Kakashi has a great reputation among the ninjas of his generation. Among the ninjas of his generation, Kakashi has a strong appeal. As long as Kakashi supports Yu, it means that Yu has the support of Kakashi's generation. However, the three did not know that Kakashi wanted to be Yu's teacher. After the third Hokage knew it, he just didn't object. And one thing the three guessed was correct. That is, if Kakashi chooses to support Yu will indeed get the support of Kakashi's generation. Kakashi has a high reputation among the ninjas of his generation. There are even many ninjas who have a good relationship with Kakashi. Whether it is Asuma or Kai, they have a good relationship with Kakashi. Both of them recognize Kakashi. If Kakashi supports Yu, these two people will most likely support him. Nara Shikaku looked at Yamanaka Inoichi. Then what should we do? After all, the third generation has clearly stated his attitude. The three of them are from the same line of Hokage, so they must also express their attitudes, or at least do something. Yamanaka Inoichi frowned. He looked at Akamichi Choza. Akamichi Choza waved his hand. Don't look at me. I'm not good at thinking. You two can decide. Yamanaka Inoichi thought for a while and said, let's not do anything for now. We have to know how strong he is first. Nara Shikaku also nodded. I agree. It's just the beginning. We have plenty of time. The three of them finally decided not to contact Yu. The three of them represent three families and will definitely not express their opinions casually. But the three of them have already set their sights on Yu. At the same time, the Hyuga family, the Aburame family, the Inuzuka family, and other families that were once classmates of Yu all asked the classmates in the family who went to the ninja school with Yu, asking them about their impressions of Yu. But the answers they got disappointed them. Because they didn't even know that there was a person named Yu in their class. This is very embarrassing. Yu's file is in the Hokage's office again, and they can't retrieve it. Except for Konoha high-ranking officials like Danzo, it is difficult for the patriarchs of other families to view Yu's files. When asking Yu's former classmates in the family, they also know nothing, and even outrageously, they don't know who Yu is. But this adds to Yu's mysterious color. Yu can be so transparent in the ninja school, which can only mean that Yu is intentional. Otherwise it is absolutely impossible. They never thought that Yu really didn't mean it before, but just didn't want to show it or he didn't have the strength to show it. Tonight, many families in Konoha couldn't sleep. What Yu thought was very ordinary, in their opinion, was a major event that was enough to involve the rise and fall of the family. Especially after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, the families in Konoha village were a little afraid of the Konoha high-ranking officials. Although they were not sure whether the three generations of the Uchiha clan had contributed to the extermination of the Uchiha clan. But they were unwilling to believe that Uchiha Itachi alone could slaughter the clan without anyone noticing. But they only dared to keep their doubts in their hearts. They certainly didn't dare to ask the third generation for clarification. And now, the third generation has conveyed such an obvious signal. There is a high probability that Yu will be the next Hokage, just like the third generation chose Minato Namikaze as the Hokage. How could they not care? No one wants to follow the footsteps of the Uchiha clan. Before Yu becomes the Hokage, it would be better to have a good relationship with him. At least the next Hokage should have no opinion on them. The reason why all the major families are so sure that the third generation wants to cultivate Yu to the position is because Yu is too similar to Minato Namikaze back then. When Minato Namikaze was the Hokage, he was also very young. The third generation chose him as the Hokage when he was only 20 years old. Although it was a special period at that time, Minato Namikaze made great achievements during the Third Ninja World War. But there has never been a precedent of becoming a Hokage at the age of 20 before. Now the third generation is sending such a clear signal to the outside world, clearly intending to train Yu. Yu's background and the third generation's unusual promotion are all related to Namikaze. They look too much like Minato. On the other side, Yu went to sleep after returning from the Uchiha clan. He had no idea that all the families in Konoha were discussing his affairs at this time. But Yu didn't know, and soon someone let him know. Just when Yu was sleeping soundly, he suddenly jumped up from the bed. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in the room, Yu asked coldly, "Are you looking for me, sir? It's so rude to break into my house." And the person who appeared in Yu's room was Shan Zongfeng, who was sent by Danzo to take Yu away. But Yu's behavior surprised Shan Zongfeng. He had just arrived, and Yu actually found him. Shan Zongfeng looked at Yi Yu and said coldly, "Sure enough, kid, I'll take you to an interesting place." Looking at Shan Zongfeng, Yi Yu frowned. "Are you from the Anbu?" The reason why Yi Yu made such a judgment was because he sensed a dark aura from Shan Zongfeng. This kind of aura is not found in ordinary ninjas. Shan Zongfeng was stunned for a moment. Even the Anbu knows about it. It seems that Kimoto Ichido has told you a lot of things. Yan Zongfeng has read Yi Yu's information, so he naturally knows that Yi Yu's mentor is actually Kimoto Ichido. And Kimoto Ichido is from the Anbu, and Shan Zongfeng also knows it. The two have even worked together before. Although Yi Yu doesn't know who sent Shan Zongfeng, he already suspects that the man in front of him was sent by Danzo. Because if the third generation calls him, he can just go to the door. And based on his understanding of the third generation will not let a person from the Anbu call him. This is Danzo's style. Yi Yu jumped off the bed, stood in front of Shan Zongfeng, and looked at Shan Zongfeng calmly. "It's not the third generation who asked you to come, it seems that it was someone else." Yi Yu is not afraid at all. He is very calm in his heart. Even if Danzo calls him, he is not afraid at all, with his current strength. Although he is not sure of defeating Danzo, he is sure of escaping. If Danzo knew that Yi Yu thought so highly of him, he would definitely be very satisfied. Although Danzo definitely has the strength of a cage, he has not been in actual combat for many years, so his strength is not strong among cages. At this time, Yi Yu's strength is considered very strong among cages. So many people are afraid of Danzo, but Yi Yu is not. He just thinks Danzo is annoying. Originally, he thought he would not encounter the imagined situation, where Danzo asked someone to take him away. Who knew that he still couldn't escape? Chapter 115. Yi Yu looked at Shan Zongfeng without any fear, smiling. "It seems that it is not the Hokage who asked me to go. If I go to verify it now, the people behind you should be in trouble, right?" Yan Zongfeng frowned. He did not expect that Yi Yu was not scared by him, but also wanted to tease him. It was just a tease. He did not see any fear in Yi Yu. "Little ghost, don't make it difficult for me. You'd better be honest, otherwise I can't guarantee that you can be taken away intact by me." Yi Yu smiled and shook his head. "You are so arrogant. You think you are absolutely sure to take me away, right?" In Konoha, it was the first time that Shan Zongfeng met such a ninja who didn't give him face. You should know that his status in the route is not low. He is one of Danzo's right-hand men. Seeing Yi Yu's attitude, he didn't want to waste any more words. "Since you don't want to follow me honestly, then I can only use force." After saying that, Shan Zongfeng immediately made seals with both hands. Ninjutsu. Heart transformation tilde. Yi Yu disappeared before Yamanaka Feng finished his seal. The next moment, a kunai appeared on his neck. The cold kunai made him sober instantly. Heart transformation technique, from the Yamanaka clan. Yi Yu's calm voice came from behind. Yanaka Feng was stunned. "This guy is so fast that I didn't even react." You know, the reason why Yamanaka Feng was regarded as a confidant by Danzo was because he had the strength of a Jonin. But Yi Yu's movement just now, even he didn't react, let alone seeing it, he didn't even know when Yi Yu appeared behind him. With this terrifying speed, Yamanaka Feng almost thought Yi Yu knew the space-time ninjutsu. The cold kunai on his neck reminded him that Yi Yu's strength had definitely surpassed him. Danzo's guess was right, this kid's strength has reached Jonin. Yanaka Feng didn't say anything, and Yi Yu didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Just a slight concentration of his eyes, his kunai instantly showed several golden arcs. Swish tilde. When Shan Zongfeng was thinking about how to get out of this situation, he suddenly felt numb all over. The next moment, his brain lost all consciousness. Yi Yu looked at Shan Zongfeng who fell in front of him. He shook his head and said lazily, "It's really getting more and more troublesome. Danzo actually targeted me. It's so annoying." After that, Yu disappeared in his room. After a while, Yu, Kakashi and Mubantangi appeared in Yu's room. In just less than 10 minutes, Yu notified Mubantangi and Kakashi that Yu's speed was now extremely fast. In terms of speed, he has even surpassed the 4th generation Reikage, who is now the fastest in the ninja world. But he himself didn't realize it. Kakashi and Mubantangi noticed it. The two didn't pay much attention to Shan Zongfang. As soon as they saw Shan Zongfang, they knew who sent him. The two were even more surprised at Yu's current speed. They all saw that Yu's speed was not inferior to that of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Flying Thunder God technique is a space ninjutsu, but it can only move the caster to the front of the technique marked in advance. At the moment of launching an attack, everyone's reaction speed is different, which also determines the lethality of Flying Thunder God technique. In addition to Flying Thunder God technique, Minato Namikaze's strength is that when he teleports to the enemy, he can launch an attack before the enemy, and his reaction speed is far superior to the enemy. This is why he can kill all sides with Flying Thunder God technique. During the 4th Ninja World War, Senju Tobarama was instantly caught by Uchiha Madara when he used Flying Thunder God technique. It is because although Senju Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique can allow him to move instantly, his reaction speed is not as good as Uchiha Madara, so when he attacked Uchiha Madara, he was taken down by Uchiha Madara in advance. And Yu's reaction speed is undoubtedly very terrible. Because Yu does not know the Flying Thunder God technique, his movement is completely a lightning flash body, similar to the 4th generation of Reikage, and there is no Flying Thunder God technique to mark the position to move. Therefore, when Yu moves, he needs to always grasp the position of the movement, which requires Yu to have extremely high reaction ability and control over his body and chakra. Yu did not know that Kakashi and Kimoto Tangi already knew the identity of Yamanaka Feng. Because Yamanaka Feng was wearing an Anbu mask at this time. So Yu did not recognize him. But Kakashi and Kimoto Tangi had already recognized him. Seeing that Kakashi and Kimoto Tangi did not speak, Yu asked first, "Two teachers, this person should be from the Anbu, right? But I don't think he was sent by the Hokage, it should be sent by a high-ranking official in Konoha." Kakashi and Kimoto looked up at Yu and said, "You guessed right. This person is indeed from the Anbu, but he is definitely not sent by the 3rd generation. It seems that you are being targeted by him. It should be because the 3rd generation promoted you to Chunin today that he targeted you." Yu sat on the bed, looking at Shan Zongfeng on the ground, and said, "It seems that it is really a high-ranking official." When saying this, Yu said it very calmly, as if he was not aware of his current situation. But Kakashi and Kimoto are no longer surprised. Yu's strength will surprise them every moment. But Yu's personality has never changed. He has always been like that, as if there is no danger in front of him that is worth his fear. Kakashi squatted down and took off Shan Zongfeng's mask, and said to Yu, "He is a ninja of the root, and the root is a branch of the Anbu. But the root is not controlled by the Hokage. It is a special unit in the Anbu. They obey an elder named Danzo." When Yu saw Yamanaka Feng, he knew who sent him without Kakashi's explanation. He still had some memories of Yamanaka Feng. It was really that his image was too unforgettable. Yu smiled and said, "Does it need to be so fussy? I am a small Chunin, but the village leaders actually sent people to find me." But I was even more surprised that Konoha actually had a unit independent of the Hokage. Mumoto Yidong walked to Yu, sat next to him and explained to him, "This is a power struggle. If you want to be a Hokage, you need to handle the interests of all parties. The village is not a one-man show for the Hokage." Yu nodded. But he didn't care, because he had known it for a long time. He thought that the 3rd generation was too kind, or weak, which made Danzo so arrogant. The Anbu was enough to deal with the dirty things, why set up a root? The Anbu was originally used to do dirty work, and the existence of the root only wastes funds. But Yu didn't want to talk about this kind of thing. After all, he didn't want to get involved in the power struggle among the village's top leaders. Kimoto Tangi quickly told Yu about the struggle between the third generation and Danzo. Kimoto Tangi said a lot of things that Yu didn't know. Yu was a little speechless, looking at Kimoto Tangi and said, "Teacher Tangi, if the Hokage knew that you said this to him, I'm afraid he would be unhappy." Of course, Yu also knew that Kimoto told him these secrets so that he could see the true face of the third Hokage and Danzo. Kimoto would not tell anyone else. But Yu treated him differently. He could tell him everything he knew, even if it was the village's secret. And Kakashi on the side had no intention of stopping him. Because if Kimoto didn't say it, he would say it himself. Chapter 116. What Yu said was just a joke. Mugen Tangi knew it naturally, but he still patted his head. "You stinky boy, you dare to tell on me, right?" Yu covered his head awkwardly and said, "How dare I?" Mugen Tangi pretended to be serious. "What do you mean?" Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "Teacher Tangi, I lost, okay. I was just rude just now." Mugen Tangi smiled. Seeing the master and apprentice get along like this, Kakashi's mouth slightly raised. This is what he hopes to see most. If Yu alienated Mugen Tangi after having him as a teacher, he would definitely not like Yu like this. As it turned out, Yu did not disappoint him. In order to change the subject, Yu looked at Shan Zongfeng and said, "What should we do now? How should we deal with him?" Kakashi and Mugen Tangi looked at each other. Mugen Tangi stood up, patted Yu on the shoulder and said, "Leave it to us as teachers to deal with it. You can rest assured and don't worry about these things." Yu wanted to say something. Kakashi also echoed Mugen Tangi's words. "Listen to Tangi, you don't have to worry about these things. You shouldn't be involved in these things now. We will handle it." Seeing that the two insisted so much, Yu didn't say anything else. Mugen Tangi walked in front of Shan Zongfeng and smiled. "You really treat Yu as a kid. He is much better than you now." Mugen Tangi said proudly to himself. Kakashi on the side rolled his eyes at him. "Okay, stop being proud, take him away quickly." Mugen Tangi didn't say anything else and carried Shan Zongfeng up. When leaving, Mugen Tangi looked at Yu and smiled. "Have a good rest. By the way, you have to go to Hedianzi and Shumu to explain what happened these days." Yu nodded. Yu and them had only performed 2 missions together, and the time they spent together was too short. In fact, there was not much affection. However, Yu liked Yamada Shumu and Benyi Tianzi very much. Both of them have good personalities. In fact, compared to Naruto and Sasuke who need to be coaxed all the time, Yu still likes Shumu and Tianzi more. Kakashi just nodded to Yu, and disappeared into Yu's room with Mugen Tangi. Yu looked at the empty room and shook his head. "Danzo, I thought I could avoid it. It seems that I still overestimated you." Yu thought Danzo would not be so idle, who knew that he actually made Yu miscalculate. Mugen Tangi and Kakashi came out of Yu and quickly came to the headquarters of the route carrying Yamanaka Feng. Danzo, who was sitting in the route headquarters waiting for news about Yamanaka case, had a bad feeling. He had been gloomy when he heard footsteps in the distance. Danzo looked ahead, and the footsteps were getting closer. Danzo's eyes were slightly fixed, and he was actually a little nervous. Finally, the owner of the footsteps appeared under the light. But Danzo stood up with a gloomy face. He was leaning on a cane, and his face was extremely ugly. The 2 people who appeared were Kimoto Ichi and Kakashi, and Kimoto Ichi was carrying Yamanaka case who had not yet woken up. Danzo suppressed his anger and watched Kakashi and Kimoto Ichi carrying Yamanaka case to him. Several of Danzo's men appeared in front of Danzo, with swords drawn, and looked at the 2 people walking towards them vigilantly. But these root ninjas were sweating under their masks. As ninjas of the same Anbu, how could they not know how powerful the 2 people in front of them were? And they were 2 people who used to hold very high positions in the Anbu. One was the head of the Anbu combat unit, and the other was the head of one of the branches of the interrogation department. One elite Jonin, one Jonin, and they were just a few Chunins. Even the elite Jonin, Aburame Tone, who stood in front of Danzo, was under great pressure. He was sure to defeat Kimoto Ichi, but he was not sure about Kakashi. Kakashi was the strongest among the Jonin in Konoha now. At least on the surface, he was the strongest. In fact, there were not many people in Konoha today who were stronger than him. The most important thing was that Yamanaka Fu, who was carried by Kimoto Ichi, was also a Jonin. But he was defeated. He knew very well how strong Yamanaka Fu was, but he was still defeated. Aburame Tone was under great pressure. Seeing how much pressure Kakashi and Kimoto Ichi put on their subordinates, Danzo became even angrier. He said gloomily, "All of you retreat." He didn't want them to continue to embarrass themselves here. Unless Kakashi and Kimoto both wanted to betray Konoha, they would not dare to attack him, a high-ranking Konoha leader. Although the root ninjas were reluctant, they no longer hesitated when they saw Danzo's gloomy face. They immediately disappeared in front of Danzo. Aburame Tone did not leave. Danzo did not care. Aburame Tone was strong enough. Although she might not be Kakashi's opponent, she would not be much worse. Moreover, Aburame Tone was his confidant and her status in the gen was different from other ninjas. When Kakashi and Kimoto Tone walked in front of Danzo, Kimoto Tone put down Yamanaka Wind. Danzo gritted his teeth gloomily. "Kakashi, Kimoto Tone, do you want to rebel? You actually attacked the ninjas from the same village." Kakashi was very serious in front of Danzo. He had been Danzo's subordinate for a period of time. But he was soon taken away by the third generation. Facing Danzo's preemptive strike, Kakashi and Kimoto Tone were not nervous. Kakashi looked at Danzo seriously and said, "We don't want to rebel, but I don't know what Danzo wants to do by attacking people from the same village." Kakashi was not afraid of Danzo at all. Danzo couldn't control him, and the third Hokage wouldn't do anything to Kakashi because of Danzo. Danzo gritted his teeth, extremely angry. He was a high-ranking official in Konoha, and although Kakashi was once the captain of the Anbu, his status was not as high as his. But Danzo really had no way to deal with Kakashi. The third Hokage thought highly of Kakashi, and Kakashi's appeal to the younger generation of Konoha was much stronger than his. The only thing that Danzo could do to suppress Kakashi was his status. But if Kakashi really didn't care, Danzo really had no way to deal with him. Danzo gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and said in a gloomy tone, "I just want to know what kind of people the third Hokage promoted regardless of the rules. As the Hokage's advisor, shouldn't I do this?" Kakashi sneered, "Danzo-sama, I think you should have some expectations in your mind about what kind of means your subordinates will use." Kakashi. Danzo was angry and shouted at Kakashi. "Pay attention to your identity, do you know who you are talking to? Didn't Hiruzen teach you etiquette?" Aburame Tone frowned on the side, ready to launch ninjutsu against Kakashi. His face had turned purple, covered with poisonous insects that were invisible to the naked eye. But Kakashi didn't care. Kimoto Tangi was also ready to take action. Although Danzo wanted to kill Kakashi as soon as possible at this time. But he knew very well that Kakashi was different from ordinary ninjas, and killing him would have a huge impact. Danzo was certainly confident that he could kill Kakashi. The Sharingan on his arm and Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan gave him enough confidence to kill Kakashi. Chapter 117. Kakashi looked at Danzo and smiled calmly. "You don't have to worry about my etiquette, but please remember, Danzo, you is my disciple. If you want to do something irrational to him, I will never ignore it." After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned around and left with Kimoto Tangi. Now, he didn't want to anger Danzo. After all, Danzo is the Hokage's advisor. He can't go too far. Danzo watched the backs of Kakashi and Kimoto Tangi slowly disappear in the headquarters of the route. His face was very gloomy. Damn Kakashi, he dared to be so rampant. For a little kid, stupid guy. Danzo was very angry. Looking at the still unconscious Yamanaka-fung, Danzo took a deep breath. Suppress the anger in his heart. Although he wanted to kill Kakashi to vent his anger. But it was just a thought. Although Kakashi's position was not as high as his, if he dared to do this, the third generation would not be able to save him. Kakashi's goal is too big, killing him is tantamount to betraying the village. Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, and the top leaders of Konoha will not agree with him. You actually went to such a length for that brat, which shows that the brat is really strong, and Hiruzen really intends to train him as his successor. Damn it, Hiruzen, that bastard, he is unwilling to give up the position of Hokage to me even if he chooses a brat. Damn it, damn Hiruzen, you will regret it sooner or later. After Danzo vented his anger, he asked Aburame Togen to wake up Yamanaka-fu. Now Danzo has confirmed that the third generation must want to train EU to be the Hokage. What makes him very angry is that the third generation actually chose EU, a 12-year-old child, instead of him. Now the third generation is very old, and it is indeed time for him to retire. Before, Danzo was still very calm, because he found that after the third generation retired, the only person who could be chosen was him. Unfortunately, he had never thought about it, and he was not younger than the third generation. The third generation did need Danzo to do some dirty work for him, but he knew Danzo very well, and he would never let Danzo be the Hokage. Before, he thought that when the third generation was old and had no choice, he could take the position. If the third generation was unwilling to pass the position of Hokage to him, he would use the root to launch a coup. The root was completely loyal to him. Even the third generation could not be mobilized. But now the appearance of Yu reminded Danzo of how the third generation handed the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze more than a decade ago. He would never allow Yu to become the next Minato Namikaze. Aburame tried many ways to wake up Yamanaka-fu, and couldn't get a few medical ninjas to come and wake up Yamanaka-fu. Danzo stood aside and watched quietly. With a gloomy look, he felt that Yu's threat was too great. After a long time, Yamanaka-fu finally woke up. Looking at Shan Zongfang, Danzo asked coldly, "What happened? Did Kakashi make you like this?" Yan Zongfang looked around blankly. After finding that it was the headquarters of the root, he stood up hurriedly. Danzo-sama. Danzo asked again, "How did you become like this? Who did it?" Yan Zongfang's mind appeared the figure of Yu, and the cold kunai on his neck at the end. Shan Zongfang lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it was that Yu kid." Danzo was stunned. Aburame Togen was also stunned. For a long time, Danzo looked at Shan Zongfang with an unbelievable face. Are you okay?" Yan Zongfang knew that Danzo didn't believe it, and at first he didn't believe that Yu could make him like this. He could only explain, "Danzo-sama, Yu that kid is very strong. I didn't even have the chance to release ninjutsu, and I was knocked down by him." Danzo looked at Shan Zongfang for a long time. Shan Zongfang lowered his head in embarrassment. He felt ashamed that he was defeated by a child, and he had no power to fight back. The veins on Danzo's hands holding the cane were bulging. He was scared. He knew Shan Zongfang's strength very well. Even if he was not an elite Jonin, he was definitely at the level of a Jonin. In addition to the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, anyone who didn't know the characteristics of his secret techniques would basically be killed at the first sight. But Shan Zongfang said that he didn't even have the chance to cast a spell. What does this mean? This means that Yu's strength is far above Shan Zongfang. Strength is far above Jonin. What does this mean? When Danzo thought of this, his whole body froze. This kid, what kind of monster is this kid? How is this possible? Danzo still didn't want to believe it. He could accept that Yu's strength was at the level of a Jonin, rather than surpassing the level of a Jonin. With Shan Zongfengus in terms of strength, Kakashi definitely cannot kill him instantly. And if he cannot kill him instantly, it is easy for him to be hit by his secret technique. How can someone who can be regarded as Danzo's right-hand man be a weak person? Just now he thought that Yamanaka Fung was knocked out by Kakashi and Kimoto Ichi. According to his understanding of Kakashi and Kimoto Ichi, they can still defeat Yamanaka Fung with their strength. But now Yamanaka Fung actually told him that it was Yu who knocked him out. And the scary thing is that he was knocked out before he could even release a ninjutsu. Yamanaka Fung looked embarrassed. Danzo, I have embarrassed General. Danzo did not answer for a long time. After Danzo digested the news, he looked at Yamanaka Fung. Are you sure it was really done by that kid Yu? Not Kakashi. Yamanaka Fung shook his head. I didn't see Kakashi. Danzo confirmed it, although he did not want this result. Danzo looked very ugly. No wonder Hiruzen was so abnormal. It turned out that he really found someone who could rival Minato Namikaze. No wonder. Damn, what kind of luck do I have? Danzo was furious. Minato Namikaze was finally killed by the Nine Tails. He originally thought that he had a chance to take over the third generation. But now that Yu appeared, he couldn't stand it. If Yu only had a little talent and had the strength of a Jonin at the age of 12, although he was a genius, he had seen it before. But he had never seen someone who reached the level of Kage at the age of 12. Even the first generation of Hokage was not so amazing. Even the person he hated the most, Minato Namikaze, was not so outrageous. Minato Namikaze, who was 12 years old, definitely did not have the strength of a Jonin. But Yu was not only a Jonin. Danzo suspected that Yu was very likely to have the strength of a Kage. This is terrible. Since that guy may have the strength of a Hokage, I can understand why Hiruzen is so abnormal and why Kakashi and others protect him so much. Damn it, if he really has the strength of a Hokage, how can I stop him? Yu's background is innocent. Now he is the third generation, and Kakashi knows Yu's talent. Looking at Kakashi's appearance today, it is obvious that he wants to protect Yu. It will be very difficult for him to attack Yu. Moreover, Yu's strength is too strong, and no one under his command has the strength to assassinate Yu. So Danzo was very angry. Because he found that he could only watch the third generation train Yu, but he was powerless. He seemed to see the scene of Yu standing on the top floor of the Hokage building and handing the Hokage's bamboo hat to Yu, just like the scene when the third generation handed the Hokage's bamboo hat to Minato Namikaze. Chapter 118. At the same time, in the clan territory of the Sarutobi clan, a ninja from the Anbu knelt on one knee in front of the third generation. He told the third generation that Danzo had sent someone to invite Yu. This person was the third generation's spy in the route. This was not a strange thing. Whether it was the route or the Anbu, there were spies in the other camp. After listening, the third generation did not speak. He smoked a cigarette and thought about the information revealed. Because this spy was not Danzo's confidant, he did not know the details of the matter. After a long time, the third generation looked at the ninja in front of him and said, I know, you go back first. When the ninja disappeared in front of him, the third generation smiled and said, it seems that Kakashi did not exaggerate at all. Danzo was so angry, it seems that it was not Kakashi who knocked out Yamanaka Fung, but Yu. It seems that I made the right choice, and it is even much stronger than I thought. He believed what Kakashi said before, but he did not confirm whether Yu was really as strong as Kakashi said. What happened tonight proved that Yu was much stronger than he thought. No wonder even Kuroki Raiga died in his hands. Yu's strength is probably far beyond the level of elite Jonin, and even reached the level of Hokage. He's only 12 years old, not bad. Not bad. Since he has decided to make Yu his successor, the third generation will not be afraid that Yu is too strong and threatens him. Instead, He is afraid that Yu is not strong enough and cannot convince the people of the village. The next day, Yu woke up and felt relaxed. As if nothing happened last night. After getting ready, Yu came to Ben Tianzi's residence. Because Ben Tianzi and Yamada Shuki didn't have a mission today. So Yu came to them to explain why he was not in the team during this period. After ringing the doorbell, Yu stood outside and waited for a while. Ben Tianzi came out. Just like the first time I saw her, Ben Tianzi still had straight blonde hair that reached her waist, a white top that was spotless, and a pure black skirt. It was very simple, but it formed a strong contrast with her hair, but it didn't look abrupt. There was a different kind of beauty. When Ben Tianzi came out, she was stunned when she saw Yu. Then she walked towards Yu with a happy face. Yu, you're back. She walked in front of Yu and stood there, looking straight at Yu with a pair of beautiful big eyes. She seemed very surprised. Indeed, Ben Tianzi and Yamada Shuki were a little unhappy about Yu's behavior of leaving the team during this period. Yamada Shuki envied Yu for being able to follow Kakashi out of the village to perform sea-level missions. He also wanted to go. Ben Tianzi was unhappy because she couldn't see Yu for a long time. Yu smiled and said, I went out to perform a mission some time ago. It's hard for you to complete the mission of our team alone. Hearing Yu's words, Ben Tianzi shook her head and said, it's not hard. I know it's good for you to go out with teacher Kakashi to perform missions. I heard that you have become a chunin. Ben Tianzi looked at Yu with envy. At the same time, there was some admiration. Yu was the first one in their class to become a chunin, and it had only been less than 2 months. Not to mention that she had a good impression of Yu. Yu waved her hand and said, it's just good luck. Let's go and find Shumyu. The same teacher said that you are resting today. Do you want to come out and get together? Ben Tianzi didn't think about it and agreed directly, well, okay. Even if Yu didn't look for her, she would look for Yu. After that, the two went to find Yamada Shumyu. After the two left, on the second floor of Ben Tianzi's house, a man and a woman stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window and watched the two people going away. These two people are Ben Tianzi's parents. Ben Tianzi's father is a little fat, but he is 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome face. However, Ben Tianzi's mother is also 1.7 meters tall, and she doesn't look short when standing next to him. The two stand together, very well matched. No one would say that Ben Tianzi's father is not worthy of her beautiful mother. Ben Tianzi's father is called Ben Sukuichi, one of the top 10 wealthy businessmen in the Land of Fire. He and Ben Tianzi's mother Senju Ming are obviously married in a family marriage. However, the two are living very happily. Ben Sukuichi asked calmly, is that child Jingwen Yu? Senju Ming nodded. It is indeed a very good child. Let's not talk about strength. Just the appearance and temperament are not worse than Tien. I think there is no need to interfere in their affairs. Whether they end up together or not, Tianzi should not suffer any loss. Just at the first sight, Ben Sushi recognized Yu. Of course, it was mainly because he had investigated Yu's information. Coupled with the actions of the third generation yesterday, Ben Sushi changed his mind. When he heard that Ben Tianzi liked a civilian ninja before, he did not agree. He could allow Ben Tianzi and Yamada Muki, who is also a civilian, to be good friends, but if they developed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, or even got married in the future, Ben Sushi would never agree. Yamada Muki, Yu naturally could not. But yesterday's actions of the third generation, coupled with his investigation of Yu during this period, he was very optimistic about Yu's future potential. After all, ninjas still have to rely on strength to speak. Senju Ming, who was standing aside, nodded and said, I thought that child was very cunning before and it was not easy to get along with him. But now it seems that the child just doesn't like the attention of others. But let's see what Tianzi chooses in his future development. If the two are really destined to be together and the child achieves something in the future, I won't object. Although Benye Tsukushi still has the final say in the Benye family, Benye Tsukushi still respects Senju Ming's opinion on his daughter's feelings. Benye Tsukushi looked for a while, and only turned and left after Yu and Benye Tadako disappeared from his sight. Senju Ming was still standing there, and she was very concerned about her daughter's future happiness. After all, Benye Tadako was born in the Benye family. If she didn't find a partner she liked and who could be recognized by Benye Tsukushi, she was destined to marry into a certain family in the future. Senju Ming didn't want her daughter to be unhappy in the future. Although she was very happy to marry Benye Tsukushi and Benye Tsukushi treated her well, this was a very low probability event. She had seen too many girls from the Ben family who were married out of marriage and lived very badly. Senju Ming still hoped that her daughter could find someone she liked. In the ninja world, Benye Tianzi is already 12 years old. Because she is from a wealthy family, she is not young at this age. When she married Benye Tianzi, she was only 18 years old. And they were engaged when they were 14 years old. This is why Senju Ming pays so much attention to boys who like Benye Tianzi. If the other party is not good enough or is not good to Benye Tianzi, her husband will definitely not approve of it, and Benye Tianzi will have a hard life in the future. Because of her age, she will need to find a family of equal status to get engaged in 2 or 3 years. Before that, if she does not find a partner she likes and is approved by her husband, she can only marry with other families, and there is a high probability that she will not live a happy life. Chapter 119. After Yu and Benye Tianzi found Yamada Shuki, they went to a barbecue restaurant. Because he is already a chunin, Yu can take higher level tasks in the future. Chunin can take B-level tasks at most, which refers to the highest level of tasks that can be taken when the leader of the team is a chunin. If there is a jonin in the team, A-level and S-level tasks can also be taken, but at this time the jonin is the leader and the chunin is the assistant to the jonin. Yu is rarely generous, that is, he will probably not have to worry about money in the future. The commission for a B-level task is 80,000 minus 200,000 taels. The village takes half, and the rest is distributed to the team that performs the task. Yu thinks that he will have at least 40,000 taels of income when he goes out alone to perform a B-level task in the future. It is equivalent to Yu's living expenses for almost a year before. Of course, for ordinary ninjas, they must spend a lot of money to buy ninja tools. Even if all the money for a B-level task belongs to them, it is only enough to buy 30 or 40 detonating tags. A ninja with average strength, even a senior ninja, will carry at least 10 detonating tags when going out on a mission. This is also the reason why many senior ninjas, who have performed so many missions and should have a high income, still live in poverty. This is because the purchase of ninja tools accounts for most of their income. And for most ninjas, ninja tools are an important factor in whether they can survive when they go out on a mission. They dare not be careless. Otherwise, even if they save money, they will not be able to spend it. All ninja tools need to be purchased by themselves. The village does not provide them. The village only provides a platform for posting tasks. The reason why Yu dares to spend money is that he does not need to purchase many ninja tools. At most, he will replace a batch of kunai and shuriken after a period of time. Because Yu's current fighting style does not require ninja tools at all. He has almost never used shuriken, and he uses kunai more often. But it is not used for fighting, but for threatening the enemy. Otherwise, when threatening the enemy, it is his own palm that is on their neck, which is indeed a bit weird. It is also because Yu has hardly used ninja tools, so the kunai and shuriken he bought when he graduated are still very new. There is no difference from when he first bought them. As long as Yu does not buy a house in the future, he can save a lot of money to live comfortably even if he cannot become rich by relying on the income of being a ninja. After all, Yu does not have high requirements for life. In addition, the house left by his parents was not destroyed in the Nine-Tailed Rebellion. In the future, as long as Yu does not want to buy a new house, he will basically not use money except for living expenses. This is also the reason why Yu is very satisfied with his promotion to Chunin. However, Yu's idea does feel a bit like being happy to be a cow and horse. He is not so crazy about money, but he also hopes that his life will be more comfortable and he does not want to be an ascetic. And he still hopes to make money by carrying out tasks, not by side doors. Yu's idea is different from others. He thinks that carrying out missions is very beneficial to him. Not only can he accumulate practical experience, but carrying out missions is basically equivalent to traveling at public expense. He is not opposed to it, on the contrary, he likes it. When he was in the Land of Waves, if he really wanted to make money, he would have killed Kato and robbed his money long ago. But Yu did not do that. At the barbecue restaurant, Yu explained to Ben Tianzi and Yamada Shuki what he had done during this period, and also told them that he would not be able to accompany them to carry out missions in the future. Although Ben Tianzi and Yamada Shuki were very sad, they did not say much. Although they did not spend much time with Yu, they still recognized Yu very much. They could not forget that Yu alone resisted the murderous aura of Mu Ben Yidong for them and allowed them to pass the graduation examination. At noon, the three were at the door of the barbecue restaurant. Yamada Shuki looked at Yu and couldn't help crying. Although he knew that he and Yu were no longer ninjas of the same level. But he was still very sad. He had always considered Yu as his good friend. But the two of them had only performed 2 missions together before they separated. Yamada Shuki raised his fist with tears in his eyes and said, Yu, no matter what kind of person you become in the future, you will always be a member of Team 11 and my best friend, Yamada Shuki. Yu was also touched and patted Yamada Shuki's shoulder seriously. No matter what I become in the future, I will always be a member of Team 11, and we are both in Konoha. It's just that we can't perform missions together in the future. Don't talk like I'm going to die. Yu smiled. Hearing Yu, Yamada Shuki Shumu burst into laughter and punched Yu's chest. I will try my best to become stronger. Although the hope is slim, I also hope to at least see your back and see you keep moving forward. Ben Tianzi looked at Yu and didn't say anything. She was the saddest. She didn't expect Yu to get together with them just to talk about this matter. She had never thought that Yu would leave before. She thought that as long as she worked hard, she would not hold Yu back. Now it seems that she will not hold Yu back, because Yu will not carry out missions with them in the future. Yesterday, when she heard that Yu became a Chunin, she just admired Yu and thought that Yu was really amazing. But now she realized that the gap between her and Yu was so big that she couldn't see Yu's back. Yu looked at Ben Tianzi and smiled, Tianzi, goodbye. After Yu finished speaking, he was about to leave. Ben Tianzi finally couldn't hold it anymore and couldn't stop crying. But she still forced a smile and said, Yu, I will definitely try my best to catch up with you. Now her mind was blank, and she didn't know what to say at all. Yu nodded and smiled, I know, I believe you will become very strong. Although Yu said this sentence against his will, because he knew that Ben Tianzi's talent was not high, very ordinary. But he really hoped that Ben Tianzi would become stronger, at least to protect himself, and the same for Yamada Shuki. The position of these two people in his heart is different. If Yu would fool Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, he would be annoyed by them pestering him. But for Ben Tianzi and Yamada Shuki, Yu sincerely hoped that they could become stronger and protect themselves. These two people gave Yu a very good feeling, and he could also feel that their feelings for him were real and they trusted him very much. But Yu had indeed opened up a big gap with them. Even though Yu had never had a clear understanding of his own strength, he knew that even with the most conservative estimate, his strength was far above the two of them, and he and the two of them were no longer ninjas of the same level. In the future, the two of them would not be able to interfere with the missions that Yu was carrying out. Even if Yu was reluctant, he knew that his friendship with them had to end. Chapter 120. After taking a final look at the two, Yu turned into a golden lightning and disappeared on the spot. Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi looked at the empty place, feeling bitter in their hearts. Yamada Shuki sighed, the gap is really too big. Just the speed just now, he is completely different from us. He is much stronger than us. Yu's instant body technique made Yamada Shuki completely understand the huge gap between them and Yu. Just the ninjutsu that Yu used casually was already difficult for them to reach. Not to mention that if Yu really took action, they would probably be killed instantly. It is even possible that even their guiding ninja, Mu Ben Yidong, would not be Yu's opponent. Benyi Tianzi looked sad. Do we have a chance to catch up with him in the future? Yamada Shuki was silent. In the end, he just sighed, we can only work hard. It's good to see his back. As for catching up with him Yamada Shuki shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought it was a ridiculous thing to catch up with Yu. Yamada Mushi didn't even have any confidence that he could see his back. Or rather, Yamada Mushi felt that he would never be able to see Yu's back in his lifetime. On the other side, after Yu left, he came to the Hokage building. Because the third generation gave Yu the right to enter the data room at any time yesterday. So when Yu entered the data room, no one stopped him. The data room has always been a place where all kinds of Konoha information, even secrets, are stored. Kakashi sneaked in before, and that time he was looking for information on wood release. And he was caught by the third generation, but the third generation did not punish him, and gave him the wood release information he wanted to find. It was only after reading those materials that Kakashi learned about wood release. It was here that Naruto stole the Book of Seals. Of course the third generation deliberately let him steal it that day. The data room is a place where Konoha's secrets are stored, and the defense is particularly strict. At that time, Naruto took the Book of Seals in a swaggering manner. Without the third generation's signal, the ninjas defending here should have committed suicide. And for so many years, Yu is the only ninja who entered here as a chunin. It can even be said that Yu is the only one who entered here without holding any position in Konoha. When Yu just entered the database, he saw the third generation sitting in the database. Yu was not surprised. Before coming in, he had already sensed the chakra of the third generation here. And Yu also knew why the third generation of Hokage was here. After seeing the third generation, Yu walked up to him and said, Hokage, I want to come here to check some information. The third generation smiled and said, it's Yu. I didn't expect you to come so soon. What information do you want to check? Yu looked around and said, some ninjutsu information. It's best to have some information on sealing techniques. I'm more interested in sealing techniques. The third generation was a little surprised. Because Kakashi didn't tell the third generation that Yu had added a seal on Naruto. The third generation of Hokage appeared here to ask Yu about what happened last night. Moreover, the third generation thought that Yu must have come here for the ninjutsu sealed here, but he did not expect that Yu actually came for the sealing technique. Although he was a little surprised, the third generation still smiled and took Yu to a bookshelf. There were many scrolls on it. The third generation picked up a few scrolls and said, these are some basic sealing techniques. Take a look to see if you can understand them. Sealing techniques are very difficult and require patience. The fourth generation Hokage also spent a lot of time to learn the sealing technique. The third generation specifically mentioned the fourth generation Hokage. In fact, he hoped that Yu would follow the fourth generation Hokage as an example. After all, he hoped that Yu would become a ninja like the fourth generation Hokage. Yu took the scroll and looked at it. They were all the sealing techniques that Kakashi had taught him before. Yu said a little embarrassedly, Hokage-sama, to be honest, I have actually learned these sealing techniques. Kakashi taught me some. The third generation, who originally wanted to tell Yu some more stories about Minato Namikaze, paused. Looking at Yu in surprise, what? Yu had no choice but to say again, Teacher Kakashi taught me the sealing technique, and I have mastered these sealing techniques. The third generation looked at Yu for a long time without saying anything. It made Yu very embarrassed to stand in front of him. After a long time, the third generation realized his own gaffe. You have mastered these sealing techniques. The third generation wanted to confirm. You should know that the fourth generation Hokage did not have Yu's strength at Yu's age, nor did he master the sealing technique. Although the sealing technique seems to be not as good as those powerful ones in the ninja world, combat ninjutsu is shocking, but it is extremely difficult to learn and has a huge effect. The third generation couldn't believe that Yu had mastered the sealing technique at this age, even if it was just a few basic sealing techniques, but it was still shocking. Yu had no choice but to answer again, yes, Lord Hokage, I have mastered these sealing techniques. Teacher Kakashi taught me. The third generation was silent for a long time. It's not that he was afraid of Yu, but he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Yu felt a little uncomfortable. It took a long time for the third generation to recover from the shock. He smiled bitterly and said, it's amazing. You have mastered the sealing technique at such a young age. Even if it's just a few basic sealing techniques, it's very rare. It seems that Yu has a talent for learning sealing techniques, and your talent seems to be very high. You remind me of the fourth Hokage. Do you know the fourth Hokage? The third Hokage seems to admire Minato Namikaze very much and keeps mentioning him in front of Yu. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. Minato Namikaze was the successor designated by Orochimaru when the third Hokage gave up his favorite disciple. The third Hokage is very satisfied with Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato Namikaze is his grandson, and Minato Namikaze is indeed very good. It has always been a matter of great pride for the third Hokage to recommend Minato Namikaze to be the fourth Hokage. Since the third Hokage decided to train Yu to become the fifth Hokage, he hoped that Yu could be as good as Minato Namikaze. In this way, he can retire with peace of mind. He is not young anymore, almost 70 years old, and his strength will decline in a few years. Konoha really needs a Namikaze Minato-like Hokage to support it. But he didn't expect Yu's talent to be so amazing. Sealing techniques are difficult to learn even for him, who is known as a ninjutsu professor. It is even more difficult for ordinary ninjas to learn. But Yu learned several sealing techniques at the age of 12. Although they are just a few basic ninjutsu, it also proves that Yu has a talent for learning sealing techniques, and a very high talent. Because he speculated that Yu should have learned the sealing techniques during the execution of the mission in the Land of Waves. It took less than 2 months to master it. It can be seen that Yu's talent is very high. Listening to the third generation constantly mentioning Namikaze Minato, Yu felt a little strange, but still replied, of course I know, the fourth generation Hokage is Kakashi's teacher. He is the hero who sealed the nine-tailed demon fox and sacrificed himself to save the village. Naruto, Get Stronger by Hanging Up, Chapter 121. Yu's answer was similar to that of the children in the village. Although Naruto was rejected by the villagers, Konoha village admired the fourth Hokage very much. The third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the fourth Hokage is the hero of Konoha village, but a hero cannot be a hero without strong strength. The fourth Hokage is a very good ninja. It can even be said that in his era, he was the best ninja in the ninja world. Yu listened quietly to the third Hokage telling about the fourth Hokage. This was also the beginning of the training of the third Hokage. The third Hokage talked for almost an hour, not only talking about Minato Namikaze, but also the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the 3 ninjas of Konoha. The reason why the third Hokage talked about these things was because these materials were in the Konoha database. Even if he didn't talk about it, Yu could understand it if he wanted to know. Of course, the reason why the third Hokage talked about it was because he wanted to talk about it and wanted Yu to have some ideas about the village and the position of Hokage. The current Yu makes the third generation very satisfied, in terms of strength. But in terms of personality, he thinks Yu is a little too plain. This is more like Minato Namikaze back then. But the third generation hopes that Yu will have the idea of competing for the position of Hokage, because only in this way will Yu cherish the hard-won position of Hokage. After speaking, the third generation looked at Yu and smiled. I hope that you can become the pillar that Konoha needs in the future like the fourth generation of Hokage. I am too old, and the future of Konoha depends on you young people to support it. The third generation actually said this very clearly. Yu also heard what the third generation meant, but he didn't have any ideas. Yu is definitely not a person who gives up, but he also wants to live a little easier. It's okay to let him perform some tasks. He would be very annoyed if he had to weigh the interests of all parties in Konoha all day. But he couldn't express his true thoughts. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have the right to enter this database. Yu smiled and said, Lord Hokage is still in his prime, there is no need to think so much. Ha ha ha, how can he still be in his prime? I am 69 years old this year, and I will be 70 after this year. If I really can't find a successor, I should retire now to enjoy my old age. What the third generation said to Yu was true. Because he really regarded Yu as his successor. Especially when he knew that Yu had mastered the sealing technique. The third generation smiled, looked on the bookshelf, and asked Yu, what sealing techniques did Kakashi teach you? Sealing techniques are very dangerous. Did he tell you this? Yu nodded. Well, Kakashi teacher told me, but I still want to learn. I think sealing techniques will be very useful to me. Yu's words surprised the third generation. He was surprised that Yu was so sincere. He could hear that Yu's words were true. The third generation knew that Yu was definitely not a cunning person. Thinking of something, the third generation was very happy. Yu leaned against the bookshelf and said, now I have mastered the 4-symbol seal and 8-diagram seal of the 4th Hokage, because when I went out this time, I saw Naruto running wild. To be honest, the power of the 9-tailed demon fox is really shocking. If that power is completely released, it will cause a great threat. I don't want Naruto to become a sinner in the village. The villagers don't like him enough. The third generation paused. Sighing, there's nothing we can do about Naruto. I think Kakashi should have told you about Naruto's life story, right? Do you think I did something wrong? Yu said frankly, if it was before, I would think it was wrong, but after this mission, I saw with my own eyes what Naruto's rampage was like, and I think you did the right thing. The villagers did something wrong, but they were just afraid of the power of the 9 tails. Although it's wrong, there's no way to solve it. Distant is the best choice. And I don't think if I tell the villagers about Naruto's life story, the villagers will recognize Naruto. It is true that the 4th Hokage is a hero, but after all, Naruto has a tailed beast sealed in his body that can go berserk at any time. The villagers will never change their attitude towards him just because Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage. On the contrary, telling the villagers about Naruto's identity will make the villagers have opinions about the 4th Hokage. I don't think it is a good idea. I think the best solution is for Naruto to master the power of the 9 tails as soon as possible, so that he won't go berserk again. I think the villagers are still willing to trust him. Yu determined this based on the villagers' change of opinion of Naruto after Naruto passed the Chunin exam. Most of the prejudice of the villagers of Konoha village against Naruto really comes from Naruto. It was his own prank. As long as he changed his mind a little, he would immediately win the approval of most villagers. At that time, Naruto had not yet mastered the power of the 9 tails. The third generation turned his head and looked at Yu. He didn't speak for a long time. He was surprised that Yu would have such an idea. He always felt sorry for the fourth generation over the years. But after Yu said this, he was relieved a lot. The third generation was silent for a while, and soon he felt that he had forgotten something. You mastered the 4-symbol seal and the 8-part seal. The third generation was stunned. These 2 seals are not basic sealing techniques. Even he didn't learn it, but Yu actually mastered it. Yu nodded and asked in confusion, yes. The third generation was silent for a long time, and he was stunned again. He didn't know what to say. Are you sure? He even didn't believe it. Yu nodded. The third generation's hands holding the scroll trembled. Are you sure that you have the 4-symbol seal and 8-diagram seal, the one of the 4th Hokage? Yu nodded again. The third Hokage suddenly laughed out loud. The Anbu ninjas who were patrolling around the data room were stunned. They almost thought that the third Hokage had an accident inside. After rushing in, they found that the third Hokage and Yu were talking, and they seemed to be having a good time. The Anbu ninjas looked at Yu deeply and retreated. They knew that Yu's status in Konoha would not be low in the future. The third Hokage gave Yu too much power. Even if Danzo, who is also a high-ranking member of Konoha, wants to enter the database, he needs the consent of the third Hokage. Although Danzo has his own intelligence network and generally does not need to enter here. But the ninjas who can enter here are all people that the third Hokage trusts very much. Not to mention that Yu also got the power to enter here without reporting to the third Hokage. Such power, no one in Konoha now has it. Of course, the ninjas in the Anbu would never have thought that the third generation had already trained Yu as his successor. The third generation was very happy. Since the death of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, no one in Konoha knew the 4-symbol seal and the 8-diagram seal. These 2 sealing techniques are very powerful. Later, when Naruto was training with Killer Bee on Kame Island, Killer Bee said that the sealing technique on Yu was much stronger than his. It is enough to show how powerful these 2 sealing techniques are. But precisely because the 2 sealing techniques are too powerful, no one in Konoha knows them now. So much so that once Naruto went berserk, they paid a heavy price to calm down the berserk Naruto. Chapter 122. Now Yu has mastered the 4-symbol seal and the 8-diagram seal. After Naruto goes berserk, at least he has a way to check and balance him. He won't be as passive as before. The more the third generation looks at Yu, the more he looks like Minato Namikaze. If Yu's hair wasn't black, he would have thought that Yu was the reincarnation of Minato Namikaze. Okay, now that you have mastered these 2 sealing techniques, if something happens to Naruto in the future, you will need to help. Yu smiled faintly and said, he and I are friends. If I can do it, I will do my best. The third generation nodded with satisfaction. Well, I'm glad that you can accept Naruto. Being able to master the 4-symbol seal and the 8-diagram seal also shows that you have a very thorough understanding of the sealing technique and are extremely talented. These 2 sealing techniques are not easy to learn. They are extremely difficult. The 4th Hokage took several years to master them. This is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan and our Konoha are allies. The wife of the 1st Hokage and the wife of the 4th Hokage are both from the Uzumaki clan. It is precisely because of this relationship that our Konoha also has the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto is also from the Uzumaki clan, but he probably doesn't have the talent to learn the sealing technique. The 3rd Hokage was helpless. He originally hoped that Naruto would master the sealing technique in the future, just like his mother Uzumaki Kushina, and could suppress the 9 tails with his own sealing technique and use the power of the 9 tails. But it is obvious that Naruto does not have this talent. With his level of knowledge, he probably can't even understand the principle. Moreover, the sealing technique is a ninjutsu that requires a high level of operation. Naruto can't learn it no matter how you look at it. Not to mention Naruto, even Kakashi, who has been a genius since childhood, hasn't learned it. Yu smiled and said, Naruto does have a strong talent, but it shouldn't be in the sealing technique. The third generation also responded, yes, this kid is more talented in learning some unconventional techniques. The third generation was speechless when he thought of Naruto's harem technique. The key is that he was hit every time. Of course, he would not tell Yu about this kind of thing. But what he didn't know was that Yu had known it for a long time. It's just that he thought it was nothing big. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki could be hit, so it was normal for the third generation to be hit. After sighing for a moment, the third generation asked, since you have already mastered the 4-symbol seal and the 8-diagram seal, you should not need other sealing techniques, right? Yu smiled and said, I want to see what sealing techniques there are. The third generation nodded. There are some powerful sealing techniques, but they are all forbidden techniques and very dangerous. I don't recommend you to learn them. What the third generation was talking about was actually sealing techniques such as the Shiki Fujin, which can only be used once in a lifetime. The third generation knew how to do it, but when he thought about how Minato Namikaze used this sealing technique to seal the 9 tails, he naturally didn't want Yu to learn this sealing technique. I don't think so. Whether it's a forbidden technique or not, it's just a ninjutsu. Since it was created, it is hoped that it can play its role. If it has been sealed all the time, why did it create it in the first place? The third generation thought about it and felt that what Yu said was not wrong. He sighed and said, some sealing techniques will kill you if you use them, so they are not suitable for learning. I'm afraid tilde. Alas, that's how the 4th Hokage died. Yu was silent for a long time before saying, since the 4th Hokage chose to use it, it means that the sealing technique has played its role, and since the 4th Hokage used that ninjutsu, it means that there is no other sealing technique that can be used except that ninjutsu. It can also be regarded as a means of mutual destruction. Seeing that Yu insisted, the third generation did not persuade him anymore. He felt that Yu was right. However, this idea is only applicable to Yu. For other people, let alone whether it is dangerous or not, they simply cannot learn it. Although they have only been in contact for a short period of time, the third generation is already very satisfied with Yu. He regretted why he did not discover Yu earlier, so that he did not know Yu so well now. If he had discovered Yu earlier and trained him earlier, he would not have to make up for his ninjutsu now. The third generation thought that Yu was working hard to learn ninjutsu now because he didn't have the resources before. He was only half right. Yu didn't have the resources to learn before, but he didn't have the talent to learn before. Yu's talent before was only that of an ordinary person. Even if he was given a lot of ninjutsu resources, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it. After stopping persuading Yu, the third generation took out a few scrolls from the bookshelf and said, these are the strongest sealing techniques in the village. You can take a look, but it's best not to learn them before you are sure. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Yu looked at the scrolls. Among them was the Shiki Fujin. Of course, Yu was not interested in this sealing technique. What's the point of learning a sealing technique that can only be used once? He did want to learn forbidden techniques, but they were also those that were dangerous but very powerful. Not those that can only be used once in a lifetime after learning. Yu took a few sealing techniques and sat on the ground to read them. He didn't care that the third generation was right next to him. The third generation didn't think Yu was rude, but thought he was studious. Ning Shenmen, is this also a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? Yu said to himself. The third generation explained, this is indeed a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, but this ninjutsu is very difficult, even more difficult than the 4-symbol seal and the 8-diagram seal. I remember that only the first generation Hokage, his wife, and the 4th generation Hokage's wife knew this ninjutsu. Quote. In addition to being very difficult, this ninjutsu also requires a huge amount of chakra to release. So since the 4th Hokage's wife passed away, no one in Konoha has mastered it. Yu nodded. I see, but it looks like this sealing technique is really powerful. The third Hokage said, this sealing technique is really powerful, it can suppress the nine tails in battle. The first Hokage's wife just released it casually and suppressed the nine tails so that it couldn't move. Oh, so powerful. Yu naturally knew that the Mayayinman was very strong. Not to mention the nine tails, even the 10 tails could be suppressed. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't resist it. But that was the immortal technique Mayayinman. Yu didn't know whether the Mayayinman released with the immortal technique chakra was stronger than the ordinary Mayayinman. But Yu remembered that Uzumaki Kushina had used this ninjutsu, which could also suppress the nine tails. Thinking about it this way, the Uzumaki clan was indeed terrible in dealing with the tailed beasts. Just a diamond seal could trap the nine tails. At that time, Uzumaki Kushina was dying, and her body was extremely weak, but the nine tails was controlled and unable to move. In addition to the diamond seal, the Mayayinman was also the same. Even if the Mayayinman of Senju Hashirama is not counted, the Mayayinman of Uzumaki Kushina also made the nine tails unable to resist. The Uzumaki clan is indeed the nemesis of the tailed beasts. However, the energy of this clan is mainly focused on the sealing technique, and it is indeed not very strong in combat. If they were as powerful as the Senju clan or the Uchiha clan, which ninja village could destroy them? The third generation saw that Yu seemed to be interested in the Mayayinman. He advised, this ninjutsu is very difficult, and it requires too much chakra, which is not suitable for you. Although he knew that Yu had a lot of chakra, after all, Yu was only 12 years old. The third generation felt that even if Yu had a lot of chakra, it would not be more than him. Even he couldn't support the consumption of this ninjutsu, and Yu was even less likely to support it. Chapter 123. Yu nodded, as if he agreed with the opinion of the third generation. In fact, he just didn't want the third generation to know about the huge chakra in his body. Yu naturally wanted to learn the Mayayinman. This ninjutsu can really suppress the tailed beasts in battle. Whether it is the 4 symbols seal or the 8 diagrams seal, it is necessary to control the tailed beasts before applying. But Mayayinman is different. It is not only a sealing technique, but also a combat ninjutsu, and it is very powerful. After looking at several sealing techniques, it must be said that Konoha does have many powerful sealing techniques, and most of them come from the Uzumaki clan. After writing down several sealing techniques that Yu wanted to learn, he went to find some forbidden ninjutsu. For example, the Flying Thunder God technique, and even the Rasengan. However, Yu found that his favorite was the Thunder Release, and he was not very interested in the Wind Release ninjutsu. Rasengan is a ninjutsu with the ultimate form change, and it does not need to add wind attribute chakra, but the power of a simple Rasengan is not high, at least for Yu. The Rasengan is not even as powerful as his simple Chidori. Not to mention the Lightning Net. Yu's Lightning Net can attack and defend, and it is an S-level ninjutsu in terms of power and learning difficulty. As a result, although Yu has chakra of 5 attributes, he likes to use lightning ninjutsu the most. However, Yu still memorized the principle of Rasengan. Although he is not very interested in Rasengan, it is the famous skill of the protagonist of this world after all, and he still has to give it a certain respect. Anyway, there is no harm in learning it. The third generation sat in front of Yu, watching the ninjutsu that Yu was watching, and did not make any comments. Whether it is the Flying Thunder God technique or the Rasengan, they are actually the ninjutsu that the third generation hopes Yu can master. Especially the Flying Thunder God technique, the fourth Hokage relied on this ninjutsu to gain the reputation of Yellow Flash in the ninja world. However, the Flying Thunder God technique requires a very high talent to learn. Even the third Hokage did not master it. The third Hokage did not know whether Yu could master it. After Yu carefully wrote down the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique, he closed it. The third Hokage, who had been watching for a long time, finally couldn't help it and asked carefully, "The Flying Thunder God technique is very difficult to master. Except for the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage, no one has ever mastered it. You can learn it slowly, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you can't learn it. This ninjutsu itself is indeed very difficult." Yu nodded. Nothing said. He had already memorized the principle of the Flying Thunder God technique, and even when he wrote it down, he had clearly analyzed the mechanism of the Flying Thunder God technique in his mind. There is no situation where he can't learn it. Yu now found that his learning talent was too amazing. Since the day he got this ability, it seems that there is no ninjutsu that he can't learn. Even if it is the most difficult sealing technique, he just spends a little more time. And the S-level space-time ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God technique is not something that can be learned by high talent, but also requires sufficient talent in space and time. But Yu does not have this problem. He found that after reading the principle of Flying Thunder God technique, he completely understood how this ninjutsu works. Next, he just needs to practice. When the third generation saw Yu nod, he thought he didn't have the talent to learn this aspect. Although he was prepared in his heart, the third generation still felt a little pity. He still hoped that Yu could master the Flying Thunder God technique. And Yu didn't care what the third generation thought. Spent a whole day in the database. Yu read a lot of ninjutsu. In addition to some forbidden techniques, Yu also mastered many A-level and B-level attribute ninjutsu. Kakashi taught Yu many attribute ninjutsu, but not many of them reached A-level and B-level. Although the difficulty of learning ninjutsu and the power of ninjutsu are not the same. But there is still a certain connection. After all, if the learning difficulty is very high, but the power is very small, then this ninjutsu would have been eliminated long ago, so why learn it? So basically, the ninjutsu with high learning difficulty will also be more powerful. Of course, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are exceptions. They belong to the category of miracles with great strength, and the power of ninjutsu is purely supported by a large amount of chakra. For ordinary ninjas, chakra is very limited, and they will never consume a lot of chakra to release a ninjutsu with little power. So for ordinary ninjas, ninjutsu with high learning difficulty are generally very powerful. After dark, Yu came out of the database. Although he has been reading books all day and his brain has been thinking. But Yu did not feel tired at all. Even his thoughts were very clear, full of a sense of accomplishment. After all, he learned many ninjutsu that he had never seen before in the database, and those ninjutsu were extremely powerful. It made up for many of the shortcomings that Yu thought he had. In the Hokage's office, the third generation stood by the window, looking at Yu's back. He had no expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Yu's figure completely disappeared from the third generation's sight. The third generation turned around and sat down. After thinking for a while, he said to himself, "Danzo has been quite active recently. I have to warn him." As soon as he finished speaking, the third generation disappeared in the Hokage's office. And in the headquarters of Konoha Route, Danzo was listening to his subordinates reporting to him about Yu's schedule today. That's right, all day today, Danzo sent people from the route to keep an eye on Yu. Yu naturally found out, but the route had no effect on him, so he didn't care. Yu cannot care, but the third generation can't do nothing. Especially after knowing that Yu actually mastered the 4 symbols seal and the 8 diagrams seal. The third generation has completely regarded Yu as his successor. After waiting for such a genius, the third generation will never allow him to die halfway. The third generation is such a person. If he really likes someone, he will be very indulgent to him. For example, Orochimaru, the third generation has always regarded Orochimaru as his best disciple. In his heart, Jiraiya and Tsunade are not as important as Orochimaru. So even though he knew that Orochimaru did many inhumane experiments, he turned a blind eye. In the end, there was really no way, and he didn't think of killing him, but let someone capture him alive. Now he is the same with EU. The main reason is that he really has no choice now, and he is very old. He can't be the Hokage for a few years. If he doesn't choose someone who can succeed him, he feels ashamed to meet the first and second generations. Of course, one of the important reasons why the third generation had such high expectations for EU was that EU had a clean background and there was no interference from the family behind him. Soon, the third generation appeared at the headquarters of the route. Danzo, who was listening to the report from his subordinates, stood up and looked at the third generation who was walking towards him. Several ninjas of the route also appeared in front of Danzo and protected him. The third generation frowned when he saw this scene. Danzo, it seems that the route has indeed become your exclusive unit. You must know that the third generation is the Hokage, and the route belongs to the Anbu, which is a department of the Anbu. In theory, the controller of the route should be the third generation. But now these ninjas of the route are defensive against the third generation. This behavior is almost equivalent to rebellion. Chapter 124. Danzo didn't care about the sarcasm of the third generation. Danzo knew the character of the third generation, and the route belonged to him, Danzo, which was an open secret to the Konoha high-level officials. And the route was established with the tacit consent of the third generation. So Danzo just said coldly, "Hiratsune, what are you doing here?" The third generation walked in front of the ninjas of the route and just looked at them indifferently. The ninjas who had originally planned to protect Danzo with their lives suddenly trembled all over. Even took several steps back. Danzo frowned. "Hiratsune, what do you want to do?" The third generation did not answer Danzo, but just said indifferently to the ninjas in front of him, "I have something to say to Elder Danzo, you all retreat." The tone was unquestionable. Several ninjas of the route were already trembling all over, and there was no longer the look of fearlessness just now. Although the third generation did not express it deliberately, the power of a cage-level strongman was not something that a few route ninjas could resist. Moreover, the third generation was the Hokage of Konoha. In theory, they were all under the jurisdiction of the third generation. If they showed any disobedience to the third generation, no one would say anything if the third generation killed them. So the route ninjas disappeared immediately without asking Danzo for the first time. Danzo saw this scene and his face was gloomy. "Is your purpose of coming here to show your identity as the Hokage?" Danzo was furious, but he couldn't show it too bluntly in front of the third generation. He could see that the third generation was different from usual. After the route ninjas disappeared, the third generation walked up to Danzo and said lightly, "Don't always send people to keep an eye on that child in the future, otherwise don't blame me for disbanding your route." "I'm serious," the third generation said without question. Danzo was of course unwilling. He was even very angry. "Hiruzen, why should I listen to you? Don't forget, I am the leader of the route. If I don't disband, what can you do?" Instantly, both of them were furious. The third generation was very angry about what Danzo said. He said in a very cold tone, "It seems that I was too indulgent to you before, which gave you the illusion that you can bargain with me." Danzo also said, "For a little kid, do you really want to force me like this? Everything I do is for Konoha. That kid is a big threat to Konoha. I must keep an eye on him. You should support me." As soon as Danzo finished speaking, a strong chakra burst out from the third generation. Boom boom. Instantly, Danzo was knocked back several steps by the chakra burst out by the third generation. The third generation was surrounded by blue chakra, which had condensed into substance. Although the third generation was old, he still had a lot of chakra. Otherwise, when fighting with Orochimaru, he couldn't release so many ninjutsu. Danzo also wanted to burst his chakra. But just when he was about to burst his chakra became very heavy. "Hiruzen, are you really going to do this for that kid?" Danzo found that the third generation suppressed his chakra. Although he was also a cage-level strongman, he was not as strong as the third generation. And the most important thing is that the third generation is the Hokage. Although Danzo is also a high-ranking official in Konoha, he has no way and no position to oppose the third generation. There won't be many people supporting him. Unless he wants to defect from Konoha, he can't attack the third generation himself. Even before, when he wanted to assassinate the third generation, he couldn't do it himself, and he had to rely on tricking Kakashi and Yamato to assassinate the third generation. The third generation was very serious from beginning to end. He is different from others. Konoha needs him to grow up. Don't destroy him because of your selfishness. I will never allow it. Danzo gritted his teeth. The third generation's move reminded him of his action of abandoning both him and Orochimaru in order to promote Minato Namikaze to the position. When he knew that the third generation did not want him to be Hokage, he strongly recommended Orochimaru to be the fourth generation Hokage. He originally thought that Orochimaru was the third generation's favorite disciple. Who knew that the third generation would eventually choose Minato Namikaze, the youngest of all candidates, against all odds. He almost died of anger. Now the third generation did this to Yu again, and his painful memories came to his mind. Hiruzen, he is only 12 years old, are you crazy? Who knows what he will be like in the future? You are so partial to him now. If he is not as good as you think in the future, can you be responsible for your mistakes? Hearing this, the third generation found it very funny. If he had some doubts before. But since he knew that Yu had mastered the 4 symbols seal and the 8 diagrams seal, he had no hesitation. Because both the 4 symbols seal and the 8 diagrams seal require a huge amount of chakra support, and those who can master these 2 sealing techniques have very high ninjutsu talent. In addition, Yu killed Kuroki Raiga and suppressed the runaway Naruto. Yu's current strength is undoubtedly at the level of Kage. The difference is only whether he is a top-level Kage or an ordinary Kage. No matter which one, Yu is only 12 years old. As long as he does not die young, his future achievements will definitely not be worse than the 4th Hokage. He is very confident about this. The 3rd Hokage sneered, "It is because he is only 12 years old now that I decided to put the future of Konoha on him." As soon as the 3rd Hokage said this, Danzo was shocked and took several steps back. You, do you know what you are talking about? You want to put the future of Konoha on a 12-year-old kid, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the teacher's Konoha is not your toy. It was a mistake for the teacher to choose you as Hokage. The future of Konoha will be ruined because of your wrong decision. Danzo couldn't believe it, and the 3rd Hokage didn't hide it anymore. He said so blatantly that he would put the future on Yu. This statement directly stated that he regarded Yu as his successor. Yu was only 12 years old, how could the 3rd generation be so careless? The most important thing is that the 3rd generation would rather choose a 12-year-old child than him. The 3rd generation looked at Danzo and said seriously, "It is because I value the teacher's instructions that I will choose him." Danzo, we are all old, and the future does not belong to us. This is what Danzo least wants to hear. Hiruzen, you are old and confused. I cannot send people to keep an eye on him, but if he wants to be Hokage, it will be impossible as long as I am here. I am the Hokage, and I know who is the best candidate to become Hokage. What Danzo is most angry about is that the 3rd generation always uses the identity of Hokage to pressure him. He said angrily, "No matter what you say, I don't believe that a 12-year-old kid has the possibility of becoming Hokage." The 3rd generation knew that Danzo had retreated. After achieving his goal, the 3rd generation naturally didn't need to stay here anymore. He just said, "This is not something you should consider. Remember, I want to see him grow up. If I know what you did to him, the root will definitely be disbanded. I'm not kidding you." After saying that, the 3rd generation didn't talk nonsense with Danzo anymore and turned around and left. Looking at the back of the 3rd generation, Danzo was furious. The veins on his hands holding the crutches bulged. "Hiruzen, You will regret it. Chapter 125. After the third generation warned Danzo, Danzo was very angry. But he did not send anyone to watch Yu afterwards. Danzo and Yu did not have any hatred. It was just because he felt that Yu was designated as the successor by the third generation and could not stand it. In order to become Hokage, Danzo had been thinking about it day and night for decades. Becoming Hokage was his greatest wish in his life, and he would kill anyone who stood in his way, including the third generation, his former comrade in arms. Although he did not send anyone to watch Yu, Danzo was also waiting in the dark for Yu to make a mistake. As long as Yu made a mistake that was enough to prevent him from becoming Hokage, when the third generation recommended Yu to be Hokage in the future, he could justifiably oppose it. And after Yu noticed that the ninja aura around him disappeared. Although he did not know what happened. But it was always a good thing that no one was watching. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Yu was summarizing the ninjutsu he had memorized today. He memorized the Maya-Yinmen, Flying Thunder God technique, Rasengan, and even the Impure World Reincarnation technique. He memorized the Impure World Reincarnation not because he wanted to use this technique to summon the dead, but because he wanted to be able to solve it when he encountered this ninjutsu in the future. After all, it would be quite troublesome if the opponent was Impure World Reincarnation. He kept summarizing for several hours, and it was already early in the morning. Yu opened his eyes. It is indeed a forbidden technique, and the difficulty is indeed very high. After saying that, Yu raised his right hand. His eyes were slightly focused, and the chakra in his body flowed rapidly. A golden chakra ball instantly appeared in the palm of Yu's hand. The light of the golden chakra ball illuminated Yu's room as bright as if the light was on. Looking at the chakra ball in his hand, Yu muttered to himself, "Is this the Rasengan? It's quite interesting." After looking at it for a while, Yu had a bold idea in his mind. "I hope I don't fail. If I fail, I will have to pay off my mortgage for the rest of my life." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment Yu finished speaking, the chakra ball in his hand instantly turned into a golden chakra shuriken that was spinning wildly. For a moment, a storm blew in the room. The storm cut all the tables and chairs in the room into pieces. "This is the Rasengan shuriken, it's really powerful. If it gets bigger, I can't live in this house." Yu looked at the scratches that had appeared on the wind blade. Helplessly, he put away the Rasengan shuriken in his hand. Then Yu prepared to experiment with the Flying Thunder God technique. He himself didn't know how outrageous he had just done. The Rasengan shuriken that Naruto had developed with great difficulty, he mastered it in just a few hours of research. He had never even practiced it before. If Jiraiya knew about it, he would probably be jealous. After all, it took him a long time to master the Rasengan. The most outrageous thing is that Yu not only mastered the Rasengan, but also mastered the Rasengan shuriken almost at the same time. Yu can even add lightning escape to it. The reason why Yu is so easy is that, in addition to his current talent being too amazing, it is because he uses the fairy chakra. He completely avoided the problem of the Rasengan shuriken. However, although he felt that his Rasengan shuriken was very powerful, Yu was not surprised, and even had no desire to use it in the future. Because his lightning escape is not inferior in power, it can even be said to be stronger, especially the lightning net. Just like Naruto, who used the Rasengan in almost every battle after learning the Rasengan, Yu's favorite thing to use in battle is the lightning net, and he doesn't even like to use Chidori and its derivative ninjutsu. After all, the lightning net was developed by Yu himself, and it is much easier to use what he developed himself, which may also be a psychological effect. But Yu does prefer to use the lightning net. Yu spent the whole night in the room practicing the ninjutsu he had memorized today. It was inconvenient to practice in the room, but Yu did not need to release the ninjutsu completely. Because after he mastered the ninjutsu, he had a very high control over the ninjutsu, so he could completely reduce the scale of the ninjutsu to the extent that it would not damage the room. Although Yu now has the strength of a shadow, he cherishes his only property very much. After all, this house is a very important factor in whether he can live a comfortable life in the future. With this house, he can save all his income in the future. But without this house, Yu will need to pay a lot of money to buy it in the same location in the future, and there is a high probability that he will need to take out a loan. Thinking about working hard every day to make money for the mortgage, Yu cherishes the house in front of him even more. Practiced until half 18 Yu mastered all the ninjutsu, and when he was ready to rest, a long-lost voice appeared in his mind. Your speed has been upgraded to the space level, your physical fitness has doubled, your energy source has been rebound to the planetary level, and your chakra volume has doubled. Yu was stunned. His system had not reminded him for a long time. He thought it was because his body had been developed to the extreme during this period and there was no way to continue to improve. So the system did not remind him again. Soon, Yu noticed that the content of the system had changed this time. What does it mean to bind the energy source to the planetary level? Yu did not understand this definition at all. But the chakra doubled. Yu felt it. He felt that his chakra was extremely abundant now. No matter what the planetary level is, it should be a very powerful thing anyway. The chakra doubled can be clearly felt. After Yuyu's chakra doubled, in fact, Yuyu's chakra volume is already at the level of the tailed beast. Of course, it is the level of the tailed beast except the nine-tailed beast. The most important thing is that Yuyu's chakra belongs to the Senjutsu chakra, so with the same amount of chakra, Yuyu's chakra is obviously more durable. For the same ninjutsu, Yu consumes much less chakra. Not to mention Yuyu's amazing chakra recovery speed. It took him about 10 minutes to recover his chakra before. Although the amount of chakra has increased now, Yu feels that he only needs 6 or 7 minutes to recover from the state of chakra depletion to full state. The doubling of chakra should be due to the doubling of physical fitness. After all, you need to have enough physical fitness to support such a huge amount of chakra. What is this planetary energy source? It seems to be something powerful. From the literal meaning, does it mean that my previous energy source was natural energy, and now it comes directly from this planet? Yu guessed. Why doesn't this system give an explanation? Yu was speechless. Planetary energy sources are different from natural energy. After all, the God tree relies on absorbing the energy of the planet to produce the chakra fruit. It is obvious that the God tree has not absorbed all the energy of this planet, and it can even be said that it is far from it. Otherwise, this planet would not have enough energy to maintain its state. And Yu is very clear about how huge the chakra of the 10 tails is. Of course, all this is Yu's guess. But Yu thinks that his guess should be correct. Yu did guess right. Chapter 126. Before, Yu could absorb natural energy from the outside world, which means that he could absorb the natural energy of this planet. And it is obvious that natural energy only occupies a small part of this planet. Even the chakra of the sacred tree actually only occupies a small part of the energy of this planet. And the planetary energy refers to all the energy of this planet. Of course, this does not mean that Yu now has all the energy of this planet. With Yu's current physical fitness and strength, if all the energy of a planet is stuffed into his body, he will be broken into dust now. So the energy source becomes planetary level, which means that Yu can directly extract energy from the planet. This is equivalent to greatly expanding his energy source. Let his chakra limit become very high. If his chakra limit was 1 before, his chakra limit will become 100 now. The gap will be so big. Of course, it is hard to say whether Yu can reach this limit. After studying this planetary energy source for a while, Yu rested. Although the improvement this time is very huge, Yu is not as surprised as before. Maybe he has adapted to the power he has mastered, so his mentality will not fluctuate greatly. For a period of time afterwards, the third generation did not give Yu any tasks. He wanted Yu to master the several ninjutsu he had seen. Kakashi had not come to see Yu. During this period, Yu was indeed practicing. His chakra amount increased by 1 time, and his physical fitness also increased by 1 time, and Yu needed to adapt again. As for the ninjutsu he had seen in the database, he had already mastered it that night. He even improved it to make those ninjutsu suitable for Yu's fighting style. Yu's Flying Thunder God technique does not need to mark the technique at all. He can use the Flying Thunder God technique within the range that Yu can perceive. Of course, he can also mark the technique. Marking the technique on the ninja tool can teleport over a long distance. But the farther the distance, the more chakra is consumed. However, after these days of practice, Yu found that in battle, his favorite technique was still the instant body technique. Because his instant body technique is fast enough, and the amount of chakra consumed by the instant body technique is much less than that of the Flying Thunder God technique. A dozen days later, at a training ground in Konoha. The training ground is very large, with a radius of 5 kilometers. Although it is not as large as the Death Forest, it is also very large. Yu sat cross-legged in the forest of the training ground, seemingly refining chakra. Suddenly, Yu opened his eyes. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. "What are you doing?" Yu's voice suddenly came. And in a bush 200 meters away from where Yu was sitting just now. Yu looked at the 3 people who were hiding in the bushes. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, who were hiding in the bushes and peeking at Yu's practice, were frightened by the voice behind them. The 3 turned around awkwardly and saw Yu standing in front of them, looking at them expressionlessly. Sasuke scratched his head awkwardly. "These days, I learned a ninjutsu from Kakashi-sensei, the one you mentioned," Sasuke said, looking at Yu expectantly. It seemed that he hoped that Yu could praise him. He did have such expectations. After Sasuke finished speaking, Naruto also hurriedly said, "I also learned physical skills from Kakashi-sensei, and the thick-browed teacher also taught me a very strong physical skill. Yu should be catching up with you now," Naruto said confidently. Sakura said cautiously, "I have only learned 2 illusions in the past few days." "You are right, Teacher Kai's physical skills are not suitable for me." Yu was a little confused by the words of the 3 people. "Did you come to me for these things?" The 3 nodded in unison. Yu was speechless. He thought something happened to the 3 people. He was finally quiet for more than 10 days. Hearing what Yu said, Naruto said angrily, "What do you mean just for these things? We have been working very hard during this period of time. And I think I will surpass you. I have this hunch," Naruto said very confidently. Yu nodded, "That's not surprising. In the future, Naruto will be a 6th-path level strongman." Yu is not surprised that Naruto will become very powerful. But not now. Yu can sense that Naruto's chakra has not increased much. In the past, Naruto's chakra was 10,000 times his. Now Yu's chakra is already dozens of times that of Naruto. Of course, this is without counting the 9-tailed chakra. Although Yu's current chakra amount is already at the level of the tailed beast, still not as good as the 9 tails. And Naruto only has half of the 9 tails in his body. But apart from the 9 tails, which is a tailed beast that defies the heavens, Yu's chakra is definitely not inferior to any other tailed beast except the 9 tails. And you have to know that Yu's chakra is all fairy chakra. The quality of chakra is far beyond that of ordinary chakra. At this time, Yu no longer estimates his strength. Because it is meaningless, it depends on how much strength he can exert in the battle. After all, as strong as Kagaya Otsutsuki, he will be sealed twice in a row by people with lower strength. Maybe Kagaya Otsutsuki gave Yu too much warning, and Yu's strength improved very quickly, but he has always been very cautious. He was afraid that he would capsize in the gutter one day and be embarrassed at that time. So Yu did not deny Naruto's statement that he could surpass himself. After all, who can tell clearly what will happen in the future? Of course, Yu was indeed too cautious. Now his strength is definitely not comparable to Naruto. Even Naruto, who has not obtained the power of the six paths, basically has no chance of defeating Yu. Especially when Yu now has mastered a large number of top-level sealing techniques. But Yu does not think that his strength can be unbridled. No matter who he is with, he still gets along with him in the same way as before. Naturally, he did not deny what Naruto said, that he would soon surpass himself. And getting Yu's recognition, Naruto laughed and said happily, seeing that there is no Sasuke, Yu also recognizes my strength. Sasuke ignored him. Looking at Yu with expectation, he said, Yu, I would like to ask you to help me check the results of my training during this period. Sakura also said, although I have only learned 2 illusions, I also feel that my strength has improved a lot. Yu also asks you to help me check the results of my training. Seeing that Sasuke ignored him, Naruto was a little unhappy. But after hearing what Sasuke and Sakura said, Naruto also hurriedly said, Yu, I want to join too. Looking at the 3 people, Yu had a headache. Originally, he thought he could live in peace for a long time. Who knew that Sasuke would learn so fast? He remembered that Sasuke seemed to have spent a month to learn Chidori during the Chunin exam. How come he has learned it in just over 10 days now? Yu's mind was full of question marks. Could it be that after this guy became less extreme, his learning ability has become much stronger? Yu's guess was only half right. Sasuke was too extreme before, and he was also very eager for quick success. It is difficult for such a person to calm down and think rationally. And irrational people are likely to spend time on mental internal consumption and cannot concentrate on training. In addition, it is during the Chunin exam, Kakashi has a lot of things to do, and he doesn't have much time to teach Sasuke. And now, Kakashi will accompany Sasuke to train every day until the end. For more than 10 days, he has been personally guiding Sasuke every day. Compared to the Chunin exam, Kakashi has spent much more time teaching Sasuke in the past 10 days. But what Yu found speechless was why Sasuke had to find him to verify his strength right after learning Chidori. Yu didn't know that in Sasuke's heart, he had replaced Uchiha Itachi's position before the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Yu's several times of deception or conversation with Sasuke before not only changed Sasuke's extreme ideas, but also made Sasuke rely on Yu like Uchiha Itachi. He is the same as Naruto. Naruto hopes to get Sasuke's recognition, while Sasuke now very much hopes to get Yu's recognition. Chapter 127. Yu looked at Sasuke with some surprise and asked, "Have you learned Chidori?" Sasuke smiled and was very satisfied with Yu's surprised look. "Yes, although the training is really hard, I have mastered it." "Yu, you are right, Kakashi's lightning release is indeed very suitable for me." Because Sasuke has changed a lot compared to before, Sasuke is no longer called Kakashi, but Kakashi teacher. Listening to Sasuke's words, Yu nodded. Naruto on the side curled his lips and said, "Teacher Kakashi is too biased. He actually said that lightning release is not suitable for me." Yu smiled and said, "Did he say that you are suitable for wind release?" Naruto was a little surprised, looking at Yu in surprise and said, "How do you know?" Yu said, "I know there is a ninjutsu that is very suitable for you. If you want to learn it, I can teach you." Yu plans to teach Naruto the Rasengan in advance. The main reason is that Yu doesn't know when the Chunin exam will start. Now Naruto didn't learn Rasengan from Jiraiya. Naruto was stunned, and then he was ecstatic, "Really?" Yu nodded. "Yu, are you really going to teach him ninjutsu?" Sasuke said a little unhappy. Of course, he didn't want Naruto to learn ninjutsu, but he was a little unhappy that Yu actually taught Naruto ninjutsu instead of him. Yu explained, my ninjutsu is more suitable for Naruto, just like Chidori is more suitable for you. Sasuke didn't say anything else. Naruto looked forward to it, although he had been learning taijutsu from Kakashi during this period. But he still hoped that Yu could teach him. Not only Naruto, Sasuke actually hoped that Yu could personally guide him in training. Compared with Kakashi, Sasuke believed in Yu's strength more. On this point, no matter how Yu fooled Sasuke, he did not change his opinion. Okay, since you want me to help you test your strength, then come over here. After saying that, Yu reached out and patted the shoulders of the three people. Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura didn't know what Yu meant. The next moment, they suddenly felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the surrounding scenery changed. They appeared hundreds of meters away. This scene stunned the three people. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why did we suddenly appear here? Naruto and Sasuke said in surprise. The three looked at Yu in surprise. Yu explained, it's just a small ninjutsu. Come on, I'll try the results of your training during this period. But Yu's words didn't bring the three people back to their senses. It was really that the Flying Thunder God technique that Yu performed just now was too shocking. Moving hundreds of meters in an instant is something that even the instant body technique can't do. What's more, Yu also moved with the three of them. At this time, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura did not know that Kakashi was standing on a big tree hundreds of meters away from them, watching the situation here. In addition to Kakashi, there was a ninja wearing an Anbu mask standing next to him. This ninja is the current Anbu captain, Tenzo, who will be Yamato in the future. The two who were originally watching Yu and Sasuke with great interest were stunned when they saw Yu perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Senior, then, what is the matter with that child's technique? Yamato asked in a trembling voice. Kakashi couldn't believe it for a while. He has been staying at home all this time. Could he be practicing this ninjutsu? The third generation specifically communicated with Kakashi about Yu's performance in the database. At that time, the third generation said that Yu did not seem to have the talent to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi was a little regretful about this. Although it doesn't matter whether Yu can use Flying Thunder God technique, he has seen how powerful Flying Thunder God technique is after all. He still hopes that Yu can master Flying Thunder God technique. Who knew that Yu could perform it easily just now? Didn't the third Hokage say that he didn't have the talent to learn Flying Thunder God technique? Why, he seems to be very relaxed. Kakashi didn't know what to say for a while. Yamato, who was standing by, listened to Kakashi's words and finally understood the name of the ninjutsu that Yu used. And he was as shocked as Kakashi. Just now he thought Yu was using a very special instant body technique. Unexpectedly, it was the unique skill of the fourth Hokage, Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he didn't know much about the fourth Hokage, he was still very clear about the name of Flying Thunder God technique. After all, a large part of the name of the fourth Hokage's yellow flash was brought by Flying Thunder God technique. After being surprised for a while, Kakashi shook his head and smiled bitterly. This kid is still like this, always so casual, mastering such a powerful ninjutsu, but he didn't even tell me. But Kakashi was not surprised. After all, Kakashi knew that Yu had many powerful ninjutsu, and he didn't use them often. Yamato, who was standing next to Kakashi, agreed with Kakashi and said, that child does have a very strong chakra. No wonder the Hokage pays so much attention to him. Yamato is Kakashi's junior. Although Kakashi resigned from the Anbu, he still has a great influence in the Anbu. For example, Yamato has a good relationship with Kakashi, and the two have saved each other many times. Yamato was also rescued by Kakashi from Danzo. It is conceivable how good the relationship between Yamato and Kakashi is. Yamato knew that Kakashi admired Yu very much, or in other words, he knew that Yu was Kakashi's disciple. From the conversation during this period, he knew very well that Kakashi treated Yu completely differently than Sasuke and the others. So Yamato was also very curious, what exactly Yu was, what kind of person is this? Why are both Kakashi and the third Hokage so concerned about him? That is, Yamato didn't know that Kakashi, Kimoto Doji, and even the third Hokage had warned Danzo about Yu's visit to the headquarters. It would be even more unbelievable if he knew. Not to mention Kimoto Doji, Kakashi and the third Hokage almost represent the leaders of the younger and older generations in Konoha. Both of them are so optimistic about Yu. Anyone with a little bit of brains can guess that Yu's future achievements will definitely not be low. Kakashi smiled and said, he is indeed different from others. He always brings a lot of surprises to people. Yamato looked at Kakashi's proud smile. He had never seen Kakashi smile like this because of a person. And Kakashi rarely smiled when he was with him. But when talking about Yu, Kakashi always smiled from the bottom of his heart. Yamato nodded and said, it's really a surprise, or it's quite unexpected. Someone can actually learn the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage. After all, apart from the fourth Hokage, few people know that jutsu. Several guards of the fourth Hokage knew it before, but they needed 3 people to activate it. It can't be used in battle at all. But Yu not only learned it, but also performed it very easily. Yu is only 12 years old. The 12-year-old Yu not only has enough chakra to perform it, but also performs it so easily. Yu's current strength may have reached the level of a Jonin. Yamato doesn't know Yu, so he can only guess. Chapter 128. Yu had sensed the presence of Kakashi and Yamato from the beginning, but he knew it was Kakashi, so he didn't greet them. Looking at Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura, Yu said, come on, do you want to start right away, or do you want to formulate a strategy first? Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura looked at each other. The 3 seemed to have a premonition. Soon, the 3 formed a battle formation. Sasuke and Naruto stood in front of Sakura, protecting her behind them. Sakura also raised her fingers, ready to launch an illusion. Naruto also immediately formed a seal, shadow clone technique. 4 shadow clones immediately appeared around him. Yu, take it. Naruto launched the attack first. He threw more than a dozen kunai and shurikens at Yu. The shurikens and kunai shot over with a sound of breaking wind. Almost all possible directions for Yu to dodge were blocked. Yu raised his lips slightly. It seems that the training during this period has achieved some results. The ninja tools have been used very well. Yu praised. However, Yu did not use ninjutsu to resist. Instead, he pulled out a kunai from the ninja tool bag. Just when the kunai and shuriken shot by Naruto were about to hit him, Yu waved the kunai in his hand. Ding, ding, ding. In an instant, metal and iron intertwined, sparks flew, and the dozen kunai and shuriken thrown by Naruto were all knocked away by Yu. Konoha whirlwind. Just after Yu blocked all the kunai and shuriken, Naruto's 4 shadow clones used physical skills to kick Yu. Yu smiled, Naruto, not bad, you even mastered this physical skill. Teacher Kakashi will definitely find another teacher for you, right? Yu said as he kicked away the 4 shadow clones. The powerful Konoha whirlwind of the 4 shadow clones was kicked away by Yu before it even got close to him. The 4 shadow clones all exploded in the air and turned into 4 white smoke. Just as Yu finished speaking, Naruto appeared in front of Yu. Haha, I have made great progress. Yu, you have to be careful. Yu did not use any ninjutsu, but simply used physical skills to fight against Naruto. After the 2 fought for more than 10 moves, Naruto suddenly felt a pain in his chest. Then, before he could react, his body flew backwards. Boom boom. Naruto's body was kicked away dozens of meters like a cannonball and blasted into the woods. Of course, Yu must have shown mercy and would not let Naruto get seriously injured. Chidori. Yu had just kicked Naruto away when Sasuke appeared in the air behind Yu, and had already opened his Sharingan, and the Chidori in his hand made a violent hissing sound. You are so powerful, Sasuke. Yu stood there calmly without turning around. The Chidori on Sasuke's hand flashed with blue and white arcs, and the Sharingan in his eyes stared at Yu. Yu, taste my strongest attack. Yu didn't say anything. In just a moment, Yu suddenly felt his spirit shake. Then he raised his head and looked at Sakura in the distance. It's a bit unexpected, Sakura. I didn't expect your illusion to have been cultivated to this level. I was almost hallucinated by you. Of course, Yu didn't tell the truth. Sakura's illusion only made Yu feel it. With Yu's current powerful mental power, even the illusion of the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan can't do anything to him. Not to mention the basic illusion of Sakura, a beginner. However, Sakura's illusion level must be good enough to make Yu have mental fluctuations. At the moment when Yu and Sakura were talking, Sasuke had appeared above Yu. Sasuke yelled, Yu, I'm coming. Yu was a little speechless. Just attack, why are you reminding your opponent? Although Yu knew that Sasuke was worried about hurting Yu, so he reminded him. But Yu still hoped that Sasuke could treat this test with a practical mentality. In an instant, Sasuke swung out Chidori. Stab tilde. Boom boom. Sasuke stabbed Chidori at Yu. But Yu, who was close at hand, suddenly disappeared in front of him. The next moment, Sasuke suddenly felt that his arm was grabbed by someone. The Chidori in his hand did not attack the target, and countless lightning instantly bombarded everywhere without a target. A large pit of several meters was blasted out on the ground. The soil in the pit was charred by lightning. Sasuke was stunned, looking at Yu who was holding his arm. At this moment, the self-confidence that had just been established was shattered by Yu. Sasuke almost couldn't hold it back. If it were in the past, he would definitely be very angry and would do whatever he wanted. Step by step, he will become stronger and defeat Yu. But now, Sasuke only thinks that Yu is too powerful and too desperate. Sasuke smiled bitterly and said, You bastard, how can you be like a monster? How can we live like this? Yu didn't even use ninjutsu, but just used a flash body technique to stop his strongest ninjutsu. If it were the previous Sasuke, he would have regarded Yu as an opponent that must be surpassed. Now, Sasuke only feels that it will be a long time before he can catch up with Yu. Yu put away his hand and patted Sasuke's shoulder. Not bad, you have mastered the power and speed of this technique perfectly. It's just that your physical speed can't keep up. You still have to strengthen your physical training with Teacher Kakashi, especially the training of movement speed. Sasuke nodded, and he also found it. Should I learn from Teacher Kai? Sasuke thought of Kakashi who once asked Kai to teach Naruto physical skills. He thought he could learn some physical skills from Kai. Yu thought of Kai's training method. His mouth twitched slightly. Sasuke was obviously not suitable for that kind of training method. So he shook his head. Teacher Kaka is the creator of Chidori. Who is as professional as him in this aspect? Just learn from him. And your Sharingan, I have thought about it these days. The evolution of Sharingan is mainly related to mental stimulation. And mental stimulation not only includes hatred, but also strong love or family affection. So you understand what I mean. Find a girl you like. Yu said this because he seemed to remember that Sasuke's daughter opened the Mangekyo Sharingan in this way. She opened her eyes because of strong love, not hatred. Sasuke was stunned. But the Uchiha clan opened their Sharingan because their most beloved people died. Sasuke said. Yu shook his head. Do you know why strong hatred is the most common? Sasuke shook his head. That's because hatred is the simplest and easiest to create, but strong love is difficult. It's easy to destroy something, but it's very difficult to create it. But I think it would be healthier and perhaps more powerful to open the Sharingan with love. Sasuke still trusts Yu. Since Yu said so, he also thinks it makes sense. So he nodded, but Sasuke agrees with Yu's statement, but he doesn't have any girls he likes now. Yu looked at Sasuke's confused look. Then he turned his head to Sakura, who was walking over. Sakura looked at Sasuke with a worried look on her face. Just now, Sasuke was hit by the lightning that was scattered everywhere, so his clothes were a little torn. Sakura thought Sasuke was injured. Yu smiled and said to Sasuke, "She really cares about you." Sasuke was silent for a while, then turned to Yu and said, "I don't want to get close to her just because I opened my eyes." Yu smiled and said, "That's right. If you can think like this, it means you have feelings for her. Only true feelings can stimulate your Sharingan, so you don't need to do anything. Just let it go." Sasuke nodded. "You're right." Chapter 129. After Sakura came over, she looked at Sasuke and said worriedly, "Sasuke, are you okay? Are you injured?" Just as Sakura was about to take out medical supplies to bandage Sasuke, Yu teased, "Sakura, I was almost hit by him." Sakura's face was a little red. Yu is so strong, how could he be injured? Sakura had seen Yu fight several times with her own eyes. How could she believe that Yu would be injured by Sasuke? For the first time, Sasuke felt Sakura's feelings for him. This feeling was very different. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes suddenly hurt. Hiss. One of Sasuke's eyes began to bleed. This sudden change made Yu and Sakura panic. "I didn't fight back just now, how come you were injured?" Yu looked puzzled. Sakura hugged Sasuke's head and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes. Full of worry. Sasuke's eyes hurt a lot, but Yu and Sakura were here, so he could only grit his teeth and not show it. But it was useless for him to show it or not. Seeing Sasuke like this, Yu was also a little worried that something might happen to him. So he prepared to use medical ninjutsu on him. That's right, these days Yu has not only learned combat ninjutsu and sealing techniques, but also some medical ninjutsu. Among them, Yu's main goal is to master the creation and regeneration technique. This ninjutsu was created by Hashirama Senju. The power of this ninjutsu lies in that it can consume chakra to heal wounds in battle without forming a seal. However, this ninjutsu requires a high level of attainment in medical ninjutsu. Later, Tsunade's 100 healings technique is actually the creation and regeneration technique. Because Tsunade does not have as much chakra as Hashirama Senju, she uses the yin seal to store a large amount of chakra and wait until she uses it in battle. Yu obviously has much more chakra than Tsunade, but not as much as Senju Hashirama. However, because Yu's body has a strong self-healing ability, when he uses the creation and regeneration technique, the chakra consumed will be much less than that used by Senju Hashirama. So Yu has also mastered some medical ninjutsu. Now Yu is going to be a medical ninja, and his level will definitely not be worse than that of the medical ninjas in Konoha Hospital. Just when Yu was about to take action, Sasuke's eyes stopped bleeding. His two eyes suddenly appeared with double Magatama Sharingan. Yu was stunned. Sakura didn't notice that she was very anxious now, worried that something might happen to Sasuke. Yu laughed, "Ha ha ha, Sasuke, it seems that I was right, now it has been verified." Sakura was stunned. What is Yu doing? Why is he laughing so happily when Sasuke is injured? Yu. Sakura was puzzled and was about to ask Yu what was going on. She would not be angry with Yu, because she knew what Yu was like, and Yu had saved her many times. Even if she had no romantic feelings for Yu, she still regarded Yu as a very important friend. Sasuke's eyes suddenly stopped hurting, and he found that his vision was much clearer. After hearing what Yu said, Sasuke stood up from Sakura's arms and ran towards the river in the distance. He came to the river and lay down to look at himself in the water. After seeing that both of his eyes were double Magatama Sharingan, Sasuke also smiled. "Yu, you were right." Now he completely believed what Yu said. Although he believed in Yu before, it was because Yu was a very important friend in his heart. It was based on trust in good friends. But now the facts tell Sasuke that his Sharingan can really evolve because of feelings. Before, Sasuke's Sharingan was a double Magatama and a single Magatama, but now they have all become double Magatama. This way of opening the eyes is healthier, right? Yuyu's voice came from behind Sasuke. Sasuke stood up and smiled faintly. "Sometimes I feel that you are from our Uchiha clan, and you know more about the Sharingan than I do." Yu smiled. "I hope so. Who doesn't want to have a pair of Sharingan? I'm very curious about what the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan looks like, and the Sharingan is really handsome." Sasuke was quite happy to hear what Yu said before. Yu recognized the power of the Uchiha clan, and what Sasuke wanted most was Yuyu's recognition. But when he heard what Yu said later, Sasuke was full of black lines. Speechless, what kind of a lousy reason is this? Yu waved his hand. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, I believe you will open the Mangekyo Sharingan eventually, and you will definitely surpass your brother." Sasuke nodded. "I will try hard, and I will remember what you said. Don't rush for quick success." Sakura ran over and asked nervously, "How is Sasuke?" Yu smiled. Sasuke looked at Sakura's worried look, and for the first time said calmly, "I'm fine, it was just my Sharingan that evolved." Sakura was stunned for a moment, and she looked into Sasuke's eyes. It turned out that it had indeed become a double Magatama Sharingan. She said with surprise, "Sasuke, you are so amazing, it won't be long before you can open the Mangekyo Sharingan." Quote. Because they had seen the secrets of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were already familiar with the types of Sharingan. Even Kakashi only knew through the explanations of Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura that there was a powerful eye called Mangekyo Sharingan above the three Magatama Sharingan. Sasuke looked at Yu and Sakura and smiled. "The Mangekyo Sharingan is a legendary eye, but I believe I can open it." Yu nodded and said, "I believe it." Sakura also smiled and said, "Of course I believe in Sasuke too." The three of them smiled at each other. Back to the place just now, Naruto covered his chest and walked out of the forest. Looking at Yu and the other two who had already sat down to chat, Naruto ran over and said, "Is it over? Did you win?" Sakura looked at Naruto and said, "How could I win?" Quote. Naruto was a little disappointed to hear that he lost. "I thought I could win. Sasuke, what's wrong with you? You have mastered Chidori, why can't you beat Yu?" Naruto looked at Sasuke and asked. Sasuke was speechless. "Why can I beat Yu after I mastered Chidori? Don't forget, Yu also knows Chidori, and he is much stronger than me." Naruto held his head, looking very uncomfortable. "I have tried so hard for so long, but I still can't beat Yu. It's so uncomfortable." Seeing Naruto like this, Sasuke and Sakura shook their heads. Both of them were helpless. If it were before, Sasuke would definitely think that Naruto was so shameful and stupid. Now he just feels helpless. Sakura explained, "Naruto, we have only practiced for more than 10 days, how can it be so easy to surpass Yu? Can't we just work harder in the future?" Naruto sat down unhappily. "Yu, did Kakashi teacher give you special training? Why are you so strong?" Yu said lightly, "That's not the case. Basically, during the period of ninja school, when you were skipping classes, I spent my time on training." Yu said without blushing or beating his heart. Now he doesn't even need to write a draft to make up a lie. After Yu pointed out the performance of the ninja school, Naruto could only turn his head away awkwardly, looking like he didn't want to pay attention to Yu. Chapter 130. Seeing Naruto's frustrated look, Sasuke and Sakura both laughed. Sasuke laughs much more often now than before. Since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Sasuke had never laughed before he met Yu. After the four chatted for a while, they were hungry and caught a few fish in the river to grill. Sasuke's fire escape was reduced to a ninjutsu for grilling fish. Sasuke was speechless. Kakashi and Yamato, who were standing in the distance watching this scene, were relieved. Yamato sighed, "Senior, the maturity of that child is indeed beyond my expectations." Kakashi looked at Yu in the distance. His eyes were soft. "Luckily, he is my disciple." Yamato smiled bitterly. "Senior, there is no need to emphasize. Of course I know he is your disciple." Kakashi did not answer. Since Yu became his disciple, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke have made a lot of progress. Their strength has increased a lot. Moreover, Yu's training suggestions to the three of them were very reasonable. Now, the strength of the three of them, except Sakura, is still at the stage of Genin. Sasuke has reached the level of Chunin or even the level of Special Jonin. Naruto has also reached the level of Chunin without exploding the 9 tails. Although Naruto has only learned the shadow clone technique and kunai throwing technique plus some physical techniques taught by Kai. But his strength is definitely Chunin. And it is less than 3 months away from their graduation from the ninja school. Kakashi said to himself, "I don't know what ninjutsu Yu is going to teach Naruto." Because Kakashi didn't know what ninjutsu Yu had learned, he didn't know what ninjutsu he wanted to teach Naruto. Kakashi had tested Naruto's chakra attribute, and his chakra attribute was wind. Kakashi guessed that Yu would teach Naruto some wind escape ninjutsu. After a long time, Yu and others had finished eating the grilled fish. Yu stood up, looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I want to teach you a ninjutsu." Naruto also stood up. Sasuke and Sakura stood up. Naruto looked at Yu expectantly. "What ninjutsu?" Sasuke and Sakura were also curious about what ninjutsu Yu would teach Naruto. Yu didn't say anything and walked to the side. Came to a wide meadow. Yu raised his right hand. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura looked at Yu's right hand. "The ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is called Rasengan, which is an A-level ninjutsu." Naruto's eyes lit up when he heard that it was an A-level ninjutsu. Even Sasuke was surprised. A-level ninjutsu. Chidori is also an A-level ninjutsu. Sakura looked at Naruto with envy. Unfortunately, she knew she couldn't learn it because she didn't have enough chakra. Although her chakra control is the best among the three, the amount of chakra is far from that of Sasuke and Naruto. As Yu condensed chakra, a golden chakra ball appeared in the palm of Yu's hand. There were several golden chakra cyclones spinning around the chakra ball. Kakashi, who was far away, was stunned when he saw the Rasengan in Yu's hand. "It's actually the Rasengan of the 4th Hokage. Isn't it too dangerous for Yu to teach Naruto this ninjutsu?" The Rasengan is actually a forbidden technique, and only Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya in Konoha have mastered it. Kakashi has not mastered it, and can only use the Sharingan to barely maintain it. Basically, there is not much practical value. Because the Rasengan is the ultimate form change of chakra. So it is not something that the Sharingan can easily imitate. After all, it takes a long time of practice to achieve the ultimate form change of chakra. Not to mention that for most ninjas, there is simply not enough chakra to support the use of the Rasengan. And it is also difficult to achieve the requirements of releasing the Rasengan. Kakashi was surprised that Yu actually learned the Rasengan, and was even more worried that Naruto would not be able to learn it and would be counterattacked by the Rasengan. The reason why the forbidden technique is a forbidden technique is that in addition to the high difficulty of learning, it is also extremely dangerous, both for the attacked and the caster. Yamato on the side was shocked by the power of the Rasengan. Is that the Rasengan of the 4th Hokage? Even at such a distance, you can still feel the power of this ninjutsu. Kakashi frowned and said, "You can feel it, not because of how powerful the ninjutsu is, but because Yu injected a huge amount of chakra into it. This kid is too messy. With such a huge amount of chakra, is he going to imitate the tailed beast ball?" Kakashi used the Sharingan and saw that the amount of chakra contained in the Rasengan in Yu's hand exceeded the standard. Senior, do we need to stop it? Yamato on the side felt that as a senior ninja, he should still take care of it. Kakashi shook his head. No, with him here, there won't be any danger. If he can't handle it, it's useless for the two of us to go up. Kakashi said this not to praise Yu, but to state a fact. The two of them combined are not as strong as Yu. If Yu can't handle it, what's the point of them going up? Kakashi didn't just know that he was not as strong as Yu. He had already determined it during the mission in the Land of Waves. But Yu himself didn't think he had surpassed Kakashi now. Because Yu's impression of Kakashi was the state of the power of his eyes during the Fourth Ninja World War. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki suffered at the hands of Kakashi in that state. Yu didn't think he could be as powerful as Kagaya Otsutsuki now. Yamato thought Kakashi was exaggerating. After all, Yu was only 12 years old. Yamato felt that no matter how powerful Yu was, he was at most at the level of a Jonin. He would not be stronger than them. But since Kakashi said so, Yamato would not refute it. He felt that Kakashi had his reasons for saying so. Yamato trusted Kakashi very much. Of course, it was also because of this that he was often cheated by Kakashi, such as eating with him and being fooled into paying the bill. On Yu's side, when Yu condensed the Rasengan, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were all stunned when they saw the golden Rasengan. Especially Naruto, who was not only very surprised, but also excited. Yu, is this the ninjutsu you are going to teach me? Is this ninjutsu called Rasengan? Yu nodded. This ninjutsu is very suitable for you. Rasengan does not require the nature of chakra to change, and it is enough to practice the form change. Of course, Yu said it so easily, but it was not easy at all. The extreme form change alone is very difficult. It is not something that ordinary people can do. But Yu knew that Naruto would definitely learn it. After hearing Yu's explanation, Naruto didn't say anything, because he didn't understand at all. But Sasuke and Sakura understood. Sasuke keenly caught a piece of information. This ninjutsu does not require the nature of chakra to change. Yu nodded. This ninjutsu belongs to non-attribute ninjutsu. And the most important thing is that it can be activated without hand seals, which is very suitable for Naruto. Naruto nodded as if he understood. Sakura agreed. That's right, Naruto's hand seal level is average. This ninjutsu does not require hand seals and is indeed very suitable for him. Naruto, who just nodded in agreement, heard what Sakura said. His mouth twitched slightly, and he said speechlessly, Sakura, am I so stupid in your mind? Sakura just smiled and didn't say anything. Facts speak louder than words. Chapter 131. Naruto looked at the Rasengan in Yu's hand and asked, is this ninjutsu really powerful? Why do I feel that it just looks cool, and it doesn't have much lethality at all? Sasuke opened his Sharingan, and he shook his head. The chakra contained in this ninjutsu is very strong, and its power is definitely not inferior to Chidori. Naruto, who was originally a little skeptical, heard Sasuke say this, and his face suddenly became happy. Really? Did Yu create this ninjutsu yourself? Yu shook his head. No, this ninjutsu was created by the fourth Hokage. I guess there are not many people who know it except him. Naruto admired the fourth Hokage the most. After hearing that this ninjutsu was actually the ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage, he was excited. Is this really a ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage? Yu nodded. Great, Yu, teach me, teach me. Sasuke opened his Sharingan and wanted to copy it. But he found that he couldn't copy it at all. It's worthy of being an A-level ninjutsu. My Sharingan can't copy it yet. Sasuke looked at Yu and said, let's see how powerful this move is. Naruto nodded eagerly. Yes, Yu, release this ninjutsu and see how powerful it is. Yu nodded and said, stand behind me. This ninjutsu is very powerful and has great destructive power. The three of them knew that Yiyu's ninjutsu was very powerful, and even Naruto didn't show off and stood behind Yiyu obediently. After the three stood behind Yiyu, Yiyu's eyes condensed slightly. Buzz! In an instant, Yiyu disappeared from the spot, and almost at the same time, he appeared hundreds of meters away. Rasengan. Bang! Boom! 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 In an instant, Yiyu released the Rasengan, and the ground under him flashed a golden light. Then, the earth was torn apart by the terrifying force. Within a radius of 100 meters, the earth collapsed, rocks flew everywhere, and violent wind pressure swept across in an instant. The terrifying force destroyed everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. After a long time, the light disappeared, the storm stopped, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing a huge deep pit with a radius of about 100 meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. Everything stopped. But everyone was stunned. Standing in the distance, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura looked at the huge deep pit in front of them and trembled all over. Is this the Rasengan? Too strong. Is this the power that humans can possess? Sakura said tremblingly. Sasuke standing next to her was also silent. It's much stronger than Chidori. Is this the ninjutsu that Yiyu said is similar to Chidori? This bastard, you take me for a fool, where does Chidori have such terrifying power? Sasuke felt that he was deceived by Yiyu. His Chidori could only create a hole several meters in the ground at most. But Yiyu's Rasengan created a hole hundreds of meters in size. These two ninjutsu are not at the same level at all. Naruto was also stunned. He couldn't believe that the ninjutsu that Yiyu was going to teach him would be so powerful. Even though he knew that he was about to master this ninjutsu, he had to be shocked by the power of this ninjutsu. Naruto swallowed his saliva and said in shock, Yiyu, is this really the ninjutsu that Yiyu is going to teach me? Can I really master it? Naruto no longer had the confidence he had just had. Yiyu appeared in front of the three people. He smiled and said, Naruto, are you satisfied with the power of this ninjutsu? Naruto nodded quickly, very satisfied, but can I really provide the amount of chakra required for this ninjutsu to be activated? How could the amount of chakra required for such a powerful ninjutsu be less? This was the first time that Naruto was not confident about his chakra amount. Yiyu walked up to Naruto, patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, you can provide the amount of chakra required for this ninjutsu. Maybe the power is not as strong as what I just released, but it won't be too far behind. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Is it really not too far behind? Sasuke was speechless. He thought that Yiyu had overestimated Naruto. He did have a lot of chakra, but not enough to release such an outrageous ninjutsu. Because Sasuke's current Sharingan can see the amount of chakra in Naruto's body. Although he couldn't see the chakra of the 9 tails in Naruto's body, Sasuke could see Naruto's own chakra. Naruto's chakra is indeed more than him, but it is definitely far less than Yiyu. Yiyu nodded. Don't worry, it's just that the power will be smaller, and there won't be much change. The reason why Yiyu said this is because when he released Chidori, the destructive power caused was not inferior to when he released Rasengan. This is still Yiyu in the case of collecting. Naruto said excitedly, Yiyu, I want to learn this ninjutsu, please teach me. Sure, I will make a scroll of how to learn this ninjutsu, and you can learn it according to that scroll. Hearing Yiyu's words, Naruto was stunned for a moment. Won't you teach me in person? Yiyu shook his head. My vacation is about to end, and I will be very busy next. Naruto was a little disappointed. I thought you would teach me in person. Don't be so disappointed. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Kakashi teacher. Kakashi teacher learned this ninjutsu in the past. He can guide you. Yiyu was right. Kakashi did learn Rasengan from Minato Namikaze, but he didn't learn it at the time. Or, Kakashi originally wanted to perfect Rasengan, but he didn't do it. Because he wanted to add chakra nature changes to Rasengan. Later, because Rasengan didn't fit his fighting style, he developed Chidori. This was what Kakashi told Yu. If Kakashi hadn't told Yu, he would have always thought that Kakashi copied Naruto's Rasengan with the Sharingan. Naruto was still a little disappointed. I still hope you can teach me in person. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto. He thought, Yu didn't even teach me in person, how could he teach you in person? Just now he was jealous of Naruto, but Yu didn't teach Naruto in person, so he felt balanced. Yu looked at Naruto and said, as a teacher, it is obvious that Kakashi is much better than me. If I teach you, I will definitely not be so careful. Kakashi has been a Jonin for many years, and he is better at teaching than me. Naruto pouted, you just don't want to teach me, and you find so many excuses. Yu was a little helpless. But he didn't want to explain anything. Of course, Naruto was right, Yu really just didn't want to teach. It's not that he has any problem with Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. It's that he doesn't like to teach others, because his patience will be exhausted in the process of teaching others. Kakashi and Yamato in the distance were silent for a long time after Yu released the Rasengan before speaking. Yamato was shocked. Senior, you were right, Yu may be stronger than you. Although Kakashi was shocked, he was not surprised, because he had seen the power of Yu releasing Chidori. This kid, the power of ninjutsu is still so strong. Chapter 132. Yamato looked at Kakashi. Senior, have you known that he is so strong? Kakashi smiled. I said it before, you don't believe it yourself. In fact, before the Rasengan, I have seen him release the equally powerful Chidori. You think his Rasengan just now is powerful, but it is just a very ordinary move of his. What surprised me more was his Flying Thunder God technique just now. Yamato was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Kakashi stopped smiling and said seriously, didn't you notice that he didn't use the instant body technique when he teleported just now? Yamato thought about it and nodded. Maybe, his speed is too fast, my eyes can't keep up. I don't have a Sharingan. Yamato said speechlessly. Kakashi explained, I opened the Sharingan just now and saw that when he released the Rasengan just now, he did not use the instant body technique to move, but the space-time ninjutsu, which is obviously the Flying Thunder God technique. Yamato was puzzled and said, didn't I know just now that he can use the Flying Thunder God technique? Yamato didn't know what was so strange about this. Kakashi shook his head. Didn't you notice that he didn't mark the Flying Thunder God technique in advance? He just moved completely without marking the technique. Yamato was awakened. Yes, does the Flying Thunder God technique have such ability? No, the Flying Thunder God technique does not. Even the fourth Hokage had to mark the Flying Thunder God technique in advance when he used the Flying Thunder God technique. But Yu didn't mark it at all just now. Yamato was silent for a while, and suddenly he thought of something. Staring at Kakashi with wide eyes, you mean, he used the Flying Thunder God technique without a mark? Yamato was very shocked. Kakashi nodded and sighed, that kid is too bold. He actually dared to change the operation mode of the space-time ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God technique. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise it would be too terrible. The Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden technique. Not only is it very difficult to learn, but because it is a space-time ninjutsu, once there is a problem, it is easy to be torn apart by space. Before, Minato Namikaze taught Kakashi the Flying Thunder God technique, but Kakashi did not learn it, but he knew the danger of the Flying Thunder God technique. If it is not operated well, it is easy to die. This is also the reason why only the second and fourth generations of Konoha village have fully mastered it for so many years. Even a genius like Kakashi did not learn it. Without this talent, Minato Namikaze did not dare to let Kakashi continue to learn it rashly, because he knew it was very dangerous. Yu was even more outrageous. Even Minato Namikaze didn't dare to change the technique at will, but he actually changed the operation mode in just a few days. If something goes wrong, the damage to the space will be difficult to stop. Kakashi was scared. He knew that Yu had a good talent. He was not surprised that Yu could master the Flying Thunder God technique. On the contrary, it was unexpected that he couldn't master it. But after he knew that Yu changed the operation mode of the Flying Thunder God technique, he felt it was very risky. His heart was still beating fast. When he thought that Yu might be swallowed by the space, he was scared. If he paid attention, he even had some cold sweat. It was the first time that Yamato saw Kakashi so nervous. He understood more how important Yu was to Kakashi. "Senior, they are over. Are we going to go?" Kakashi nodded. "This kid is too brave when no one is watching him. I have to keep a close eye on him in the future." Kakashi was really scared just now. Yamato was somewhat helpless. "I think that kid is quite opinionated, and I think he should be confident, otherwise he wouldn't take such a risk." Kakashi looked at Yamato. He shook his head. "That's because you don't know his character. Although this kid is usually very calm, he is very adventurous in his heart." After that, Kakashi disappeared. Yamato smiled and disappeared as well. The next moment, Kakashi and Yamato appeared behind the four people. Yu looked in the direction of Kakashi and smiled. "Teacher Kakashi." Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura were stunned for a moment and looked in the direction of Yu's sight. Kakashi and a ninja wearing an animal mask walked towards them. "Teacher Kakashi, Yu just developed a ninjutsu. The power is simply too terrible. You see, this deep pit was made by Yu." Naruto pointed at the deep pit and said. Yu was speechless. "Naruto, you're selling me too quickly." Naruto was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what Yu meant. Sasuke said calmly, "Selling or not, Kakashi must have known it a long time ago." Yu after looking at Sasuke, he smiled and said, "Sasuke is good. His perception has improved a lot." Although Sasuke also wanted to say that his perception had improved, he was just guessing. "I can guess it." Sakura looked at Yamato curiously and asked in confusion, "Teacher Kakashi, who is the ninja next to you?" Kakashi introduced, "This person is very important. He is currently the captain of the Anbu of Konoha." Because of Yu's popular science, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura all knew what the Anbu was. So when they heard that Yamato was the captain of the Anbu, the three were stunned. The captain of the Anbu was a big shot for the three. The captain of the Anbu is actually a friend of Teacher Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi is really amazing. Naruto folded his hands and commented in a pretentious manner. The reason why Kakashi brought Yamato here was actually to help Yu get to know the heads of important departments of Konoha. These are all Yu's connections in the future. Yu could see Kakashi's intention. He was a little helpless. He just wanted to live a peaceful life as a ninja. He didn't want to get involved in the power struggle among the upper class. But no matter how helpless he was, he knew that it was unlikely for him to do so now. So he could only try not to get involved in the power struggle among the upper class. Yamato's eyes were always on Yu. He could feel that Yu had a strong aura. The closer he got to him, the more he felt this way. Yamato didn't hold himself up to his status and took off his mask. He smiled at the four people and said, "Don't be so surprised. Senior Kakashi was also the captain of the Anbu before. He is my senior." This time it was Sasuke and Sakura's turn to be surprised. Kakashi-sensei is actually the captain of the Anbu. It's really hard to imagine. Kakashi was speechless. What's so hard to imagine? Yu smiled. It's really nothing strange. Kakashi-sensei's Chidori is good at assassination. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then agreed with Yu's words. Indeed, it's not so hard to imagine when you think about it this way. Looking at the comparison between Sasuke now and Sasuke before, Kakashi was very satisfied. Sasuke has changed a lot, and he knows very well that all this was done by Yu. Who knows that all Yu did was just to prevent Sasuke and Naruto from bothering him? Who knows that he really fooled Sasuke into changing? Chapter 133. Kakashi stopped dwelling on these little things, and looked at the huge pit, saying, "Is this the Rasengan you just learned?" Yu nodded. Naruto said to Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, Yu will teach me this ninjutsu, and it won't take long for me to master it." Kakashi nodded. Looking at the pit in front of him, even though he had seen something similar before, it was still a bit shocking to see it again. "How much chakra did you consume? The power is too much." Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "I just wanted Naruto to see the future potential of this ninjutsu, so I added some more chakra." Yu could of course add a little less chakra, and the power would be much smaller. But if the power was not strong enough, not cool enough, how could Naruto be interested? Naruto would not bother him if he focused on learning the Rasengan. Before, Yu asked Sasuke to learn Chidori from Kakashi, and the main purpose was also to hope that he would not bother him. As it turns out, Yu had a very comfortable time during the 10-day holiday. No one came to disturb him. He practiced in the training ground during the day, and took a bath and went to bed to have a good sleep at night. For Yu, these 10 days were probably the most enjoyable time he had in all these years. Because he practiced during the day, learned a lot of ninjutsu, and his strength continued to improve, which gave him a high sense of satisfaction. Moreover, he was tired from practicing during the day, and slept well at night. However, after these 10 days of leisure time, Yu had to take on tasks and continue to be a cow and horse. Yu's words made Yamato on the side twitch his mouth slightly. "This doesn't look like just adding a little chakra. This kind of destructive power is already Super S-level destructive power." Yu was a little embarrassed. "It's true that I added a little more chakra. By the way, Mr. Kakashi, I made a scroll of the training method of the Rasengan. I'll have to trouble you to teach Naruto when the time comes." Kakashi said helplessly, "Okay, you're too lazy." Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yu is too lazy. You can teach me yourself." Naruto still has a deep resentment that Yu can't teach him personally. Before Yu spoke, Kakashi explained for Yu will start taking on tasks from the village. After all, he has become a chunin and is very busy. Although Kakashi just said that Yu was too lazy, he still wanted to explain for Yu when he heard Naruto complain about Yu. Naruto curled his lips and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, Yes, Mr. Kakashi is always like this. Mr. Yu will explain for him." Yu smiled and patted Naruto's shoulder. "Mr. Kakashi is right. It's not that I don't want to teach you in person, but I really have to start taking tasks. After all, I just became a chunin not long ago. I have to take as many tasks as possible to accumulate experience." Sasuke also said, "Yu really needs to accumulate more tasks, otherwise others will not accept that he has improved so quickly." Sakura also echoed Sasuke and said, "Yes, Naruto, Yu became a chunin so quickly, there must be many people who are dissatisfied. As his friends, we should understand and support him." Although Naruto understood, he still hoped that Yu would teach him personally. The main reason is that Yu did not teach Sasuke in person. If Yu could teach him in person, wouldn't he be stronger than Sasuke? This is what Naruto cares about most. But since Sakura said so, Naruto was embarrassed to say anything more. Okay, who made me your friend?" Although Naruto wanted to get Sasuke's approval, he also cared about his friend Yu. He had always longed for friends. Kakashi was very relieved to see that the four of them could understand each other so well. Yamato also envied this kind of friendship. Yamato was trained as a weapon by Danzo since he was a child, and he had no friends at all. After Kakashi appeared, he had real friends. So he knew very well what it felt like to have good friends. Of course, he would be even happier if he was not fooled by Kakashi to pay the bill later. After chatting for a while, they went to a barbecue restaurant for a meal, and of course Yamato paid the bill. A barbecue meal emptied his wallet. After Yu and others left the training ground, The third generation appeared here, looking at the big hole that Yu had filled with Earth escape. The third generation looked serious. This kid is much stronger than I thought. And he even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. How strong is he now? Maybe he only lacks practical experience. Fourth generation. He is becoming more and more like you. Maybe he will surpass you in the future. I hope I can hold on until he takes over. The third generation is now 69 years old, which is considered old in the ninja world. The third generation does not dare to guarantee how long he can live. Because the ninja world is full of ninjas, the third generation is in a hurry. He can't wait any longer. He can't maintain the strength of the cage for more than 10 years. Onoki is about 7 years older than the third generation. It can be seen during the Fourth Ninja World War that if Onoki didn't have Tsunade's support, his body couldn't support the output of combat power. The same is true for the third generation. Now he feels that his physical condition is not very good. Even if there is no illness in the future, his physical fitness may not be able to support him for a long time. The third generation now hopes that Yu can grow up earlier, so that he can pass the position of Hokage to Yu earlier, and then he will retire and become a Hokage consultant. This is what happened when he recommended Minato Namikaze before. He retired to be a Hokage consultant, and Minato Namikaze was the Hokage. Being a Hokage consultant definitely doesn't require worrying about so many things. At that time, as long as Yu is strong enough, even if he is younger, with him as the Hokage advisor, others can't say anything even if they want to object. After all, Minato Namikaze also became Hokage at the age of 20, which is not old. This record will not be broken until Gaara later. Gaara became the Wind Shadow at the age of 15. The third generation actually hopes that Yu can become Hokage at the age of 20. This is already the youngest age that the third generation can imagine. Becoming Hokage in his teens is still too difficult for the third generation to accept. Even if Yu becomes Hokage at the age of 20, there are still 8 years, and 8 years is enough for Yu to accumulate tasks and practical experience. The third generation has made up his mind. Looking at the place where the pit has been perfectly filled, the third generation smiled and said, "It seems that we have to give him more tasks to shut up Danzo. You have to work hard next time." Yu didn't know that the third generation had decided to let him accumulate more tasks in the next few years. This means that Yu will really be a slave in the next few years. If Yu knew what the third generation was thinking, he would probably be speechless. He never thought about becoming a Hokage, not because he didn't want to be one, but because he felt that he was no match for those old foxes in the Konoha high level. And Yu's ideal life is to take tasks like other ninjas, rest when it's time to rest, and work when it's time to work. It's okay to be a slave, but there must be a time to breathe, right? Of course, Yu didn't know what the third generation was thinking. Next, he would only feel, wow, why are there so many tasks? Chapter 134. The third generation stood at the training ground for a while, and suddenly 3 figures appeared beside him. The third generation said lightly, "That child is very similar to the fourth generation." The 3 people behind him looked at each other. They nodded one after another. Indeed, they are very similar, and equally powerful. These 3 people are the 3 older generations of Pig, Deer and Cho who were watching the training ground with the third generation in the Hokage's office just now. When Yu demonstrated the Rasengan to Naruto, the third generation and his friends were watching the situation here through the telescope technique in the office. The 3 were shocked when they heard the third generation's words. The meaning of the third generation's words was too great. They knew that the third generation had decided to choose Yu. Before, they thought that the third generation would choose Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was the apprentice of the third generation's apprentice. Who knew that Yu would suddenly appear? But Yu was too young, he was only 12 years old now. But since the third generation wanted it, no one would object. As long as Yu had enough strength and the third generation's support, no one could shake his position as Hokage. This was the case with the 4th generation Hokage before. If there was no support from the 3rd generation, and the 3rd generation was watching as the Hokage's advisor, no matter how outstanding Minato Namikaze's military exploits were, some people would not accept it. Moreover, the Konoha high-level officials at that time did not approve of the choice of Minato Namikaze. If the 3rd generation had not opposed all objections and served as the Hokage's advisor, Minato Namikaze would not have been able to become Hokage. So the 3 of them knew very well that as long as the 3rd generation was there and supported Yu, not to mention that Yu was young, even if Yu was 15 or 16 years old, there would be no problem. The premise is that Yu's strength must be sufficient. His strength must be able to reach the level of Hokage. After all, the Hokage is not only the leader of the village, but also needs to protect the village when the village faces a powerful enemy. Without sufficient strength, it is absolutely impossible. But the 3 of them saw that the big pit that had been filled in was Yu's strength. The last thing Yu needs to doubt is his strength. Even the 3 of them think that Yu's strength should be at the level of Hokage at this time. Just now, they saw how Yu released the Rasengan in the Hokage's office. Not only the terrifying destructive power of the Rasengan, but also the Flying Thunder God technique used by Yu. With these 2 ninjutsu, Yu's strength is definitely at the level of Hokage. If Yu is over 20 years old now, it is estimated that the 3rd generation will directly abdicate and let Yu take over. Looking at the expectations of the 3rd generation for Yu, Ino, Shika, and Cho all think that the 3rd generation can do such a thing. The 3rd generation looked at Yamanaka Inoichi. Inoichi, I heard that Ino has a good relationship with Yu. Yamanaka Inoichi was stunned for a moment. Akamichi Choza and Nara Shikaku widened their eyes. They all looked at Yamanaka Inoichi. They knew the meaning of the 3rd generation too well. Yamanaka Inoichi also reacted. Of course, he knew that his daughter had a crush on Yu, and it was no longer a crush. These days, he often saw her running to the training ground where Yu was. He didn't care what she was doing, but he could guess. Yamanaka Inoichi immediately nodded and said, Ino really likes Yu. That child likes good-looking boys. Sanda smiled, if the 2 children are interested, will you stop them? Yamanaka Inoichi thought for a while and said, if the 2 children are interested, as long as Ino likes it. Sanda was very satisfied with this answer. As for Benyi Tianzi, Sanda naturally knew it. But he didn't think Benyi Tianzi was suitable for Yu. Yu was going to be a Hokage in the future, and he definitely needed the support of the ninja family. The Senju clan had already declined and had no influence in Konoha. As for the Benyi family, it was purely a business family, and it would not be of any benefit to Yu. And being with Ino would be very helpful to Yu. The 3rd generation's move was actually to accumulate enough support for Yu. As long as Yu is with Ino, it means that he will get the support of the 3 families of Ino, Shika and Cho at the same time. Among the wealthy families in Konoha, in addition to the special Hyuga family, the more prominent ones are the Sarutobi family, the Ino, Shika and Cho family, and the Aburame family. The Ino, Shika and Cho family have always been in the same faction as the Sarutobi family. With the support of the Ino, Shika and Cho family, plus the support of the 3rd generation Hokage, it means that the Sarutobi family will also support Yu, and Yu will get the support of most families. With the support of Kakashi and Kimoto Doji, Yu will get the support of the Anbu and most of the Konoha Jonin. As long as Yu has enough strength and accumulates enough tasks, it will be natural for him to become Hokage, and no one will object. During this period, Ino did come to the training ground to peek at Yu's training when there were no tasks. However, she did not disturb Yu's practice, but just watched secretly from the side. Yu naturally knew, but Yu did not care. After all, in Yu's heart, he just regarded Ino as a child. The 3rd generation looked at the 3 people and said seriously, the child still lacks enough prestige. We, as elders, must help him well. Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi all nodded. It should be so. Since the third generation has made it clear, the three people can naturally express their opinions directly. However, it also means that Yu will be treated as a beast of burden for a long time in the future. He needs enough tasks, and there will be various difficult tasks. Yu did not know about the third generation's plan, and did not know that he would be strengthened by the third generation in the future. A few days later, after Yu handed the scroll to Kakashi, he was notified by the third generation that the vacation was about to end. After spending a few days of relaxing vacation at home, Yu received the task commission from the third generation. Hokage's office. When Yu opened the door, he saw a familiar middle-aged man standing in the office. Hokage, are you looking for me? The third generation nodded to Yu and began to say, there is a commission task that needs you to complete. Yu nodded and looked at the person who seemed to be the client. The man also looked at Yu, but he frowned. Yu was too young, and being young meant lack of experience and strength. This person did not trust Yu. The third generation continued, this gentleman is Asama Santefu, the agent of Miss Fujifuse Yukie, a famous actress in the Land of Fire, and the client of this mission. Yu nodded to Asama Santefu. Although he was not very satisfied with the third generation for letting a child take over this task, Asama Santefu still returned the greeting. The third generation continued, Mr. Asama Santefu has entrusted Konoha to send someone to escort Ms. Fujifuse Yukie to the snow country for filming. This is a B-level mission. I hope you can complete it well. Listening to the information from the third generation, Yu finally remembered why he looked familiar to this person. Isn't this a mission for the snow country? But, shouldn't Kakashi take this mission? And he took it after Tsunade took office. Why is this mission ahead of schedule? Yu didn't understand. And this mission is not a B-level mission. Judging from the difficulty of the mission, it is definitely S-level. The several ninjas encountered in this mission are basically at the level of Jonin. With the blessing of chakra armor, Fuka Nutao even has the strength close to the level of Kage. But Yu can also understand why this mission is B-level. Because the name entrusted by Asama Santefu can only be B-level. Obviously, it is just a guard mission, and the third generation wants Yu to complete this mission. Chapter 135. Yu asked, Hokage-sama, am I the only one on this mission? The Sandai nodded. Why, are you not sure you can complete it? Yu shook his head. Not really, it's just a little unexpected. Nothing unexpected, I will only give it to you if you can complete this mission. Yu did not ask again. But Yu did not ask, and Asama Sandai was not happy. He questioned the Sandai angrily, Hokage-sama, did you just send a child to guard our Miss Feng Shuihui? If it is a problem of funds, I will increase the commission. Asama Sandai did not believe Yu. It was not his fault. Asama Sandai was going to hire a guard for his princess. How could he believe that a ninja of Yu's age could protect her well? Yu did not speak. Originally, this was also a matter between Konoha village and the client. Yu was just an executor. The third generation looked at Asama Sandao and said very seriously, Mr. Asama Sandao, Yu is a very good ninja in our Konoha. Although he is young, his strength is definitely enough to complete this mission. Please rest assured about this. Asama Sandao frowned. But the third generation said it so seriously, he looked at Yu with half belief and half doubt. But he should not be an adult yet. A ninja only needs to have enough strength and experience. Yu has all these. If Mr. Asama Sandao is unwilling to hire him, please find another village. Asama Sandao had no choice but to accept the third generation's arrangement. But he still had doubts about Yu. Yu saw all these things, but he didn't feel anything. If he was Asama Sandao, he would also be suspicious. Yu was too young, and this time the mission was to escort a princess of a country, so there could not be any mistakes. It was right for Osamu Sandeo to be cautious. Of course, the third generation didn't know that the real purpose of this mission was to escort the princess. After the commission, Osamu gave Yu some information and left. He had to leave first because he had to arrange a ship to the snow country. After Osamu left, the third generation called Yu. Yu, this is your first time to perform a mission alone, and it is a B-level mission. Be careful, don't be careless just because this mission is only a B-level mission. The third generation told Yu earnestly. Yu nodded. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, I will. The third generation looked out the window and sighed. As a ninja, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Even if the mission fails, as long as you are still there is still a chance to make up for it. The third generation said this because he hoped that Yu would not be too hot-blooded and had to complete the mission. Anyway, this mission is just a B-level mission. Even if it fails, it will not have any impact on the village. So the third generation said this to Yu. He asked Yu to carry out this mission to train him and to let him brush up the number of tasks, not to let him die. Yu nodded. I know, but this mission should not be dangerous, it's just that the environment is a bit bad. After all, we are going to the snow country, which is covered with ice and snow all year round. The third generation frowned. I always feel that this mission is not simple. You must be vigilant at all times. This is your first B-level mission after becoming a Chunin. Don't let anything go wrong at the beginning. Although Yu knew that there would be changes in this mission, he couldn't say it. He could only agree with the third generation's instructions. After the third generation gave Yu a few instructions, Yu left the Hokage's office. Not long after Yu left, another person appeared in the Hokage's office. The third generation turned his back to the man, looked at the village outside, and sighed, Kakashi, do we really not need to send someone to follow him? Even if he is strong enough, I am still worried that he will get into trouble. After all, this is his first time to carry out a mission alone. I think it is better to let Tenzo follow him. The third generation is still worried about Yu. Yu is too young. The third generation does not want Yu to capsize in the gutter. He is only 12 years old now. Kakashi disagrees with the third generation. He said, Hokage-sama, with his perception ability, whoever he sends to follow will be discovered. It is better to send someone to carry out the mission with him than to send someone to protect him secretly. Don't worry, I believe in his strength. And he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. If anything happens, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. There is no need to worry about his safety at all. The third generation nodded with relief. I forgot about this. The kid can also use the Flying Thunder God technique. This kid really mastered the Flying Thunder God technique quietly. If it weren't for Sasuke and Naruto that day, we wouldn't have known about it. Kakashi explained, he didn't hide it on purpose. Since Yu could show it in front of Sasuke and Naruto without any disguise, he wouldn't think of hiding the fact that he knew the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. I guess he just thought there was no need to say it. Kakashi was worried that the third generation would misunderstand that Yu had some bad intentions, so he explained to Yu. The third generation did not doubt Yu. He just felt that Yu was different from other people of the same age. After all, he had arranged Yu's future path, and even had a candidate for Yu's future wife. How could he not believe him? It was just because the third generation put all his resources on Yu, and he didn't dare to let Yu make any mistakes. So he had to know Yu very well. The third generation smiled and shook his head. This kid is really different from Sasuke and Naruto. He can master 2 such powerful ninjutsu, but he can be so calm. It feels like he has mastered 2 sparse and ordinary ninjutsu. Kakashi saw that the third generation did not doubt Yu. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, maybe for him, those 2 ninjutsu are really the same as 2 ordinary ninjutsu. After all, he can easily teach Naruto Rasengan, and he probably doesn't take the Rasengan ninjutsu seriously. I guess if Sasuke and Naruto didn't have the talent to master the Flying Thunder God technique, he would have taught them the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi didn't have any questions about why. Yu did think about teaching Sasuke the Flying Thunder God technique. And he did explain the principle to him. But Sasuke was confused. Yu knew that he didn't have the talent to master the Flying Thunder God technique, so he didn't continue. Yu's idea was to let Sasuke learn the Flying Thunder God technique, and with Chidori, Sasuke's strength could be instantly raised to the level of a Jonin. If Sasuke had the 2 Magatama Sharingan, mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and also mastered Chidori, he would definitely have the strength of a Jonin. The third generation listened to Kakashi's words and shook his head helplessly. People try their best to learn the ninjutsu, but he treats it as an ordinary ninjutsu. That's what he can do. After all, he is the only one who masters those 2 ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan are definitely very advanced ninjutsu, even the third generation thinks so. But Yu doesn't seem to care much. Chapter 136. Kakashi recalled, the 4th Hokage also taught many people the Flying Thunder God technique, but no one could learn it. The 3rd Hokage thought of Minato Namikaze and smiled. These 2 people are really a bit similar, but Yu is more casual than Minato. But the talent will be higher. This is what the 3rd Hokage has observed during this period. Yu and Minato Namikaze are similar in background and have extremely high ninjutsu talent. And Yu is obviously higher than Minato Namikaze, because Yu's physical condition is much stronger than Minato Namikaze. Yu's chakra amount is also much more than Minato Namikaze. You know, Yu is only 12 years old now, and he has the chakra of the cage level. Even the 3rd Hokage has less chakra than Yu. In terms of ninjutsu talent, Yu and Minato Namikaze are similar, but in terms of physical hardware, Yu is similar to the 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Kakashi did not answer the 3rd Hokage. After all, Minato Namikaze was his teacher, so it was difficult for him to comment, although he agreed with the 3rd generation in his heart. After learning more about Yu from Kakashi, the 3rd generation felt relieved to let Yu go on this mission alone. Otherwise, he had planned to send Yamato to follow and protect him secretly. Sending the captain of the Anbu to protect secretly on a mission is definitely a very high treatment. Yu has always treated Naruto as a prince, but the 3rd generation really treated him as a prince. In the 3rd generation's plan, Yu was originally treated as a successor. Isn't he a prince? Yu was born a civilian, and the 3rd generation won over the Ino Shikacho family to support Yu, and even acquiesced to Kakashi to introduce Yamato to Yu. You know, Yamato is currently the captain of the Anbu and is in charge of the Anbu. And the Anbu is the direct unit of the Hokage and belongs to the personal guard unit. He could tolerate Kakashi introducing Yamato to Yu, which was actually giving Yu a supporter at the level of an Anbu captain. It can only be said that the 3rd generation was really a little anxious. In recent years, Konoha's strength was too weak, and there was no strong man like the 4th generation Hokage. He, a 69-year-old man, could not last for a few years. After finally having Yu, he immediately put all his resources on Yu. Yu didn't know yet that there was actually a very large force behind him. Even Kakashi didn't know it very well. Kakashi thought that there were only him and Kimoto Yidung behind Yu. He didn't even count Yamato. He took Yamato to see Yu before, just to make Yu familiar with Yamato. In the future, when Yu got into trouble, he could help. Who would have thought that the 3rd generation had decided to let Yu take over his job? The 3rd generation did not tell anyone about this except for the 3 people, Old Pig, Shikacho and Danzo. Other families or forces in the village speculated that the 3rd generation might want to train Yu to be the Hokage, but it was just speculation. They had no definite news. Kakashi came out of the Hokage's office and went to the ninja tool shop, where he spent a lot of money to make a special kunai. came to Yi Yu's house. Yi Yu was practicing at home. The mission Yi Yu received did not require him to set off immediately. Asama Santefu would not set off for the snow country until a month later. Yi Yu only needed to arrive before departure. At Yi Yu's speed, he could reach the destination in about 10 days. Yi Yu, who was practicing, opened his eyes and looked at Kakashi, who appeared in his home. Yi Yu asked, "Teacher Kakashi, don't you have any mission today? Why are you here?" Kakashi sat cross-legged in front of Yi Yu with a wooden box in his hand. "I already know that you are going to go out on a mission, and you are going out alone." Yi Yu smiled. "For me, it is a good thing, and it can hone my practical experience. And I will take the commission for the mission alone." Hearing Yi Yu's words, Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. "Why are you so obsessed with money?" Kakashi was speechless, but he thought Yi Yu was joking. But what Yi Yu said was true. Kakashi thought Yi Yu didn't like money. But in fact, although Yi Yu was not obsessed with money, he also liked it. After teasing Yi Yu for a few words, Kakashi put the wooden box in front of Yi Yu and said, "This is my gift for your first solo mission." Yi Yu smiled. "Teacher Kakashi, you are very abnormal today. Is there something you want me to do?" Yi Yu knew that Kakashi was very stingy. How could he give himself a gift? Kakashi looked at Yi Yu's questioning face and really wanted to leave like this. In his heart, who is he? What kind of image is this? Kakashi was helpless. "It's really a gift. Open it and see if you like it." Kakashi didn't want to say anything more to Yi Yu. Yi Yu looked at the wooden box in front of him with a serious expression. He always felt that there would be some prank props in it, although Kakashi would not do that. But who knows? Maybe Kakashi has such a little hobby without being discovered. Yi Yu carefully and slowly opened the lid of the wooden box. There was actually an exquisite kunai in the box. Yi Yu was stunned, because this kunai was very beautiful, larger than ordinary kunai, and longer. Yi Yu picked up the kunai, which was several times heavier than ordinary kunai. Well, it can actually store chakra. Yi Yu was very surprised. "Teacher Kakashi, you didn't make this kunai out of chakra metal, did you?" Kakashi nodded. "Yes, it is indeed made of chakra metal. Try it and see if it works well." Yi Yu inputted chakra into the kunai in his hand, and Yi Yu's golden chakra immediately appeared on the kunai, making the blade sharper. This kunai looks very much like the special Flying Thunder God kunai of the 4th Hokage. Sure enough, Kakashi said, "I made this kunai based on the Flying Thunder God kunai of the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage often uses this kunai to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. I think it should be quite suitable for you." Yi Yu looked at the kunai in his hand. After inputting chakra, the whole kunai became extremely sharp, and he could also feel that the strength of the kunai had increased a lot. After playing with it for a while, Yi Yu put away the kunai. He sighed, "Teacher Kakashi, you must have lost a lot of money. Such a heavy kunai requires a lot of chakra metal. Chakra metal is very expensive. It is estimated that the material cost plus the production cost of such a kunai is at least 100,000 taels. That is about the price of a B-level task. And it requires the village not to take a commission, and you can take all of it. You can imagine how high the price of this kunai is. You can also imagine how generous Minato Namikaze was when he threw kunai on the battlefield. What was thrown out was not kunai, but money scattered with golden light." Of course, Kakashi felt pain, but he thought this gift was very suitable for Yi Yu, so he gritted his teeth and paid the money. Kakashi asked, "How is it? Is it useful?" Yi Yu smiled and said, "How can it not be useful if it's so expensive? It's just that I don't use it in daily combat. It's a pity to have such a good weapon in my hands." Yi Yu doesn't use ninja tools in daily combat. He really thinks that this kunai is buried in his hands. Chapter 137. Kakashi waved his hand and smiled, "Since it suits you, it will naturally have its uses. Maybe it can become famous with you in the future." Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. You are thinking too far ahead. But since you said so, I will accept it. Although it is very expensive, since Kakashi has given it, it would be too unkind for him not to accept it. Kakashi then told Yu many things to pay attention to when performing the mission. Although he trusted Yu's strength, Kakashi was still a little worried. After all, Yu was carrying out this mission alone, so he was not so relieved. After a few days, Yu prepared and left the village. After Yu left, Sasuke sat at the entrance of the village, watching Yu's back getting farther and farther away, and murmured to himself, I will never let you down, Yu, wait, maybe I can catch up with you in the future. After Yu disappeared from his sight, Sasuke disappeared from the entrance of the village. Next to where Sasuke had just stood, Kakashi leaned against the gate of Konoha, looking lazy, but his eyes kept looking at Yu's back that gradually disappeared from his sight. After Sasuke left, Kakashi raised his mouth slightly. Sasuke has changed a lot because of you. Will Konoha become different in the future? Kakashi was very satisfied with Yu, his disciple. After Yu left, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura followed Kakashi in training. Sasuke and Naruto competed with each other, and they practiced very hard, even harshly. Sakura couldn't keep up with their training intensity. Kakashi had no choice but to let Sakura learn illusion from Kurenai Yuhi after basic physical training. Kurenai Yuhi was very happy about Kakashi's request. She liked Sakura very much, and there was no one in her class who could learn illusion from her. And Sakura's talent for illusion was very high. Yu had been out of Konoha for several days, and he was not in a hurry to go to the address given to him by Asama Santefu. Yu estimated that he could reach Asama Santefu within 10 days. Asama Santefu and his men set off a month later. Yu only needed to arrive within a month. And it was the first time for Yu to leave the village alone, and he was very interested in various things along the way. Basically, he would go to visit a famous tourist spot when he came across it. He basically regarded this mission as a public-funded tour. Completing the mission was a byproduct. That day Yu passed by a commercial town. This town is a tourist attraction. Especially the hot springs are very famous. Yu would not miss it. Standing at the entrance of the town, he checked the wallet in his hand. Well, it's quite bulging. Enjoy it. Before in Konoha, Yu had never soaked in a hot spring. Now that he encountered such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? When Yu walked in the town, he did not attract attention. Because this is a tourist attraction, there are not only ordinary people, but also all kinds of ninjas. Yu would not look abrupt among them. After asking the people in the town which store has the best hot spring, Yu walked straight towards the destination. But as he walked, his stomach growled. Holding his stomach, Yu was a little embarrassed. Forget it, let's find a place to eat first. He looked around and found a tavern next to him. I'm not old enough to drink. I don't know if I can go in. Even ninjas need to be adults before they can drink. Yu thought for a moment, how about using the transformation technique? Just a thought flashed through his mind, and Yu gave up. Forget it, let's go in and ask honestly. Yu did not continue to struggle, and turned to walk towards the tavern. As soon as he entered the tavern, it was very lively and there were many customers. But no one noticed Yu. When he came to the counter, the boss who was counting the bill raised his head, and after seeing Yu, he frowned. Brother Ninja, this is a tavern, you are not an adult, right? Yu leaned on the counter and explained, I don't drink, just give me some side dishes and rice. The tavern owner was stunned for a moment. However, he did not drive Yu out, but nodded, okay, you go find an empty seat and sit down, the dishes will be served later. Yu was very satisfied with the boss's arrangement and smiled, thank you. The boss also smiled and said, it's no big deal, please. Yu chatted with the boss for a few words and walked towards the lobby. Because Yu was only about 1.6 meters tall, although not very tall, he was not very short either. So he did not attract many people's attention. Just as Yu was looking for an empty seat, he passed by a box. The person in the box looked familiar to Yu. He wondered in his heart, this person should be Tsunade, right? In the box, there was a woman drinking, and next to her was a girl holding a pet pig. Even though Yu had been in this world for 12 years, he still remembered this combination and the unusual figure of the blonde woman. But Yu did not go over to say hello. If he had just come to this world, he might still feel fresh and approach her like a star chaser. But after 12 years in this world, Yu no longer had that feeling. But she is really beautiful, worthy of being the woman that Jiraiya is obsessed with. She is really unusual. Even if Yu had no improper thoughts about Tsunade, Yu had to admit that Tsunade was really beautiful, plus her perfect figure. Even if you know that her real age is over 50, her appearance still makes it easy for people to forget her real age. But it was just a momentary feeling. Yu just took a look and continued to find a seat to sit down. After Yu sat down, he took out a notebook and started reading. It contained all the notes of the ninja world that Kakashi gave him. They were all Kakashi's experience and observations of carrying out missions outside over the years. Yu thought it was very interesting and used it as a travel note to kill the boredom of traveling. But Yu didn't know that she noticed it just when Yu looked at Tsunade. After Yu sat down, she looked at Yu while holding a wine glass. Going out on a mission alone. If so, this kid should be a genius of Konoha's generation, right? The reason why Tsunade thought so was that Yu went out on a mission alone, which meant that Yu's level must be above Chunin. In peacetime, Yu would be a Chunin at this age, and the village was confident that he would go out on a mission alone. Yu was definitely a genius ninja cultivated by the village. Tsunade raised her red lips and smiled. Shizune, it seems that the village is developing well. Shizune, who was drowsy at the side, was stunned for a moment when she heard Tsunade's words. When she reacted, she looked in the direction of Tsunade's sight. She saw Yu sitting not far away reading a book. Maybe his leader will come later. Tsunade shook her head and smiled. Impossible, look at him reading a book there, so seriously, like he is waiting for someone. Shizune nodded. Really, but I haven't seen him before. Is he a newcomer trained by the village? Chapter 138. Isn't this obvious? Tsunade said speechlessly. Shizune was a little embarrassed. Yu looked very young. If he wasn't a newcomer, could he be an old man? But why did he come to the izakaya to eat? He must not be an adult yet. Shizune was a little dissatisfied with Yu's behavior. After all, Yu didn't look like an adult yet. Tsunade smiled and said while drinking, interesting little guy, he just noticed us, and he must know us, but he didn't come over to say hello. It seems that he doesn't want to know us. Shizune listened to Tsunade's analysis and immediately had some initial impressions of Yu. Arrogant, and didn't know how to respect his predecessors. The impression was not very good. Tsunade didn't have this feeling. She just thought Yu was interesting. After recognizing her, no one came over to make a relationship. This was the first time Tsunade had seen anyone. After all, Tsunade's status was very high. Not only was she one of the 3 ninjas, but she was also the granddaughter of the first Hokage. With these 2 identities, any ninja in Konoha would basically want to know her and contact her. Tsunade looked at her for a while, but Yu didn't look at her, so she didn't have much interest. He just drank his own wine. Yu really didn't pay attention to Tsunade after looking at her just now. Even if Yu knew that Tsunade would become the 5th generation Hokage and his immediate superior in the future, Yu didn't think of currying favor with her in advance. There was no need. Yu didn't want to do that, and Tsunade certainly wouldn't like such a person. After waiting for a while, when the food came up, Yu finished eating in more than 10 minutes. Just when Yu was about to pay the bill and leave, two people walked in from outside. Seeing these two people, Yu frowned. He was originally planning to leave, but he sat down again. At this time, Tsunade, who was already drunk, was drunk and lying on the table. She was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and she was not afraid of being taken advantage of by people in the tavern when she was drunk. Shizune beside her was actually asleep with her pet pig in her arms. Looking at the master and apprentice, Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It's a miracle that these two are still alive. After a ninja gets drunk, they are no different from ordinary people. The reason why Yu didn't rush to pay the bill and leave was that he saw Tsunade was drunk and Shizune fell asleep. Yu also knew the two people who came in from outside. Yu was worried about what these two people would do to Tsunade and Shizune. The reason why Yu thought so was because he knew one of them. The two people who came in were both ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. A bronze-skinned man with a height of nearly 2 meters was the current 4th-generation Reikage. Yu didn't know the other person, but he had an impression that he seemed to have appeared during the 4th Ninja World War. When these two people appeared, the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha had always been at odds. Although Yu didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But seeing that two people from the same village might be in danger, Yu had to take care of it. After all, Yu didn't disapprove of Konoha. He was a member of Konoha village, but he didn't want to fight for fame and fortune. It didn't mean that he would abandon the danger of fellow ninjas. Not to mention that it was a heavyweight ninja like Tsunade. If anything happened to her, it would be a big blow to Konoha. And the opponent was the 4th Reikage. But Yu had no confidence that he could beat the 4th Reikage. And the opponent was the 4th Reikage, whose status was much higher than that of Yu, a small Konoha village chunin. So Yu didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise it would cause diplomatic conflicts. Yu didn't want to cause trouble. Yu didn't pay the bill, but took out his notes and continued to read, but his attention was already on Tsunade. The 4th Reikage found Tsunade with his guard Amei. Looking at Tsunade who was drunk, the 4th Reikage frowned instinctively. He felt that it was inappropriate for the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, one of the 3 ninjas, to be so ungraceful. So the 4th Reikage shouted in a low voice, "Tsunade-sama, get up." Although the voice was low, it contained chakra and was very rough. The guests in the store looked over here. The 4th Reikage didn't care. His eyes were fixed on Tsunade. The guests in the store looked at the 4th Reikage and Tsunade. Although they didn't know what happened, they realized that something was wrong. They paid the bill and ran out. The owner of the tavern wanted to ask the 4th Reikage what was going on. But seeing his iron tower-like body and his muscular appearance, he didn't dare to go up. He could only pray that these people didn't destroy his store. Yu sat on the side. Although he seemed to be reading a book, his attention was all on Tsunade and the 4th Reikage. And Tsunade, who was sleeping on the table after hearing what the 4th Reikage said, she got up with difficulty. She looked at the two people standing in front of her with a confused face. "Who are you?" Tsunade was already drunk and didn't recognize the 4th Reikage in front of her. Even Yu was speechless after hearing what Tsunade said. Although the 4th Reikage was a generation younger than Tsunade, he was still the 4th Reikage after all. Tsunade should have known such a big shot. Who knew she was actually confused? Shizune on the side was even more outrageous, drooling in her sleep, and didn't seem to wake up at all. The 4th Reikage looked at Tsunade like this, clenched his fists, and if he hadn't asked Tsunade for something, he would have turned around and left. He didn't want to know the woman in front of him who was as drunk as mud. Amei, who was standing behind the 4th Reikage, could only introduce himself to the 4th Reikage. "Tsunade-sama, this is the 4th Reikage of our Kumogakure village." Hearing that it was the Kumogakure village, Tsunade's eyes immediately changed and became very solemn. "Kumogakure village, what do you want to do now?" Obviously, Tsunade did not have a good impression of the Kumogakure village. The 4th Reikage did not speak, but Imei behind him walked to Tsunade and knelt down, saying, "Tsunade-sama, please help treat one of my companions. My medical ninjutsu is too shallow and I can't save him, but you are the medical ninja with the highest medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. If you say so, you will definitely be able to do it." Looking at Imei kneeling on the ground, Tsunade said coldly, "Humph, Kumogakure village, the guy who covets our Konoha Hyuga clan's Byakugan. I can't help you." Obviously, Tsunade was very dissatisfied with what the Kumogakure village did back then. The fourth Raikage frowned, but he still didn't speak. Because he knew that only Tsunade could save people. Imei also explained, "The matter of the past has been resolved peacefully, right?" Tsunade said coldly, "You are really good at quibbling. Although the matter of the past has indeed been resolved, it is a fact that a Hyuga Hazashi died in Konoha. Tsunade still can't stand the Hidden Cloud village." Imei wanted to explain, but the fourth Raikage couldn't help it. He said sternly, "Tsunade, even if you don't go, I will take you there by force." For a while, the atmosphere in the tavern was very solemn. Tsunade also became serious. "Oh, take me there by force." At this time, neither the fourth Raikage nor Tsunade knew the strength of the other party. So neither the fourth Raikage nor Tsunade thought that the other party could defeat him. The fourth Raikage said seriously, "I'll wait for you outside." He has decided to take Tsunade away by force, but this will destroy the tavern here, so the fourth Raikage will ask Tsunade out for a fight. Tsunade frowned. But she noticed that Yu was still there. Although he was reading a book and didn't seem to pay attention to the situation here, Tsunade knew that Yu didn't leave because of what happened between the fourth Raikage and her. Chapter 139. Tsunade was even more surprised that Yu was not afraid of the fourth Raikage and stayed aside to watch. "This kid, isn't he afraid of being affected by our battle? Or is he confident enough not to be affected?" Tsunade frowned. Tsunade ignored the fourth Raikage waiting outside. Instead, she stood up and staggered towards Yu. Yu also felt it. Yu was speechless, he didn't want to know Tsunade now. Yu was just worried that Tsunade and Shizune would be in danger, so he stayed to watch them. If Shizune hadn't fallen asleep, Yu might have left. Although Shizune's talent was not as good as Sakura's, her strength was definitely that of a Jonin. If she wasn't drunk, she could protect Tsunade. But Shizune was drunk, even fell asleep, and hasn't woken up yet. Yu had to stay. But Tsunade walked towards him. Helplessly, Yu could only put away his notes and was about to pay the bill and leave. Just as he stood up, Tsunade held his shoulder. Pushed him back to his position. Tsunade smelled strongly of alcohol, and Yu didn't like this smell. Whether in his past life or this life, Yu had no habit of drinking. He even disliked the smell of alcohol. Tsunade was drunk at this time, and the whole person looked like he had just come out of a wine barrel. Tsunade leaned over and put one hand on Yu's shoulder. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yu. "Boy, why didn't you leave just now?" Yu turned his head away. If he continued to smell the alcohol, Yu felt that he was going to get drunk. Tsunade was really drunk, and her voice was a little unclear. Her eyes were blurred, and she looked like a drunkard. This question made Yu not know how to answer. Although they were so close, Tsunade's hot body was indeed very attractive. But Yu kept reminding himself that this person was already over 50 years old. So even though the drunken state of this perfect woman in front of him was extremely attractive, Yu had no extra thoughts. He was thinking about how to answer Tsunade's question. After thinking a lot, Yu finally chose to answer truthfully, "I think you and that sister will be in danger. As a fellow ninja of Konoha, I can't pretend not to see it." Tsunade was stunned. She stared at Yu blankly for a long time before she laughed. "Hee, kid, do you know who that person is?" Tsunade found it very interesting that Yu actually wanted to protect them. In Tsunade's opinion, Yu was a little overconfident. No matter how genius Yu was, the people he was facing were the fourth Raikage and one of the three ninjas. Even the elite Jonins didn't dare to say they dared to get involved in their battle. Yu actually said he wanted to protect them. Although she felt that Yu was too overconfident, Tsunade was still moved by Yu. After all, Tsunade could feel that Yu was sincere when he said this. In fact, Yu didn't want to care about Tsunade's affairs, but the opponent was the fourth Raikage after all, which was too dangerous. Yu couldn't just ignore it. Not to mention that Tsunade was drunk, and it was completely unknown how much fighting power she could have. So even if Yu didn't want to meddle in other people's business, he had to intervene. Yu raised his head and looked into Tsunade's eyes calmly. I know, the fourth Raikage. Tsunade looked at Yu's calm eyes and was stunned for a moment. That's the Raikage, what can you do? Tsunade's tone was not as sarcastic as before, but very serious. Yu said lightly, I know he is the Raikage, but I can't pretend not to see it. Yu said it very seriously. Tsunade stared at Yu blankly for a long time. It made Yu a little nervous. I thought Tsunade would scold him. If he wanted to help Tsunade and she still scolded him, then he really didn't want to care. After a long time, Tsunade smiled and said, I'm glad you have this intention. What's your name? Yu was a little surprised that Tsunade didn't say he was overestimating his ability. Jingwen Yu. Tsunade nodded and stood up. As if the burden of her body made her a little tired. Tsunade folded her hands, looked down at Yu, and smiled. Jingwen Yu, what level of ninja are you now? Yu thought for a while and said, Chunin. Tsunade sat opposite Yu and continued to ask, are you going out on a mission alone? Yu nodded, yes, it's the first time. Tsunade was a little surprised. First time. Yu nodded. At your age, you should have just graduated from the ninja school not long ago, right? Tsunade asked. Yu nodded again, I just became a Chunin. This is the first time I am on a mission alone. Tsunade frowned, you just got promoted to Chunin, and the old man Sandai asked you to carry out the mission alone. That's too much. Tsunade was very unhappy. She felt that the arrangement of the Sandai was too cruel, and Konoha village was not in such a state of embarrassment. Yu had just been promoted to Chunin, but he was asked to carry out the mission alone. Yu didn't care. Seeing Yu's calm face, Tsunade was very curious about him. After all, a child like Yu's age, facing a person of her status in such a scene, would definitely not be as calm as Yu. What can you do if you stay here? If you can't even defeat someone like me, wouldn't you only drag me down if you stay here? After Tsunade said this, she thought Yu would show off, just like her brother. But Yu just said lightly, it is precisely because I know that I will not drag you down if I stay here that I will stay here. I will not do things that I am not sure of. Yu said it calmly, but it was too much. It was even a little arrogant, especially in front of a strong man like Tsunade. Tsunade frowned, she felt that Yu was too arrogant. Kid, why do you think so? Do you really think you can participate in the battle between the three ninjas and the Raikage? Yu glanced at Tsunade and said calmly, I didn't think about participating, but I won't drag you down. If you were not from Konoha village, I wouldn't want to meddle in other people's business, but unfortunately you are. I can't sit back and watch. It's not a question of whether I can participate in your battle, but I can't help but participate. Tsunade was stunned. There was no way to refute Yu's words. Even Yu's words made what she said just now seem like a joke. Yu's thoughts were completely different from hers, and they were not on the same level. Tsunade frowned, a little unhappy. After all, she was unable to refute what Yu, a junior, said. It was too embarrassing. After drinking the wine in her hand, Tsunade slapped the table and stood up. Boy, go and perform your mission. My business has nothing to do with you. You are not qualified to participate. After saying that, Tsunade staggered to Shizune. Of course, the reason why she said that was not because she was angry, but just wanted Yu to leave. In her opinion, Yu's words just now were just sophistry. He did not understand the power of the shadow-level strongman, so Tsunade had to anger Yu away. It was just that she underestimated Yu's temper. Although Yu's personality was not particularly gentle, he rarely got angry. He also knew the purpose of Tsunade's words. Chapter 140. But Yu really didn't want to appear in front of Tsunade. The reason why Yu was worried about Tsunade and Shizune was because Tsunade was drunk, and Shizune also drank and slept very soundly, and she hasn't woken up yet. After Tsunade went back, Yu paid the bill and left. After watching Yu leave, Tsunade was relieved for some reason. It was obvious that she didn't want Yu to get involved in the dispute between her and the Raikage. That was not a battle he could participate in. Although Tsunade seemed to be very angry with Yu in the verbal confrontation just now. But she actually admired Yu very much. She liked Yu's personality very much. And Yu was obviously a genius, and Tsunade didn't want the genius that Konoha had cultivated with great difficulty to die here. After Yu left the tavern, he turned on his perception. Yu's perception range was very exaggerated. Now he could perceive chakra within 50 kilometers. Of course, the farther the distance, the less accurate the perception. But it was enough for fighting. The purpose of Yu opening his perception was naturally not because he had any special hobbies. Rather, he wanted to find the location of the fourth Raikage and Amei. When Yu opened his eyes, he walked in one direction. A few minutes later, Yu walked outside a park. He saw two people standing in the park. It was the fourth Raikage and Amei. The fourth Raikage thought Tsunade would catch up, so he waited for Tsunade here. But it was obvious that Tsunade ignored him. Yu looked across the park, and he booked a room in the hotel across the park. Although Yu wanted to leave, when he thought of the fourth Raikage here, Yu was worried that if something unexpected happened, Tsunade would not be the opponent of the fourth Raikage. Although Yu was not sure of defeating the fourth Raikage, he was confident that he could save Tsunade and Shizune. The fourth Raikage was too fast, and although he was not as strong as Tsunade, he was only not as strong as Tsunade. The fourth Raikage's lightning chakra mode can make Tsunade unable to fight. Speed is king. In terms of attack power, Minato Namikaze is not strong, but he is very fast and killed the opponent before the opponent could fight back. The fourth Raikage did the same to Tsunade. Yu didn't know whether Tsunade could defeat the fourth Raikage, but in Yu's opinion, the fourth Raikage obviously restrained Tsunade. Tsunade's speed is not fast, so what's the use of being strong if she can't hit anyone? Yu didn't want Tsunade to see him, so he planned to protect them in secret. Yu would leave only after Tsunade and Shizune were completely safe. Anyway, he still had about a month. Staying here for a day or two would not delay anything. Yu booked a room in the hotel opposite the park, and turned on his perception when he slept. This consumes a lot of chakra. Ordinary people can't support it at all. But this chakra consumption is not as fast as Yu's own chakra recovery speed. Tsunade didn't show up all day. The fourth Raikage was also an honest man, and he waited for Tsunade in the park for a whole day. Tsunade didn't show up until noon the next day. The fourth Raikage realized that he had been stood up by Tsunade. The furious fourth Raikage said angrily, "Tsunade, this bastard, actually played a trick on me." Yu was standing in the hotel at this time, and he was speechless when he saw the furious fourth Raikage outside. "You are really simple-minded. You only realize that you were played now. But it seems that there will be no accidents. Tsunade should be sober now. Wait until they finish the operation and leave." Yu knew that Tsunade would lose to the fourth Raikage in arm wrestling, and would finally agree to treat the fourth Raikage as companions. As long as Tsunade and Shizune were not in danger, Yu would not take action. The fourth Raikage went to the tavern to find Tsunade angrily. After Tsunade sobered up, She didn't even know who he was. The guards of the fourth rakeage had to introduce it again. What happened afterwards was exactly the same as what Yu remembered, and it did not change because of Yu's appearance. However, Yu left quietly after Tsunade performed surgery on the companion of the fourth rakeage. During this period, Yu saw Tsunade, who was afraid of blood. It was the first time that Yu saw that helpless and frightened look. However, Yu did not sympathize much, because Yu knew very well that it would not take long for Naruto to make Tsunade overcome her fear of blood. After performing surgery on the companion of the fourth rakeage, the fourth rakeage did not do anything to Tsunade, but left with a group of people. Tsunade continued to drink and gamble in this town with Shizune. Yu also left quietly. After Yu left, Tsunade came to the hotel where Yu had stayed before. Shizune didn't know why Tsunade came here. What is he doing here? Tsunade came to the counter and asked, "Boss, was there a Konoha ninja who was about 13 or 14 years old staying here yesterday?" The boss saw that it was Tsunade, and immediately said respectfully, "It turned out to be Tsunade-sama. I will check for you, please wait." Tsunade nodded and sat down with a calm face. Shizune on the side had no idea what Tsunade was doing, because she didn't notice Yu at all yesterday. Shizune, who was sitting next to Tsunade, asked in confusion, "Tsunade-sama, who are you looking for?" Tsunade didn't speak. When Tsunade was arm wrestling with the fourth rakeage, and later when she performed surgery on the fourth rakeage's companion, she felt that someone was following her. After thinking about it, Tsunade concluded that the person was Yu. However, Tsunade was very shocked. If it was Yu, then Yu's strength would be a bit strong. Tsunade and the fourth rakeage could not find out. This concealment ability shows that Yu's strength is not low, and even far exceeds that of a Chunin. The most important thing is that Yu is really worried about them, not because of her identity. Seeing Tsunade's serious expression, Shizune stopped talking. But her heart was full of doubts. After a long time, the boss finally found out. Because when ninjas stay in a hotel, they usually need to register, and this is the land of fire. Other ninja villages may not be willing, but ninjas in Konoha generally abide by the rules. The boss handed the registration book to Tsunade and said, "Tsunade-sama, the person you are looking for should be this person." Tsunade took the registration book and looked at it. "Jingwen Yu, that's him. It seems that the person who followed us today is him." Shizune was confused. "Jingwen Yu. Who is this?" Tsunade looked at the registration information above. Said, "Take me to see the room he lives in." Although the boss didn't know what Tsunade was going to do. But since it was Tsunade's order, he naturally dared not disobey. He took Tsunade and Shizune to the room where Yu lived. Tsunade came to the window, through which she could clearly see the park in the distance. Tsunade completely understood Yu's purpose. Smiled and said, "This kid is quite interesting. It seems that he is really worried about us, but his personality is a little cold." Tsunade smiled when she thought of the conversation between Yu and herself yesterday. Her heart was still quite warm, although Yu was secretly protected because she and Shizune were Konoha ninjas. But Tsunade still had a good impression of Yu. Yu was completely different from Noace and Kato-dan. Tsunade naturally would not have high hopes for him like Naruto. For Tsunade, Yu was a very reliable person and very responsible. Everyone likes such a person, and Tsunade is no exception. Of course, Tsunade's love for Yu was definitely that of a senior for a junior. There is no love between men and women at all. After all, she is over 50 years old, and her favorite is Kato-dan. As for Yu, she admires and values her outstanding junior. Naruto, Get Stronger by Hanging Up, Chapter 141. After Yu left the town, he traveled for several days and was only 2 days away from the meeting place agreed with Asama Santefu. He was not in a hurry to rush to the meeting place. Splash! Just as Yu was passing through a forest, he suddenly heard the sound of water splashing in the distance. Yu stopped and stood on a big tree and immediately started to sense. Soon, Yu opened his eyes in shock. How can there be such a huge amount of chakra here? Such a huge amount of chakra, could it be a tailed beast? Yu sensed a very large chakra group in the distance. That huge amount of chakra is the largest amount of chakra Yu has ever seen except for the 9 tails. It should be the chakra of the tailed beast. Even the summoned beasts of the 3 holy places do not have such a huge amount of chakra, right? Yu frowned. Thinking of this, Yu immediately rushed towards the source of the huge chakra. If it's really a wild-tailed beast, then it's a win. Yu was excited. Too slow, use the flying thunder god technique. Yu was so excited that he wanted to get to the target quickly. In an instant, Yu started to sense again. Buzz. In a blink of an eye, Yu disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, Yu appeared on a huge lake a few kilometers away. In the forest, there is also a huge lake, which is about 30 kilometers wide. And Yu's sudden appearance attracted the attention of the giant creature playing on the lake. After Yu appeared, he saw the giant creature that was tens of meters high in front of him at a glance. After seeing the appearance of the giant creature, Yu was surprised. I guessed right, it's a tailed beast. The turtle-like creature in front of him is the 3-tailed Isobu. Since the death of the 4th generation of Mizukage, the 3-tailed has been without a human pillar. It was also because the 3-tail was wild, so after Konoha found it, it wanted to seal the 3-tail away, and it happened that Orochimaru also wanted to get the 3-tail. The tailed beast has no human pillar, and its strength is not very strong. It only needs a shadow-level strongman to seal it. Except for the 9-tail, ordinary shadow-level strongmen are not the opponent of the 9-tail. But the strength of the 3-tail is obviously not as good as the 9-tail. Deidara and Obito subdued the 3-tail without spending much time and energy. Yu raised his head and looked at the giant turtle in front of him that was like a hill. He smiled and said, "It seems that my summoning beast has been settled." Yu has been thinking about what kind of summoning beast is more beneficial to him. After thinking about it, he always thought that the 3 holy places were the first choice. But suddenly seeing the 3-tail, Yu felt that compared with the summoning beasts of the 3 holy places, the 3-tail is obviously more suitable as a summoning beast, and the tailed beast is much stronger than the summoning beasts of the 3 holy places. Even the relatively weaker 3-tailed beast among the 9-tailed beasts is the same. The reason why it was so easily subdued by Deidara and Obito, or defeated by several ninjutsu of Naruto, was that it had no human pillar and did not show its true strength at all. If the 3-tailed beast was really that weak, Tsunade would not want to seal the 3-tailed beast away later. The appearance of Yu gave the 3-tailed beast an ominous premonition. The man in front of it posed a great threat to it. The originally calm 3-tailed beast suddenly became furious and opened its mouth towards Yu. Buzz. A white light ball condensed in the 3-tailed beast's hand. Yu was stunned for a moment. Are you going to attack without even saying hello? It seems that the tailed beasts really hate humans. Yu actually guessed wrong. The 3-tailed beast simply thought that Yu had the strength to threaten its safety, so it wanted to strike first. Buzz buzz buzz. A huge amount of chakra condensed in the 3-tailed beast's mouth. A light ball with a diameter of several meters condensed and formed. The direction was towards Yu. Yu would not sit still and wait for death. It's really powerful, worthy of being a tailed beast. Although it doesn't have as much chakra as the 9 tails, it's still very terrifying. The 3 tails chakra is definitely not as good as the 9 tails, but it's just not as good as the 9 tails. In the ninja world, there are not many people who can reach the level of the 3 tails. It is estimated that apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Yu can't think of anyone else. Yu forgot that his own chakra is already more than the 3 tails. Of course, not much more. Seeing that the ball of light has condensed into shape, Yu also clasped his hands together. Water Style. Super Water Explosion Bomb. Yu started with an A-level water style ninjutsu. This water style ninjutsu was developed by Yu based on the water-breaking wave. As Yu activated his chakra, the lake water under his feet immediately shot a stream of water into the sky, a water column. These water columns gathered together in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The condensed water column with a diameter of several meters instantly shot out towards Sanwei. Although it was a water column with a diameter of several meters, it formed an extremely high-pressure water gun. The moment it shot out, it even caused a terrifying sonic boom. It was enough to show the terrifying speed of the water column. Sanwei also immediately blasted out the light ball in his mouth. Bang! Boom! Instantly, the water column and the light ball collided with each other. In an instant, the light covered the surrounding hundreds of meters, and the terrifying energy caused violent vibrations. The surrounding forest birds and beasts were frightened by the violent vibrations and ran around. It was only a momentary collision, and the light ball blasted by Sanwei was blasted through by the super water bomb released by Yu. The terrifying force instantly bombarded Sanwei. Even though Sanwei had a body of more than 10 meters high, it was blasted hundreds of meters away by the water column. When it landed on the lake, it even slid for hundreds of meters on the lake before stopping because of its extremely fast speed. For a moment, the calm lake surface became turbulent, with waves stacked up and water splashing everywhere. Within a few kilometers around, the lake water fell into a heavy rain. The shocking scene stunned the three-tailed beast who fell into the lake. The human in front of him was the most powerful ninja he had ever seen except for the Six Paths Sage and Senju Hashirama. It was just a ninjutsu confrontation, and the three-tailed beast knew that he could never be the opponent of the human in front of him. Seeing the three-tailed beast about to dive, Yu smiled and said, "How could I let you run away?" After saying that, Yu disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, Yu appeared above the three-tailed beast. At this time, Yu clapped his hands. Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Another Water Escape Ninjutsu. Roar tilde. A roar came from the lake. Then, a giant water dragon of several hundred meters flew up from the lake. Sanwei was stunned. Roar tilde. But Sanwei also roared at the dragon head in the sky without showing any weakness. Yu was standing on the head of the water dragon at this time. Yu smiled and said, "Sanwei, be my summoning beast." After that, Yu immediately urged the water dragon under his feet to attack Sanwei on the lake. Roar tilde. The giant water dragon roared and pounced on Sanwei. Boom. A dragon and a turtle collided with each other in an instant. The body of the water dragon continued to break, but under Yuyu's chakra, it continued to reorganize. The dragon body of several hundred meters long wrapped Sanwei up like a giant python. The huge force pressed Sanwei and made him scream violently. Roar tilde. The power of the water dragon was even greater than that of Sanwei. Sanwei could not break free even if he struggled hard, and he couldn't even move. Chapter 142. The three-tailed beast was furious. He tried his best but still couldn't break free from the water dragon. It wanted to condense the tailed beast Jade, but this human seemed to know what he was going to do. His head was already controlled by the water dragon. Even if it condensed the tailed beast Jade, it couldn't reach the water dragon and this human. After struggling for a long time, Yu stood on the tortoise shell of the three-tailed beast until the three-tailed beast had no strength. Yu said, "Three-tailed beast, how about we talk?" Yu knew that the tailed beasts could speak. The huge single eye of the three-tailed beast looked at Yu. The human in front of it posed a huge threat to it, and it even felt as if the Senju Hashirama had reappeared. Especially Yuyu's hundreds of meters of water dragon, although it was a water escape, it was too similar to the wood dragon of the Senju Hashirama back then. It seemed to have life and allowed the caster to control it. But the Senju Hashirama used the wood dragon back then. The wood escape itself has a very high strength, but the body of the water dragon is made entirely of water, so it should not have much strength. But the three-tailed beast felt that the power of the water dragon that bound it was no less than that of the wood dragon back then. And the strength was very high, and most importantly, it would continue to reorganize after being broken. The three-tailed beast struggled for a long time, and finally gave up after knowing that he could not get rid of it. He said to Yu gloomily, "Human, what do you want to talk about?" The three-tailed beast had no good feelings towards humans. Even the fourth generation of Mizukage, one of the perfect Jinchuriki, was not liked by it. Otherwise, when Obito used illusion on the fourth generation of Mizukage, it would have helped the fourth generation of Mizukage to solve it. The perfect Jinchuriki can rely on the Jinchuriki in the body to help solve the illusion. But if the tailed beast in the body is unwilling, there is nothing to do. Yu sat on the turtle back of the three-tailed beast, looked at the three-tailed beast and smiled. "I want to sign a spiritual contract with you," Yu said directly without any nonsense. The three-tailed beast was stunned. Looking at Yu in disbelief, "What are you talking about?" Sanwei couldn't believe that a human wanted him to be his summoning beast. "Are you kidding?" Yu said seriously again. "I said, I want to sign a summoning contract with you." Roar tilde. Sanwei was furious. Yu actually dared to repeat it again. He roared at Yu angrily. The violent sound waves even formed a hurricane. But no matter how it struggled, it still couldn't break free from the water dragon's restraints. "Human, you are looking for death. You dare to let me become your summoning beast. I will kill you." Roar. Sanwei roared and struggled hard, but no matter how it struggled, the water dragon on its body did not relax its restraints on it at all. Yu was not angry. He sat on the turtle's back and watched Sanwei struggle indifferently. Yu himself didn't notice that it was so easy for him to suppress or subdue a tailed beast now. You know, even though the three-tailed beast is not very strong among the nine-tailed beasts, it still gives Orochimaru a headache. He has used many mysterious powers but still cannot subdue it. But Yu only used 2 water-style ninjutsu to suppress it. In fact, Yu can suppress the three-tailed beast with only the water dragon bullet technique. At first, he used the super water bomb just to test how strong the three-tailed beast's attack power is. After the three-tailed beast struggled to death, Yu continued, "Three-tailed, it's actually good for you to be my summoning beast." "Asshole, brat, don't even think about making me your slave," Three-tailed said furiously. Yu sighed and said helplessly, "Look at you, how can being my summoning beast be a slave? I just want you to be my comrade in arms, I won't treat you as a slave." Roar. The three-tailed beast roared again. It didn't believe Yu at all. "Human, you just want my power, seal me in the body of the hateful human, and make me lose my freedom." Yu sighed, "It seems that you have experienced some bad things before. But please rest assured, I have never thought of sealing you up. I really just want you to sign a spiritual contract with me. I just need a spiritual beast to fight side by side. How about you sign it?" Yu looked at Sanwei sincerely. But Sanwei was angered by Yu's attitude. "Asshole, you dare to let me be your spiritual beast, you just want to use my power, I won't let you succeed." Yu looked embarrassed. "No, just be my spiritual beast. I won't seal you up, except sometimes I will summon you to fight together. You are free at other times, and as long as you are in any danger, I will also help you, isn't that good? And I want you to be my summoned beast, not because I want to use your power, but because I think it's cool to have you as a summoned beast, that's all. Would you like to think about it?" It would have been better if Yu hadn't said it, but what he said completely made Sanwei furious. "I'm going to kill you, bastard, I'm going to kill you." Roar. The roars came one after another, and the sound waves were higher than the waves. What Yu said just now was not only to enslave it, but the most important thing was to look down on it. "What do you mean it's cool to have you as a summoned beast? So this guy actually doesn't think highly of his own power, right?" Yu really thought so. Now with Yu's strength, summoned beasts are basically of little help to him. The reason why Yu still wants to find a summoned beast is simply because he thinks it's cool to have a summoned beast already. Otherwise, he only used two ninjutsu to suppress the three-tailed beast. The three-tailed beast was not only not an advantage to him in the battle, but also a certain burden. After all, if he encounters a strong enemy, Yu will have to distract himself to protect it. What else can it be but a burden? However, no matter how furious the three-tailed beast was, it still couldn't break free from the restraints of the water dragon. Yu sat on its turtle back and watched it quietly. Until it had no strength to struggle anymore, Yu said, "Think about it carefully, it will really be of great benefit to you. Do you think that with my strength, I really need to use your power? But if you become my summoned beast, you don't need to worry about being sealed again. At least before I die, you are free. And all you need to pay is to be summoned by me to fight occasionally. What do you think? If I were you, I would definitely agree. I can guarantee that before I die, whoever wants to seal you will definitely help you. You should know very well that as long as you are discovered, there will definitely be a ninja village to seal you. After all, no ninja village will let go of the power of the tailed beast." The three-tailed beast didn't want to pay any attention to Yu. If it hadn't been out of strength, it would have yelled at Yu. The man and the turtle just stayed there quietly. Yu kept staring at the three-tailed beast. The three-tailed beast was so angry that he didn't want to look at Yu at all. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Yu was very calm, but the three-tailed beast was getting angrier and angrier. Just now, it was angry because Yu wanted to use its power, but now it was angry because Yu actually looked down on it and looked down on its power. Chapter 143. After the two of them were deadlocked for a while, Sanwei spoke first, angrily saying, "You stinky boy, don't even think about letting me become your summoning beast, it's impossible." Yu stood up calmly. Looking at Sanwei, he said lightly, "No, if you don't want to be my summoning beast, I will seal you in my body and I will become a Jinchuriki." Sanwei sneered, "Seal me? Ha ha ha, stupid guy, do you know the sealing technique? Can your sealing technique seal me?" Yu didn't waste any words and began to make seals with both hands. In an instant, dozens of black chains flew out of Yu's body, and these black chains were all composed of mysterious runes. 8 trigrams seal. Dozens of 8 trigrams seals spread out rapidly and entangled Sanwei's body. Sanwei suddenly felt that his soul was restrained. The moment those black rune chains touched it, they suppressed the chakra in its body. The chakra in the body seemed to be frozen and could not be mobilized at all. This is the 8 diagrams seal modified by Yu. It is improved after the diamond seal and the 8 diagrams seal. So this sealing technique can be used to capture the tailed beasts like the diamond seal, and it can also be used to seal the tailed beasts. Even those black rune chains can be used for combat. The three-tail felt the threat that touched the soul. Damn, how can this bastard have such a terrifying sealing technique? Who is this guy? The three-tail panicked, it could really feel the suppression of its soul from the rune chains. It knew very well that this sealing technique could really seal it easily. Yu's eyes condensed slightly, and dozens of rune chains tied up the three-tail all over. Just when Yu was about to drag the three-tail into his body, the three-tail quickly said, "Okay, I am willing to sign a spiritual contract with you." The three-tail was still scared. Compared to being sealed in Yu's body, it chose to become Yu's summoning beast. After all, as Yu's summoning beast, it is still free, but if it is sealed in his body, it will be trapped in Yu's body for decades. After hearing Sanwei's words, Yu's mouth corners slightly raised. "That's right, it's not a shame to be my summoning beast, why resist so much?" Watching the rune chain slowly retract into Yu's body, Sanwei breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Yu's words, Sanwei was speechless. "I am a tailed beast, of course I need face." Yu smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about being embarrassed, the nine-tailed has been a summoning beast, what are you embarrassed about? Sanwei was stunned. It didn't know that the nine-tailed had been a summoning beast. After all, it is quite embarrassing for a tailed beast to be used as a summoning beast. Are you telling the truth? Yu nodded. I am a ninja from Konoha, can I lie to you? At this moment, the nine-tailed fox in Naruto suddenly had a bad feeling. But he didn't know why. If it knew that Yu had revealed all its secrets, it would probably want to kill Yu. That was the thing it least wanted to mention. The three-tailed fox nodded. Finally, it felt a little psychologically comforted. Although it didn't know whether it was true or not, it at least knew that a tailed beast had done this. It was still the most powerful nine-tailed fox among the nine-tailed beasts. After taking back the rune chain, the three-tailed fox said, You remove this water snake, otherwise how can I sign a contract with you? Yu was not worried that the three-tailed fox would run away. So Yu just waved his hand, and the water dragon that was originally entangled with the three-tailed fox instantly dissipated. The hundreds of meters of body dissipated, and a huge amount of water hit the lake, raising waves tens of meters high. But Yu didn't care. Sanwei looked at the water dragon that had turned into a pool of lake water, a little dazed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Ordinary water escape ninjutsu can't achieve this effect. Sanwei looked at Yu. Yu said lightly, it's just an ordinary water dragon bullet technique. Okay, sign it. Yu has learned the art of summoning. So he knows very well how to sign a contract with a summoned beast. Although Sanwei is a little reluctant, it has no other choice in this situation. And it also thinks that becoming Yu's summoned beast is a better choice. It knows very well that it will not be long before a ninja will find it. After discovering it, what the ninjas of each village will do, it has experienced before. Rather than being sealed in the body of the Jinchuriki for a long time, it might as well be Yu's summoned beast. At least most of the time, it is free. In fact, the most important thing is that Yu is very strong. Sanwei believes that Yu has the strength to fulfill his promise and can really protect it from being sealed. After signing the psychic contract with Yu smiled. Finally, the last shortcoming has been made up. Looking at Yu laughing so happily, Sanwei said speechlessly, I don't think you need a summoned beast at all, considering your strength. Yu said lightly, I don't think so. Different battles always have different needs. Besides, if other ninjas summon beasts in the battle, even if I can solve the battle by myself, I always feel that I am a level lower than them. Sanwei was helpless. Don't tell me that the last reason is your real purpose. Yu did not answer, but said, okay, I still have a mission to do, so I'll say goodbye first. Yu disappeared on Sanwei's back as soon as he finished speaking. Sanwei was stunned. What's the matter with this guy? Don't you know each other? If you are so unfamiliar, how can you fight together in the future? Sanwei was speechless. But Sanwei was not very disgusted with Yu. Especially now that Yu and it have signed a summoning contract. It just felt that Yu was a little unreliable. Fortunately, you're strong enough, otherwise, I will definitely be killed by you when we fight together in the future. Sanwei complained. Yu's strength has indeed been recognized by it. In any case, Yu suppressed it with just 2 water escape ninjutsu, and this strength still made Sanwei feel relieved. And it only became Yu's summoned beast. It existed as Yu's comrade in arms, not as before, as a source of energy for Jinchuriki. It has been sealed in a dark and uncomfortable environment. The most important thing is that it can feel that Yu is different from others, and Yu really has no intention of using it. Maybe it's really like what Yu said, he really just wants a summoned beast that looks handsome after being summoned. Just thinking of this, Sanwei didn't know what to say. This guy, I don't know what will happen after becoming his summoned beast. Shaking his head, Sanwei slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Sanwei knew very well that with Yu's strength, he would not summon it many times in the future. It even thought that Yeyu might not summon it once a year. The reason why it thought so was because Yeyu was too strong. In Sanwei's opinion, he did not need to summon it to help in the battle. If the enemy could not be solved by Yeyu, it could not be solved by it. Sanwei knew this very well after the battle just now. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more I feel that guy really just treats me as a tool to show off. Sanwei became more and more angry as he thought about it. Of course, it did not have any hatred towards Yeyu. It was just a little unhappy to be treated as a tool to show off. Chapter 144. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the village held the Chunin exam half a month after Yeyu left. In the secret room of Konoha, Sasuke, who was sealed with the Heaven's Curse by Orochimaru, asked Kakashi to find a way to seal the Heaven's Curse in his body. Sasuke sat cross-legged on the platform with runes carved on it. Kakashi stood behind him and asked seriously, "Sasuke, have you really thought about it? It will be very painful to seal this curse." Sasuke gently stroked the location of the curse and said coldly, "Teacher Kakashi, I can bear it no matter how painful it is, you do it." Although Sasuke knew that the Heaven's Curse could greatly improve his strength. But Sasuke didn't want to rely on this method to improve his strength now. If it were him in the past, he would definitely not refuse as long as he could improve his strength. But now he has a better plan to improve his strength, and he doesn't want to disappoint Yeyu. He doesn't want Yeyu to think that he is a person who is eager for quick success. He wanted to rely on himself and improve his Sharingan to gain Yeyu's recognition. Kakashi nodded. "I know, you bear it, seal the evil." Kakashi quickly formed seals with both hands, and suddenly, the runes on the ground began to flow into Sasuke's body. Finally, they slowly gathered around the Heaven's Curse seal. Ah! It was just that the sealing process caused severe pain, and Sasuke couldn't help but screamed out with gritted teeth. The severe pain made Sasuke sweat all over, but when he thought of what Yeyu had said to him before, even if it hurt, he still gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. The sealing technique lasted for about a minute. After the technique was completed, Sasuke fainted from the pain. Looking at Sasuke, whose clothes were soaked with sweat, Kakashi sighed. If Yeyu was here, maybe he would find a better way to solve it. And I don't know if this seal can seal it. Kakashi sighed. Kakashi was very worried at this time. The appearance of Orochimaru in the Chunin exam made Kakashi aware of the crisis. He knew very well that he was far from being Orochimaru's opponent. In front of Orochimaru, he even thought of not resisting. Just when Kakashi was thinking about this, a figure slowly walked into the entrance of the secret room. A voice came from the darkness, "Kakashi, you can't seal that curse." Hearing this familiar voice, Kakashi immediately stood in front of Sasuke and quickly formed seals with both hands. Swish tilde la. The Reikiri was activated instantly, and the Sharingan was opened. The Sharingan stared closely at the person who came out of the darkness. "Orochimaru," Kakashi said in a solemn tone. The person who walked in was indeed Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked under the light and looked at Kakashi, saying with contempt, "You use the Sharingan well, but it's a pity that you don't have the body of the Uchiha clan, so it's just a fake after all." Kakashi was under great pressure. Under Orochimaru's murderous aura, he was still trembling as before, and couldn't muster the courage to resist. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Although his body was trembling, he still said, "I am no longer the same as before. At least now I can die with you. Don't even think about taking Sasuke away." Kakashi knew that Orochimaru was coming for Sasuke. Orochimaru sneered, "Sasuke will never be able to exert the limit of his bloodline in Konoha. I have decided to choose him as the next body. Don't even think about it. As long as I'm alive, I will never let you take Sasuke away. Hehe, if you have the ability, come and stop me." Orochimaru sneered and turned and walked out of the secret room. He was not worried that Kakashi would attack him. Kakashi did not attack until Orochimaru disappeared into the secret room. After removing Reikiri, Kakashi gritted his teeth and said, "Just now I actually thought I could die with him. It's ridiculous." Kakashi looked solemn. He turned his head and looked at Sasuke, who had fainted from the pain. Kakashi frowned and said, "It's hard to stop Orochimaru if I rely on myself. It would be great if you were here, Yu." The Chunin exam was held when Yu was on a mission. Originally, Kakashi thought it was just an ordinary Chunin exam, but who knew that such a big change would happen? Even Orochimaru appeared. Soon, the news that Orochimaru appeared in the Chunin exam was known to the third generation. After the first half of the Chunin exam was over, the third generation summoned all the Jonin of Konoha. The appearance of Orochimaru made the third generation very nervous, because even he was not sure that he could defeat Orochimaru. Although it was later proved that the third generation could defeat Orochimaru, and even fight 3 people alone, he had no confidence at all now. Hokage's office. The third Hokage informed all the Konoha Jonin about Orochimaru. Hearing the name of Orochimaru, all the Konoha Jonin were shocked. They all looked at the third Hokage. "Is it Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas?" The third Hokage nodded, and said solemnly, "There is one more thing. Gekko Gale was killed in Kikyo Castle." "What? How could it be? Was it Orochimaru who did it?" Hearing that Gekko Gale was killed, all the Konoha Jonin were shocked. After all, although Gekko Gale was only a special Jonin, his transparent escape allowed him to get rid of it even if he couldn't beat him. But he was killed. Orochimaru's strength once again shocked all the Jonin. He thought, "He is worthy of being the 3 ninjas. The name of the 3 ninjas is very loud. Even now, the 3 ninjas have a high deterrent power in the ninja world." Seeing the shocked faces of the senior ninjas, the third generation said solemnly, "It wasn't Orochimaru who did it, but Gekko Gale was killed while chasing the ninja named Kabuto. It is very likely that the ninja named Kabuto did it. But that Kabuto is related to Orochimaru, so this matter is also related to Orochimaru." The senior ninjas were very nervous. Kakashi also looked solemn. He thought in his heart, "Yu, if you were here, it would be great, and we wouldn't have to be so nervous." Kakashi knew very well that if Yu was here, Yu could stop even Orochimaru. But Yu was not here. In Kakashi's opinion, the only one in the village who could stop Orochimaru was the third generation. And the third generation himself was not sure that he could beat Orochimaru. Kakashi also felt that the third generation was old, and it was still unknown whether he could defeat Orochimaru. At this time, Kakashi was very glad that he found Yu. If he hadn't found Yu, he would probably be even more desperate than he is now. The third generation looked at the nervous Jonins, and although he was very solemn, he still said seriously, "The only way now is to gather all the ninjas in the village to fight him. Besides, I believe in you." The words of the third generation immediately inspired the Jonins. They all became excited. Although their opponent was Orochimaru, the leader of the 3 ninjas, they were still willing to join the war for the sake of the village. But Kakashi's expression was always solemn. He knew very well that the third generation's words meant that he was not sure either. Chapter 145. After the meeting, the third generation stayed alone in the Hokage room. He looked at the images of the successive generations of Hokage on the wall. The third generation was silent for a long time. After a long time, the door of the Hokage room was opened. Mitarashi Anko walked in. He looked at the images of the successive generations of Hokage. He sighed, "Hokage-sama, I'm sorry." Anko was indeed very guilty. She felt sorry for the village for not dying with Orochimaru. The third generation sighed and said, "Are you saying that you didn't die with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death?" "Anko, you have nothing to do with Orochimaru now, don't feel guilty." Anko was stunned for a moment. "But, if Orochimaru appears, he will definitely start a war against the village." The third generation said helplessly, "I know this, but there is no way. No one in the village can stop him now, even I am afraid I can't." At this time, the third generation felt that he was old and his fighting power must have declined a lot. Besides, Orochimaru had defected for many years, and he didn't know how powerful Orochimaru was now. Hongdu raised his head and looked at the photo of the fourth Hokage on the wall. He sighed, it would be great if the fourth Hokage was still here. Although the fourth Hokage was not as prestigious as the third Hokage, his strength was well known. After all, it was because of him that Konoha was able to win the Third Ninja World War. It can almost be said that the reason why Konoha was able to win the Third Ninja World War was mostly due to the strength of the fourth Hokage. Hongdu felt that if the fourth Hokage was still alive, he should be able to stop Orochimaru. The third Hokage shook his head and said bitterly, the fourth Hokage has sacrificed for the village, and he has sacrificed a lot for the village. And that was 13 years ago. For a while, the Hokage room fell into a long silence. For a long time, the third Hokage thought of Yu who was still on a mission outside. He smiled bitterly and said, if he was here, he might be able to stop it, but it just happened. The third generation suspected that Orochimaru deliberately chose to attack the village when Yu was not in the village. Although the third generation did not know much about how strong Yu was now, Yu could easily kill Kuroki Raiga and suppress the runaway Naruto, and even mastered various powerful sealing techniques and flying thunder god techniques, and even mastered the powerful Rasengan and Chidori. He already has the strength of a cage. If he was in the village, he might be able to stop Orochimaru. Hongdu behind the third generation listened to the third generation's muttering and was a little confused. Who is the person that Hokage is talking about? She didn't know much about Yu. When Yu became a Chunin, he actually paid the most attention to the ninjas of various families. But Hongdu's mind was not on these things. So she didn't know that there was another Yu in Konoha. After all, the story of Yu was only circulated among those who were familiar with Kakashi or the top leaders of Konoha. The third generation obviously didn't want to explain too much. He just said ambiguously, if he was here, I can guarantee that Orochimaru would not succeed. Red Bean frowned, not knowing who the third generation was talking about. Are you talking about Lord Jiraiya? Red Bean thought for a long time, and only thought of Jiraiya. After all, the only people who could stop the three ninjas were the other two of the three ninjas. The third generation didn't name anyone, but just said, Red Bean, go back. Remember, you have nothing to do with Orochimaru, don't feel guilty. The third generation didn't want Red Bean to feel guilty because of her relationship with Orochimaru. Red Bean kept thinking, who was the person the third generation was talking about? But she really had no clue. But the third generation obviously didn't want to say it. So Red Bean could only withdraw from the Hokage room. After Red Bean left, the third generation looked at the portrait on the wall. I wanted to see you become Hokage with my own eyes, but I'm afraid there is no chance. The third generation stood up and picked up the Hokage's bamboo hat. He has decided to take action himself to stop Orochimaru from destroying the village. The reason why the third generation thought he would die was because he knew Orochimaru's strength and his own physical condition at the moment. He was no longer as strong as he was when he was young. He was not sure of defeating Orochimaru. But now he was the only one in Konoha who was most likely to stop Orochimaru. He had to go for it. After the meeting, all the senior ninjas in Konoha were in a bad mood. After all, the opponent was Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, and they had heard of the three ninjas since they were young. They didn't know how to stop him. In the Konoha hospital, Kakashi came to Sasuke's ward. Looking at Sasuke who had not woken up yet, Kakashi was very worried. I don't know if my seal will work. If Yu was here, he would definitely be able to get rid of the curse seal. Yu didn't know that he was in Kakashi and the third generation's hearts. He was already so reliable. Even at this time, he was regarded as the only hope. If Kakashi and the third generation knew that Yu felt that he only had the strength of an elite Jonin at this time, they would probably be shocked. After staying in the ward for a while, he met Sakura and Naruto, who came to the hospital to see Sasuke. At this time, the relationship between the three was much better than before. Because Sakura had explained the relationship to Sasuke, Naruto also knew it, although he was very reluctant to accept it. But seeing Sakura's happy look, he could only accept it. However, it was precisely because he accepted it that he knew more clearly where the degree of the relationship between the three was. So when getting along, there were not as many concerns as before. And because of Yu, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto are now much stronger than at this time in the original work. At this time, Sasuke's strength is close to that of a Jonin, or has reached the level of a special Jonin. And Sakura has reached the level of an ordinary Chunin. Naruto has the strength of an elite Chunin. If he performs well, he can reach the level of a special Jonin. This is without going berserk. The destructive power of a runaway Naruto can reach the level of a Kage, and the combat power can reach the level of a Jonin. However, because of Yu's seal, the risk of Naruto going berserk has been reduced a lot. But even though he is so powerful, when facing Orochimaru, the three of them were still crushed by him. This is normal, after all, even Kakashi, an elite Jonin, can't even resist in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru's murderous aura alone can make Kakashi feel like he has been killed several times. The two saw Kakashi as soon as they came in. "Teacher Kakashi, when will you teach me to practice?" Naruto asked Kakashi as soon as he saw him. Sakura came to Sasuke's bedside and looked at the unconscious Sasuke with heartache. Kakashi leaned on the windowsill and said lightly, "Let's talk about it after Sasuke wakes up." Naruto looked at Sasuke on the bed and fell silent. After a long time, Naruto lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Teacher Kakashi, is that Orochimaru very strong? Even Sasuke is not his opponent." Although Naruto did not admit it, he knew very well that Sasuke was the strongest among the three of them. Even after he mastered the Rasengan, he still couldn't defeat Sasuke. Because Yu gave Sasuke many ways to practice Sharingan, Sasuke trusted Yu very much. He practiced according to the methods given by Yu. As a result, his pupil power was much stronger than that in the original work at this time. In addition, Yu made him tend to practice the instant body technique. So among the three, Sasuke is definitely the strongest one now. But such a strong Sasuke was killed by Orochimaru in seconds. Naruto was not there at the time, so he didn't believe it. But when he saw Sasuke suffering from the curse seal, he still hated Orochimaru. Chapter 146. Kakashi was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "Well, he is very strong. He is the legendary Sannin, even I am not his opponent." Naruto was shocked and looked up at Kakashi. "Even you are not his opponent?" Kakashi nodded. "Yes, the Sannin are very powerful, each of them has the strength of the Hokage level. Definitely not something that ordinary ninjas can match." Naruto asked again, "Teacher Kakashi, what exactly are the Sannin?" Kakashi was stunned for a moment, but he understood after looking at Naruto. It is normal for Naruto not to know who the Sannin are. So he explained the origin of the Sannin to Naruto. After listening, Naruto was also shocked. The Sannin are so powerful. No wonder Sasuke is not his opponent. After thinking for a while, Naruto seemed to remember something. "Teacher Kakashi, then, is Yu their opponent?" Kakashi was silent for a while before saying, "I don't know, maybe Yu can resist them." It's not that Kakashi said this on purpose. But he didn't know whether Yu could defeat the three ninjas. But Kakashi believed that Yu at least had the same strength as the three ninjas. Naruto said excitedly, "Why don't you let Yu come back?" Kakashi looked at Naruto and was a little speechless. Yu is probably in another country now, how can we call him back? Really, why must it be at this time? Teacher Kakashi, if Yu doesn't come back, can anyone in our village resist Orochimaru? Even Grandpa Hokage can't do it. Kakashi was silent. He thought the third generation should be able to do it, but everyone knew that the third generation was very old now and hadn't taken action for many years. Kakashi was not sure whether the third generation had the ability to stop Orochimaru. Looking at Kakashi's appearance, Naruto knew the answer. "Yu, why are you not here at this time?" "Teacher Kakashi, even you can't stop Orochimaru." Kakashi smiled bitterly. "I am far from his opponent." Naruto clenched his fists. "If I were stronger, this wouldn't happen." For the first time, Naruto felt a deep sense of powerlessness. After fighting with Bai in the Land of Waves, he was suppressed, but he knew that Kakashi and Yu were there, and he knew that someone could save them. Now Yu is not in Konoha, and it may take a long time for him to come back. No one in the village can stop Orochimaru. Even Kakashi can't do anything. After a long time, Naruto looked up at Kakashi. "Teacher Kakashi, if I can master the power of the Nine Tails, can I stop that Orochimaru?" Kakashi was stunned. Looking at Naruto, he asked in confusion, "Why do you think so?" Naruto covered his stomach and said, "Yu said that when I master the power of the Nine Tails, I can surpass him." Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. Could he say that Yu was fooling you? But if Naruto mastered the chakra of the Nine Tails, he would indeed be greatly improved. Maybe he could really stop Orochimaru. Maybe. Kakashi said. He didn't know why Yu said those words to Naruto, but he thought that he said that to encourage Naruto. Kakashi would naturally not expose Yu. Naruto held the clothes on his abdomen and said seriously, "From today on, I will work harder to practice. I want to master the power of the Nine Tails." Kakashi nodded. "It's good that you have this intention. Fortunately, the 8th diagram seal that Yu cast on you before is different from the 4th Hokage. So Orochimaru's sealing technique did not succeed. In the Forest of Death, Orochimaru disguised himself as a ninja from other ninja villages to attack Team 7. Originally, he wanted to cast the 5 elements seal on Naruto to interfere with the Nine Tails chakra in Naruto's body. But because of Yu's 8th diagram seal, Orochimaru did not succeed. The 8th diagram seal cast by Yu is too strong. Not only can it seal the Nine Tails chakra, but it can also suppress the seal added from the outside. Even Orochimaru was very strange. But he didn't care. After all, Naruto was not his target. Just thought that the 4th Hokage's seal had set up some defense mechanism. But Kakashi knew very well that the 8th diagram seal of the 4th Hokage could not stop Orochimaru's 5 elements seal. But Yu's 8th diagram seal really could. The current Naruto, unlike in the original work, his chakra is not disturbed by Orochimaru's 5 elements seal. Naruto listened to Kakashi and asked, "Is it Yu's seal?" Kakashi nodded. Yes, it was the seal left by Yu that stopped the seal imposed by Orochimaru. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be affected by Orochimaru's seal now. Because although Orochimaru's sealing technique was not successfully applied, it left traces in Naruto's body. Kakashi also knew that Orochimaru was going to apply the 5 elements seal to Naruto. Kakashi, who knew something about the 5 elements seal, went to check the information and knew the function of the 5 elements seal. He also knew Orochimaru's purpose. If Orochimaru really succeeded, you should not be able to use the Nine Tails chakra now. And when you use chakra, you will also be affected by this sealing technique, causing your chakra control to seriously decrease. After Kakashi's explanation, Naruto lowered his head and said solemnly, Yu is protecting me again. From the Land of Waves to now, Naruto feels that Yu has protected him many times. And he seems to have become a fledgling protected by Yu's wings. Naruto clenched his fists and said seriously, I will become stronger, and one day I will protect him. Kakashi was relieved to see Naruto's serious look. But when he thought of Orochimaru, he was still a little sad. This will be a great disaster for Konoha village. I don't know how to get through it. Kakashi sighed. Kakashi, who has a great reputation in the ninja world, had to sigh helplessly at this time. When the disaster came, Kakashi immediately knew how important EU was to Konoha. For a while, the ninjas of the entire Konoha village were very gloomy because of the appearance of Orochimaru. All of them were shrouded in the shadow of Orochimaru's attack. After watching Sasuke for a while, Kakashi went back. Walking on the street, the bustling streets of Konoha were completely opposite to Kakashi's mood at this time. Kakashi, who was walking, suddenly raised his head and looked forward. A tall ninja with white hair stood in front of him. Kakashi's originally gloomy mood immediately dissipated when he saw this man. Replaced with ecstasy. Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled and said, "Hey, Kakashi." After the two greeted each other, they disappeared in the street. When they appeared again, they were already on a rooftop. Kakashi leaned on the guardrail and said, "You haven't been back for several years." Jiraiya also leaned on the guardrail and said lightly, "I haven't been back for several years, and there are still not many changes." Kakashi looked at Jiraiya. Orochimaru appeared. Jiraiya leaned on the guardrail, looked at the distance and said lightly, "I know. But you are back, the danger is much reduced." Kakashi said. Chapter 147. Jiraiya looked calm, as if he was thinking about something else. After a long silence, Jiraiya said, "Kakashi, leave Naruto to me." Kakashi was stunned. "Can you tell me why?" Although Kakashi believed in Jiraiya, Naruto was a Jinchuriki after all, and the third generation had given him the care. He could not make a decision without the third generation's permission. Jiraiya was silent for a while before saying, "Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Kakashi did not respond, and everyone knew this. "You know that I have been monitoring Orochimaru outside for these years?" Jiraiya said. Kakashi nodded. Jiraiya continued, "When I was monitoring Orochimaru these years, I found that he had joined an organization called Akatsuki." Kakashi frowned. "There are 9 members in this organization. In recent years, this organization has been taking missions everywhere in the ninja world and collecting ninjutsu from various ninja villages. At the same time, they are also investigating the tailed beast Jinchuriki of each ninja village." Kakashi was shocked. "You mean Tilda?" Jiraiya nodded. "Yes, they will probably collect the tailed beasts for their use just like collecting ninjutsu." Kakashi frowned. "Can't even you get rid of this organization? After all, Jiraiya is a Sannin, he should have this ability." Jiraiya shook his head. "No, the ninjas in this organization are very strong, and almost every ninja has the power of a shadow." Kakashi was stunned. "All have the power of a shadow?" Kakashi couldn't believe it. This kind of thing was beyond his imagination. "You know, Jiraiya said that there are 9 people in the Akatsuki organization, 9 shadow-level strongmen, which has the strength to capture a country. One Orochimaru made Konoha so nervous. 9 strong men like Orochimaru are terrifying to think about." Jiraiya said solemnly, "So I want to take Naruto with me. He must master the power of the 9 tails to avoid being captured by the Akatsuki organization." Kakashi was silent. He didn't know how to answer. In theory, this matter is good for Naruto, but he doesn't know if Naruto is willing. The third generation should not object. After all, the third generation knows Jiraiya's strength. Following Jiraiya is much safer than wandering around the village. But Kakashi thought of Yu again. Immediately, Kakashi decided. Jiraiya didn't have any reason to continue, so Kakashi nodded. "It will be safer for Naruto to follow you." Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Kakashi to agree so easily. "I thought you would object," Jiraiya said in surprise. Kakashi sighed. "I just hope he can be safer, and he really can't learn much from me." Jiraiya frowned. He always felt that Kakashi was not for this reason. "Kakashi, this is not like you." Kakashi knew that he could not deceive Jiraiya, so he had no choice but to tell his true thoughts. "I just don't want my other disciple to die." Jiraiya asked in confusion, "Are you talking about Sasuke?" Because Yu had only risen recently, Jiraiya didn't know of his existence. Kakashi shook his head. No, Sasuke now doesn't have that strength. Jiraiya was a little surprised. No, your other disciple, isn't that a girl? Does she have the same talent as Tsunade? Jiraiya thought that the other person Kakashi was talking about was Sakura. However, Sakura's talent is indeed very high. Without any bloodline bonus, she mastered most of Tsunade's ninjutsu and even had the strength of Kage in the end. But the person Kakashi was talking about was not Sakura. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, he is one of my disciples. If he was in Konoha, I wouldn't be so worried about Orochimaru's invasion. Jiraiya was also surprised. You mean, your disciple is Orochimaru's opponent? Jiraiya couldn't believe it. Orochimaru was a Sannin like him. Kakashi looked into the distance and sighed. I don't know, but it is likely. Kakashi, don't you know how powerful the Kage is? Jiraiya didn't want to believe it. It was too unbelievable. Kakashi smiled. I didn't believe it at first, so I observed him for a long time. He does have the strength of a Kage. The Hokage also knows about this. Jiraiya, who didn't believe it at first, heard that the third generation also knew about it, so he had no doubts. If that's the case, then you have a very strong disciple. Who is he? Can you tell me? Jiraiya was also very curious about who could make the third generation and Kakashi do something that was possible, to resist Orochimaru's judgment. Kakashi thought about it and introduced Yu to Jiraiya, which would be good for his future connections. Moreover, Jiraiya was from the same department as the Hokage, and he would know about Yu sooner or later. So Kakashi said, my disciple is called Jingwen Yu, and he performed a mission with us before. During that mission, he killed Kuroki Raiga of the 7 ninja swordsmen by himself. Jiraiya was a little surprised. The 7 ninja swordsmen were still very famous during this period. So Jiraiya was very shocked. How old is your disciple? Kakashi said, he is from the same class as Naruto and Sasuke, and they are the same age. What? The same age as Sasuke and Naruto? Are you kidding? Jiraiya couldn't believe it. He thought Yu was at least 15 or 16 years old. 15 or 16 years old has the strength to kill elite Jonin, although the talent is extremely high, but Jiraiya can understand it. After all, Minato Namikaze had such a talent back then. But Kakashi actually said that Yu was the same age as Naruto, which means that his talent far exceeded that of Minato Namikaze. But he didn't quite believe that there would be such a talent. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya and said calmly, do I have to lie to you? Seeing Kakashi's calm appearance, Jiraiya was also shocked. Of course he knew that Kakashi couldn't lie to him. But he didn't dare to believe that this was true. Mainly because he had never seen a person with such a talent. Even Orochimaru, who he thought was a genius back then, was not that scary. Does the third generation know about this? Kakashi nodded. It was the third generation Hokage who promoted him to Chunin. And he was promoted recently. Jiraiya was silent for a long time. This news was too incredible. He needed time to digest it. After a long time, Jiraiya frowned and said, you mean, he has the strength to resist Orochimaru now? Kakashi thought for a while and said, I don't know, but I think with his current strength, it's not a problem. What does the third generation think of him? Because Kakashi is Yu's teacher, and his strength is only that of an elite Jonin, Jiraiya is worried that Kakashi will misjudge. Kakashi said, Hokage said he already has the strength of a Kage. Jiraiya now believes it completely. But he can't believe that such a genius exists. At the age of 12, he has the strength of a Kage. Jiraiya has never seen such a ninja. This is a good thing. Jiraiya asked curiously, why isn't he in the village? Will he not participate in this Chunin exam as an invigilator? Kakashi shook his head. Hokage-sama hopes that Yu can accumulate missions, so he gave him a B-level mission and asked him to carry it out alone. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi in shock when he heard this. What did you say? Kakashi repeated it again. Jiraiya was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. He said to himself, what does the third generation want to do? Did he choose that kid? Just like choosing Minato back then. As a disciple of the third generation, Jiraiya had vaguely guessed what the third generation was planning. The third generation was planning to train Yu to become a Hokage. Otherwise, he would not let him carry out the B-level mission alone. Although Yu is indeed qualified to carry out B-level missions, such missions generally require the accompaniment of a Jonin. Or at least there are several Chunins in a team. It is very rare to carry out a mission alone, and it almost never happens. If the third generation didn't want Yu to die, there was only one possibility, that is, the third generation felt that with Yu's strength, there would be no danger even if he performed the B-level mission alone. The most important thing is that he obviously wanted Yu to accumulate tasks, and why did he want Yu to accumulate tasks? Obviously, he wanted to train Yu to become a Hokage. Otherwise, it would be enough to let Yu slowly accumulate tasks by himself, and there would be no rush. Chapter 148. Jiraiya was silent for a long time. This news had a huge impact on him. He had been out of the village for several years, but he didn't expect such a person to appear in the village. After a long time, Jiraiya nodded and said, it's better for him to go out. Even if he may really have the power to resist Orochimaru, he is only 12 years old. If something goes wrong, it will be a huge loss for the village. In the end, Jiraiya still hopes that such an excellent junior can grow up safely. Transfer hope to a safe place. This is what the third generation did during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Jiraiya naturally had a similar idea. Kakashi, then leave Naruto to me. He has to rely on himself to master the power of the Nine Tails. It will be safer for him to follow me. It will be easy for Akatsuki to capture him if he stays in the village. In the eyes of others, Konoha village seems to be safer than outside the village. But Jiraiya knows very well that with the strength of Akatsuki, it is not difficult for them to attack the village and capture Naruto. Staying in the village is the most unsafe. Kakashi nodded. Then I'll leave him to you. After that, Jiraiya and Kakashi chatted for a while and left. On the rooftop where Kakashi was left alone, Kakashi looked at the sky in the distance and sighed, Jiraiya-sama is right. It's good that you are not in the village. After all, the opponent is Orochimaru, which is too dangerous. Kakashi agreed with Jiraiya's idea. The next day, Naruto got up early in the morning and prepared to go to Sakura's house to go to the hospital with her to see Sasuke. When passing by a flower shop, Naruto suddenly remembered that Sakura bought flowers when she went to see Sasuke yesterday. He touched his wallet. He turned around and walked towards the flower shop. Along the way, many villagers subconsciously stayed away from Naruto. But Naruto, who had been successfully persuaded by Yu, didn't care. When he came to the flower shop, he ignored the strange look of the flower shop owner. He took the flowers, left the money and left. He didn't say a few more words to the flower shop owner. This strange behavior stunned the surrounding villagers and the flower shop owner. What's wrong with that little nine-tailed fox today? Yeah, what's wrong? He used to be so noisy, why is he so quiet today? Who knows, maybe he has become sensible after becoming a ninja. Yes, if he becomes a ninja and acts the same as before, he will die easily. Naruto didn't know what others were saying about him, he just wanted to see Sasuke. After Sasuke fell into a coma, he was very worried. Just as Naruto passed by a hot spring pool, a huge toad suddenly flew out of the hot spring pool. Quack quack quack. Naruto was stunned for a moment and saw that the huge toad was rushing towards him. Is it an enemy? After this thought came to his mind, Naruto frowned and immediately made seals with his hands. Shadow Clone Technique. Konoha Whirlwind. Bang tilde. After Naruto created 3 shadow clones, his main body created a Konoha whirlwind towards the toad. This was the Konoha fluid technique that he and Kai learned. A powerful kick hit the toad that was 3 people tall. The heavy force kicked the huge toad back into the hot spring pool. Boom boom. The huge toad shot into the hot spring pool like a cannonball, blasting out waves of more than 10 meters in the hot spring pool. A shadow clone appeared above the giant toad, ready to apply another whip kick. However, the giant toad reacted quickly, spitting out a long tongue from its mouth and pulling the shadow clone away. Naruto stood on the shore, looked at the toad in the hot spring pool and asked, "Who are you and why are you attacking me?" Naruto thought that this toad might have been sent by Orochimaru. After all, when Naruto returned home yesterday, his mind was full of Orochimaru's affairs and how to defeat him. He wanted to protect Sasuke and Sakura. The giant toad ignored Naruto at all. After adjusting its posture in the hot spring pool, it rushed towards Naruto again. Naruto frowned. Sure enough, it was sent by Orochimaru. After confirming what he thought in his heart, Naruto immediately stretched out his right hand. The shadow clone next to him immediately began to condense chakra. Puff puff puff. The shadow clone continued to condense chakra above Naruto's right hand. Soon, a blue chakra ball appeared in Naruto's hand. Jiraiya, who was hiding in the distance watching the battle at this time, was stunned. The toad was sent by him to test Naruto. It also gave him a suitable reason to appear. Jiraiya exclaimed, "How could this kid master the Rasengan? That's not right. Only Minato and I know this ninjutsu. Who did he learn it from?" Soon, Jiraiya thought of the conversation with Kakashi yesterday. Could it be that the kid named Yu taught him? What a mess. It's too early for Naruto to learn this technique. After all, the Rasengan is an A-level ninjutsu, but it is also very dangerous. The fact that only he and Minato Namikaze have learned it over the years is proof of that. Even Kakashi can't use the Sharingan very well. It has almost no practical value. Ordinary ninjas can't even learn it, and if this ninjutsu gets out of control, it will really kill people. Jiraiya was even ready to take action to prevent Naruto from losing control. Naruto used a body flash technique and appeared above the giant toad. Rasengan. Bang tilde. Boom boom. Naruto's Rasengan did not get out of control, but hit the giant toad very accurately. The terrifying power of the Rasengan slammed the giant toad heavily into the hot spring pool. The water in the hot spring pool was splashed dozens of meters. The giant toad also turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. After the giant toad disappeared, Naruto appeared on the shore again. Looking at the messy hot spring pool, Naruto frowned. What's going on? Is it really sent by Orochimaru? Naruto has never seen a summoning beast, so he doesn't know how the giant toad disappeared. However, the giant toad that has returned to Myoboku Mountain at this time probably hates Jiraiya in his heart. If it hadn't run fast, it would probably be dead. It didn't expect that it was just a genin and could perform such a scary ninjutsu. Jiraiya, who was observing from a distance, also knew that he couldn't watch the show anymore. Just when Naruto was about to leave, Jiraiya appeared in front of Naruto standing on the head of a giant toad that was 2 people tall. Yo! Kid, you were pretty good just now. Naruto looked at the man and toad who suddenly appeared and was confused. Especially when he looked at the old man with white hair standing on the toad's head, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He felt that this person had some problems with his brain. This weird way of appearance did not have the effect in the original book. Instead, it made Naruto feel that Jiraiya had a problem with his brain. Naruto folded his hands while watching Jiraiya's singing and dancing performance speechlessly. He could feel that Jiraiya had no ill will towards him. It was just that this weird way of appearance made Naruto, who was no longer as entangled as before, feel very embarrassed. Chapter 149. Naruto watched Jiraiya's performance with an embarrassed look on his face, then frowned and asked, "Is that toad yours just now? Why did you attack me?" When asked by Naruto, Jiraiya didn't know how to answer. Everything was completely different from what he expected. His appearance was so amazing, but Naruto was not shocked. Jiraiya, who was standing on the toad's head, also felt a little embarrassed. However, he had encountered this kind of thing many times. Jiraiya regained his composure and looked at Naruto and announced his name. "Little brat, you are so rude to talk to this toad sage. Do you know who this sage is?" Naruto looked at Jiraiya calmly. This made Jiraiya very embarrassed. He said with a stiff face, "This toad sage is Jiraiya, the Sannin." Just as Jiraiya finished speaking, Naruto, who had originally had a calm face, suddenly stared at Jiraiya with his eyes wide open. "Who are you?" Looking at Naruto's cannibalistic eyes, Jiraiya felt a little numb and stuttered, "Master Jiraiya." "Don't you know him?" Jiraiya thought Naruto didn't know him. But Naruto took a few steps towards the toad, looked at Jiraiya and shouted, "Are you Jiraiya from the Three Ninjas?" Jiraiya saw that Naruto knew him and laughed. "Of course, how about it, are you shocked?" Naruto ignored Jiraiya's words and looked at Jiraiya expectantly. "Is it Jiraiya who is called the Three Ninjas together with Orochimaru and Tsunade?" Jiraiya felt that Naruto was very excited, but still admitted, "Yes, how about it, are you surprised?" Naruto ignored Jiraiya again and said to himself, "So the village is saved, you can definitely beat Orochimaru, right?" Naruto looked up at Jiraiya and asked. Seeing Naruto's expectant eyes, Jiraiya felt a little weird. But he still said confidently, "Of course, but you actually know 3 people, and you also know Orochimaru and Tsunade, who told you this." Naruto ignored Jiraiya again, and Jiraiya admitted it. Naruto jumped up excitedly, "Yeah, the village is saved, I'm going to tell Kakashi and Sakura." Seeing that Naruto was about to run away, Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly. This guy actually ignored me so many times. But he knows so much about the 3 ninjas, it seems that he learned well in the ninja school. Jiraiya thought Naruto knew the 3 ninjas in the ninja school. Seeing Naruto was about to run, Jiraiya quickly stopped him. "Stop, kid." Just as he was about to tell Kakashi and Sakura about the appearance of the Sannin, Naruto turned around and looked at Jiraiya and asked unhappily, "What's wrong?" Jiraiya said speechlessly, "I am a Sannin, don't you have anything to say to me?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, and muttered to himself, "Yes, you are a Sannin, I should have something to say to you, right?" Naruto's words made Jiraiya even more speechless. "You guys are really a little bit brainless." Naruto was not angry, looking at Jiraiya and asked, "Is that toad just now yours? Why did you attack me?" Jiraiya nodded, and Naruto finally entered into Jiraiya's plan. So he nodded pretentiously, "Yes, the toad just now was summoned by this toad sage." "Summoning beast?" Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya nodded, "Yes, how about it, very powerful." "It is indeed very powerful, but it is not my opponent," Naruto said confidently. Jiraiya was a little speechless. If Kakashi had told him before that Naruto had mastered the Rasengan, he would not have summoned the toad. Instead, he would have summoned a more powerful toad. But Jiraiya was very relieved. After all, Naruto has grown well in recent years. He has mastered the Rasengan at this age, and even if the Rasengan is not counted, Naruto's physical performance and combat awareness just now have reached the level of Chunin. Jiraiya, who originally thought that Naruto would be very weak, did not expect it at all. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and smiled, "Little boy, I still have a very powerful summoning beast. Do you want to learn from me?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, frowned and asked, "Do you mean for me to learn ninjutsu from you?" Jiraiya nodded confidently. He felt that Naruto would not refuse. But Naruto thought for a while and shook his head and said, "No, I can't learn from you. Although you are a Sannin, I am Kakashi's student, and I believe Kakashi can make me stronger. Because Yu was taught by Kakashi, Yu is no worse than you." Don't look at Naruto. Yu regarded him as an opponent to be surpassed, but he trusted Yu very much. And Yu also made a training plan for Naruto, and Naruto gave the plan to Kakashi and asked him to train himself according to the plan. In less than a month, he already felt that he was much stronger than before. Naruto felt that according to Iyu's plan, he would become very strong in a short time, and when he mastered the power of the Nine Tails, he would be able to surpass Iyu and Sasuke. Naturally, he had no interest in learning from Jiraiya. And Jiraiya did not expect Naruto to reject him. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in surprise. Don't you know my strength? Do you think your teacher is stronger than me? Naruto looked up at Jiraiya and shook his head seriously. I didn't say that. You are the three ninjas. Kakashi-sensei told me how powerful you are. You all have the strength of a Hokage, much stronger than Kakashi-sensei. Jiraiya looked at Naruto puzzledly. Then why did you refuse? Naruto looked at Jiraiya and smiled, because Kakashi-sensei is more likely to make me stronger. Jiraiya didn't understand at all, but if you follow me, you will be stronger. I am stronger than Kakashi and can teach you more powerful ninjutsu. Naruto smiled, maybe, but Kakashi-sensei is more suitable for me. Jiraiya was speechless. This is the first time someone has refused him. In the past, others begged him to be a teacher, but now he took the initiative to offer himself and was rejected. It's so embarrassing. Tell me why Kakashi is stronger than me. Naruto thought for a while and said, I didn't say that Kakashi is stronger than you, but he knows how to make me stronger. A friend of mine said that the best method is the one that suits you. No matter how good it is, it won't make you stronger. Jiraiya was stunned. He didn't expect Naruto to say such a thing. He had read some of Naruto's information before, and Naruto would not say such a thing in the information. But Jiraiya didn't know that the information he read was from a long time ago. During this period, Yu changed Team 7 a lot, and Kakashi was more serious about the three people than in the original book. The three people are now much stronger than in the original book. Moreover, the reason why Naruto trusts Kakashi is because he has full faith in Yu. Because the training plan given to him by Yu really made him much stronger. Naturally, no matter how powerful Jiraiya is, he feels that Jiraiya can't understand him better than Yu. Chapter 150. There was no other way. Jiraiya could only say, if I say that I have discussed with Kakashi and he has agreed to hand you over to me, what would you think? Hearing this, Naruto frowned. Impossible. He didn't believe it. Jiraiya also regained his composure, looked at Naruto seriously and said, we met yesterday. Naruto was silent. Based on his understanding of Kakashi, what Jiraiya said was very likely to be true. It's just that he didn't want to. He still preferred to practice with Kakashi. But he also knew that Kakashi could do such a thing. Naruto was silent for a long time, raised his head and said a little dully, can you tell me why? I don't believe that Kakashi teacher handed me over to you for no reason. Naruto's words were already crying. Although he knew that Kakashi must have his own reasons, Naruto still couldn't help feeling sad. After so long together, Kakashi was already a very important existence to him. It was the same existence as Sakura and Sasuke. Feeling Naruto's emotions, Jiraiya explained, because of the 9 tails in your body. Naruto was stunned. 9 tails. Yes, the 9 tails in your body is the target of a certain organization, so it will be safer to leave you to me. Unlike the original work, Jiraiya now told Naruto everything. Naruto grabbed his stomach, his face solemn. Are you targeting the 9 tails in my body? But will it be safe to follow you? Naruto said solemnly. Jiraiya was a little surprised. He didn't expect Naruto to be not surprised by the 9 tails. In his experience, most Jinchuriki hate the tailed beasts in their bodies. Jiraiya said, you are really unsafe if you stay in the village. The organization that is trying to capture you has many powerful ninjas, more powerful than Orochimaru, and there are more than one. Staying in the village will not only bring many threats to the village, but it will also be very convenient for the organization to capture you. They don't even need to find your location. Naruto was persuaded. But he still felt uncomfortable. I originally wanted to master the power of the 9 tails and surpass them. Although Naruto felt uncomfortable, he still accepted Jiraiya's reason. After all, Naruto now deeply knows how important the tailed beasts are to Konoha. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya. I want to master the power of the 9 tails. Can you really help me? Jiraiya didn't expect Naruto to accept it so quickly. He also didn't expect that he could understand how important the tailed beasts are to the village. In any case, the result at least went in the direction he expected. Looking at Naruto, he smiled and said, I am the Toad Sage of the 3 ninjas. You can trust me completely. Naruto nodded and said, I will tell Kakashi-sensei. Jiraiya did not object. Okay, I will wait for you here tomorrow. I will teach you a very powerful ninjutsu. Naruto was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he was very uncomfortable at this time. If possible, he still wanted to stay in Team 7. There are Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke. They can occasionally go to EU, who will teach him many things and many ninjutsu. Naruto likes that kind of life very much. But he also knows how important the tailed beast in his body is to the village. He thinks that if EU and Sasuke are here, they will also approve of his decision. After leaving Jiraiya, Naruto went to Sakura's house. But he did not tell Sakura about this. At this time in Konoha Hospital, Sasuke, who has woken up, is sitting on the bed to condense chakra. Suddenly, he noticed something. Sasuke opened his eyes and frowned. Is it that guy? Sasuke noticed the familiar chakra. Slowly standing up, Sasuke walked towards a ward. At the door of the ward, Sasuke met Naruto and Shikamaru who were going to see Shaoli. When Naruto saw that Sasuke woke up, he was surprised. Sasuke, you woke up. Sasuke did not answer and looked at the door. Shikamaru also noticed Sasuke's gaze. Naruto, keep your voice down. Shikamaru also noticed that there was something wrong in the room. In the room, Gaara was controlling the sand to kill Shaoli. Walking to Sasuke, Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and Sasuke nodded. Shikamaru also immediately understood Sasuke's idea. Immediately began to make hand seals. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru's shadow immediately entered the room through the crack of the door. Sasuke kicked the door open. He kicked the sand that bound Shaoli away. Gaara looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. He frowned and said, it's you. Seeing that the person was Sasuke, Gaara said coldly. Sasuke looked at Rock Lee lying on the bed and frowned. He didn't know about Rock Lee's fight with Gaara, because the fight between Rock Lee and Gaara started after he fell into a coma. How did Rock Lee become like this? Sasuke opened his Sharingan, and in the double Magatama Sharingan, Rock Lee's chakra flow had already had problems. When Gaara saw Sasuke's Sharingan, he suddenly felt palpitations. Or it was not him, but the Shukaku in his body that felt very uncomfortable. It's just right, I'll kill you and him together today. Gaara didn't want to wait until the finals of the Chunin exam, and planned to kill Sasuke now. Sasuke frowned. This guy's brain is a little abnormal. Gaara's crazy look made Sasuke think that Gaara was not mentally normal. After all, he had met Gaara before, he knew that Gaara was very strong, and he also knew that this guy had an abnormal personality. Shikamaru was trying to control Gaara with the shadow imitation technique. But he felt very tired. Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Why can he be so calm after being controlled by my shadow imitation technique? On the other side, Naruto also rushed in. He stood beside Sasuke with a kunai in his hand. What do you want to do to Lee? Naruto had seen with his own eyes how powerful Gaara was. Sasuke didn't see the battle between Gaara and Lee, but he witnessed the whole process. So Naruto was under great pressure. And Shikamaru felt relieved when he saw Naruto and Sasuke standing together, especially when he saw Sasuke's pair of Magatama Sharingan. Is this the Sharingan? How strong is Sasuke? Shikamaru knew that Sasuke had changed a lot compared to before. He was not as cold as before, and even before the Chunin exam, Team 7 and their class got together once. So the relationship between Shikamaru and Sasuke was not as distant as in the original book. But Shikamaru didn't know how strong Sasuke was. So Shikamaru was a little worried that Sasuke would be hurt by Gaara. After all, Sasuke hadn't seen the battle between Gaara and Rock Lee. He didn't know how strong Gaara was. Fortunately, Naruto looked at Gaara vigilantly and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, be careful, this guy is very strong, and his thick eyebrows are like this because of this guy." Sasuke glanced at Rock Lee. Nodded, "Rock Lee is very strong. Anyone who can defeat him knows that he is very strong." Sasuke and Rock Lee had fought before, although it was just a simple physical confrontation. But Sasuke also knew that Rock Lee was very strong. Chapter 151. Gaara looked at Sasuke with a crazy look on his face. "You can die with this guy." Sasuke frowned. He didn't want to fight with Gaara here, worried that it would affect Shaoli lying on the bed. "If you fight here today, you will not be qualified to participate in the finals," Sasuke said coldly. Gaara paused. Although he wanted to kill Sasuke now, the village had a plan. Even if he didn't want to, he still suppressed the intention of killing Sasuke. "I will kill you in the finals," Sasuke said coldly. "If you have the ability, just come." Gaara looked at Sasuke coldly and walked out of the ward. Sasuke, Naruto and Shikamaru just watched Gaara walk out of the room quietly. After Gaara left, Naruto and Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them knew how strong Gaara was, so they were very nervous just now. Both of them knew that they could not stop Gaara at all. Even if Naruto was stronger than in the original work, he was still no match for Gaara. However, Sasuke at this time already had the strength to defeat Gaara, who did not enter the tailed beast state. "I was scared to death. If he really took action just now, we could not stop him at all." Naruto patted his chest and said. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke, who had closed his Sharingan, and asked, "Sasuke, are you awake?" Sasuke nodded. At this time, Sasuke was still thinking about Gaara. He felt that the chakra in Gaara's body was a bit weird. That guy should have the same monster as Naruto's body. Sasuke's words made the two people who had calmed down nervous again. Naruto looked at Sasuke solemnly. "You mean, that guy also has a tailed beast in his body?" Sasuke nodded. "Although I'm not sure, the chakra in his body is very similar to yours. And his chakra is very abnormal. Considering his age, he shouldn't have such a huge amount of chakra. Except for that monster Yu, I can't think of any normal person who can have such a huge amount of chakra." Even now, Sasuke still has to point out Yu. After opening his two Sharingan eyes, Sasuke can see the amount of chakra in Yu's body, although it is not very accurate. But he can still see roughly. It's enough. The amount of chakra in Yu's body is even much higher than Naruto's. If Sasuke didn't know that Konoha only had one tailed beast, he would have thought that Yu was also a Jinchuriki. Shikamaru was very serious when he heard the news. "Sasuke, do you mean that guy has the same demon fox as Naruto?" Naruto corrected. "The demon fox in my body is called Nine-Tailed Fox, which is very powerful." Although he was very uncomfortable after the Nine-Tailed Fox went berserk. But after Yu added a seal to Naruto, Naruto no longer had this risk. For him now, the Nine-Tailed Fox is no longer a demon fox, but a power that he is about to master. Naturally, he couldn't let Shikamaru say that. But Naruto didn't know that the Nine-Tailed Fox's real name was not Nine-Tailed Fox, but Kurama. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment. Looking at Naruto's serious face, he didn't know why Naruto cared so much about this. But since Naruto didn't like it, he corrected his name. But why would the Sand Village send a ninja with such power in his body to participate in the Chunin exam? Shikamaru didn't know about Orochimaru yet. Only the Jonin in the village could know about this. Kakashi told Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura. Shikamaru's words reminded Sasuke of something. Could it be that the Sand Village wants to use his power to do something? Sasuke didn't think that the Sand Village sent Gaara to participate in the Chunin exam just for the exam. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke, and they both nodded at the same time. It seems that they may want to attack Konoha. After all, it is hard not to think too much when sending a Jinchuriki to another ninja village. You know, every Jinchuriki is a weapon that can destroy a country for the village. It is a very dangerous weapon. Naruto had a different opinion, saying, I don't think they have so many ideas. What I care about is that guy seems to be able to control the power of the tailed beast in his body. Although his nerves are a bit problematic, it can be seen that he can control that power. Sasuke nodded. That's right, he can use the power of the tailed beast, which is much better than Naruto. Naruto nodded subconsciously, and after reacting, Naruto angrily said, what? Sooner or later, I will also control the power of the nine tails. Sasuke nodded. That's right, he can use the power of the tailed beast, which is much better than Naruto. Naruto nodded subconsciously, and after reacting, Naruto angrily said, what? Sooner or later, I will also control the power of the nine tails. Sasuke ignored Naruto and said to Shikamaru, should we tell the third Hokage about this? Shikamaru thought for a while and said, I think the third Hokage must know the identity of Gaara. Sasuke thought for a while and agreed with Shikamaru. How did that guy beat Rock Lee like this? I saw that Rock Lee's chakra flow was abnormal. I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover. Shikamaru looked at Naruto. The two told Sasuke about the battle between Gaara and Rock Lee. After listening, Sasuke looked solemn. Rock Lee is so strong. It seems that not only we are improving, but others are also improving, and the progress is great. I finally know why Yu asked you and Sakura to learn physical skills with Teacher Kai. It is indeed suitable for you. Sasuke analyzed. Gaara's strength should have far exceeded that of a Chunin, and even reached the level of a Jonin. Naruto looked at Sasuke and asked, are you sure you can beat him? Shikamaru also looked at Sasuke. Because after spending more time with Sasuke, his relationship with Sasuke is no worse than that with Naruto. But he never knew how strong Sasuke was. When he was in the ninja school before, he couldn't see it at all. After all, the ninja school mainly learns some theoretical knowledge of ninjas, as well as some basic physical skills and kunai throwing skills. Ninjutsu also learns some three-body skills. There are people who can't learn the three-body skills every year. As the best of their class, how strong is Sasuke? This is what Shikamaru is most curious about. Because Shikamaru has never seen Yu fight, he doesn't know how strong Yu is. Sasuke shook his head. It's unlikely. If that guy can really master the power of the tailed beast in his body, I can't defeat him. Naruto frowned. Even you are not sure. Sasuke shook his head. Shikamaru looked at Sasuke and asked, in the finals, you will fight him. Look at that guy, he really wants to kill you. I think if you are really not sure of defeating him at that time, you should admit defeat. After all, that guy is not an ordinary ninja, there is no need to compete with him. Sasuke was silent. Of course, he didn't want to do this. But if Gaara can really master the power of the tailed beast, it is really unwise to fight him. After a long time, Sasuke said, let's talk about it then. Chapter 152. After coming out of Lee's room, the three came to Sasuke's room. At this time, Sakura and Ino were coming out of Choji's room. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto and Shikamaru in Sasuke's room, the two walked in. Sasuke, you're awake. Sakura walked towards Sasuke with a look of surprise. Just now, Sakura, Naruto, Ino and Shikamaru came to the hospital together. Sakura and Ino went to visit Choji first, while Shikamaru and Naruto went to see Lee first. Sakura was very happy to see Sasuke wake up. Sakura's worried look made Sasuke feel warm in his heart. Maybe it was because Yu's words had an impact on Sasuke, or maybe they had been practicing together for a long time these days, and the relationship between the two was already very good. Naruto, who was standing aside, saw this scene, although he was very unhappy, but he could only watch. Sakura had clearly expressed her feelings for Sasuke, and Sasuke accepted it. Naruto knew that he had no chance. But it still made him feel uncomfortable to see the girl he liked like another boy. Not to mention that Sakura still likes Sasuke, who he considers his rival. This means that, at least emotionally, he has already lost to Sasuke. Ino is not as enthusiastic about Sasuke as before, and only treats him as a classmate. Seeing that Shikamaru, Naruto and Sasuke looked unhappy just now, she asked curiously, "What's wrong? Isn't it a good thing that Sasuke woke up? You don't look very happy." Ino walked to the window, leaned on the windowsill and looked at the few people. After Naruto told Ino what happened just now, Sakura and Ino were a little surprised. Sakura looked at Sasuke nervously. "That Gaara is very strong. If he can really master the power of the tailed beast, he really shouldn't fight him head-on." Sasuke didn't speak. Ino also said, "Sakura is right. Since we already know that the other party's goal is to kill Sasuke, there is no need to fight him head-on. It's not worth it." Sasuke has not spoken. After a long time, he smiled and said, "We have to give it a try before we know whether we should fight hard. And it depends on how well he has mastered the tailed beasts." Shikamaru looked at Sasuke. The current Sasuke was completely different from when he was in the ninja school. But he could feel that the current Sasuke was more real and gave him a stronger feeling. Shikamaru only knew that Sasuke and Kakashi had practiced for a long time during this period. He didn't know what ninjutsu Sasuke had learned. After chatting for a while, Ino and Shikamaru left. Only Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were left. Naruto then told Sasuke and Sakura that Jiraiya wanted to take him away from the village. "Sasuke, Sakura, I met Jiraiya of the three ninjas on the way here." Sasuke was confused. He had heard of the name of the three ninjas, but he didn't know what the three ninjas were like. Sakura was surprised. "Doesn't that mean someone can deal with Orochimaru?" Naruto nodded. "It should be. Although we don't know whether Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, can stop Orochimaru, at least they are all three ninjas, and at least they can help a lot." "Who are the three ninjas you are talking about?" Sasuke asked. Sakura told her about the deeds of the three ninjas that Kakashi told her. Sasuke was surprised. He didn't expect the village to be so dangerous now. "Has Yu not come back yet?" This is what Sasuke is most concerned about. Naruto and Sakura both shook their heads. "No, if he was here, Teacher Kakashi wouldn't be so worried." Sasuke was silent. If Yu was not there, it would be really troublesome. Sasuke believed that as long as Yu was there, even if Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, attacked Konoha, Yu would be able to stop it. Seeing that Sasuke was silent, Naruto smiled and said, "Gama Sage said he would teach me ninjutsu in person and take me out of the village to practice in the future." Sasuke and Sakura were stunned and looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto explained, "It's because of the 9 tails in my body." Gama Sage returned to the village this time because an organization wanted to capture the Jinchuriki of each ninja village. Gama Sage was worried that I would fall into the hands of that organization, so he took me out of the village to hide. "Take me to practice by the way. That's one of the three ninjas, so there must be many powerful ninjutsu." Naruto said with a smile, but his bitterness could still be felt in his words. If possible, he naturally didn't want to leave Team 7 and didn't want to leave the village. But now Naruto is not the white man who knows nothing in the original book. Now he knows very well how important the 9 tails in his body is to Konoha. There must be no mistakes with the 9 tails in his body. Sasuke lowered his head and was silent for a long time. Sakura asked worriedly, "Is the other party really Jiraiya of the three ninjas? Also, are you sure?" Naruto smiled and said, "Teacher Kakashi has agreed. I will ask Kakashi later and we will know if it is true." I don't think he needs to tell such a lie that is easy to be exposed. Sakura was a little sad. If so, you will have to leave Team 7 in the future. Naruto forced a smile and said, that's Jiraiya from the Three Ninjas, and he said that he would teach me many powerful ninjutsu. Sasuke, when I finish my training and master the power of the 9 tails in my body, I will definitely defeat you. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Naruto, wanting to say something but stopping. Finally, he just said in a cold voice, it depends on whether you have the ability. He was reluctant to let Naruto leave. As for Naruto and Jiraiya learning powerful ninjutsu, he didn't care. Sasuke now knows very well that Sharingan is the root of his strength. He has great trust in the training plan that Yu has made for him. Naturally, he won't be jealous of Naruto. But he is not jealous of Naruto, but he is worried about Naruto's safety. After all, Naruto said that there are many ninjas with the strength of Hokage in the Akatsuki organization. Is it really safe to be targeted by such an organization? Jiraiya is one of the 3 ninjas, can he really keep Naruto safe? Sasuke is very worried. But he still can't say his worries. Sakura doesn't have Sasuke's psychological burden, and said worriedly, if you leave the village, isn't it more dangerous than staying in the village? In the village, at least there are ninjas in the village to protect you, and there are also Yu, Kakashi teacher and Hokage to protect you. Naruto said seriously, I don't want them to destroy Konoha, and I don't want Yu to be in danger because of me. He is the same age as us, and he shouldn't bear such a burden. Sakura was silent. Seeing that Sakura was really worried about him, Naruto was very happy. Sakura, you don't have to worry about me. After all, no matter what, the Toad Sage is also a Sannin, and he can summon very powerful toads. There will be no danger. And with Yu's seal, I don't need to worry about the 9-tailed beast going berserk. As long as I can master the power of the 9-tailed beast, that so-called organization will never be able to catch me. Naruto was of course comforting Sakura. In fact, he didn't know whether the decision he made was right or wrong. But he didn't want to put the village and his friends like Sasuke and Sakura in danger. Following Jiraiya, even if he was really captured by the Akatsuki organization, he would not implicate his cherished friends. Chapter 153. Yu, who was missed by Sasuke, Naruto and the other 2, had come to the address given by Asama Santefu. Yu, who found Asama Santefu, was told that the person he was protecting, Fuji Fuyuki, also known as Fuka Koyuki, was missing. In Fuji Fuyuki's room, Asama Santefu sat cross-legged in front of Yu with a serious face. Push the photo of Fuji Fuyuki in front of Yu. This is the photo of Miss Yuki, please find her back. Although he didn't trust Yu very much. But since it was the candidate personally appointed by the 3rd Hokage, he had no choice but to believe it. Yu looked at the photo and asked, is there no bodyguard around Miss Yuki? Yu didn't think that a famous actor would not have bodyguards around him, and Fuji Fuyuki's real identity was a princess of a country. Even if the senior management of the crew didn't pay attention to Fuji Fuyuki's safety, Asama Santefu couldn't ignore it. When Asama Santefu heard this, he said awkwardly, we did hire many security guards for Miss Shuehui, but they were all thrown away by Miss Shuehui. Yu didn't say much, just said lightly, is that so? Looking at Yu's calm face, Asama Santefu was a little disappointed. He thought Yu was very strong, so the 3rd Hokage appointed him to complete this mission alone. Yu didn't say anything after that. Just when Asama Santefu couldn't help asking Yu if he was sure to find Fujifeng Shuehui. Yu suddenly disappeared in the room. Asama Santefu looked up and was stunned. Disappeared. Asama Santefu couldn't believe that Yu suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in a bar, Yu suddenly appeared here. Because there were not many people in the bar, Yu's sudden appearance did not attract attention. Yu sat at the bar seat, and next to him was Fujifeng Shuehui in disguise. At this time, she was drinking. Although Yi Yu's sudden appearance did not attract attention. But a person who was about to walk towards Fuji Feng Shui Wei and seemed to want to do something to her changed direction and walked outside. And this person was the one sent by Feng Hua Nu Dao to inquire about Feng Hua Xiao Shui. Feng Hua Xiao Shui held a wine glass in her hand and stared blankly at Yi Yu, who suddenly appeared. Ms. Shui Wei, Mr. Asama-san Teifu sent me to pick you up. You are the ninja he hired. Feng Hua Xiao Shui was a little surprised. She didn't notice Yi Yu's sudden appearance at all. Yi Yu nodded, yes. After Feng Hua Xiao Shui reacted, she stood up and ran out. Yi Yu sighed. What a trouble. Feng Hua Xiao Shui just ran to the door, and Yi Yu appeared in front of her. Bang! Feng Hua Xiao Shui didn't have time to stop and bumped into Yi Yu. The next moment, Feng Hua Xiao Shui felt her eyes blurred. The two appeared in her room. Feng Hua Xiao Shui, who had not yet reacted, wanted to stand up and run away, but when she looked up and looked around, she found that she was actually in her own room. Asama-san Teifu, who originally wanted to go out, was just about to stand up when Yi Yu and Feng Hua Xiao Shui suddenly appeared in the room. This scared Asama-san Teifu. Miss Shuihui, you are back. Asama-san Teifu did not expect that Yi Yu had just gone out for less than a minute and appeared here with Fuji Feng Shuihui. What exactly is this terrifying ability? Feng Hua Xiao Shui also reacted. Looking at the surrounding layout, she confirmed that this was her room. Even Feng Hua Xiao Shui, who was used to seeing ninjas, was frightened and fell to the ground at this moment. How come I'm here? Yi Yu came to the shocked Asama-san Teifu and said calmly, we can set off now. Asama-san Teifu trembled all over and nodded mechanically, yes, tilde. He actually doubted Yi Yu's ability just now. Yes, he was personally appointed by the third generation to complete this mission. How could he be weak? But this is too strong. Is this the legendary space-time ninjutsu? Asama-san Teifu was shocked. He is not someone who has never seen ninjas. As a former senior official of the Snow Country, Asama-san Teifu has seen many ninjas. But this is the first time he has seen a ninja as powerful as Yi Yu. Even if Yi Yu has never fought, with just his space-time ninjutsu and the ability to use ninjutsu without a seal, how bad can his strength be? Asama-san Teifu raised his head and looked at Yi Yu, who was leaning against the window and seemed to be looking at the scenery outside. He asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Yi Yu, where did you get Miss Shui Wei from? Brought it back. Yi Yu did not answer. But Feng Hua Xiao Shui, who had come to her senses, looked at Yi Yu and answered for him, it was at the Shanwei bar. Asama-san Teifu opened his eyes wide, what? Shanwei bar? Isn't it several kilometers away from here? Quote. But Mr. Yi Yu has been out for less than a minute, this tilde. Even Asama-san Teifu was stunned. The bar where Yi Yu brought Fuka Koyuki back was several kilometers away from here. Yi Yu actually found Fuka Koyuki in less than a minute and brought her back. Is this still a human? Even ninjas are not so outrageous, right? Yi Yu's operation really scared Asama-san Teifu and Fuka Koyuki. In fact, even other strong men in the ninja world would be shocked if they saw Yi Yu's operation. This means that Yi Yu has a supernatural perception ability and the ability of space-time ninjutsu. Even cage-level strong men would be scared to death when they see Yi Yu's operation. Yi Yu looked calm, looking at Fuka Koyuki, who was staring at him with a complicated expression. Ms. Shui Wei, we are leaving tomorrow, please don't run around anymore, after all, it is very difficult to find you. Just as Yi Yu finished this sentence, Asama-san Teifu looked at Yi Yu speechlessly. I don't see that you have any difficulties at all. At this time, Asama-san Teifu was completely impressed by Yi Yu's strength. His attitude was also much more respectful. But Feng Hua Xiao Shui fell silent. She didn't want to go to the Snow Country. There were memories she didn't want to recall there. Yi Yu knew what Feng Hua Xiao Shui was thinking. If this mission was the same as in Yi Yu's memory, it would not be a B-level mission, but a Super S-level mission. Because this is a mission to restore the country, it has exceeded the scope of the S-level mission, not to mention it is just a B-level mission. Fenghua Xiaoshui estimated Ji was also worried about Fenghua Nutao and the others chasing him. But Yi Yu didn't care about this. Now Yi Yu felt that he already had the strength of an elite Jonin, plus he had the three-tailed beast as his summoned beast. And Fenghua Nutao was at most an elite Jonin, or a reserve cage level. Yi Yu felt that he could handle it completely, and even if he really couldn't handle it, he could still use the Flying Thunder God technique to run away. Of course, only Yi Yu himself would think so. If Fenghua Nutao knew Yi Yu's strength, he would probably think about running away now. Chapter 154. Although Fenghua Xiaoshui was frightened by Yi Yu's operation, she was still very afraid of Fenghua Nutao after calming down. She sat on the ground, hugged her knees, and said in a crying voice, "Stupid, going to the snow country will kill you, I don't want to go to die." Qianjian San Teifu advised, "Miss Shuihui, with Mr. Yi Yu's guards, there will definitely be no danger." Fenghua Xiaoshui did not speak, but buried her head between her knees. She didn't want to go at all. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very solemn. Yi Yu leaned against the window and did not speak. Whether the mission will continue is up to Qianjian San Teifu. After all, it was Yi Yu who hired him. Seeing Fenghua Xiaoshui silent for a long time, Qianjian San Teifu said again, "Miss Shuihui, there will be no problem on this journey. I believe Mr. Yi Yu can also protect your safety." Fenghua Xiaoshui still did not speak. The shadow that Fenghua Nutao left on her when she was a child was too great, so she did not dare to return to the snow country. After a long time, Yi Yu spoke, "Miss Shuihui, please rest assured. You are my protector. I will not let you be in any danger before the mission is completed. I can promise you," Yi Yu said calmly. He naturally knew what accidents would happen in this mission. But he was sure to solve it. And after this mission is completed, it will obviously be upgraded from B level to Super S level. Yi Yu can earn a lot of commission. After this mission is completed, he can lie down for several years. Of course, the premise is that the third generation does not assign him any mission. Fenghua Xiaoshui was shocked when she heard Yi Yu's words. But when she thought of the horror of Fenghua Nutao, she still said, "You don't know how dangerous the snow country is. Although you may be strong, you are just a child, just like the Konoha ninja back then." The Konoha ninja that Fenghua Xiaoshui mentioned was Kakashi when he was young. Kakashi was hired by the daimyo of the snow country, but at that time Kakashi was no match for Fenghua Nutao, so there was no way to defeat Fenghua Nutao and save the snow country. In the end, Fenghua Xiaoshui was escorted out of the snow country at the request of Fenghua Xiaoshui's father. Yi Yu naturally knew it. But he still asked, "Miss Shuihui seems to know our Konoha ninja." Fenghua Xiaoshui raised her head and glanced at Yi Yu. Sneered, "That man is a Jonin, and you are just a Chunin. He can't do anything, how can you be his opponent?" Asama Santeifu didn't speak. He knew what Fenghua Xiaoshui was talking about. Yi Yu was not angry, he looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui calmly, and asked, "You seem to know that someone in the snow country wants to kill you." Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, turned her head, and continued to be silent. Yi Yu didn't ask any more questions. "No matter who the opponent is, I will definitely protect you, at least I will never let you fall into despair. You should know that I have this ability." Fenghua Xiaoshui trembled all over. She raised her head and looked at Yi Yu again. Seeing his calm and firm eyes, Fenghua Xiaoshui shook her head. "You will die, you can't be the opponent of that person at all." In Fenghua Xiaoshui's heart, Fenghua Nutao is very powerful, so powerful that he cannot be defeated. But she didn't know that Yi Yu didn't think he was a threat at all. Yi Yu just wanted Fenghua Xiaoshui to cooperate a little and let him complete the task earlier. If he could pay another commission after the upgrade task, it would be even better. Yi Yu walked in front of Fenghua Xiaoshui. looked into her eyes and said seriously, "No matter who he is, he can't stop me from making money. No, he can't stop me from completing the task of protecting you." Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Yi Yu with a puzzled look. I don't know what Yi Yu wanted to say just now. But she was indeed moved by Yi Yu's seriousness. Behind him, Asama Santefu looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui expectantly. He hoped that Fenghua Xiaoshui could return to the snow country. Many people in the snow country were dissatisfied with Fenghua Nutao's rule, but they had no backbone. Fenghua Xiaoshui was very important to them. With her, their resistance was meaningful. Fenghua Xiaoshui was almost moved by Yi Yu, but she still couldn't overcome her fear of Fenghua Nutao. Just as she was about to refuse, Yi Yu frowned. The next moment, Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes widened. Bang! Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes were dull, and then her whole body softened and fell to the ground. Asama Santefu was startled. Ms. Shuihui. Fenghua Xiaoshui suddenly fainted, and Asama Santefu was really scared. Yi Yu stood up, looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui lying on the ground and said calmly, "Okay, don't worry, she is just under an illusion, she will wake up in 2 days. Mr. Asama Santefu, let's go according to the schedule tomorrow. I'm going to rest first." Yi Yu walked out. Just as he reached the door, Asama Santefu hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Mr. Yi Yu, are you sure you can protect Miss Shuihui's safety? Do you know, before, your Konoha's Hitaki Kakashi also failed." Yi Yu stopped. After a moment of silence, he said, "I will make up for Mr. Kakashi's mistakes. Please rest assured about this." After that, Yi Yu walked out. Asama Santefu looked at the door, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. "I hope so. I hope that when you know how strong the opponent you are facing is, you will still have such confidence." Compared to Fuka Koyuki, Asama Santefu has more confidence in Yeyu. From the time Yeyu showed the Flying Thunder God technique, he had great confidence in Yeyu. He felt that even if Yeyu could not defeat Fuka Nutao, he could take Fuka Koyuki away. Looking at Fuka Koyuki who fainted on the ground, Asama Santefu sighed, "Princess Koyuki, you have long forgotten me. Mr. Yeyu should be able to help you restore your country." It seems that Hitaki Kakashi is Mr. Yeyu's teacher. That's right. At that time, although Mr. Kakashi was young, he was also a senior ninja. Now Mr. Kakashi has a great reputation, and his disciples should not be weak. Even if Mr. Yeyu is still not a match for Fuka Nutao, he can use space-time ninjutsu to take you to a safe place. Santa Asama finally decided to believe in Yi Yu. In fact, whether he believed in Yi Yu or not, he had been carrying out the restoration of the country. The appearance of Yi Yu gave him more confidence in whether the restoration of the country would be successful. Not only does he know the legendary ninjutsu of space-time ninjutsu, but also the illusion jutsu is so powerful. Mr. Yi Yu seems to be stronger than Mr. Kakashi at that time. Yi Yu did not cast a seal when releasing the illusion just now. Asama Santefu has some knowledge of ninjas, and he knows very well how terrible Yi Yu's actions just now were. It is not something that ordinary people can do to release illusions without casting a seal. In other words, in the ninja world, the sealless ninjutsu itself is very rare. It is not something that ordinary ninjas can do. Even Kakashi's Chidori requires a seal. In addition to its powerful power, the Rasengan of the sealless ninjutsu does not require a seal, which is also the biggest advantage of this ninjutsu. Because Namikaze Minato developed the Rasengan to cooperate with the Flying Thunder God technique. He needs an instant ninjutsu, and the Rasengan has this function. In other words, for Namikaze Minato, the only advantage of the Rasengan is that it does not require a seal. In the ninja world, those who can release ninjutsu without casting a seal are not rare, but extremely rare. Yi Yu did not cast a seal just now, and the speed of release was extremely fast, so fast that Fenghua Xiaoshui was hit before she could react. Chapter 155. However, the illusion that Yi Yu released just now was not released by eyes, but by chakra. It is not the chakra consumed when releasing illusions, but released through the surrounding chakra as a medium. In other words, as long as Yu is within the area that he can sense, he can release illusions. He can release single illusions or group illusions. This is naturally the illusion that Yu has improved. In a sense, Yu's means of releasing illusions are very terrifying. Because the ninja world is full of chakra. As long as he wants, he can release illusions on anyone he can sense. It is even more terrifying than the Sharingan. However, Yu does not like to use illusions, because his illusions have a fast range and speed, but his illusions are not strong. It is only equivalent to the illusion of Yuhi Kurenai, not as good as the illusions used by ninjas like Uchiha Itachi who have the Mangekyo Sharingan. So if he faces Uchiha Itachi, Yu would not dare to compete with him in illusions. Otherwise, the person lying down must be him. However, Yu has only mastered illusion for a short time, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Of course, if others knew that Yu had this ability, many people would definitely be restless. You should know that Yuhi Kurenai's illusion ability is not as good as Uchiha Itachi, but there are not many people in the ninja world whose illusion can compare with Uchiha Itachi. Yuhi Kurenai is an illusion-type ninja. If the other party does not have a Sharingan, it is difficult to break her illusion without help from others. What's more, Yu's illusion has reached the point where he can release it with just a thought. No need to make a seal or prepare in advance. It is an instantaneous illusion without seals. It's just a pity that Yu doesn't like to use illusions. He feels that he is not an illusion-type ninja. If others knew that he had such an outrageous illusion ability and still thought so, they would probably be angry to death. Illusions are difficult to learn, but Yu can use them instantly, without even needing to form seals, and can use them anytime and anywhere. On the vast sea, a huge sailboat was sailing on the sea. In the cabin, Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was lying on the boat, slowly opened her eyes. The scene of Yu using illusions on her was still in her mind. After opening her eyes, she sat up immediately. My head hurts so much, is it an illusion? Fenghua Xiaoshui muttered to herself. When she noticed the environment around her, she seemed to think of something. Fenghua Xiaoshui ran towards the door with her eyes wide open. Bang! With a muffled sound, the door of the cabin was pushed open by her. What came into view was the boundless ocean, the setting sun, and the sea breeze. Fenghua Xiaoshui knew that she had not dodged it, and now she was on the boat. Damn, that bastard! Fenghua Xiaoshui was very angry. She didn't want to go to the snow country, but now she was on the ship and couldn't go back. Walked out of the cabin. Fenghua Xiaoshui came to the deck angrily. Looking at Yu who was leaning on the deck and blowing the sea breeze, Fenghua Xiaoshui walked to Yu. You bastard, why didn't you ask for my consent before taking me on board? Yu looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui and said lightly, even if I don't take you on board, according to your agency's contract, you have to come. I just don't want to waste time. Yu was right, but Fenghua Xiaoshui was still very angry. You don't know how dangerous the snow country is, and how terrible that person is. Do you think you can beat him? Don't be too self-righteous. Perhaps Yu's self-willed behavior angered Fenghua Xiaoshui. She was very angry, so she was very rude to Yu. But Yu was not angry. Fenghua Xiaoshui had a shadow over Fenghua Nutao, so it was normal that she didn't dare to go. After all, she had been hiding for 10 years. Yu brought her to the snow country, which meant that she had been hiding for nothing for so many years. Anyone would be angry. Yu could understand, so he was not angry. Who is the person you are talking about? The one who wants to kill you. Fenghua Xiaoshui hesitated to speak. She wanted to tell Yu about Fenghua Nutao, but if she said it, her true identity would be exposed. So Fenghua Xiaoshui could only glare at Yu, snorted coldly, and turned back to the cabin. Yu smiled, you have a bad temper, you are worthy of being a big star. Yeyu didn't take it to heart. Turning around and looking at the sea, he thought to himself, I really have a little bit of the feeling of One Piece now, hee. On the endless sea, no matter how huge the sailboat is, it is just a drop in the ocean. After a long time, Asama Santefu came to Yeyu. Standing beside next to Yeyu, Asama Santefu thought about it, and finally told Yeyu the true situation of the Snow Country, and told Yeyu the true identity of Fenghua Xiaoshui. The reason why Miss Shuiwei is so wary of the Snow Country is because she is the daughter of the former daimyo of the Snow Country, the princess of the Snow Country, and the heir of the Snow Country. Yeyu's face was calm, and he didn't seem to be surprised at all. Asama Santefu thought that Yeyu had long guessed that Fenghua Xiaoshui had a relationship with the Snow Country, so he was not surprised. In fact, it was just that Yeyu had a memory of this. Asama Santefu continued, the leader of the hidden snow village, Fenghua Nutao, launched a rebellion. Asama Santefu told Yeyu everything that happened in the Snow Country that year, including his identity and the true identity of Fenghua Xiaoshui. After that, Asama Santefu looked at Yeyu with some trepidation. He was worried that Yeyu would give up this mission after hearing it. After all, when he entrusted Konoha with the task, he concealed these things and only paid for the B-level mission. It's not that Asama Santefu didn't have the money to pay for the higher level mission, but he had to conceal his and Fenghua Xiaoshui's identities. Originally, he thought that Konoha would at least send a Jonin with a few Chunins to carry out this mission. Who knew that the third generation only sent Yeyu to carry out this mission? If it weren't for Yeyu's previous performance, Asama Santefu would never have believed Yeyu. After listening to Asama Santefu's story, Yeyu's face was calm. After a long time, he said lightly, this is far more difficult than a B-level mission. Mr. Asama Santefu, I have the power to terminate this mission at any time. Hearing this, Asama Santefu panicked. I can pay a higher level of reward. The reason why I only reported the B-level mission before was that I was worried that Princess Xiaoshui's identity would be exposed. Please continue to protect Princess Xiaoshui, please. Yeyu looked at Asama Santefu for a while, and then slowly said, this is a war commission, at least an S-level mission. Asama Santefu's face was happy, as long as they can negotiate. I am willing to pay you for the S-level mission. Yeyu smiled and said, I know you can afford it. After all, Shui Wei, oh no, it should be called Princess Xiaoshui, is a big star. What is a few million taels to her? Although Fenghua Xiaoshui is the princess of the Snow Country, she has lived in the Fire Country for many years, and she is also one of the top stars in the Fire Country. Naturally, her income is very considerable. Top entertainment stars are high-income people no matter in which world or era. Their status may be high or low, but there is no need to doubt that their income is high. The income of the ninja who completes the most tasks cannot compare to the income of the top stars. Asama Santefu looked at Yeyu seriously. He was worried that Yeyu would give up this mission. After a moment of silence, Yeyu smiled and said, since we are here, it is unrealistic to go back. I will continue to complete this mission. Chapter 156. After Yeyu expressed his position, Asama Santefu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Please rest assured, I will make up the remaining funds after this mission is over. Yeyu did not say anything else. Asama Santefu thought about it and reminded Yeyu, Mr. Yeyu, Fenghua Nutao is very powerful, probably stronger than the Jonin, so please do not take it lightly. There are several powerful ninjas around him, and they all have the strength of Jonin. Back then, even Kakashi Hatake of Guikun was not their opponent. Yeyu said lightly, back then, it was because Kakashi teacher was still young and his strength had not reached the peak. I will help him make up for his regrets back then. Asama Santefu could not say anything else. Seeing Yeyu's confident look, Asama Santefu felt that Yeyu should be confident. Even if Yeyu could not beat him, he could still keep Fenghua Xiaoshui safe. He was very clear about this. After sailing on the ship for more than 10 days, The entire ship was full of crew members. So during these 10 days, even on the ship, they were filming. Yu watched the behind-the-scenes footage for more than 10 days. It was interesting at the beginning, but then it was just boring like work. Fenghua Xiaoshui is indeed a professional actor, even though she was dissatisfied with Yu forcing her on the ship. But she was very serious during the filming, and her acting skills were not compromised at all. After more than 10 days of calm. Early in the morning, people exclaimed on the deck. Yu, who was sleeping in the cabin, opened his eyes. Walking out of the cabin, he looked up at the glacier in front of him that was tens of meters high. It seemed that he remembered something. Finally, it's a little familiar. Ninjas from the snow country, let me see what you are capable of, and see what your ice escape is like. Yu's impression of this part is the ice escape ninjutsu used by the ninjas from the snow country. Yu thinks that the ninjas of the snow country should use the ice escape of the surrounding environment, rather than the ice escape of the bloodline limit. The two are different. The first is to use the ice and snow in the surrounding environment, and the other is to use chakra to create ice and snow. Yu thinks that the ninjas of the snow country are the first type. Because if a small ninja village like them really has the bloodline limit of ice escape, and there are so many people who can use it, other big ninja villages would have been eyeing it long ago. How could it be safe and sound for so long? The internal rebellion is nothing more than a fight for the position of the daimyo of the brothers, and there is no external force involved. The people on the boat were shocked to see the glacier that suddenly appeared. The director looked at the tall glacier, clapped his hands, and said happily, "Okay, let's do the follow-up shooting here today." With the director's order, people boarded the glacier. Yu came to Fenghua Xiaoshui. Fenghua Xiaoshui didn't pay much attention to him these days because she was upset about Yu's behavior of bringing her on board without authorization. However, she just ignored him. Seeing Yu coming to her side, Fenghua Xiaoshui said coldly, "Why don't you continue to sleep?" These days, Yu is either on the deck, enjoying the breeze, or sleeping in the cabin. Obviously, she was hired to protect Fenghua Xiaoshui, but when she was on the ship, Fenghua Xiaoshui could not see Yu several times a day. Yu said lazily, "You must be safe on the ship. Now that you are on the shore, I must follow you." But he seemed absent-minded when he said it. If she hadn't seen Yu show his strength before, Fenghua Xiaoshui would have thought that Yu was an extremely unreliable ninja. Hearing Yu's words, although Fenghua Xiaoshui's face was still cold, she felt a little better in her heart. Asama-san Taifu walked to Yu's side. "Mr. Yu, it will take about 3 days to reach the snow country. Please be more careful. Please make sure Miss Shui Hui's safety is well guaranteed." Now Fenghua Xiaoshui doesn't know Asama-san Taifu's identity. Yu did not tell Fenghua Xiaoshui what Asama-san Taifu had told him. Yu nodded. "Don't worry, since I promised to protect her safety, I will never break my promise." Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was putting on makeup, had a blank expression on her face, but she felt very safe in her heart with Yu's promise. Although Yu seemed unreliable, she did not feel the dangerous atmosphere everywhere in the past 10 years. For some reason, she did not dream about her childhood when she slept in the past 10 days. After meeting Yu several times, she realized that the sense of security was given by Yu. Although she did not know why he, a 12-year-old child, gave her, a 16-year-old child, a sense of security. But Fenghua Xiaoshui could be sure, that sense of security was what Yu gave her. When the makeup artist was putting makeup on Fenghua Xiaoshui, Yu stood beside her, looking at the glacier in the distance board. Gradually, Yu smiled and said, "There are quite a lot of people." Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was being made up, glanced at Yu and said, "What's wrong?" Yu just smiled, walked in front of Fenghua Xiaoshui, and stood in front of her. He shouted to the staff who were setting up the scene in front of the glacier, "All personnel, go back to the boat, there is an enemy attack." Yu's words stunned the crew. They looked at each other and finally looked at the director. The director also knew that Yu was a ninja, but they had never seen Yu's skills. So when the director was about to come over to ask Yu what was going on, the glacier in the distance suddenly exploded violently. Boom boom. An actor standing on the glacier was blown dozens of meters away by the violent explosion. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Yu just waved his hand. A golden lightning shot out from his body. In an instant, the actor who was blown away stopped when he was about to hit the glacier. The golden lightning trapped his waist like a rope. He pulled him from the high place of the glacier to Yu's side. After rescuing the actor, Yu ignored him. Without turning his head, he said to Fenghua Xiaoshui and Asama Santai Fu behind him, "Ms. Shui Wei, Mr. Asama Santai Fu, now go back to the ship with all the staff." Yu's eyes were fixed on the glacier. Fenghua Xiaoshui gritted her teeth and said, "Those must be ninjas sent by the snow country. Don't fight hard, just go back to the ship and leave." Although she ignored Yu these days, the sense of security that Yu gave her made her have no ill feelings towards Yu. She didn't want Yu to die here. Asama Santai Fu was very clear about this situation. They stayed here to cause trouble for Yu. So he pulled Fenghua Xiaoshui and said, "Miss Shuihui, we don't know ninjutsu. Staying here will only hinder Mr. Yeyu. Let's listen to him and go back to the ship." Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Yeyu's back, her face anxious. "Don't fight hard, get back to the ship quickly." After that, she was pulled away by Asama Santaifu. Yeyu put his hands in his pockets and looked at the people who appeared on the glacier in the distance. And this time, Fenghua Nutao sent Langya avalanche, sleet and blowing snow. The three of them have the strength of a Jonin under the amplification of the chakra armor on their bodies. And the ability of the chakra armor is very difficult. Ordinary Jonin really can't do anything to them. The three of them stood on an ice pillar, looking at the people who were evacuating below. Langya avalanche sneered, "Welcome to the snow country. Another Konoha ninja, we are really destined to be with Konoha ninjas." Langya avalanche had fought with Kakashi before. Langya Zubang looked at Yu, his eyes full of teasing. After all, Yu was too young, and he didn't think Yu could stop the three of them. In his eyes, Yu was just a dying man.